Chapter 001, The Sword Immortal System. My name is Lu Chun, hailing from Mount Shu. Whether you have heard of it or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I am here to assist you. In the dark, eerie attic, under the moonlight, stood a young man in white, sword on his back. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Tall and slender, with delicate features, he wore a gentle smile that radiated warmth and amiability. Not far from him hung a corpse of a woman, clothed in red, suspended from the beams. Her features were grotesque, her countenance decayed, with only one milky eyeball remaining in its socket, staring in bewilderment at the entrance. Roar! Do not scream. You are already deceased, yet tainted by malevolent energy. You have transformed into a blood corpse, tormenting the living and wreaking havoc. Thus, I have come to help you find liberation. Lu Chen nodded, his demeanor still exuding a mild smile, undeterred by her terrifying appearance. His tone was as calm as one reminiscing with a friend. The blood corpse seemed taken aback by his composure, momentarily stunned, before baring her blood-soaked fangs in a grimace. The blood corpse screeched an ear-piercing wail, her blood-soaked garments fluttering, summoning a chilling wind that whipped up a storm of dust and debris. Bang! The doors and windows of the attic slammed shut in an instant. In the darkness, Lu Chun caught a whiff of a rancid odor wafting towards him, and he sighed. What a pity I had hoped to leave you with a complete corpse. Lu Chun shook his head. As he spoke, his long sleeves swept through the air, channeling his magical power to push the blood corpse away. In the next moment, his right hand extended, fingers poised, and with a flick, the sword sheath behind him hummed and trembled, unleashing a blade that tore through the air, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl. The sword light flashed with a cold brilliance, erupting like thunder in an instant. Sizzle! The sharp sword energy instantly rent apart the malevolence surrounding the blood corpse. A chilling intent pierced through her. Fear flickered in the blood corpse's eyes as she desperately clawed and flailed, exerting all her strength to block the incoming sword light. However, the sword was enveloped in magical energy, as though cloaked in thunder. The moment her claws made contact, they were scorched to cinders. The sword energy locked onto her, leaving her with no escape, forced to watch as the cold gleam expanded within her pupils. With a squelch, the sword light pierced through her skull. The blood corpse did not even have time to plead for mercy before her body erupted into a spray of blood, splattering the attic in an instant. Not a trace of her remained. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the blood corpse, gaining experience 100. As the system notification echoed, Lu Chun sheathed his sword, a hint of disappointment on his face. No loot. This blood corpse is rather impoverished. However, upon reflection, he considered that the blood corpse had only recently come into existence and lacked significant cultivation. Receiving 100 experience points was relatively commendable. At the very least, it was far better than slaying strong men on the mountain. With this thought, he felt considerably relieved. Lu Chun was not originally from this world. 3 months prior, an unexpected event had transported him to this realm plagued by demons and monsters, where he became a newly initiated disciple of Mount Shu. The system had awakened at that time, named the Sword Immortal System, a reincarnation of a game he had previously played concerning cultivation. Its core function resembled that of a game interface, primarily acquiring experience and rewards through monster slaying and quest completion. Experience could be utilized to enhance one's cultivation or elevate skill levels. Thus, Lu Chun commenced his journey of grinding and leveling up. For 3 full months, he had farmed the demonic straw men outside the demon locking tower of Mount Shu, astonishing the disciples of the sect. This had earned him the nickname Straw Man Maniac. However, just yesterday, Lu Chun discovered that defeating the straw men no longer granted any experience, prompting him to descend the mountain and seek fortune in the surrounding villages. By chance, he encountered this newly formed blood corpse. Let me check how much experience I need to level up. In contemplation, Lu Chun opened his personal information panel. Name: Lu Chun Realm. Chi Refining 9th Layer Technique. Ta Ching Sensory Method Max Level. Flying Sword Technique Max Level. Strawman Technique Max Level Experience, 240. Not enough. To break through the 9th layer of Chi Refining, at least 500 experience points were required. This meant he needed to slay at least 3 more such blood corpses to reach the 10th layer of qi refining and meet the conditions for foundation establishment. But here, at the foot of Mount Shu, the sword-wielding heroes of Mount Shu had always taken it upon themselves to eradicate evil, with sword cultivators patrolling the vicinity, ensuring that monsters rarely appeared within 100 miles. Even if a monster did occasionally emerge, it would swiftly be eliminated by the disciples of Mount Shu. Lu Chen had merely been fortunate to stumble upon a newly formed blood corpse on this occasion. Finding another such prey would not be easy. As for beyond the borders of Mount Shu, there were indeed countless monsters, but the dangers were substantial. Lu Chen, still lacking the foundation establishment, dared not venture recklessly. After all, life was no game. Should he perish, there would be no place for resurrection. Perhaps I should look for an opportunity to enter the demon locking tower? The thought crossed his mind, but was quickly dismissed. Not only was the demon locking tower a forbidden area of Mount Shu, typically inaccessible to ordinary disciples, but even if he did manage to enter, he might not stand a chance against the monsters contained within. After all, those imprisoned within the demon locking tower were no trivial foes. With his current strength, entering would only lead to his demise. I can't seem to find a suitable place to level up. Lu Chen lamented internally. Just then, he noticed a quivering blood pearl in the corner of the attic, as if it had come to life. Could it be that the blood corpse is not truly dead? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. This was impossible. He had received a system notification and gained experience, so the blood corpse must have perished completely. The issue likely lay with that drop of vital blood. As he pondered, the blood pearl suddenly burst open, and a blood-colored creature resembling a leech crawled forth, shaking its body, sprouting wings, and darting into the depths of the mountains. Indeed, something is amiss. Ding! Blood-sucking goo insect discovered, triggering the quest mystery of the blood corpse. Track the blood insect. Seek the source of the blood corpse's formation upon completion. A generous reward awaits. A quest had been triggered. Just as he was about to doze off, a pillow had been delivered to him. Lu Chen had been troubled about where to level up, and this quest arrived at the perfect moment. However, Lu Chen did not recklessly pursue. The system notification had mentioned goo insect, implying that the creature might be under someone's control. The strength of the individual behind it was unknown. If he rashly followed, what if it turned out to be a powerful demon? Was he not courting death? Although this was the area of Mount Shu, safety could not be guaranteed. Lu Chen was inherently cautious. In the absence of certainty, he would never take unnecessary risks. In this situation, the straw man technique I acquired from the straw man will come in handy. With this thought, Lu Chen opened the window and reached out to gather a handful of weeds from the yard. Weaving with magical energy, he swiftly transformed them into a palm-sized straw man. Then Lu Chen bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his vital blood to fall onto the straw man's forehead, casting it outward. The straw man appeared to come alive, and upon touching the ground, it took off running, swiftly pursuing the direction in which the blood insect had flown. Chapter 002, The Mountain Manor. The night was thick with darkness, and clouds rolled ominously. A few strands of cool moonlight filtered through the cloud cover. Amidst the clusters of forests, a blood-colored creature, the size of a thumb, stretched its wings and dashed through the air like lightning. Not far beneath it, a straw man sprinted with fervor. Although its movements appeared somewhat stiff, it maintained a reasonable speed, barely keeping pace with the blood insect. Before long, the sinister insect suddenly swooped down, coming to a halt in the distant valley. The scarecrow paused, a flicker of crimson light gleaming between its brows, as if an eye were peering from a faraway land. It has stopped, Lu Chen mused, still outside the forest, manipulating the scarecrow to observe the happenings in the valley. This scarecrow technique allows one to weave grass into a puppet, serving as a substitute. Driven by magical power, it can be used for reconnaissance and, in critical moments, to shield and even sacrifice itself. If one masters the incantation, it can also serve as a means to attack the soul. Its applications are boundless. Thus, upon discovering this spell, Lu Chen had immediately elevated its level to the maximum. Finally, it proved useful. In this valley, there seems to be an estate, though it appears to have been abandoned for many years. The one controlling the blood insects must be hiding here. As he contemplated, Lu Chen formed a hand seal. The scarecrow outside the valley received the command, promptly rising and descending along the cliff, stealthily infiltrating the estate under the cover of night. Soon, in the backyard, he sensed a strong stench of blood. Upon entering, he beheld an ancient well, its depths glowing crimson, filled to the brim with fresh blood. A figure cloaked in black sat at the well's edge, legs submerged in the sanguine liquid, akin to a straw drawing from a drink, siphoning the blood. Numerous blood-colored insects flew in from all directions, their mouths agape, resembling a fountain as they poured their lifeblood into the well. The blood insect Lu Chun had been tracking was among them. However, as the blood corpse was slain, it had no time to kill, and drink it merely spat out a mouthful before being seized by the figure in black. Is this all there is? He seemed furious. The blood insect struggled in his grip, as if pleading. Moments later, the black-cloaked figure opened his eyes. My old wounds have resurfaced, requiring a copious amount of vital blood. I shall grant you another chance. Let us find you a new body. As he spoke, he grabbed a bell nearby and gave a shake. Soon, a blood corpse flew in from outside the courtyard, shouldering a large sack, which it discarded upon the ground. Upon opening it, a small girl of 8 or 9 years was revealed, bound by magic and unable to move, her eyes wide with terror as the figure in black seized her. The blood insect in his palm bit his finger, slowly burrowing into her. Do not fear. Soon you shall merge with it and become my blood servant. This is your honor. The black-cloaked figure sneered. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly turned, his face obscured by a mask, his eyes blazing with menace. What crawling creature dares to intrude? As he spoke, he raised his hand, condensing his magical power, and struck down with a force that created a deep pit in the ground. This is bad. I've been discovered. Lu Chun was astonished by the other's vigilance, and hurriedly commanded the scarecrow to leap over the wall and flee. However, the black-cloaked figure was swifter, his form like lightning, catching up in mere moments. Trying to escape? Come back. His hand reached out, capturing the scarecrow. With a fierce squeeze, the scarecrow exploded into a cloud of straw. A mere scarecrow puppet. Such a trifling spell has a control range of only 3 miles. You cannot evade. After crushing the scarecrow, the black-cloaked figure's gaze turned cold. His practice of controlling blood corpses through sorcery was utterly malevolent. If discovered by the disciples of Shushan, he would surely meet his demise. No matter the circumstances, he could not allow the news to leak. Pursue. Find him for me. As his voice fell, 2 blood shadows soared from the courtyard, revealing 2 more blood corpses, darting into the forest. That was close. Thankfully, my caution in using the scarecrow technique paid off. Otherwise, had I recklessly pursued, I would now be in grave danger. In the forest, Lu Chen's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that the master of the insects would be an evil cultivator, using goo insects to inject into living bodies, transforming them into blood corpses to kill and drain blood, thus cultivating his power. Such ruthlessness was staggering. To think that such a person lurked beneath the very foot of Shushan. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Lu Chun would scarcely have believed it. The man's strength was likely formidable as well. Otherwise, he could not have eluded the watchful eyes of the Shushan patrolling disciples. Judging by his control over the blood corpses and the force with which he had shattered the scarecrow, he was at least at the Foundation establishment level. This task was proving to be far from simple. Nonetheless, having encountered it, he felt compelled to attempt it. Though abandoning the mission would incur no punishment, it would also mean forfeiting the opportunity to grow stronger. I am only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. In a direct confrontation, I would stand no chance against a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, it seems this person bears injuries, so perhaps I do have a chance. But I must first eliminate the blood corpses by his side. As he contemplated, Lu Chun devised a plan. He reached out, gathering 2 handfuls of grass from the nearby thicket and weaving them into a larger scarecrow. He then infused it with magical energy and dripped a drop of his blood onto its brow. The scarecrow instantly came to life. However, due to its large size, Lu Chen's current level of magical power could only sustain it to move as swiftly as the smaller puppet, with a limited control range. Yet, it should suffice to attract the blood corpses, considering they were merely mindless creatures. Upon discovering the scarecrow, the black-cloaked figure will undoubtedly send the blood corpses to pursue it in order to eliminate witnesses. I shall lie in wait here, first dealing with his minions, Lu Chun thought, deliberately releasing a magical aura mixed with the scent of blood. He believed that once the blood corpses entered the forest, they would soon be drawn to him. After preparing, Lu Chen leaped upward, climbing a nearby tree. Soon, the wind in the forest grew fierce, the foliage rustling. Two blood shadows, one in front of the other, plunged into the woods, their decayed faces sniffing like hunting dogs. "They're coming," Lu Chen observed, immediately flicking his fingers. The scarecrow in the woods sprang to its feet, awkwardly darting outward. "Roar! Kill!" The two blood corpses shrieked hoarsely, brandishing their claws as they lunged forward, pinning the scarecrow to the ground, their gaping maws poised to bite down. However, the anticipated blood did not splatter forth. Instead, the blood corpses found only a mass of grass within their mouths. With their limited intelligence, they could not comprehend what had transpired. At that moment, a glint of cold light shot out from the treetop. With a swift sound, two heads soared into the air. The blood corpses swayed unsteadily before collapsing, dissolving into pools of blood. The goo insects embedded within them, sensing danger, attempted to flee. Yet Lu Chen, having gained experience, would not allow them to escape. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a burst of sword energy. The two blood insects shrieked in terror, cleaved in two by the sword light, writhing momentarily before falling silent. Chapter 003. One sword transforms into 3 clears ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying Blood Corpse, gaining experience 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying Blood Corpse, acquiring Blood Talisman, experience 100. The system notifications rang out successively. Had something dropped? Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then elated. From his understanding, there is only a 1 chance of obtaining skills or items upon defeating demons. He had previously slain countless scarecrows on the mountain, yet had only acquired a scarecrow spellbook. The drop rate was evidently quite low. Of course, it could also be due to the low level of the scarecrows. He hadn't expected that slaying these 2 blood corpses would yield unexpected rewards. Blood Talisman. A one-time talisman, upon use, can ignite vital blood, granting double mana enhancement. Duration, 180 seconds. It turned out to be merely a consumable talisman. After use, it would provide double mana for 3 minutes. Lu Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, having thought it might be a skill book. Nevertheless, the effect of this blood talisman was indeed quite practical. He would soon confront the malevolent cultivator, and it would come in handy. A malevolent cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage could certainly be considered a minor boss, right? Hopefully, he would drop something worthwhile. Lost in thought, Lu Chen leaped down and reformed a scarecrow with his mana. He then draped the clothing left by the blood corpses over the scarecrow. After a bit of dressing up, he lifted it and made his way toward the manor in the valley. He did not expect the scarecrow's crude disguise to fool his opponent. He only aimed to buy himself a bit of time to get closer to the target. When the previous scarecrow was crushed, he had left a blade of grass on the black-robed man as a mark of mana. The man was still in the manor, having not escaped. After a few leaps, Lu Chen had returned to the manor in the valley. The black-robed figure remained seated at the well, facing away from the door. Unbeknownst to him, 2 more blood corpses had appeared, guarding him in the center. Lu Chen hadn't anticipated that the opponent would summon additional blood corpses from elsewhere. He was being quite cautious. However, Lu Chen had no intention of recklessly launching a frontal assault. Without absolute power, he would never choose such a flamboyant method of combat. Scarecrow, advance. He secretly urged his mana, and the scarecrow, clad in the blood corpse's attire, staggered toward the manor entrance. Simultaneously, Lu Chen, under the cover of night, stealthily infiltrated from another direction. "Why have you returned alone?" The black-robed man quickly noticed the blood-like shadow at the door and inquired. However, the scarecrow did not respond, merely continuing to lower its head and move forward. The black-robed man, sharp as he was, soon sensed something amiss, and a cold smirk spread across his face. "So, it's you, little rat. Kill him." With that command, the 2 nearby blood corpses sprang to life, roaring as they charged toward the scarecrow. With a loud bang, the scarecrow exploded into fragments. Amidst the chaos, Lu Chen made his move. His flying sword shot forth, piercing through the air like a bolt of lightning, directly into the fray. With a soft thud, it pierced through one blood corpse's skull. Almost immediately, the flying sword arced in the air. Changing directly Chapter 4. Lousy and Amp. Oppos. S swift blade empowered by the blood talisman. Lu Chun and Amp. Oppos. S magical prowess doubled. Although he still fell short of matching the foundational cultivators. This enhancement was significant. Coupled with his sharp swordsmanship and mastery of the flying sword technique, he was indeed a rarity in the entire Shushan sect. The figure in the black robe, however, was injured and seemed unable to leave the ancient well easily. Thus, he could only exert a maximum of 30% of his strength. With the shifting tides of power, Lu Chun quickly turned the tables. His sword light dancing like a flurry of stars, its chilling brilliance forcing the black-robed man to retreat step by step, almost closing the distance to 3 zhang. Curse it, I didn't expect this brat to possess talismans as well. The black-robed man's eyes glinted with coldness. Lu Chen's strength surpassed his expectations. Who could have foreseen that a mere nascent Qi novice could cultivate the Shushan flying sword technique to perfection? Furthermore, he also wielded the art of the straw man and talismans. Such power was indeed rare, even among the outer disciples of Shushan. Being at the foot of Shushan, where the sword guards frequently passed, it was imperative to resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, discovery would mean certain death. In the midst of his thoughts, the murderous intent in the black-robed man and Oppos' eyes intensified. Blood River Great Art. He trembled, and from the ancient well beneath him, a surge of blood light erupted like a geyser, enveloping the surroundings in a crimson mist. Guided by his magical energy, the blood coalesced into tendrils resembling those of an octopus, sweeping in from all directions. These blood tendrils were remarkably powerful, capable of easily shattering rocks. The blood light swirling around them exuded a foul aura, specifically designed to taint the flying sword's magical energy. Lu Chen dared not confront them head-on and swiftly ascended, his flying sword swirling around him, forming a radiant barrier that repelled the ghastly claws. Let's see how long you can endure. The black-robed man scoffed disdainfully. 8 blood tendrils lashed out wildly, while his 2 arms transformed into blades, poised for an attack. A foundational cultivator was indeed formidable. Even with the blood talisman's enhancement, he still struggled to withstand the onslaught. The duration of the talisman was nearing its end. He had but one chance. As the surrounding sword light continued to dwindle, Lu Chen remained vigilant, yet calm. He observed the trajectory of the opponent's attacks while secretly accessing the system interface, allocating the recently acquired 500 experience points entirely to his cultivation. Instantly, his magical energy surged again, propelling him to the 10th layer of nascent Qi. With the amplification from the blood talisman, his magical energy, though still inferior to that of the black-robed man, was now nearly equal. Suddenly, Lu Chun and Oppos' gaze sharpened. He detected a fleeting gap in the black-robed man's attack. Now, without hesitation, he seized the sword hilt mid-air. The protective sword light surrounding him converged upon the blade, merging as if countless flying swords had united, bursting forth in a resplendent radiance. Kill! With his body in sync with the sword, Lu Chen plunged downwards, embodying the essence of the blade, akin to a shooting star. A thunderous roar erupted as the sword energy exploded. The 8 blood tendrils shattered simultaneously, raining down a deluge of crimson. Lu Chen's sword pierced through layers of defense, advancing directly towards the black-robed man, its sharp, icy glint aimed at his brow. Impossible! How could your magical energy have surged again? The black-robed man was taken aback, swiftly retracting his arms in a crossguard. Yet, at this moment, Lu Chun had mobilized nearly all his magical energy, concentrating it into this single strike, its might magnified beyond measure. The blade descended, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Blood splattered as the black-robed man's arms were nearly severed. The blade then cut deep into his neck, penetrating 3 inches. For an ordinary person, such a wound would result in instant death. However, the black-robed man, possessing a formidable physique, did not perish immediately. A ghastly cry escaped his lips as his black robe disintegrated, transforming into a stream of blood light that fled towards the courtyard and Oppos' exit. Another escape technique? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. But you've been grievously injured. Where could you possibly run? As he spoke, he took a step forward, his figure resembling a drifting feather as he pursued outside. At that moment, he noticed the black-robed man's silhouette vanish into the nearby woods, followed by a resonant sword cry. A fragmented corpse fell from the sky. Was he intercepted? Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He quickly opened the system, only to find that the task had neither concluded nor failed. As he pondered, a figure emerged from the forest. It was a young man in his 20s, tall and handsome, clad in a long robe with a flying sword slung across his back, unmistakably a patrolling disciple of Shushan. However, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Who dares to sow chaos at the foot of Shushan? Truly unaware of the consequences, the young man alighted, examining the corpse on the ground before directing his gaze at Lu Chen, inquiring, "Junior brother, are you unscathed?" Lu Chen scrutinized the newcomer, sensing an oddity. This senior brother is rather fortunate. Just as the black-robed man was about to flee into the woods, you appear to slay him. How serendipitous. Nevertheless, Lu Chen feigned relief, responding with a smile, "Thank you, senior brother, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, this malevolent cultivator might have escaped." As he spoke, he approached the young man while discreetly channeling his magical energy. Previously, he had left a faint magical imprint on the black-robed man to ensure his capture. This was now useful for identifying the newcomer. The young swordsman, unaware of Lu Chen's intentions, relaxed his guard as he sheathed his sword, a flicker of relief crossing his face. Yet, he questioned, "I was ordered to patrol the mountains. Several miles away, I witnessed a crimson glow, so I hastened here." "Junior brother, what transpired?" "Oh, a deranged and vile evil cultivator was here crafting blood corpses and murdering innocents for power, and I happened upon him," Lu Chen replied. Feigning a smile, the young man maintained his composure. After hearing Lu Chen and Appo's account, he grew solemn, stating, "I did not expect such grave matters to occur at the foot of Shushan. This is of great significance, junior brother. Please accompany me back to the sect to report to the sect leader in person." His words bore no apparent flaws, though he seemed rather hasty. Why would he believe a single account without investigating the estate? Lu Chen harbored a cold laugh within, his gaze subtly drifting toward the young man's arms and neck. Although he could not discern the method employed to conceal his injuries, minute traces were still visible. Coupled with the feedback from the magical imprint, Lu Chen had already deduced the truth. However, he did not rush into action. After all, the other was a foundational cultivator, and it was uncertain whether he had any life-saving trump cards. It was best to await a decisive opportunity. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen pretended to stagger, his face paling. "Senior brother, I used a secret technique to enhance my magical energy during the battle with the evil cultivator, and now I suffer a backlash. I cannot move." "What? How severe?" The young man's eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible glimmer of joy as he hurried toward Lu Chen. He secretly channeled his magical energy. Yet, in that instant, Lu Chen abruptly turned, opening his mouth to unleash a sword energy that pierced swiftly through the young man's throat. Chapter 005. A profitable undertaking. The figure cloaked in black had transformed himself into an iron corpse, nearly impervious to blades and spears. However, due to his injuries, his torso and neck remained relatively vulnerable. Lu Chen unleashed a concentrated blast of sword energy at close range, catching his opponent completely off guard. The attack pierced directly through the throat. Blood gushed forth in torrents. The young swordsman's face turned ashen, terror evident as he clutched his neck and staggered backward. Disbelief etched on his features. His magical power rapidly waned, unable to sustain his form any longer. The scars on his neck and arms soon became visible. Indeed, he was the black-cloaked figure. How could you brother, your little tricks might fool others, but to deceive me, you still lack the finesse." Lu Chen rose to his feet, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his breathing remarkably steady. His earlier turmoil in blood and energy was not entirely feigned. The duration of the blood talisman had expired, leading to a slight depletion in his vitality. However, this was of no consequence. With a few days of rest, he would fully recover. His adversary had fallen for the ruse of diminished vitality, attempting to seize the opportunity for a comeback, only to be preempted by Lu Chen's decisive strike. Though your subterfuge was skillfully executed, ultimately, it was a miscalculation. Lu Chen shook his head. At this moment, His opponent had sustained grievous injuries, clinging to life only through sheer will. Yet, he could no longer muster any resurgence. Who would have thought my Lu Cheng would fall to a nameless pawn like you? The young swordsman offered a sorrowful smile. It was only now that Lu Cheng learned his name, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. You have entered Shushan, and at such a young age, have cultivated to the foundational stage. Your future was bright. There was truly no need to stray down this dark path. What do you know? Without the blood-soul great method, with my talent, I could never have established my foundation. I do not wish to be a mere mortal. I only want to grow stronger, to stand out. Is that wrong? Desiring strength is not inherently wrong. It should not come at the cost of innocent lives. Brother, you have succumbed to the demonic path. There is no salvation for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun recognized the depth of his opponent and oppose as corruption. He saw no reason to end Chapter 006 primarily. I am inclined to assist. Save me. The young girl lay on the ground, her expression one of agony and frailty. Having uttered these words, it seemed she had expended all her strength. Her head tilted, and she fainted. It was a complete loss of consciousness. However, this predicament posed a challenge for me. Lu Chun furrowed his brows. He recalled this young girl. Previously, while the straw man was scouting, he had witnessed Lu Chun capture her and insert a bloodworm into her body. He had presumed that she would have succumbed to death, transformed into a blood corpse. To his astonishment, she exhibited such resilience, still retaining her consciousness and not yet devoured by the bloodworm. This left Lu Chun in a quandary. For such a small child, to neglect saving her would weigh heavily on his conscience. Yet, how could he rescue her? The bloodworm had already burrowed into her body, and he was unfamiliar with such malevolent sorcery. He might not be able to extract it. If he attempted to save her and failed halfway, leading to her transformation into a blood corpse that could then bite him, it would be a catastrophic blunder. Just as Lu Chun found himself in a state of indecision, a prompt resonated. Ding. Congratulations, the host has triggered a fortuitous task. Young girl. Task details. This girl is afflicted by a blood curse, yet retains her consciousness, indicating she possesses extraordinary qualities. If she can be healed, unforeseen rewards may follow. Could it be that this young girl harbors some hidden secret? Unfortunately, the system's task description was vague, leaving Lu Chun unaware of the specific rewards. Nevertheless, given the potential benefits, he resolved to attempt it. As long as he proceeded with caution, the danger should not be insurmountable. The nature of the reward was secondary. His primary intention was to lend assistance. In contemplation, Lu Chun extended his hand, removed the cloth strips beside him, and infused them with his magical essence to fashion a rope binding the young girl. This measure was to prevent her from awakening and attacking him in a frenzy. After securing her, he lifted her onto his shoulder. As for detoxification and healing, he had no expertise. He could only return to Mount Shu and seek the aid of the sex elders. With the young girl in tow, Lu Chun destroyed the ancient well's blood pool in the courtyard and, once everything was in order, set off back to Mount Shu. Upon entering the mountain gate, numerous disciples were engaged in sword practice in the square. Upon seeing Lu Chun carrying a bound girl, their expressions turned peculiar. Lu Chun was disinclined to explain himself, so he proceeded directly to the Sword Immortal Hall to seek an audience with the headmaster, Qing Suzhenren. Mount Shu was populated with many disciples, and the hierarchy was strict. Typically, an outer disciple like Lu Chun would not have the privilege to request an audience with the headmaster. However, due to his earlier exploits outside the Demon Lock Tower, which had garnered considerable attention, Qing Suzhenren had previously praised him, encouraging disciples to emulate his diligence. Thus, he was somewhat familiar to the headmaster. Upon claiming he had urgent matters to report, Qing Suzhenren made an exception and permitted him entry into the Sword Immortal Hall. This hall was the central hub among the 9 peaks of Mount Shu, serving as the residence of the headmaster and a place for important discussions. Generally, aside from Qing Suzhenren, no one else was allowed to step inside. Lu Chun entered with the young girl and beheld an elderly man with white hair seated in meditation before an ancestral statue, surrounded by swirling sword energy, an extraordinary sight. This man was none other than the current headmaster of Mount Shu, Qing Suzhenren. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he was once renowned as the sword god. now having attained the celestial realm, ranking among the top 10 figures in the world. Disciple Lu Chen pays respects to the headmaster. Lu Chen dared not be negligent in the presence of such a formidable figure, hastily bowing in reverence. Upon hearing this, Qing Su Zhen opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across Lu Chen, which evoked an uncanny sensation akin to being sliced by a sword. It felt as though he was being seen through to his very core. Of course, it was merely an illusion. Lu Chen, I remember you. In just 3 months since your entry, you have remarkably reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, a commendable achievement among outer disciples. Qing Su Zhen remarked with a slight nod, his eyes reflecting approval. Each disciple of Mount Shu underwent a basic aptitude test upon entry, and he recalled that Lu Chen's displayed talent had been rather ordinary. The fact that he had made such rapid progress in a short time indicated his diligence and dedication, particularly reminiscent of his fervent sword practice outside the Demon Lock Tower. Little did the headmaster know that Lu Chen's practice of slaying straw men was merely a fade, and his true objective was to gain experience points. As for his current prowess, well, aside from hard work, it largely stemmed from the assistance of a game mechanism. The stars do not fail those who strive, and rivers favor those who paddle diligently. The heavens reward the industrious, and your future is promising. Qing Su Zhen encouraged him before shifting his focus to the young girl, his brow furrowing in concern. This child carries malevolent energy. What is the cause? When it came to the matter at hand, Lu Chen wasted no time. He retrieved Lu Cheng's identity jade token from his pocket and recounted the events that had transpired in detail. The Blood Soul Great Method? Qing Su Zhen's frown deepened upon hearing this. This is a technique of the Blood Soul sect, exceedingly sinister, requiring the consumption of living blood to cultivate. It once incited considerable chaos, and I personally eradicated their lair. To think, remnants of the Blood Soul sect still exist in the world, and they have infiltrated our Mount Shu disciples. The Blood Soul sect? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This sounded like a nefarious sect. Should he inquire further at this point, it could potentially trigger a related task. However, he pondered. A sect capable of prompting the sword god himself to take action must be extraordinarily powerful. With his current strength, involving himself could lead to dire consequences. It was prudent to refrain from entanglement for the time being. Thus, Lu Chen focused inward, observing his thoughts without interjecting. Qing Su Zhen did not expect a mere disciple to offer profound insights. After lamenting, he turned back and stated, regarding Lu Cheng's affairs, "You have performed admirably, purging evil and safeguarding the integrity of Mount Shu, ridding us of a pestilence, which is a significant contribution. However, given the implications involving the Blood Soul sect, which could incite widespread panic, it is best not to publicize this matter for now." Disciple understands, Lu Chen replied. Mount Shu has always upheld a clear distinction between reward and punishment. You have rendered a great service this time. If you desire a reward, speak freely. As long as it is not excessive, I shall make an exception, Qing Su Zhen offered. I get to choose my reward? This was unexpected. Might I request the Mount Shu and Amp, Oppo's, treasured artifact, the demon-suppressing sword? If that is not feasible, I would be delighted to learn the headmaster and Amp, Oppo's, ultimate skill, the Amp, Oppo's, Starry Sword Classic, and Amp, Oppo's, yet. Lu Chen was aware that voicing such requests was likely imprudent and could lead to unfavorable impressions, detrimental to his future prospects. If Qing Su Zhen were to directly grant him a reward, he would graciously accept it. However, being asked what he wanted posed a dilemma. Asking for something trivial would be self-deprecating, while requesting something grand would likely be denied. Thus, he resigned himself to the likelihood of not reaping any substantial benefits. With reluctance, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and clasped his hands, saying, "Purging evil and safeguarding the path is the duty of Mount Shu disciples. I dare not take credit. If the headmaster insists on granting me a reward, I only beseech you to intervene and save this poor young girl." Chapter 007. The reincarnation of the exiled celestial disciples seek no rewards. They only implore the master to intervene and save this unfortunate girl. Lu Chen lamented, at a loss for what to request as a reward. He thought to himself that even if he could not obtain a reward, It would be sufficient if he could complete the quest for a fortuitous encounter. However, Qingshu Jinren was unaware of the underlying reasons. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, he could not help but regard him with newfound respect. This young man is diligent and possesses a noble spirit of chivalry and compassion. He is indeed a person of great potential. It is rare to find someone like you among the younger generation who would willingly forsake personal accolades to save a life. Qingshu Jinren praised. He then raised his hand and grasped the air. The ropes binding the little girl fell away, and her petite form floated gently before him. With a flick of his aged finger, he touched the center of the child's brow. The surge of his spiritual power rippled outward, creating waves of energy around her. This blood insect toxin, once it enters the human body, swiftly devours the brain, obliterating consciousness and subsequently seizing control of the body, transforming it into a blood corpse to be manipulated, a sinister technique of the blood soul sect. Ordinarily, a mortal body would be unable to withstand such a poisonous curse, and the girl should have perished by now. After a thorough examination, astonishment flickered in Qingshu Jinren and Appo's eyes. The mysteries of the womb, the barrier of the purple mansion. No wonder, he exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. Lu Chun, the girl you saved, is extraordinary. Of course, I am aware of her uniqueness. The system has assigned me a quest for a fortuitous encounter, Lu Chun thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. He feigned humility and asked, Master, what is her current condition? The blood insect will immediately consume the brain and extinguish intellect, a fate even deities struggle to avert. Yet, this girl is remarkable. Within her brain's purple mansion lies a barrier safeguarding her true spirit from annihilation. As a result, the blood insect has failed to kill her. Ah, the purple mansion barrier? What is that? Have you heard of the exiled celestial? Lu Chun paused for a moment before nodding and replying, a celestial descending into the mortal realm. Experiencing the vicissitudes of life is an exiled celestial. Qingshu Jinren nodded and continued, Indeed, it is said that above the 9 heavens, there exist immortals who possess eternal life and transcend worldly matters. However, even immortals are not invulnerable. They may face tribulations and reincarnate into the mortal realm. To preserve their true spirit, exiled celestials possess a purple mansion barrier in their brains to prevent untimely demise during their time in the womb, until they awaken and unlock the treasures of the purple mansion, thereby regaining memories of their past lives. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun, even if somewhat naive, grasped the significance. He could hardly believe it. Are you saying that the little girl I inadvertently saved is a reincarnated exiled celestial? A reincarnation to cultivate anew, dozen and Appo's tea that fit the mold of a protagonist? He gazed at the unconscious girl, momentarily lost in thought. This fortuitous encounter seemed overwhelmingly significant. Qingshu Jinren, however, remained composed. Reincarnated exiled celestials have existed throughout history. This is not an extraordinary occurrence. While they possess innate wisdom until their awakening, they're no different from ordinary people, perhaps just possessing slightly higher talents. This girl has clearly only recently reincarnated and is far from the day of awakening. Her current tribulations and your act of salvation are merely the workings of fate. As he spoke, Qingshu Jinren continued to act, channeling his energy to unleash 12 strands of sword qi, each entering one of the 12 vital points of the girl's body. In the next moment, she spat out a mouthful of black blood. The monstrous insect within her was crushed by the sword qi, mingling with her blood as it was expelled. Well, the blood insect within her has been eliminated. With a few days of rest, she will recover. Qingshu Jinren retracted his spiritual power and gently pushed, sending the girl back to Lu Chen's side. The blood vessels on her face had receded, making her appear like a charming porcelain doll in slumber. Thank you, Master. Seeing the girl unharmed, Lu Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then glanced at the system's task interface, puzzled that the quest for a fortuitous encounter had not marked itself as complete, nor had it granted any rewards. Could it be that the benefits would only be revealed once the girl awakened her innate wisdom? After all, a quest for a fortuitous encounter differs from a standard task, lacking concrete criteria for success or failure, and may not yield immediate rewards. Does this mean I must continue to act as her caretaker until she grows up and awakens her wisdom? Reincarnated exiled celestials come with their own fates. Since you have brought this girl back, you shall be responsible for her care. She likely has no family left in the mortal realm and may stay here at Mount Shu for the time being. At this moment, Qingshu Jinren spoke again. I suspected that this caretaking duty would fall to me, Lu Chun thought, speechless yet unwilling to refuse. After all, a reincarnated exiled celestial would undoubtedly become a figure of immense significance in the future. If he could forge a benevolent bond with her, the potential benefits would be unimaginable. Yet, he was somewhat perplexed. Logically, a reincarnated exiled celestial should surpass most of the world geniuses. Given that Qingshu Jinren was aware of the girl's potential, why did he not directly take her into the fold of Mount Shu to enhance its strength with an exiled celestial, instead of leaving her in his care? Was there perhaps another reason behind this? With these questions swirling in his mind, Lu Chun dared not voice them, merely nodding in agreement. Qingshu Jinren then cautioned, her identity must not be disclosed to anyone else to avoid unnecessary complications. Furthermore, until she awakens on her own, you must not reveal anything about her reincarnation. Otherwise, it may affect her innate wisdom and lead to uncontrollable consequences. I understand, Master. Lu Chun certainly would not engage in any actions that might hinder her growth. Once he had finished discussing matters concerning the girl, Qingshu Jinren turned his attention back to Lu Chun, expressing genuine admiration. Although you were unaware of the girl and Appo's origins, you still chose to exert yourself to save her. Such integrity is truly commendable. While you have willingly forsaken a reward as the master of Mount Shu, I cannot let my disciples go unrewarded. With that, he waved his sleeve, summoning a radiant aura of spiritual power, and a blue lotus flower floated into his hand. This flower, roughly the size of a palm, glimmered with a vibrant azure light, appearing as if carved from jade and exuding pure celestial energy. Having reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, you must now consider the matter of foundation building. This blue lotus, a treasure I acquired in my youth, will assist you in your foundational cultivation. As he spoke, the blue lotus drifted down into Lu Chun and Appo's grasp. Wow, a treasure of heaven and earth? Lu Chun was overwhelmed with delight. He had thought that any reward was beyond hope, yet unexpectedly, after saving a life, he received an even greater prize. Heavenly treasures are exceedingly rare on earth, often accompanied by miraculous effects. Though Lu Chun possessed a foundation-building pill, having a treasure of heaven and earth to assist him would undoubtedly enhance his strength after building his foundation. The master is truly a benevolent person. Thankfully, he had refrained from greedily requesting a reward, for had Qingshu Jinren not perceived his compassionate heart, he would certainly not have easily bestowed the blue lotus upon him. What a windfall! What a tremendous gain! Chapter 008 Foundation Breakthrough. The Jade Green Lotus, a miraculous entity flourishing in the weak water, is a treasure of heaven and earth, capable of assisting in foundation establishment. Observing the lotus in his hand, Lu Chun and Appo's face radiated joy. Although he was yet unaware of the specific effects the lotus would yield post-foundation, it was certain that a product from the weak water would not be lacking in potency. Thank you, Master. Lu Chun expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The esteemed Qingshu Jinren merely waved his hand and presented Lu Chun with a jade talisman, stating, "You currently reside in the outer sex common quarters. It may prove inconvenient to care for this girl there. This is a dwelling in a cave on the back mountain, which I once used for secluded cultivation. It is tranquil and elegant. You may reside there. After all, you are about to establish your foundation and become an inner sect disciple, so this cave is not a violation of rules." What a generous gesture! Not only has he bestowed me a treasure of heaven and earth, but he also offers a luxurious villa. Such magnanimity from the master. Lu Chun graciously accepted the gift, expressing his thanks once more before departing the Sword Immortal Hall, carrying the unconscious girl. He was eager to explore his new cave dwelling. This boy bears a striking resemblance to that individual, Qingshu Jinren mused as he observed Lu Chen's retreating figure. He then glanced at the girl on Lu Chen's back, a hint of concern shadowing his brow. The arrival of another celestial being was unpredictable. Whether it heralded fortune or calamity for Mount Shu remained uncertain. This realm could soon witness significant upheaval. Lost in thought, Jinren turned and cast a sword light toward the 7 most formidable peaks of Mount Shu. His authoritative voice resonated through the peak's caverns. The Bloodsoul sect has resurfaced. Potential calamity looms. Brothers and sisters, gather at the Sword Immortal Hall to discuss countermeasures. Mount Shu, in truth, is merely a collective term. Its full name should be the 10,000 Great Mountains of Shu. The Shu Mountain Sword Sect is nestled deep within the central 9 peaks. Aside from the main peak, Sword Immortal Peak, there are 7 other peaks named after the Northern Dipper. Additionally, the Back Mountain, though lacking a prominent name, is home to the renowned Demon Locking Tower and Sword Tomb. Consequently, malevolent energies often seep forth, giving rise to various monsters, rendering the Back Mountain a forbidden zone, rarely tread upon by ordinary disciples. The cave dwelling gifted by Jinren is situated within the forested expanse of the Back Mountain. This should be the place, Lu Chen thought as he arrived at the Back Mountain, swiftly locating the cave's location. Before him, a waterfall cascaded into a cold pool, surrounded by lush greenery. A bamboo villa lay nestled within this serene setting. It appeared somewhat dilapidated and modest, a far cry from the luxurious mansion he had envisioned. Nonetheless, the geographical position was excellent, with the fragrance of flowers and the melodious chirping of birds, blessed by the spirit of the earth. To the left was the Sword Tomb, and to the right, the Demon Locking Tower. A formidable defensive sword array was also set up to deter any monsters born from the mountains. Not bad at all. The courtyard even contained a spiritual field that could automatically draw water from the waterfall for irrigation. With a little tidying up, it could be used to cultivate spiritual herbs. Lu Chen activated the talisman to open the barrier and stepped inside. He surveyed his surroundings and felt quite satisfied. The spacious and secluded environment promised no disturbances from others. And with the Demon Locking Tower nearby, it would be convenient to venture out and slay monsters. From now on, this will be our home. Lu Chen carried the girl into the bamboo villa. Despite being uninhabited for many years, the place remained clean and tidy due to the protective array. The villa had 2 levels. The first floor comprised a kitchen, a living room, and a small courtyard for sword practice, filled with wooden dummies bearing numerous sword scars, indicating that the master had once diligently honed his skills there. The second level contained 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms, and a study, sufficient for habitation. "You little girl, you certainly can sleep," Lu Chen remarked as he looked at the still unconscious child, gently placing her in one of the bedrooms. He then rose and entered the study. There were quite a few books left behind, mostly travelogues and insights on swordsmanship, but none of the secret techniques he had hoped to find, which left him a tad disappointed. He had imagined the master might have left behind some profound arts. However, within this study, there was also a small meditation room, adorned with a compact spirit-gathering formation capable of absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to aid cultivation. A most suitable place for a foundation breakthrough. Perfect. Here, I shall consume the foundation pill and strive for a breakthrough. With this thought, Lu Chen wasted no time. He used the jade talisman to open the defensive sword array outside the cave, just in case. He then proceeded to the meditation room, sitting cross-legged within. Attempting to invoke the Tai Ching induction technique, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy converge towards him. After several breaths, the energy flowed into his body, transforming into a steady stream of magical power. The concentration of spiritual energy was commendable. Cultivating here was significantly faster than outside. However, as a player endowed with extraordinary abilities, conventional cultivation seemed beneath him. It was imperative to break through the foundation swiftly. Enhancing his strength was the true path to embarking on adventures and leveling up. While pondering, Lu Chen flipped his palm, and a heavenly grade foundation pill shimmering with golden light appeared in his grasp. Without hesitation, he consumed it. As the pill entered his stomach, it dissolved instantly, releasing a faint golden aura that coursed through his limbs like a tempest, surging towards his dantian, transforming into a torrent of magical power. Boom! The sound of a roaring tempest echoed from within him, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Lu Chen felt the magical power within him stir restlessly, blood surging upward, as if striving to shatter the unseen shackles binding him. Crack! In an instant, Lu Chen heard a crisp sound, akin to something being shattered. A vast amount of spiritual energy was drawn into his body, morphing into magical power, breaching the original barrier of his dantian and entering a more expansive realm. His dantian was now broadened. A realization dawned upon Lu Chen. This must represent the limit of a typical human and Oppo's foundation establishment. If he ceased now, he could immediately possess the magical power of a foundational human. Yet, how could he confine himself to such limitations? A mere human foundation was grossly insufficient. He demanded more. Lu Chen had consumed a heavenly-grade foundation pill. Settling for human foundation would be a squandering of resources. Without hesitation, he channeled all of his magical power, continuing to push upward. The magical energy within him surged like a beam of sword light, soaring into the heavens, relentlessly breaking through the darkness. Time lost its meaning as Lu Chen sensed an impending barrier, like a wall obstructing his path. At that moment, the jade green lotus, responding to his plight, flew forth, radiating a brilliant luminescence. The jade light surged like a tidal wave, petals of the lotus unfurling gracefully, enveloping Lu Chen in a cocoon of brilliance. Chapter 009. Defying fate. At the moment when Lu Chen was wholeheartedly forging his foundation to break through beneath the foot of Mount Shu within the valley estate, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air. A figure gradually emerged from the brilliance of the sword, cloaked in darkness and donning a black hat. The individual was shrouded in obscurity, rendering their features indiscernible. That waste, Lu Chen, was eliminated before I could even deploy him. What a futile effort. The figure cursed, their voice youthful. Lu Chen's demise likely alerted Mount Shu to our presence. They may soon take action. Master, what should we do? Though clearly alone, the figures seemed to be conversing with an unseen presence. After a lengthy pause, they continued, with my current strength, attempting to enter the demon-locking tower would be tantamount to seeking my own demise. I can only lie low for now. However, the disappearance of Lu Cheng's dual fish pendant poses a significant risk. As they spoke, the figure produced a jade pendant from their robes, resembling the one Lu Chen had worn. This dual fish pendant was originally a pair, with the pendant as the primary focus and the fish as a supplementary tool. It had been bestowed upon Lu Chen to help conceal his aura and serve as a means of monitoring and communication. Unfortunately, with Lu Cheng's death, the pendant had been taken. Although this object could not actively sense or communicate with Lu Chen and Oppo's pendant should have fallen into the hands of the higher-ups at Mount Shu. Tracking them would be no difficult task. This person must be within Mount Shu. My disciple will swiftly locate him to eliminate any future threats. Upon concluding, the figure unleashed a surge of magical flames, igniting the estate before commandeering their flying sword and vanishing into the valley. Meanwhile, within the bamboo pavilion at the rear mountain, Lu Chen was still fervently breaking through. As the jade green lotus fused with his being, he felt his energy sea and dantian expand further. A torrent of spiritual energy surged in, coalescing into magical power, and his strength escalated steadily. The foundation of the earthly stage had been established, while the effects of the heavenly stage foundation pill continued to amplify his physical limits. In a trance, Lu Chen felt as though he had ascended, akin to a beam of sword light piercing the heavens, striving to breach the clouds and unveil the gates of the sky. At that moment, thunderous clouds gathered, and a golden hand descended from the heavens. Lu Chen sensed an unprecedented pressure, an overwhelming force of nature that no mortal could dare to confront. He felt akin to a sinner, unwelcomed by the cosmos. A voice echoed in his mind, roaring in fury, "Retreat! How dare a mortal covet the power of the heavens? You may only go this far. Step back, and all shall be calm. But should you dare to advance, chaos shall ensue." This was the heart demon triggered by the heavenly stage foundation, shaking his resolve. Lu Chen recognized that if he retreated now, he might preserve his earthly stage foundation, leading to a promising future. Yet, he would relinquish his fierce determination to progress, planting the seeds of fear in his heart. Given time, this would evolve into a heart demon, a shackle that even the system could not eradicate. Should the human heart falter, no external aid would suffice. I shall not retreat. In my past life, I lived in mediocrity, and now that I have been granted a second chance, how can I resign myself to be an ant once more? What the heavenly will? Humanity shall triumph over fate. I shall advance. Lu Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Memories of his past life flickered through his mind. Ordinary schooling, mundane work, unremarkable existence, and an unceremonious death. This was not the life he envisioned. Where he could go and what he could achieve was for him alone to decide. With a thunderous shout, the magical power within him surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Swift as wind, fierce as fire, transforming into thunder and lightning. An array of extraordinary phenomena coalesced into a singular beam of sword light. This sword, born of his heart, was the manifestation of his will. With magical power serving merely as fuel, Lu Chen understood this was his opportunity to leap through the Dragon Gate. Only by crossing this threshold could he truly establish himself in this world. No longer would he be an ant. He would not bow his head again. He spread his arms wide, his white robe billowing, and the lotus beneath him burst into a flurry of petals, converging into the sword light. This was the essence of the earthly stage foundation. He had gambled everything. Should he fail now, there would be no retreat. Forward, forward, forward. Lu Chen raised his head to the heavens, stepping into the air, and the sword light around him erupted into brilliance. In an instant, it transformed into a towering sword pillar, soaring towards the firmament. With a resounding roar, thunder clapped as the sword light clashed with the golden hand. In that moment, the heavens fell silent and all illusion shattered. When Lu Chen reopened his eyes, the magical power within him gradually subsided. A golden radiance cascaded from above, enveloping him, as torrents of magical energy converged. The heavenly stage foundation had been successfully established. Lu Chen was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The perils of the heavenly stage foundation were indeed formidable. One had to confront the phantoms of the mind. Had his resolve faltered even slightly, he would have surely failed. This was a feat that even the system could not assist with. Now at long last he had triumphed. The heavenly stage foundation was a rare and exceptional gift, laying a solid groundwork for his future cultivation. Lu Chen felt as though he had undergone a complete transformation, with his aptitude, comprehension, and magical power significantly enhanced across the board. Ding! Congratulations, host! The heavenly stage foundation has been successfully established, granting you a fragment of heavenly power, enabling you to defy fate and acquire a unique talent. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the talent Supreme Sword Heart. Supreme Sword Heart. Even in the face of the heavens, you shall not lose the courage to draw your sword. With an indomitable sword heart, you shall forge ahead, possessing boundless potential in the path of the sword. Incredible! Defying fate has granted me a talent boost. So this is the terrifying aspect of the heavenly stage foundation. Not only did it elevate my abilities across the board, but it also bestowed upon me a unique talent. I have struck gold. Lu Chen and Oppos. His heart raced with excitement. With the Supreme Sword Heart talent, his swordplay would have its power at least doubled. Furthermore, any sword technique he cultivated would become easier and more potent. Given time, becoming the next sword god and opening the gates of heaven with his sword would not be impossible. Exhilaration surged through him. The heavenly stage foundation pill was indeed extraordinary. A product of the system, Lu Chen felt utterly satisfied. Attempting to channel the magical power within him, he discovered a small phantom of a green lotus manifesting in his dantian. This was likely the auxiliary effect of the jade green lotus in foundation building, essentially incorporating the benefits of the earthly stage foundation. What a tremendous gain! Lu Chen reached out with his magical power to touch the green lotus, and a stream of jade-like brilliance flowed forth, akin to a cascade of light, possessing the ability to refine the flesh and heal injuries. Excellent. This green lotus light should be characteristic of the earthly stage foundation. In the future, when revealed, the earthly stage foundation's talent will be sufficiently impressive. As for the heavenly stage foundation, given its rarity, it is best kept as a trump card, not to be disclosed lightly. In contemplation, Lu Chen affixed the dual fish pendant to his waist to obscure a portion of his magical aura. He then took up his sword and soared towards the cold pond beneath the waterfall outside the pavilion. He wished to test just how much his combat prowess had improved since establishing his foundation. Chapter 10. The one in the pool, the waterfall at the back of the mountain, is a cascade of water overflowing from the celestial pond atop the peak, cascading majestically like a silken ribbon. It is certainly one of the remarkable sights of the Shushan Mountains. Beneath the waterfall lies a cold pool, its emerald waters deep and clear, reminiscent of amber. Lu Chen soared from the bamboo pavilion to hover above the chilly waters. At this moment, he had successfully established his foundation, his magical prowess greatly enhanced, allowing him to wield a flying sword and traverse the skies momentarily. Let me test the might of my newly acquired sword technique, he thought. As he spoke, Lu Chen extended his fingers like a blade, channeling his magic to summon the sword beneath his feet, which shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, striking fiercely at the rushing waterfall ahead. A thunderous roar ensued. Water splashed violently as the sword energy tore through the waterfall, only to be quickly submerged. His magical power had indeed increased significantly, capable of cleaving through the 1,000-foot cascade with a single strike. However, he was still far from achieving the level of severing the flow entirely. Thus, the flying sword could only carve a small opening before being overwhelmed by the torrent, crashing into the cold pool with a resounding clatter. This won't do. Although my magical power and realm have improved, the techniques of Taiching's sensing chapter and swordsmanship are merely rudimentary, far from the strength I desire. Previously, after vanquishing Lu Chen, he had accumulated a considerable amount of experience points. It was time to refine his skills and select a more profound sword technique. Deep in thought, Lu Chen reached out to retrieve the sword that had sunk into the cold pool. Suddenly, the waters below began to bubble and surge violently. Water splashed everywhere as the submerged sword pierced the surface, striking like a bolt of lightning, causing Lu Chen to hastily dodge aside. Grasping the sword hilt, he felt a tingling sensation akin to electric arcs. What is happening? The sword has returned on its own? Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Peering down, he beheld a figure lurking in the unfathomable depths of the cold pool. With long hair flowing like aquatic plants, the figure sat cross-legged at the bottom of the pool, resembling a statue carved from clay. What the hell? There is someone beneath the cold pool? Lu Chen gasped in shock. The pool's depths were inscrutable. How could a person survive submerged in water? It appeared this individual had been entombed for many years, covered in moss and algae. Surely they must be dead? He pondered. Just then, the eyes of the submerged figure suddenly flickered open. With a mere glance, Lu Chen felt as if pierced by a sharp blade. What sort of gaze was that? It was sharp, fierce, even more terrifying than the gaze of the Qingxi real person, as though a single look could penetrate one's very soul. Had it not been for Lu Chen's recent experience with the Heavenly Tao's foundation establishment, forging an unparalleled sword heart, he might have succumbed to despair at that moment. Fortunately, the figure seemed to only wish to issue a warning, taking no further action after that brief encounter, closing its eyes once more without truly attacking. Damn it! What kind of monster lurks in this cold pool? Lu Chen thought. Astonished, and without a second thought, he turned to leave. This entity's cultivation level was unknown, undoubtedly a terrifying presence. In a game, it would be classified as a superboss. He felt deceived by the sect leader. Who would have imagined such a being resided beside the bamboo pavilion? Living in such close proximity was daunting. What if this fellow were to be in a foul mood one day? Lu Chen felt a wave of frustration. However, he soon reasoned that since this was the former lair of the sect leader, the existence of the creature in the cold pool would not escape his notice. If this person posed any danger, the sect leader would not be so neglectful. As long as he refrained from provoking it, the creature should remain submerged. Resolving himself, Lu Chen silently vowed never to approach the cold pool again, treating it as if it did not exist. Shaken, he returned to the bamboo pavilion. Upon entering, he discovered the young girl had awakened, curled up in the corner of the room, trembling in fear, evidently traumatized by her previous harrowing experience. After all, she had yet to awaken her innate wisdom, and in every regard, her mind was akin to that of an ordinary child. Do not be afraid. You are in Shushan now, and you are safe, Lu Chen reassured her. The girl, having seen his face before her unconsciousness, relaxed slightly at his words. She blinked her eyes and asked, "Did you save me?" "Sort of. I merely brought you back to Shushan." "It was the sect leader who acted to eliminate the bloodworms within you," Lu Chen responded truthfully. He then retrieved 2 buns from his storage bag and handed them to her. "You must be hungry. Have a bite." The girl hesitated, glancing at the buns. Lu Chen understood she would not easily trust anyone at this moment, so he placed the buns on the table and casually inquired, "What is your name?" "I don't remember." She shook her head. It seemed the overwhelming shock had caused her to lose some memories, including her name and family. It was also possible that the protective mechanism of the purple mansion barrier in her brain had damaged her memory. "I see. That is troublesome," Lu Chen sighed. "You were taken by the blood corpse. It is likely your family has suffered as well. If you wish, you may stay in Shushan. I have ample space here for you." Upon hearing this, the girl nodded, indicating her agreement. She truly had nowhere else to go. Shushan, being the revered stronghold of righteousness, was undoubtedly the safest place to be. "Since you're willing to stay, you ought to have a name. How about I help you choose one?" "All right. Let us keep it simple. My surname can be Lu, and I shall be called Luli Lu." "Fence? It's Luli." "Oh." Lu Chen shook his head in exasperation. He then pointed to the buns on the table. "Eat a little first. There are bathing supplies in the room for you to freshen up. I do not have any clothes for girls, so you can wear mine for now. I will return shortly to buy you some daily necessities." With that, he turned and exited. He needed to visit the disciple registration hall to change his identity token. After all, he had now established his foundation, and, according to the sect rules, he was eligible to advance to an inner disciple, which would grant him access to more sect benefits. Furthermore, he would gain permission to enter the library, allowing him to select a foundational cultivation technique and spells. Chapter 011. The majestic sword chi in a mere 3 months. He has successfully established his foundation. The younger disciple and Appo's talent is truly remarkable. The disciple responsible for registration exclaimed in admiration. To this, Lu Chen merely chuckled. "If only you knew that not only have I established my foundation, but I have also achieved a rare Dao foundation, you would be utterly astonished." Of course, the joys of a player with special privileges are not meant for outsiders. Having smoothly replaced his identity jade token, Lu Chen wasted no time and proceeded directly to the library. The Shushan Library, contrary to popular belief, is not as expansive as one might imagine. As Shushan focuses on sword cultivation, the true essence lies within the sword tomb. The library merely houses common techniques. The genuine masterpieces are typically passed down through generations, and the true meanings of swordplay are exceedingly difficult to transcribe. However, this does not imply that the library lacks valuable resources. Within its confines, one can find numerous texts collected by Shushan's predecessors during their travels across the world, encompassing Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. Yet, the quality varies greatly, and the thresholds for cultivation differ as well, with many texts being mere fragments. The choice ultimately rests on individual inclination. Lu Chen did not dwell on this. After all, he possessed a system that would ensure he would not lack for divine skills in the future. What he needed now was to select a technique suitable for his current realm. He aimed to practice diligently to enhance his combat strength, preparing for the challenges that awaited him beyond the mountain. Here, he could choose one technique or spell suitable for the foundation building stage. He was advised to refrain from greed. After submitting his identity jade token for registration, Lu Chen swiftly entered the library. Rows of shelves filled with an array of texts greeted him. He casually perused a few volumes and discovered that the techniques and spells indeed spanned a wide spectrum, featuring not only the inherent Taoist principles of Shushan, but also those of Buddhism and Confucianism. However, most were incomplete. Each book had been perused countless times by numerous disciples. Lu Chen did not expect to stumble upon an extraordinary technique as if he were a protagonist in a novel. In these times, those capable of cultivating immortality are far from foolish. If a transcendent skill truly existed, it would have long been claimed and cultivated by someone, not left here waiting for him. Even if it did exist, It would undoubtedly come with significant drawbacks or be exceedingly difficult for the ordinary person to master. I could specifically seek out those techniques that are particularly challenging to cultivate. After all, with my system, I can directly enhance my experience, rendering the cultivation threshold irrelevant. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen approached the disciple responsible for overseeing this area. After discreetly offering a spirit stone, he quietly inquired, "Senior brother, are there any particularly formidable techniques here that most cannot cultivate?" "Your request is rather unique," the disciple replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Nevertheless, he continued, "There is indeed such a technique, known as an appos, majestic sword chi, and appos. It is said to have been created by a Confucian swordsmanship master, blending the essence of Confucian righteousness with magical power, making it exceptionally compatible with our Shushan's sword control techniques. Every year, countless disciples come to select it, yet none have succeeded in mastering it. Why? Well, that is obvious. The righteous aura of majesty is difficult to comprehend, even for those who specialize in Confucian studies, let alone for us who are not part of a Confucian academy. Without the ability to cultivate the majestic aura, one cannot unleash its true power. So that is how it is. Lu Chen chuckled upon hearing this. The and appos, majestic sword chi and appos, sounds quite impressive. The righteous aura of Confucianism inherently possesses a great restraining effect on all evils in the world, comparable to the golden light of Taoism and the Buddha's light of Buddhism. If mastered and infused into sword chi, its power would indeed be magnified. As for the other's inability to cultivate the majestic aura, Lu Chen felt no concern whatsoever. A simple experience boost would suffice. Very well, I shall choose the majestic sword chi. Junior brother, considering the spirit stone, let me remind you once more to think carefully. Once you select a technique, it cannot be changed. If you fail to master it, you'll have to find another foundation-building technique on your own. Thank you for your kind advice, senior brother. I have made my decision. With that, Lu Chen chose and amp, appos, majestic sword chi and amp, appos, amidst the size of the overseeing disciple. In addition, he could select one sword technique or spell. Unfortunately, after searching for quite some time, he did not find anything particularly unique. After all, sword techniques and spells can be cultivated by anyone with magical power. The differences lie solely in individual strength. Ultimately, Lu Chen selected a more conventional sword technique named and amp, appos, suspended river sword technique, and amp, appos. This technique is considered an advanced version of swordplay, inspired by the imagery of the Milky Way. Should he break through to a higher realm, he could directly cultivate one of Shushan's 7 legendary techniques. Great River Sword Intent. Having settled these matters, Lu Chen made another trip to the market to purchase some daily necessities and food for Luli. Although he could begin short-term fasting after establishing his foundation, Luli lacked cultivation and still required sustenance. Couldn't he possibly have her eat steam buns for every meal, could he? Being a caretaker is no easy task. Just as he exited the market, a figure approached, blocking his path. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a stern countenance, dressed in fine garments that exuded an air of distinction, suggesting he hailed from a notable background. However, Lu Chen did not recognize him and instinctively took a step back, furrowing his brow. "Who are you?" "Ah, cautious indeed," the man observed with a smile, extending his hands to indicate he meant no harm. "Junior brother, do not be alarmed. My name is Yang Qi, a disciple from the Yuheng Peak." "Ah, it's senior brother Yang." Lu Chen returned the greeting with a slight bow. "Might I inquire what brings you to seek me?" "Well, it so happens that I noticed you purchasing grains in the market. For those of us engaged in cultivation, grains are nothing but dross. I happen to possess a vial of military rations. Consuming one can sustain you for a month without any side effects. Would you be interested?" Yang Qi said with a smile, offering a porcelain vial. "So, he is selling something." Lu Chen relaxed his guard slightly as he took the vial and opened it, revealing around 10 pale yellow pills, rich in medicinal fragrance. A whiff invigorated him. Indeed, these are military rations, originally produced by the Qin dynasty for military campaigns. They are convenient to carry and highly practical. However, Lu Chun had no intention of purchasing. Primarily, he was wary of buying pills from stranger. Moreover, military rations were not a pressing need for him. He could fast and cultivate, and he only bought food for Lu Li. It wouldn't be ideal for her, a growing girl, to consume these pills daily. Thus, he shook his head in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I do not require them at this time. With that, he returned the vial. Yang Qi did not press further, merely expressing disappointment with a sigh. After Lu Chun departed, Yang Qi turned around and discreetly crushed the vial into powder. The gentle smile on his face transformed into a cold, fierce expression. It is he. The Dual Fish Descent Lies Wit Chapter 012. Unrivaled in the same realm, that Yang Qi is quite perplexing. As Lu Chun made his way back, the more he pondered. The stranger, it seemed. He had casually inquired about Yang Qi earlier. This individual was quite a significant figure within the intersect of Shushan. 3 years prior, he had entered the sect and displayed extraordinary talent, successfully establishing his foundation in merely a year. Although it was the most ordinary kind of human foundation, he subsequently encountered numerous fortuitous events and acquired many treasures. Now, he had cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage and ranked among the top 100 masters within the intersect. Why would such a person be found scavenging in the market? It struck him as odd. However, he had never met Yang Qi, nor did they have any enmity or conflict of interest. Why had he approached him? Surely, it couldn't and Amp. Amp? Oppos. TB due to my striking looks, could it? Lu Chun shook his head. After much contemplation, he found no clarity and decided to dismiss the thought. In any case, it was prudent to remain cautious. The previous incident in Lu City served as a warning. Even within Shushan, there were those who posed a threat. Lost in thought, Lu Chun returned to his cave on the back mountain. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Li, clad in an oversized robe, sitting at the door in a daze. This girl, once cleaned up, was indeed quite adorable. Her skin was like polished jade, fair and luminous. Her delicate features resembled an exquisite work of art, sculpted by divine hands, truly a vision of perfection. Not to mention, this reincarnated celestial being was not lacking in external beauty. One could only imagine the amount of care taken to enhance her appearance. I have brought you some clothes and daily necessities, along with some food. By the way, you didn't know how to cook, right? Lu Chun inquired as he placed a bundle down. Children in ancient times often took on responsibilities early, especially girls, who by the age of 8 or 9 were expected to manage some household chores. Besides, she was not a pampered young lady. As expected, Lu Li nodded thoughtfully and replied, I can. That's good. You can play by yourself for a while. I need to focus on my cultivation. With that, he left her to her own devices and proceeded to the courtyard, preparing to practice the Haoran sword chi and the Xiankong sword technique. Both of these skills, being sword-related, were not suited for practice indoors due to spatial constraints. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique Haoran sword chi. Current proficiency, 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sword technique Xiankong sword technique. Current proficiency, 0. As Lu Chun opened the 2 ancient texts, the system automatically scanned the contents, imprinting the knowledge of these techniques into his mind as if it were innate. However, this was merely a memory of the techniques and Oppos contents. It did not equate to mastery. To truly wield them, he would need to enhance his proficiency through experience points. The Haoran sword chi was a fragmented text, comprising only 3 layers. Yet, to even begin the first layer, one required 500 experience points. The essence of the technique directly influenced the strength of one's magical power, making it a crucial aspect of cultivation. Without hesitation, Lu Chun immediately expended 500 experience points to elevate the Haoran sword chi to its first layer. The world is imbued with righteous energy, manifesting in myriad forms. As he advanced the technique, Lu Chun felt a surge of pure, expansive energy blossoming within him. With each breath, accompanied by the flow of magical power, he sensed that even a mere wisp of this energy surpassed ordinary magical strength. Experimenting, he pointed his fingers together, performing a motion in the air. The Haoran sword chi erupted forth, effortlessly piercing through a distant stone wall, creating a thunderous boom as it shattered the rock and left a massive hole. Remarkable. The power of this Howren sword qi exceeds my expectations. Lu Chen expressed his satisfaction. Beyond its explosive lethality, the Howren sword qi likely had other applications, being one of the most potent methods of the Confucian school. However, lacking familiarity with Confucian concepts, he could only reserve this for later contemplation. The second layer of Howren sword qi required 2,000 experience points. Yet he found himself lacking the necessary experience to proceed, and thus turned to elevate the Xiankong sword technique instead. The experience points required for Xiankong sword technique were significantly less than those for Howren sword qi. Lu Chen swiftly invested his remaining 600 experience points, maxing out the Xiankong sword technique. As he reached out, his flying sword responded, shimmering with silver brilliance, emanating a visual spectacle akin to the Milky Way suspended in the heavens. The sword light danced, shifting in unpredictable patterns, sometimes flowing like a gentle stream, other times crashing like tumultuous waves. It was a sword technique more comprehensive and formidable than the flying sword technique. Excellent. With my current strength, I should be invincible within the same realm. Lu Chen nodded in affirmation. With his foundation established and the challenging Howren sword qi combined with the fully developed Xiankong sword technique, his configuration was undeniably formidable. Even as a novice in the early stages of foundation establishment, he felt confident to confront practitioners at the late foundation establishment stage. Next, he contemplated descending the mountain to undertake various demon-slaying tasks. By battling monsters and leveling up, he aimed to crystallize and refine the golden core within him as soon as possible. As long as he remained within the boundaries of Shushan and Oppo's influence, safety should not pose an issue. Lost in thought, Lu Chen sheathed his sword and turned to head back for a bath, only to find Lu Li squatting at the courtyard entrance, her gaze fixed upon him. "What are you staring at?" Lu Chen asked. His recent practices were not secretive, so he had no fear of being observed. "I and Oppo's finished cooking." "Oh, I happen to be a bit hungry." "Let into Oppo's go. I'll join you for your first meal here in Shushan." Lu Chen replied with a smile. Yet, the little girl did not move. She fidgeted with the hem of her garment, hesitating for a long time before biting her lip and saying, "Brother Lu Chen, can you teach me cultivation?" "You wish to cultivate?" Lu Chen halted, curious about her motivation. "I want to avenge my parents," Lu Li stated earnestly. In her eyes, there was no trace of the sorrow he had anticipated. Rather, there was an unusual determination. It seemed she had begun to regain some memories. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent momentarily before shaking his head. "Your desire for revenge is understandable, but you are still young. Do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. The one who killed your parents has already been slain by my hand. There is no need for you to seek vengeance." "That is not true. You only killed one of them. There are many more like him down the mountain." "I have seen." Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. It appeared that the remnants of the Blood Soul sect infiltrating the Shushan region were not confined to Lu City alone. This was indeed a serious matter. However, he did not dwell on it too much. Should the sky fall, there would be tall individuals to bear the weight. The sect leader was already aware of the Blood Soul sect's activities and would have countermeasures in place, so it was not his concern. As for the scattered minor threats, Lu Chen had no reason to fear. If encountered, he would simply eliminate them and gain experience points. The matter of vengeance could wait for another day. However, if she wished to cultivate, it was not impossible. Lu Chen contemplated. After all, this girl was a reincarnated celestial being, and her cultivation was inevitable. Establishing a bond of teaching and imparting knowledge before she fully awakened her innate wisdom might yield greater benefits in the future. Moreover, due to the system and Oppo's nature, he would frequently venture out to battle monsters and complete tasks, making it impractical to bring her along every day. Allowing this girl to cultivate would ensure she was not idle and would possess some degree of self-defense. Since the sect leader had permitted him to take her in and allowed her to remain in Shushan, it was only fitting that she became a half-disciple of Shushan. Teaching her the Ta Ching Induction Sutra would pose no issue. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen nodded and said, "Let us first partake in our meal. Once we have dined, I shall impart to you the art of cultivation and qi refinement." Chapter 013. A player with exceptional talent dinner consisted of a simple vegetable porridge. Its flavor rather mediocre. Yet, Lu Chen savored it with great delight, for one cannot expect a 9-year-old child to conjure up culinary masterpieces. After all, she was a reincarnated celestial being, not a deity of gastronomy. As Lu Chen finished his bowl of porridge, Lu Li's face brightened with a smile, a sign that she felt somewhat useful and less constrained than before. Once the meal was concluded, the young girl swiftly cleared the dishes and followed Lu Chen into the courtyard, her face alight with anticipation. I shall now impart to you the foundational technique of qi cultivation from the Shushan sect, known as the Ta Ching induction method, Lu Chen declared, extending his hand. With a gentle touch to his brow, his spiritual energy surged forth, glimmering like starlight. The teachings of the Ta Ching induction method flowed into Lu Li's mind. With her eyes closed and her brow slightly furrowed, the young girl appeared to be digesting the profound knowledge. The Ta Ching induction method was a beginner's technique for cultivating qi, rooted in Taoist principles. It was easy to learn but difficult to master, filled with boundless mysteries. You are still quite young and may find it somewhat obscure. It requires diligent study to. Lu Chen began, reminiscing about the words of the elder who had once taught him. However, he was interrupted as Lu Li sat cross-legged, her small hands clasped before her, her palms facing the heavens. As she breathed in and out, a torrent of spiritual energy began to coalesce around her. A visible white mist swirled around her mouth and nose, indicating that she had directly awakened her sensitivity to qi, commencing her cultivation. Is this truly the innate talent of a reincarnated celestial being? Lu Chen mused, somewhat speechless. He remembered the arduous 3 days he had spent with the Ta Ching induction method before he had barely sensed a hint of qi. If it weren't for the system that had aided him in leveling up through battles, he would likely still be struggling with his qi cultivation. Indeed, the differences between individuals were stark. Yet, Lu Chen felt no envy. After all, cultivation was not his forte. His romantic pursuits lay in battling monsters and completing quests. Ding! Congratulations to the host for imparting knowledge to Lu Li, guiding her onto the path of cultivation. Celestial Karma 1. Karma? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this was a boon or a bane. However, his act of rescuing Lu Li had already intertwined their fates. If this were a good omen, then his imparting of knowledge would only serve to enhance their fortune. If it were a calamity, it would be unavoidable. Approximately half a stick of incense later, Lu Li opened her eyes, radiating an ethereal glow as if she had undergone a transformation. She stretched out her hands, and a faint, firefly-like glimmer of spiritual energy leapt forth. She leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Lu Chen, look, I did it. I've cultivated spiritual energy." Lu Chen. Brother Lu Chen, what's wrong? Did I practice incorrectly? Not all. Then why do you look so unhappy? I don an amp, oppos, t. You and amp, oppos, reimagining things. Really? I and amp, oppos, am tired. Shall we sleep now? That night, Lu Chen found it difficult to sleep soundly. Perhaps it was the unease stemming from Yang Qi's situation, or perhaps he was merely stimulated by Lu Li's extraordinary talent. Early the next morning, Lu Chen rose to prepare for his departure. I am going down the mountain to train. You must take care of yourself at home and avoid wandering about, especially near the cold pool behind the bamboo house. Do not go near it under any circumstances. After giving these brief instructions, Lu Chen left the bamboo house and made his way to the Hall of Good and Evil. This was one of the most significant institutions in Shushan. Unlike secluded sects that withdrew from the world, Shushan was founded on the principles of subduing demons and aiding the populace, actively engaging in the mortal realm to accumulate merit and uphold righteousness. Therefore, Shushan did not prohibit its disciple from descending the mountain. On the contrary, it encouraged such endeavors. The Hall of Good and Evil periodically gathered requests for assistance from surrounding towns, announcing tasks whenever demons caused havoc. Disciples could accept missions in accordance with their own strengths, earning rewards and promotions based on their contributions. However, due to the ferocity of the demons, only disciples who had reached the foundation establishment stage and held the status of inner disciples were eligible for formal demon-slaying tasks. Recently, river demons have been causing trouble along the riverbank, devouring the villagers. We request the Shushan Sword Immortals to descend and quell the demons. Task level assessment ding. Task completion reward. 10 low-grade spirit stones, 100 merit points. Task acceptance requirement. Foundation establishment stage. Lu Chen glanced over the tasks and quickly selected a demon-slaying mission. The river was not far from Shushan, and with sword flight, he could reach it in half a day. The task in Appo's difficulty was manageable, and he believed his current strength would suffice. As for the sect and Appo's rewards, they were merely a token gesture. Junior brother, although the river demon and Appo's cultivation is not high, it is cunningly concealed within the waters. Do exercise caution, a disciple responsible for task distribution kindly warned. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After expressing his gratitude, he exited the Hall of Good and Evil and took to the skies on his sword. This marked his first true experience of flight. Riding the wind and soaring high above, he felt invigorated as the fierce winds brushed against him, and the clouds rolled beneath him, almost within reach. His heart swelled with joy. No wonder so many sought the path of immortality. The elegance of flying on a sword was unparalleled by any worldly power. As Lu Chen soared through the skies, he soon entered the vicinity of Linjiang town. Below, nestled among the mountains, a great river snaked through the landscape, bursting forth from the heart of the Shushan Mountains, resembling a colossal dragon lying low, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The river and Appo's waters rippled, sometimes flowing gently, other times rushing tumultuously. Suddenly, amidst the raging currents, a chorus of infant wails echoed. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and looked down, only to see a thick fog arise, shrouding the river's surface and obscuring his vision. There is demonic energy. It seemed luck was on his side, for he had encountered a demon upon his arrival in Linjiang, an opportunity for experience that had presented itself. Without hesitation, he summoned his spiritual energy and descended on his sword. As he waved his sleeves, the winds surged, parting the fog, revealing beneath the waters a great serpent breaking the surface. Chapter 14. Rewarding Goodness and Punishing Evil. The harmony of heart and nature, the great serpent, measuring over 10 zhang in length and as thick as a water barrel, was covered in shimmering white scales that sparkled like jade. It was evidently extraordinary, possessing a modest degree of spiritual prowess. It could be seen swirling the waters of the river, creating tumultuous waves, resembling a small dragon darting through the air, advancing towards the riverbank. There, a wooden plank floated like a withered leaf, perilously close to capsizing. Upon this plank, swaddled in cloth, lay an infant who was crying out in terror. "Vile creature, do not act recklessly." Lu Chen's expression changed instantly upon witnessing this. The infant was barely a month old. Should it fall into the serpent's jaws, there would be no chance for survival. Without hesitation, he struck with a palm. The surge of his magical energy unleashed a violent gust, dispersing the misty demon aura below. Simultaneously, a flying sword emerged beneath his feet, its cold and sharp light slicing through the air, drawing a long arc as it fiercely lunged towards the white serpent. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the sword struck the serpent, sending sparks flying and producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The serpent recoiled in pain, glancing up to see Lu Chen, a flash of anger flickering in its eyes. However, it did not retaliate immediately. Instead, it flicked its tail, creating a tremendous wave that sent the sword flying aside, before plunging into the river like an unleashed arrow, continuing its charge towards the infant. How audacious! To continue your malevolence before me is a death wish. Lu Chen and Appo's gaze turned icy. He would not hold back any longer. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the vast energy within him, channeling it into the flying sword, and struck down from the sky. Roar! The white serpent seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of this strike, emitting a mournful cry. Yet it did not retreat. Instead, it accelerated, lunging towards the wooden plank, aiming to bite down. But instead of swallowing the infant, it clamped down on the plank itself, lifting it high into the air. Is this creature not intent on devouring the child? Lu Chen's brow furrowed at its unexpected action. Swiftly, he adjusted his power, retracting some of it. and slightly shifted the sword into amp. Oppo's S angle, avoiding a fatal blow to the serpent, instead striking its tail. Splurt. Scales shattered, and blood spurted forth. Although Lu Chun had tempered his strike, its impact was still formidable. The white serpent, though large, had recently attained its spiritual awakening, its demonic aura still faint. Its cultivation level no more than that of a human practitioner at the 4th or 5th layer of Qi refinement. Its earlier ability to withstand Lu Chun and Amp, Oppo's S-sword strike was due to the hardness of its scales. However, this time, with Lu Chun and Amp, Oppo's S-righteous sword energy unleashed, the power was incomparable, instantly tearing through its demonic essence, shattering its scales, and nearly severing its tail. A howl erupted from the serpent, its massive form thrashing in the river, blood streaming and staining the water into Oppo's surface. Yet, despite its suffering, it clung tightly to the wooden plank, protecting the infant from falling. Struggling, it managed to reach the shore, gently placing the plank down. Only then did it relax, its serpentine body slumping into the water, gazing at Lu Chun with a mix of fear and vigilance. It turned out that the white serpent did not intend to devour the child, but sought to rescue him. Realizing this, Lu Chun understood his earlier misjudgment. As a traveler from another world, he had seen numerous tales of deities and demons, and he knew well that beings, like humans, could embody both good and evil. Not every demon was born to commit malevolence. Such matters could not be generalized. Even with systems in place, one should not pursue experience points indiscriminately. To do so would betray the true essence of vanquishing evil. Even if one were to cultivate immortality, what meaning would that hold? Eventually, one would be consumed by inner demons. With this thought, Lu Chun and Oppo's murderous intent gradually receded. He looked down at the white serpent in the river, contemplating, so you sought to save a life. Possessing the heart of compassion as a demon is indeed rare. What occurred earlier was a misunderstanding. Fear not. The heavens possess a benevolent nature. Since you have not harmed anyone, I shall spare your life. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the flying sword, which had been hovering in the air, returned to its sheath. The white serpent, witnessing the dissipating sword light, felt the pressure lift, seemingly relieved, and swiftly coiled its body to submerge into the water. Wait, Lu Chun suddenly called out. The white serpent trembled at his voice. Fearing the sword immortal might have changed his mind. Contemplating whether to flee or to fight, it was taken aback as Lu Chun descended gracefully, like a falling leaf, standing at eye level with it upon the water, his expression gentle. I was unaware of the circumstances and inadvertently harmed you. This was indeed a mistake. In recognition of your benevolence, I shall grant you an opportunity for transformation. Saying this, Lu Chun extended his hand and gently touched the serpent's forehead, imparting a thread of his magical energy to further awaken its intelligence. This was the legendary act of enlightenment. Of course, given Lu Chun and Oppo's current cultivation level, he could only enlighten a nascent spirit like this little demon. The effects would be limited. More importantly, it was a gesture to instill the understanding of karma and retribution within the serpent's heart. This way, the seed of benevolence could take root and flourish, ensuring that, should it cultivate successfully in the future, it would not stray onto a wrongful path, ultimately leading to virtuous outcomes. For the surrounding populace, this was a boon, and for Lu Chun, it could be considered a virtuous deed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully enlightening the white serpent, allowing it to attain wisdom. Karma 1. Rewarding goodness and punishing evil. The righteous energy is formidable. Harmony of heart and nature. Comprehension of the righteous sword energy 1. There's a reward for this? Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback by the notification. Soon after, he felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had merely felt remorse for striking the white serpent, so he intended to enlighten it as a means of alleviating his guilt. To his surprise, he had also aligned with the righteous energy of the cosmos, enhancing his comprehension of this technique. This was indeed an unexpected delight. After aligning with this righteous essence, he sensed that the application of his energy had become markedly smoother. It seemed that engaging in such acts would be essential to truly harnessing the full potential and subtlety of the righteous energy. At this moment, the white serpent, now enlightened by Lu Chen's guidance, appeared to experience a profound awakening. The process of a beast achieving enlightenment to transform into a demon could be exceedingly protracted, differing from that of humans. Lu Chen's single act of enlightenment could spare it decades of confusion. Woo! The white serpent, overwhelmed with emotion, twisted its body, splashing the river, and lowered its massive head, mimicking a human gesture of gratitude, repeatedly bowing towards Lu Chen. Goodness and evil are rewarded. This is the way of heaven. Your sacrifice to save a life today shall surely bring you blessings, Lu Chen acknowledged with a smile. However, he quickly adopted a serious tone. But remember, should you cultivate successfully in the future, do not forget today's kindness. Use your powers to benefit the people, and you shall earn merit. However, should you engage in wrongdoing, my radiant sword from Mount Shu shall serve as your thunderous retribution, showing no mercy. Woo! The white serpent nodded fervently, expressing its vow to remember. After all, Lu Chen and Appo's earlier strike had been terrifying, and even now, its tail throbbed with pain. It would likely bear the psychological impact of that strike for a long time, and it would certainly not dare to commit evil again. Very well, you may depart now, as you are still in your demon form. Being seen by others might lead to misunderstandings. I shall ensure the safety of this child and locate its family, Lu Chen said, waving his hand to permit the white serpent to retreat into the water. Following this, Lu Chen gracefully landed on the riverbank and picked up the infant. Just then, not far from the shore, a couple dressed as fishermen hurriedly approached, their faces etched with anxiety. My child, Chapter 15. The river demon who loves to listen to songs? My child, my dear child. The woman's voice was filled with urgency as the couple hurriedly followed the riverbank. Upon seeing Lu Chen cradling the infant and hearing the child's cries, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it is the disciple of Mount Shu. Thank you for saving our child. The couple immediately knelt before Lu Chen, recognizing the disciple's garb. In the land of Shu, the reputation of Mount Shu far surpassed that of the imperial court. For these common folk, Mount Shu was akin to a guardian deity, and they held the disciples in utmost reverence. Seeing this, Lu Chen gestured for them to rise, but did not immediately return the child to them. Instead, he inquired, "Are you the parents of this child?" As parents, how could you allow such a small child to fall into the river? His words carried an implicit reproach. It seemed that this body he inhabited was also that of an orphan, having been abandoned by his parents in childhood, later resorting to begging until he had the fortune to join Mount Shu. Esteemed immortal, we are humble fishermen from Linjiang town, living most of our lives on our boat. The child needs care, and so he must accompany us. We were fishing upstream when a sudden storm struck, damaging our boat. We nearly perished, and the child was swept away before we could rescue him. If I could choose, I would gladly sacrifice myself rather than abandon my child. The couple replied through tears. Observing their disheveled appearance and earnest words, Lu Chen was convinced to some extent. However, to be certain, he asked, "As you claim to be the child's parents, do you have any proof?" Yes. The child has a lotus mark on his foot." "A birthmark?" Lu Chen inquired, lifting the swaddling cloth to take a look. Indeed, he saw a vivid red lotus blooming beneath the infant and Appo's foot, appearing almost as if it were inscribed by divine design. Quite extraordinary. Strangely enough, the child, who had been wailing incessantly, suddenly ceased his cries and began to giggle while nestled in Lu Chen's arms. This child is remarkably unique, born with a lotus at his feet. He must have an extraordinary origin. Lu Chen marveled. What is happening to me? The children I encounter lately all seem to possess remarkable qualities. Could this be a portent of some celestial transformation? Yet he did not dwell on these thoughts, as the system had not indicated any fortuitous encounters or karmic enhancements. Determining that the couple before him were indeed the child's parents, Lu Chen did not press them further. This child has survived great peril. He shall be blessed in the future. You must take greater care of him to prevent such incidents from happening again. With that, he handed the infant back to the woman. The couple joyfully received their child, relieved to find him unharmed, and expressed their profound gratitude. But the one who truly saved him was not I, Chen clarified. In this river, there exists a white serpent that rescued your child. What? A demon can save a person? They were momentarily taken aback, for their understanding of demons was that they only brought harm. Chen shook his head. Humans possess both good and evil. Demons and spirits do as well. The white serpent is wise and has been enlightened by me. Should you encounter it in the future, do not panic. If you face calamities, you may seek its assistance. I understand now. We trust you. Immortal, the couple nodded, though they harbored doubts about demons. Their reverence for the disciples of Mount Shu was unwavering. Since the immortal had spoken, they believed the white serpent to be a benevolent spirit, unlike ordinary demons, and vowed to express their gratitude should they meet it again. Having conveyed these matters, Chen wasted no time and asked, "You mentioned you're a fisherman from Linjiang Town?" "Indeed." "Excellent. I have descended the mountain in response to a plea for help to vanquish demons in Linjiang Town. I have heard there is a river demon causing havoc. Is that true?" "Yes, there is such a demon," they replied. "Good. Then let us return to Linjiang Town. Along the way, please tell me more about this river demon." Thus, Chen ceased his sword flight and accompanied the couple downstream. Through their conversation, he learned that approximately half a month prior, a river demon had suddenly appeared in the waters near Linjiang Town, stirring up storms and attacking fishing boats, devouring numerous fishermen. Even passers-by along the riverbank were occasionally assaulted. The fishermen were filled with dread, refusing to venture out to sea, and even those compelled by necessity, like this couple, had to fish further upstream. This river demon is exceedingly vicious. Anyone dragged into the water by it meets a grim fate. We had no choice but to seek the assistance of Mount Shu, imploring the sword immortal to eradicate the demon. After listening to their account, Chen nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation. However, the couple had not seen the river demon firsthand, and thus their knowledge was limited to hearsay. Some claimed the demon was the manifestation of a drowned ghost, while others believed it to be a transformed giant fish. And still others speculated that it was the son of the Dragon King, taking on the form of a flood dragon. Such tales were hardly trustworthy. As for the demon and Appo's true strength, it remained uncertain. One intriguing detail, however, stood out. It was said that the river demon had a peculiar fondness for song. The initial fishing boats attacked had been singing fishing songs, which had drawn its wrath. Subsequently, a nearby singing house had also suffered misfortune. A river demon that enjoys listening to songs? Chen chuckled incredulously. As they spoke, they arrived at Linjiang Town. This town was modest, formed from several fishing villages along the river. Due to the fishermen's limited income, the town appeared quite shabby, and the recent turmoil instigated by the river demon had left the streets eerily quiet. Without the intervention of Mount Shu, it would be difficult for the townsfolk to survive. They would either starve or be forced to abandon their homes. The immortal has arrived. The disciple of Mount Shu has come to save us. The townspeople rejoiced, finally seeing the long-awaited savior. This immortal appears so young and handsome. I wonder if he possesses the strength to confront the river demon? Silence. Do not offend the immortal. You cannot bear the consequences. The sword immortal of Mount Shu is renowned across the world. As a disciple, he must possess extraordinary abilities. How could one question his prowess? With Chen's arrival, the atmosphere in Linjiang Town became fervent. Men, women, and children emerged from their homes, kneeling in reverence to greet him. This was Chen's first time experiencing the profound esteem and popularity of Mount Shu among the common folk. Observing the devout and earnest expressions of the fishermen, Chen felt no sense of superiority. Rather, he felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Perhaps this was the true essence of the disciples of Mount Shu, to vanquish demons and protect the people. Their purpose was to offer hope for survival to these struggling souls. At that moment, he embodied the hope of Linjiang Town. Chapter 016. Come out. The arrival of Chen filled the people of Linjiang Town with immense joy as they eagerly gathered to welcome him. Only disciples from Shushan could receive such reverence. The sword immortal has come. Our Linjiang Town is finally saved. An elderly man named Wang stepped forward from the crowd. bowing respectfully. This man, nearing 70, appeared frail and fraught with age. Upon hearing his words, Lu Chen glanced at him and promptly raised his hand to assist him, saying, "Old Wang, there is no need for such formalities. As disciples of Shushan, it is our duty to exorcise demons. We have prepared a feast for you to wash away your fatigue." Wang continued, "I am here to vanquish demons, not to indulge in earthly pleasures. Let us dispense with these mundane formalities," Lu Chen replied, shaking his head. He was aware that many disciples of the celestial sects often descended the mountains under the guise of slaying demons, taking advantage of the tributes offered by mortals. This was not entirely wrong. After all, cultivators are human too, and it is not unreasonable to accept some reward for their efforts. One cannot expect everyone to be a paragon of altruism. Even he had come here for the sake of experience points, for every individual harbors a degree of self-interest. However, seeing that the townsfolk lived in modest circumstances, he felt it unnecessary to burden them further with such worldly matters. Moreover, he wished to avoid any waste of time. "Where do river demons typically lurk? Please lead me there at once," he urged. Old Wang was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a decisive member of the celestial sections. Without inquiring about rewards or seeking pleasure, Lu Chen directly asked for the location of the demons. This was a true embodiment of one devoted to exorcising evil. Unable to restrain his admiration, Wang remarked, "Your noble spirit is truly commendable. However, the river demon does not follow a predictable pattern. We currently have no knowledge of its whereabouts. The waters of the Hejiang are vast, making it difficult to search. That is of no concern. Just lead me there, and I shall find a way to compel this vile creature to reveal itself," Lu Chen insisted, waving his hand. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Wang felt an even greater respect for him and chose not to say more. He guided Lu Chen to the waters where the river demon was often sighted. The other townsfolk followed suit, eager to witness how the legendary sword immortal from Shushan would confront the demon. Lu Chen did not deter them. After all, as long as they kept their distance from the riverbank, they were not in any peril. Allowing the townsfolk to witness the defeat of the demon would not only ease their fears, but also aid in spreading the fame of Shushan. As they arrived at a harbor outside the town, a variety of fishing boats were moored, the livelihood of Linjiang's fishermen. However, due to the presence of the river demon, these boats had remained docked for many days. The harbor, shaped like a crescent moon, extended into the vast Hejiang River. At that moment, the water was calm, devoid of any demonic aura. Locating the river demon might require considerable effort. Prepare a small boat, a scoop of glutinous rice, a bundle of straw, and a set of clothing worn by a human, Lu Chen instructed after a moment of contemplation. Wang, seasoned and knowledgeable, understood that many Taoists and monks performing rituals to subdue demons required specific items. Thus, he did not question Lu Chen further and promptly dispatched individuals to gather the requested items. Lu Chen sought these items not for any ritualistic purpose, but merely as bait to lure the river demon forth. With the townspeople mobilized, the necessary items were quickly assembled. After verifying that everything was in order, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and added, "You all should maintain your distance from the river. Additionally, find a melodious woman to sing and play the pipa from that pavilion over there. The river demon is drawn to music." The townsfolk, aware of this fact, nodded in agreement and rushed to make arrangements. Once everything was set, Lu Chen wasted no time. He summoned his spiritual energy and gracefully landed on the small boat. Standing with his sword on his back and hands clasped behind him, he did not need to row. With a gentle push of his foot, the boat surged forward like an arrow, swiftly reaching the heart of the river. Surveying the waters, Lu Chen realized that the depths were too murky to discern anything below. Lacking the celestial eye technique, he could not ascertain the demon's presence. However, he had anticipated this predicament. He took a handful of glutinous rice, infused it with his spiritual energy, and scattered it upon the surface. The rice, instead of sinking, shimmered and floated like duckweed upon the water. This served as a signal. Any disturbance beneath the surface would cause the rice to react, indicating the river demon's location. However, merely having a float was insufficient. Bait was necessary. As he pondered, Lu Chen formed a hand seal, channeling his energy to animate the prepared straw, which then coalesced into a straw figure. The clothing, previously worn by a human, flew up and adorned the straw figure, infusing it with vitality. With the aid of Lu Chen's energy, the straw figure leaped into the water, struggling as if a person had fallen in. Yet, after much thrashing, the rice remained unresponsive. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Was the river demon not in this area? No. It seemed the bait was insufficient. The demon's motive for killing was likely not merely for sustenance. The key might be the song. Realizing this, Lu Chen gazed toward the pavilion at the riverbank, raising his hand to signal. A young singer in green nodded nervously, retrieving her pipa and began to play, her melodious voice resonating in the air. The river demon was surely on its way. The townsfolk on the shore, upon hearing the song, displayed expressions of anxiety. They knew that the river demon would heed the call of the music, and they wondered if this young sword immortal from Shushan could truly subdue it. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the river rippled. The floating grains of rice vibrated, producing a sound akin to a copper bell, radiating brilliance. In the next moment, a powerful current surged beneath the water, forming a colossal whirlpool that engulfed the straw figure, dragging it into the depths. The river demon is here. Everyone, beware and step back from the water. The townsfolk turned pale, retreating in haste. The singer on the pavilion dared not continue. She clutched her pipa and hurried down the stairs. Meanwhile, on the boat, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. At last it has come. I shall see what manner of beast stirs up this trouble. With that, Lu Chen raised his hand, his sleeves billowing, and unleashed a sword chi that sliced through the air, crashing into the river. Come out! The waters erupted, and a low, thunderous growl resonated from beneath, akin to a rumble of thunder. Blood surged to the surface, revealing scales the size of a palm drifting upward. Fish scales? Lu Chen and Appos' brow arched. Just as he was about to strike again, the boat beneath him suddenly jolted violently, a surge of demonic energy rising from below like a volcanic eruption. With a resounding crash, the wooden boat shattered into splinters beneath him. Chapter 17. A sword that cuts through rivers boom. Water splashed, and waves surged skyward. The wooden boat beneath Lu Chen shattered in response. A shadow erupted from the water, fierce and menacing, with fangs like knives and a gaping maw poised to devour Lu Chen whole. On the riverbank, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, witnessing the true form of the river demon for the first time. Each face turned pale with fear. The river demon was revealed to be an enormous black fish, over 3 yards long, wide and corpulent, its body encased in scales that bulged like grotesque tumors. Its fins resembled white bones, sharp and unyielding. The head, dominating half its body, sported blood-red eyes and a mouth that seemed torn open, filled with a mass of jagged teeth. Ugly, ferocious, a malevolent aura radiated from it. This was Lu Chen's first impression upon seeing the river demon. This malevolence felt unlike that of ordinary demons, more akin to a vengeful spirit twisted by its unjust demise. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. In the blink of an eye, the black fish demon leaped 3 yards into the air, ready to engulf him. Yet, Lu Chen remained unperturbed. He stepped into the air, his form rising like a mountain, his magical energy surging forth, instantly shattering the demon and Appos' fangs. With a cry, it plummeted back into the water like a flesh projectile, sending waves crashing in its wake. How formidable! The celestial master is mighty. The river demon has been utterly crushed. Splendid. If we vanquish the river demon, we can fish without fear once more. The onlookers rejoiced, their hearts relieved as they had feared for Lu Chen and Appos' life when the demon shattered the boat. Now, witnessing Lu Chen and Appos' power, they were filled with elation. However, the river demon was cunning and in its element within the water. Though Lu Chen had dealt it a grievous blow, such an attack was far from lethal. The black fish sank into the depths, akin to a dragon returning to the sea, disappearing from sight. Lu Chen descended, his feet lightly touching the water's surface. His magical energy transforming into jade-green lotus flowers that buoyed him, allowing him to walk upon the water as if it were solid ground. Attempting to escape, Lu Chen scoffed. He summoned his magical energy, delivering a forceful stomp upon the river's surface. The water trembled, ripples expanding outward as if striking a great bell in an ancient temple, reverberating far and wide. The surrounding waters erupted into towering waves. Then his sword soared into the air, piercing through the tumultuous waters below. Moments later, it emerged, drenched in crimson light. The river demon howled in pain, its fury surging, causing the waters to boil with rising bubbles. A swift water arrow shot forth, followed by a dark cable that slithered like a venomous serpent. This cable was a remnant of a sunken ship, yet the demon had infused it with its malevolent energy, transforming it into a deadly weapon. As it swung, it conjured fierce winds, shattering nearby fishing boats into splinters. Its power was evident. Should it strike a human, it would surely break bones in an instant. A mere trick, daring to challenge me? Lu Chen sneered. He waved his long sleeve, and his sword cascaded down like a celestial river, raining down in a dazzling display. In an instant, the flying cable was severed, the sword energy crashing into the river, creating ripples that spread outward. Yet, the river demon was agile beneath the surface, darting side to side. Though struck by some of the sword rain, it ultimately escaped without suffering any fatal wounds, leaving only a few scattered scales behind as it fled deeper into the waters. Troublesome. This river demon's cultivation may only rival the early stages of foundation building. In terms of magical power and techniques, it cannot match me. Yet, in its watery domain, it thrives, thus complicating my efforts. It seems that to slay it, I must employ my true abilities. With this resolve, a fierce intent flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. You enjoy hiding in the water, do you? Then let me make it impossible for you to escape. As he spoke, a torrent of righteous sword energy surged from his chest, infusing his sword with a radiant 10-foot-long blade of light. Brilliant and overwhelming, it descended like the setting sun over the Yangtze, cleaving through the river, severing all in its path. The sword light was blinding. The waves erupted violently, and it seemed as though the river itself had been cleaved in two. The trapped black fish had nowhere to hide. Violently thrust into the air by the force of the sword energy, its scales and fins shattered. Lu Chen followed suit, thrusting his sword through its mouth, piercing it cleanly. Blood erupting like a torrential downpour. Thunderous. As the black fish fell back into the water, it was already lifeless, floating motionless upon the surface. Dead? Splendid. With the river demon vanquished, we can fish freely once again. The reputation of the Shushan Mountain sword immortal is indeed well-deserved. This technique of severing rivers is terrifying. How impressive. If only I could earn the favor of the celestial master, I would gladly embrace death. The crowd on the shore erupted in jubilant cheers, witnessing Lu Chen's sword sever the river and slay the demon. At that moment, Lu Chen received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the river demon, Black Fish Spirit, earning water manipulation experience 1,000. 1,000 experience points is quite commendable. As for this water manipulation, it is a minor water-based spell that allows one to traverse and breathe underwater. While not rare, it is undoubtedly practical. With this spell, should I encounter such aquatic demons again, I need not expend so much effort. I could simply capture them or slay them in the water. A satisfactory gain. Lu Chen nodded, then turned his gaze toward the corpse of the black fish. Suddenly, he noticed a wisp of black, malevolent energy slowly dissipating. His brow furrowed in concern. Could this lead to another unforeseen event, like the blood corpse before? He swiftly grasped the wisp of malevolence, containing it with his magical energy, only to discover a fragment of a human soul entwined within. How could a creature of demon lineage possess a human spirit in its remains? Lu Chen pondered in confusion. Upon closer inspection, he saw fragmented images flickering within the malevolent energy. In a daze, he glimpsed the figure of an ordinary fisherman, honest and kind-hearted. One day, while fishing in the river, he witnessed a singer plunge into the water in despair. He risked his life to save her, and they fell in love, eventually marrying. Though poor, the fisherman devoted himself to her, and for a time, they supported each other. However, as time passed, the singer could no longer endure the hardships and began an affair with a wealthy merchant. When the fisherman learned of this betrayal, his heart shattered, yet he chose to endure in silence. Unbeknownst to him, the merchant, fearing exposure of their illicit affair, persuaded the singer to lure the fisherman to the riverbank, where he was pushed into the water and bound with a cable, drowning him. The fish and shrimp in the river consumed his flesh and gnawed at his bones, tainted by his vengeful spirit, thus transforming into a river demon. Drawn by the sounds of music, it devoured the living to quell its inner hatred. Chapter 018. The town Waterstone tablet emotions are hard to sever and grievances difficult to assuage. As Lu Chen gazed at the flickering images within the remnants of a vengeful spirit, a soft sigh escaped his lips. He could sense the bitterness and resentment lingering in that soul. Regrettably, with the passage of time, the fisherman's spirit had become fragmented, and his true identity was lost to history. The entanglements of grudges and hatred could only manifest in a weary sigh. It was a pity for the fisherman, whose life was marked by kindness. Yet in death, he sank to the riverbed, his flesh consumed by fish and shrimp, his bones lost to the depths, never to see the light of day again. Fearful was the thought that this resentment would only deepen, potentially giving rise to monsters more terrifying than river demons. In the mortal realm, love and hatred intertwine, often leaving one with a sense of injustice. Though the scales of justice may be tipped, there remains a semblance of cosmic fairness. Having learned the details of this plight, let me assist you in seeking liberation. As he spoke, Lu Chen raised his hand, a surge of potent energy coursing through him, a magnificent aura igniting and manifesting. He formed seals with his hands, and the flying sword trembled in response. Channeling the newly acquired water manipulation technique, he commanded, "Open." His voice resonated with the authority of a deity. With a thunderous roar, the turbulent river surged, resembling a silken curtain being torn asunder, rolling upwards as fish leaped, revealing a passageway to the riverbed. However, with his current prowess, Lu Chen could not part the entire river surface or elevate this body of water. Thus, he could only create a channel using his water manipulation technique, before ascending and plunging into the rushing waters. What is happening? The river demon has been vanquished, yet the immortal master still enters the water? Is it not perilous to do so? The onlookers on the shore were perplexed, their minds racing with concern. Surely, the immortal master possesses boundless abilities. There must be a reason behind his actions. With his skills, he will surely emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was swiftly carried down by the river's undercurrents. The light at the riverbed grew increasingly dim, yet he was fortified by his righteous energy, which radiated like a newborn sun, illuminating the surroundings. Amidst the swirling waters, he observed aquatic plants dancing wildly and fish darting about, alongside remnants of vessels and the skeletal remains of cattle and sheep. There were also drowned souls, though devoid of malevolent energy, indicating they were not the fishermen. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed a stone tablet standing amidst the rocky riverbed. Approaching it, he observed its ancient, obsidian surface, unlike any ordinary stone, neither gold nor iron. He attempted to draw closer, using his spiritual energy to probe it, yet found it unbearably heavy, akin to a mountain. Even with all his might, he could not budge it in the slightest. The tablet bore no inscriptions, only 9 intricate runes resembling oracle bone script or ancient talismans from this world. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the town Waterstone tablet and acquiring the 9-character true word runes. The 9-character true word runes were said to be the foundation of all talismans. Mastery of them would bestow unparalleled powers, allowing for the combination and evolution of all talismanic seals in existence. Goodness, the Taoist 9-character true words? These are not mere incantations recited by later generations, but genuine ancient characters of profound significance. To fully comprehend each one is akin to acquiring a divine ability. A powerful talisman. What a tremendous fortune. Lu Chen recalled tales from the Master's study, mentioning that 500 years ago, a great flood had ravaged the river, leading to disaster. A powerful being had emerged from the East Sea, taming the waters and saving countless lives, leaving behind a stone tablet to quell the river's fury. It was astonishing that this legend was indeed true, and the town water tablet lay beneath the waters of the river. Had it not been for Lu Chen's intention to seek the fisherman's remains and perform a liberation rite, he might never have encountered this tablet. It could be considered a reward for his benevolence. The 9-character true word runes were extraordinary, and upon returning, he would diligently study them. Lu Chen silently nodded, then bowed to the stone tablet. The great being of the past had quelled the river and saved countless souls, leaving behind this tablet that had safeguarded the region from floods for 5 centuries, a deed worthy of admiration. In truth, the tablet inscribed with the 9 characters should be regarded as a top-tier magical artifact. However, regrettably, with Lu Chen and Appo's as current abilities, he could not take it with him. Even if he could, he would not dare to do so. After all, this tablet suppressed the river's flow in the region, akin to the stabilizing needle of the sea. To disturb it would surely invite calamity. He had no desire to emulate the likes of Sun Wukong, who acted selfishly and endangered the very foundations of existence, leading to the suffering of countless lives. He could never escape the cycle of karmic retribution. Having accomplished these reflections, Lu Chen did not linger. His powers were limited, and he could not remain underwater for long. Thus, he immediately rose and continued his search for the fisherman's remains. Before long, he discovered the fisherman's bones entangled within the wreckage of a ship. Time had rendered the remains fragmented, leaving only a skull, dark as ink, with malevolent energy coalescing in its eye sockets, nearly solidifying into a tangible form. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly evolve into a great demon within a decade, posing a grave threat to the waters. With resentment in his heart, he pondered the futility of such suffering. Why remain in this abyss? Come with me. Lu Chen sighed softly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a surge of energy lifted the skull towards the surface. Though your demise in the water was fated, having ventured here, I shall ensure your remains find peace. He then reached out again, gathering the bones of ordinary drowning victims, bringing them to the surface as well. At that moment, the townsfolk on the shore awaited the return of the immortal master. Only congratulations, host, on transcending the souls of the departed and thus earning a merit of 1. Note 1. Li Bushing Su is derived from the tale of the duel of the 2 gods found in the Zibu scroll. It narrates the story of an individual who, upon passing, felt that he had led a virtuous life, yet received no reward for his deeds, deeming it unjust, and sought to lodge a complaint with the deities. The godly oversees the principles of fairness in the mortal realm, while the god Su governs the fates of individuals. Subsequently, the 2 gods engaged in a contest over wine to determine the outcome, with the Jade Emperor bestowing upon them 10 cups of wine, from which the god Su consumed 7. Thus, the phrase Li Bushing Su emerged, signifying that fate prevails over justice. However, the heavens leave a glimmer of hope, preserving a measure of justice within the hearts of humanity. Chapter 19. The 9-character mantra rune as Lu Chen performed the rite to liberate the fisherman's soul. A wisp of faint golden merit emerged from the thin blue smoke, coiling around his fingertips like a delicate thread. Merit? This was indeed an unexpected delight. In the realms of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, the concept of merit is universally acknowledged. It is said that merit arises from virtuous deeds, and virtue stems from a benevolent heart. When one's intentions and actions are in harmony, they embody merit. This is a reward bestowed by the heavenly order upon beings of good deeds and intentions, ethereal and ineffable. However, possessing merit brings numerous advantages. It can ward off malevolent forces, enhance one's fortune, and if one accumulates enough merit, it can even shield against misfortunes and calamities, leading one to the path of sanctity and enlightenment. Thus, the pursuit of merit is certainly a worthwhile endeavor. A modicum of merit is but a mere consolation, yet it serves as a means to bolster oneself. Henceforth, should opportunities for virtuous acts arise, one may pursue them wholeheartedly. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. His journey to Linjiang Town had been remarkably fruitful, while experience gained was secondary. The acquisition of the 9-character mantra rune surpassed countless esoteric techniques, proving to be a precious treasure. At this moment, he yearned to find a tranquil place to contemplate it thoroughly. Your efforts have been commendable, vanquishing vile demons and guiding the departed souls to peace. Your merit is immeasurable. We have prepared a celebratory feast. We implore you to grace us with your presence so we may express our gratitude, said the village head, Mr. Wang, once more. The townsfolk eagerly approached, their enthusiasm palpable. Lu Chen found it difficult to rebuff their heartfelt invitation. Thus, he acquiesced, saying, "Since the villagers have shown such sincerity, I shall not decline." With that, he joined the crowd and made his way to the finest tavern in town. With the river demon vanquished, the citizens of Linjiang town were in high spirits, reveling in song and dance. After sharing a few cups of light wine and enjoying the merriment, Lu Chen excused himself, citing fatigue from expending his magical energy, and requested the village head to arrange a private room for him to rest. Meanwhile, in the tavern's main hall, the townsfolk animatedly recounted Lu Chen's heroic deeds in slaying the demon, offering him great admiration and respect. Among the crowd, a man with a cold gaze directed his attention towards the upstairs room. I never imagined this brat could cultivate such formidable sword energy. No wonder Lu Cheng fell at his hands, he mused. This man was Yang Qi, who had crossed paths with Lu Chen before. However, at this moment, he had altered his appearance using the dual fish pendant, transforming into an inconspicuous middle-aged man, blending seamlessly into the throng. Yang Qi had been present when Lu Chen dispatched the river demon. He had initially intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate Lu Chen, but the multitude of witnesses and Lu Chen's unexpected prowess had dissuaded him from acting hastily. Now, with Lu Chen alone in his room, he surmised that the young man would likely return to Mount Shu the following morning. This night presented the perfect opportunity to strike. However, with Lu Chen's overwhelming sword energy, which countered all malevolent spirits, Yang Qi feared that his blood soul technique might falter. Relying solely on the sword techniques of Mount Shu might not suffice to defeat him. A plan was needed to disrupt Lu Chen's cultivation, tarnishing his righteous spirit and clouding his sword heart. As he contemplated, Yang Qi turned toward a beautiful young woman nearby, his eyes glinting with malice. The shadows at his feet seemed to come alive, ensnaring the woman and revealing a seductive expression upon his face. Meanwhile, in the upstairs private room, Lu Chen was accessing the system interface, tallying his gains from this venture. Having only slain a single river demon, he had accrued a modest 1,000 experience points, barely sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the mid-foundation stage. However, he chose not to do so, given that his foundation was established through heavenly means. His magical energy was tenfold that of other foundation stage cultivators. Presently, his magical intensity at the early foundation stage surpassed that of many late-stage or even peak cultivators. Thus, enhancing his magical energy was unnecessary at this juncture. Experience points were better spent on bolstering his combat capabilities to accrue even more experience, allowing him to ascend levels in a single leap later on. While the sword energy was indeed powerful, the experience required for upgrading was exorbitant, prompting him to focus on studying the 9-character mantra rune. Mastering even one of its components could significantly amplify his strength. The 9-character mantra rune, strictly speaking, was not classified as a skill. Nonetheless, the system would automatically record it, allowing him to comprehend and master it through the expenditure of experience points. At that moment, the 9-character mantra rune manifested as a translucent scroll before him. 9 shimmering golden characters spiraled and danced like stars. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe Jie Zhen Lai, Qian Xing. Each character held its own mystical significance. Mastery of them would grant insights into corresponding divine abilities and incantations. Lu Chen selected the first character, Lin. The cost was 1,000 experience points to initiate the preliminary comprehension of the 9-character mantra, Lin character rune. 1,000 experience points for merely a preliminary understanding of a single rune? Quite steep, Lu Chen mused, shaking his head in jest. Yet, without hesitation, he confirmed his choice. Upon expending the 1,000 experience points, the Lin character rune on the scroll gleamed brightly, transforming into a golden light that merged with his being. Instantly, information regarding this ancient mantra flooded his mind. 9-character mantra, Lin character rune, symbolizing stability of body and mind, unwavering in the face of danger, unyielding to confusion, and embodying a robust physique. With the blessing of the Lin character, one's vitality and physical strength are enhanced by 1. Acquiring the Lin character incantations, Tranquility Charm, Binding Charm, Golden Body Charm, Great Strength Charm. Lin character divine ability, Divine Descent, unlocked, requires further advancement and mastery of the Lin character rune. Lu Chen felt a surge of golden energy coursing through him. His vitality and physique were nourished and strengthened, his blood pulsating with pure yang energy, rendering him exceptionally robust. Countless incantations and techniques related to the runes surfaced in his mind, as if they were innate knowledge. With a mere invocation of his magical energy, he could instantly conjure and employ them. Typically, Taoist incantations require one to undergo rituals, abstaining from indulgences, and meticulously following ceremonial practices before they can be utilized. This makes their preparation laborious, necessitating prior arrangements for combat scenarios. Yet, Lu Chen's direct mastery of the mantra itself allowed him to grasp the fundamental principles behind these incantations. Thus, by wielding his magical energy, he could inscribe and manifest them instantaneously. To an outsider, this would appear as if he were effortlessly painting runes in mid-air, showcasing the techniques of a master of the incantation arts. Excellent, excellent, excellent. With the Lin character mantra rune, I have effectively gained over a dozen minor spells, greatly enhancing both my combat techniques and overall strength. Lu Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The investment of 1,000 experience points proved immensely worthwhile. Moreover, the potential of a 9-character mantra rune exceeded his expectations. This was merely a preliminary grasp of 1-character rune, yet yielded such substantial benefits. Should he fully master the Lin character rune, he could learn a formidable divine ability, Divine Descent, which sounded incredibly formidable. If given sufficient time to master all 9 character runes, the enhancements would surely be beyond imagination. Of course, such aspirations lay far in the future. Merely mastering the Lin character to its fullest extent would require an indeterminate amount of experience points. For now, he could only wait until he had ample resources before pursuing further advancement. His experience points were still insufficient, far too scarce. Slaying a foundation stage demon only yielded 1,000 experience points, hardly adequate. Lu Chen sighed. The system, while powerful, suffered from a severe lack of experience points. He yearned to seek out a demon lair and engage in a glorious battle. As he pondered this, suddenly a fragrant breeze wafted in, and the door creaked open. Under the moonlight, a graceful figure swayed into view, leaning against the doorframe. The sheer fabric danced lightly, her alabaster arms gleamed like jade, and her enchanting silhouette undulated like a serpent. With eyes as alluring as silk, she captivated the beholder, stirring a sense of disquiet within. "Master, are you still awake?" The captivating woman at the doorway elicited a momentary appreciation from Lu Chen for her striking figure. However, his admiration was fleeting. While he possessed an appreciation for beauty, he was not one to be easily swayed. He recalled seeing this woman, identified as Wang Rong, the granddaughter of the village elder, during his arrival. Her usual demeanor was demure and refined, a stark contrast to her current provocative appearance. Sensing something amiss, he maintained his composure and inquired, "Ah, Miss Wang, what brings you here so late?" The esteemed immortal displayed extraordinary prowess today, rescuing the people of Linjiang from peril. "I am filled with admiration and wish to offer my humble company to the immortal throughout the night," she purred, stepping into the room and slowly untying her garments, revealing her smooth, delicate skin. "Is that so? I am honored by your generous offer," Lu Chen responded with a smile. Without hesitation, he approached and grasped her hand, a move that seemed to surprise her. "Immortal, please, do not be so hasty," she stammered. "Every moment of this enchanting evening is precious, and we must seize it," Lu Chen replied, tightening his grip and pulling her into his embrace. Simultaneously, A surge of righteous energy emanated from him. Wang Rong shrieked as her wrist felt as if it were being scorched by flames. Her body convulsed as the shadow behind her seemed to detach itself from her form. "Reveal yourself," Lu Chan commanded, his eyes blazing. He pulled her closer while stomping on the ground, pinning the shadow in place. With a tearing sound, Wang Rong collapsed near the bed, seemingly lifeless. The shadow beneath her feet writhed and contorted, vaguely resembling a massive black spider. "Abomination! You dare possess a beautiful woman and attempt to deceive me, hindering my cultivation? How naive!" Lu Chun scoffed, unleashing a burst of sword energy. The sword light erupted, shattering the floor. The shadow contorted and fragmented, emitting agonizing squeals as visible blood flowed from it. It then transformed into a wisp of black smoke, attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Lu Chun pursued, his figure blurring as he gave chase. A beam of sword light pierced the air, obliterating the black smoke. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the shadow-binding goo insect, gaining 100 experience. Experience points? A welcome gift," Lu Chun thought, pleased. Suddenly, an overwhelming, pungent stench assaulted his senses. He opened the door to find the tavern transformed. The once festive hall was now eerie and sinister. The celebratory guests were now vacant-eyed, their movements stiff and distorted like animated corpses. They shuffled toward the upstairs corridor, their shadows revealing grotesque spider monsters dragging their bodies like puppets. A possession technique, capable of controlling so many simultaneously. The perpetrator is no novice, Lu Chun muttered, his expression hardening. The culprit and Appo's methods were insidious and malevolent. First, he attempted to seduce and destabilize Lu Chun with beauty. Then he used mind control to weaponize the innocent civilians. These people were unlike the blood zombies. They were merely under temporary control, still alive. Killing them would be tantamount to slaughtering the innocent, tainting his righteous energy and harming his sword heart. Yet, showing restraint would be difficult against so many puppets. "This is aimed at me," Lu Chun realized. He had been discreet, avoiding conflicts. Who could be behind this? Goo insects? Could it be the Blood Soul sect? As he pondered, Lu Chun acted swiftly. With a wave and a step, he unleashed a torrent of energy, sending the approaching fisherman flying. His fingertips shimmered with golden light, like the tip of a calligraphy brush, tracing ancient incantations that transformed into talismans. "Immobilize," Lu Chun chanted, his fingers striking, freezing the fisherman in place. The spider shadows beneath them struggled to break free. But Lu Chun would not allow it. He unleashed sword energy, the righteous flames incinerating the shadows. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the shadow-binding goo insect, gaining 100 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the shadow-binding goo insect, gaining 100 experience." The system notifications continued. Lu Chun neutralized the civilians while obliterating the goo insects, quickly amassing over 1,000 experience points. He would not waste this opportunity. Witnessing Lu Chun's success, Yang Qi could no longer restrain himself. He condensed crimson energy into his palm, transforming it into a searing inferno. His hand became a red-hot brand as he blended into the crowd, approaching Lu Chun. He struck with a sudden, explosive attack. Bloodfiend palm. Crimson energy surged forth like a venomous serpent. This strike, charged with potent poison, would severely injure or kill on impact. "Finally revealing yourself? I've been waiting," Lu Chun said, seemingly anticipating the attack. Golden light erupted from his body, activating the golden body talisman, encasing him in golden armor. The bloodfiend palm struck, producing a resonating chime, failing to move him. The black-clad figure recoiled, his arm numbed by the golden body talisman. Lu Chun spun, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the senses. Countless sword lights erupted from his sleeves, blindingly fast. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of clashing metal filled the air. Under the barrage of sword light, the figure retreated, his magical disguise shattered, revealing his true identity. "Yang Qi, it is you," Lu Chun chuckled. "Senior brother Yang, you've been following me since we left the mountain. To wait this long, I must commend your patience. How did you discover me?" Yang Qi asked, his pupils constricting. You approach me under the guise of selling soldier pills, leaving a magical mark on me. I'm always cautious, so I remembered your aura. I suspected you were like Lu Cheng, having succumbed to the Blood Soul sect. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. As a Shu Mountain disciple, you have betrayed your sect and embraced demonic practices, manipulating innocent people for your own gain, draining their life force, and attempting to undermine my cultivation. For this alone, you deserve death. Lu Chen's flying sword transformed into lightning, striking with unstoppable force. Chapter 021. Cast a long line to catch big fish. Act when you can. Do not merely chatter. This principle was one that Lu Chen steadfastly adhered to. As soon as he spotted Yang Qi and confirmed his identity, he did not hesitate but immediately struck, delivering a swift sword strike. Since the opponent had allied with the Blood Soul sect, they were enemies to the death. Why should he show any courtesy towards such a gift-wrapped opportunity? With a single stroke, he unleashed the three pure ones. The sword light bifurcated, slicing through the air and enveloping the area where Yang Qi stood. Even if you and Oppos, V mastered the Howren Sword Qi, you are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. How can you contend with me? As Lu Chen made his move, a flicker of anger flashed in Yang Qi's eyes. After all, he was a distinguished figure within the inner gate of Mount Shu, having reached the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage. Naturally, he would not be intimidated. Now that his identity was exposed, he had no need to conceal his power and unleashed his full strength. A sharp sound rang out as a dark sword light shot forth from Yang Qi's sleeve, resembling a venomous dragon, blocking the three sword lights. It was a peculiar demonic sword, measuring over 4 meters in length, entirely black and shaped like a spine, segmented like a whip with razor-sharp edges. As it moved, blood energy surged, and ghostly wails echoed, as if vengeful spirits lingered within. The sword's aura was chilling to the bone, capable of freezing one's blood. What a ferocious demonic sword! It was crafted from the spines of living humans. No wonder it radiated such malevolence. Lu Chen's gaze turned serious. Yang Qi's swordsmanship was rather average, merely at the level of a fully developed flying sword technique. However, his magic contained the secret arts of blood and soul, capable of corroding magical power. Coupled with the wickedness of that demonic sword, it was a vile treasure that exuded a sinister aura, rendering opponents stiff and numb, difficult to resist. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Oppos' flying sword was merely the most ordinary type, lacking in quality. In their clash, it nearly snapped. This flying sword is too inadequate. I always suffer due to my weapons. I must find an opportunity to acquire a truly exceptional flying sword. While contemplating this, Lu Chen did not hesitate in his actions. Howren Sword Qi surged forth, infusing his flying sword, enveloped in a pure aura, radiating golden light. As he waved it, it resembled a torrent of fire and thunder, specifically designed to counter the malevolent energy. With a thunderous boom, the two sword lights collided. Waves of magical power trembled, and the sword lights shot forth, nearly splitting the entire tavern in two. Amidst the explosion of sword light, Yang Qi was sent flying, his robes shredded and his arms charred black, as if scorched by flames. Damn it, this Howren Sword Qi is too tyrannical. Yang Qi seethed with anger. He had thought that, due to his superior realm, defeating Lu Chen would be a foregone conclusion. Yet he never anticipated that Lu Chen's magical power was not at all inferior to his own, perhaps even deeper and more profound. Combined with the overwhelming nature of the Howren Sword Qi, this confrontation had resulted in a significant setback for him. To think you've achieved such profound magical power at the initial stage of foundation establishment. You are a genuine foundation establishment. Yang Qi's eyes glimmered with surprise and envy. Lu Chen, I must admit that you are indeed a genius. Given time, you would likely become a remarkable figure. But alas, you should not have meddled in the affairs of our Blood Soul sect. Today, you shall meet your demise here. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flickered in Yang Qi's eyes. Facing death, you still dare to boast. I shall see how you bring about my downfall. Lu Chen scoffed. Just then, another torrent of sword energy sliced through the sky. Master, lend me your strength. In a critical moment, Yang Qi bellowed. Suddenly, a shadow behind him rose to its feet, transforming into a colossal demonic figure, unfurling its wings. In an instant, darkness descended, enveloping the entire tavern. The blood demon avatar, the surrounding civilians collapsed, their bodies visibly withering and decaying, as their essence was extracted and gathered towards Yang Qi. Blood light soared to the heavens, and Yang Qi's aura surged. His mag chapter 022, Remnants of the Demon's Sect Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the mission Remnants of the Demon's Sect. Track down the escaped Yang Qi, locate the contact point of the Blood Soul Sect's remnants, and capture them all. Upon completion of the mission, a generous reward awaits, with a chance to trigger a second phase mission. As he gazed at the mission details on the system panel, Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Just during the battle, he had received the system and Oppo's notification. Thus, the sword strike he had executed earlier was deliberately restrained. He had withheld a portion of his power, ensuring Yang Qi would not perish instantly, thereby granting him the opportunity to utilize his secret techniques and flee. This would enable Lu Chen to follow the trail and fulfill his mission. The rewards for system tasks were exceedingly substantial, far more advantageous than merely eliminating Yang Qi. Considering Yang Qi's injuries, his speed of escape would not be swift. It was prudent to allow him a brief head start before pursuing. Furthermore, the shadow lurking behind Yang Qi was undoubtedly suspicious and warranted caution. Lost in thought, Lu Chen rose and promptly opened the system panel. Having just slain the binding shadow goo worm, he had accumulated over 1,000 experience points, which were now perfectly suited for enhancing his cultivation in preparation for the battles to come. Ding! Consumed 1,000 experience points. Congratulations! Your cultivation has advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, in the forest west of Linjiang town, a flash of bloodlight descended from the sky, swirling bats that ultimately transformed into the figure of Yang Qi. At this moment, his complexion was ashen, his clothing tattered and drenched in blood, devoid of the previous elegance and composure. Each step he took was a painful limp, his breath feeble, as if he might not survive to draw another breath. Lu Chen's sword strike had been overwhelmingly forceful, nearly piercing through his dantian. His internal organs had sustained severe damage, and if not treated promptly, he would likely not survive the night. "Master, save me," Yang Qi whispered. In the next instant, the shadow behind him stirred, taking on a vague outline. "Useless wretch, you cannot even handle a mere foundation establishment novice. What a waste of my guidance." The shadow and Oppo's voice was hoarse, evidently altered by magic, making it impossible to discern age or gender. "I am sorry, master. Enough. Speaking now serves no purpose. My identity is sensitive. I cannot act recklessly, lest exposure jeopardizes the sect and Oppo's grand plans." Though displeased, the shadow seemed unwilling to abandon Yang Qi, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He hastily inquired, "What should I do next?" "First, go to the contact point and seek aid from Iron Crown Taoist. This Lu Chen is unpredictable. He must not be allowed to return to Shushan alive." "Understood. I shall depart at once." As he spoke, Yang Qi hastily consumed a medicinal pill to stabilize his injuries and continued deeper into the forest. After a brief interval, he halted before a dilapidated Taoist temple. Knocking on the door, he rapped in a specific rhythm. Soon, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a cautious figure who, upon recognizing Yang Qi, momentarily froze. "Yang Qi, what brings you here?" "If Shushan discovers." "Enough chatter. I have urgent matters to discuss with Iron Crown Taoist. Take me there immediately." At the Linjiang Tavern, following his breakthrough, Lu Chen felt a surge of power within him, more than doubling his magical energy. Typically, a foundation establishment cultivator who transitions from early to late stages might only experience a less than 30% increase in power. However, those with solid foundations often encountered extraordinary enhancements, sometimes exceeding 50%. In Lu Chen's case, as a practitioner of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, the increase was astonishing. His magical energy had doubled. This was something beyond the comprehension of others. The true terror of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment lay in the fact that with every breakthrough thereafter, the benefits reaped would be exponentially greater than those of ordinary practitioners, compounding as one ascended further. Indeed, with my current magical energy and various methods, I could effortlessly contend with 3 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if faced with a formidable Crystal Realm expert, I could engage them directly, not guaranteeing victory, but at least ensuring my safe retreat. Lu Chen was filled with confidence. After all, this area still belonged to Shushan's sphere of influence, and the Blood Soul sect could not afford to infiltrate with too many strong individuals, lest they attract the attention of Shushan's higher-ups. Thus, as long as no Crystal Realm Masters appeared, Lu Chen was confident he could single-handedly capture Yang Qi and his accomplices. The time was ripe. Observing the light on the talisman in his palm come to a halt, Lu Chen understood it was time to close in. Rising from his seat, he noticed some of the unconscious townsfolk beginning to regain consciousness. Upon seeing the disarray of bodies around them, their faces turned pale. "Master, what on earth transpired?" Old Wang, the village head, had fainted shortly after being controlled by the binding shadow goo worm, thus escaping a dire fate. "There are malevolent forces at work, and today's events stem from my actions. You have all suffered unjustly. Fear not, I shall surely slay this villain to avenge our kin." Lu Chen spoke earnestly. Yang Qi had targeted him, and indeed, these innocents had perished due to his presence. Hence, guilt weighed heavily on his heart. Regardless, he was determined to eliminate Yang Qi and his associates, both for glory and for his own peace of mind. Assist the injured and account for the deceased. Once I vanquish that evil, I shall return personally to ensure their souls find peace. With that, he did not linger, instead soaring into the air, his magical energy surging forth as his flying sword responded in kind, propelling him onward. Approximately after a brief interval, Lu Chen traversed the mountains and rivers. Arriving at the fringes of the Shushan territory, he halted at a desolate mountain, where an old Taoist temple stood nestled upon a hillside. The magical red that marking Yang Qi's presence indicated it lingered here. In the region of Sichuan, Shushan was revered. However, other temples and Taoist establishments existed among the populace, albeit with waning influence. When confronted with genuine malevolence or supernatural afflictions, people were far more inclined to seek Shushan's aid, only turning to other places for matters of fortune or relationships. Lu Chen regarded the dilapidated temple before him and couldn't help but shake his head. It must be said that the remnants of the Blood Soul sect were indeed cunning, utilizing the temple as a fade. Generally, Shushan disciples would refrain from patrolling such areas unless significant issues arose, to prevent disputes of sectarian dominance and avoid giving the impression of oppression. As per usual, he resolved to first ascertain the situation within before proceeding. In contemplation, Lu Chen summoned his magical energy and wove a straw figure in his palm. However, unlike before, he did not activate and cast it outward. Instead, he embedded a tracking talisman within the figure and activated the mark on Yang Qi, whereupon a beam of light flashed, and the straw figure opened its eyes, projecting a golden light to relay the interior situation. A total of 8 individuals were present. 5 were minor Qi refining cultivators, posing no threat. The remaining 3 were Foundation establishment practitioners. Besides Yang Qi, there were 2 Taoists, 1 old and 1 young. With Yang Qi gravely injured and lacking combat capability, it meant only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators remained, along with the insignificant Qi refiners. A manageable situation. As he pondered, Lu Chen rose, taking advantage of the dimness before dawn to stealthily infiltrate the temple. He traversed through the front and middle courtyards, swiftly arriving at the back courtyard, where he preliminarily pinpointed Yang Qi and the other's location and was about to make his move when he was suddenly startled by the sound of several swords ringing out, as flames erupted around him in a sudden blaze. The quintet of Taoist disciples had, unbeknownst to him, assembled in that very spot, their hands gripping ritual swords and copper bells, effectively blocking his path in the corridor. Simultaneously, the door on the opposite side swung open, revealing Yang Qi and the 2 Taoists, their faces contorted with a savage, murderous intent. Chapter 023. The Yin-Yang Duel, Swords Lu Chen. I never expected you would dare to pursue me. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your tactics?" Amidst the flickering flames, Yang Qi stepped forward. A cold expression etched upon his face. As he spoke, he reached out and grasped the tracking talisman on his shoulder, which immediately disintegrated into nothingness. With his level of cultivation, it was impossible for him to detect the tracking. It must have been the individual behind him who noticed the trace. Yet instead of destroying it outright, they used it as bait, luring Lu Chen into this trap. Have I been deceived? Lu Chen furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. Yang Qi was indeed more cunning than he had anticipated, and his backer was even more unfathomable. However, he remained composed. After all, these so-called schemes ultimately had to be resolved through strength. Lu Chen was confident in his own power. It was uncertain who the true prey was among these individuals. You are fully aware that I am tracking you, yet you come here nonetheless. Do you not fear that I would alert my sect and summon the strong of Mount Shu to capture you all? It will be too late. If you were to inform Mount Shu, I would receive word in due time and would have long since escaped its reach. Yang Qi instinctively replied, but soon realized his slip of the tongue. His eyes sharpened, and he gritted his teeth, commanding, directly engage him, kill him. As the command rang out, 5 young Taoists launched their assault first. They channeled their powers, and the ground beneath them shimmered with the formation's light. With a clanging sound, 5 blood corpses flew from the courtyard. Each was tall and robust, wrapped in bandages and talismans, moving with the swiftness of the wind, creating a cacophony of metallic sounds upon impact. They were solid iron corpses, their combat prowess rivaling that of a foundation-building practitioner. Lu Chen, you overestimate your profound powers, yet you are merely at the foundation stage. These 5 iron corpses are specifically prepared for you. Yang Qi sneered. As he spoke, the 5 iron corpses charged forward. The atmosphere thickened with the scent of blood and a chilling aura. The sound of heavy thuds echoed as the iron corpses collided with Lu Chen, akin to striking a mountain. Surrounding him, a radiant aura of power enveloped him, his golden body protecting him, steadfast as a mountain. Do these beasts dare to slay me? Lu Chen scoffed in disdain. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and the circle of golden light erupted like tangible ripples, surging forth. The 5 iron corpses were sent flying. Their arms snapped in unison. The iron corpses, impervious to blades and spears, were directly shattered by his forceful energy. The experience presented itself. I shall accept it graciously. As he spoke, Lu Chen stepped forward, resembling a soaring golden mountain. With a surge of blood and energy, enhanced by the dual protection of his golden body talisman and divine power talisman, he crashed into one iron corpse, obliterating it into fragments. With another swift kick, he crushed another iron corpse beneath his foot. With a resounding bang, its head exploded like a watermelon. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying an iron corpse, gaining experience 500. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying an iron corpse, acquiring iron cloth shirt, experience 500. These iron corpses, after all, were not true foundation practitioners. Thus, the experience points were somewhat diminished. Yet unexpectedly, a skill manifested as well. A rather satisfactory harvest. At this moment, Lu Chen had no time to inspect. Having rapidly dispatched 2 iron corpses, he advanced, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light that pinned another iron corpse to the ground. How can this be? His power seems to have intensified. This is impossible. Or perhaps he was holding back all along. Yang Qi's expression shifted drastically as he shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Attack together. We cannot allow him to leave alive. Kill." The 5 individuals in the corridor, witnessing Lu Chen's ferocity, changed countenance. They simultaneously brandished their swords, their feet glowing with the formation and oppos. S-light, seemingly executing a combined attack. Their swords transformed into the 5 elemental sword energies surrounding Lu Chen. So, this is the 5 elements sword technique. Lu Chen observed, undeterred. This technique is somewhat renowned, harnessing the power of the 5 elements within the swordplay, aligning with the principles of elemental interaction, wielding formidable might. However, These five had evidently only grasped the slightest essence, merely each cultivating one sword and coordinating to form a formation, thus significantly diminishing its efficacy. Had they all been foundation practitioners, perhaps Lu Chen would have had a retreat. Yet, with their mere chi refinement cultivation, the disparity in power was too vast. Lu Chen would not regard them with any seriousness. Seeking death. The sword energies cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, a surging wave of power. A thunderous roar resounded as the five sword lights shattered instantaneously. Blood splattered forth as the five Taoists simultaneously screamed in agony, their throats severed by the blade. Another 500 experience points gained. Lu Chen and Appo's sword whirled in his hand, blood dripping as he resembled a god of slaughter incarnate. With a flick of his wrist, two more beams of sword light erupted, decapitating the last two iron corpses. Is this the extent of your blood soul sex abilities? To scheme against me is nothing short of folly. Lu Chen laughed heartily. As he spoke, his figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, a sword light soaring through the air, directly aimed at Yang Qi. You young one should not be so arrogant. The child mother's sword, unsheathed. At that moment, the elder and younger Taoists could no longer restrain themselves. They waved their sleeves, summoning their flying swords, one large and one small, as if cast from the same mold. The massive sword was broad and ancient, immensely heavy, summoning waves of scorching heat. The small sword was sharp and piercing, chilling to the bone. The two beams of sword light erupted almost simultaneously, resonating in the air, combining their powers to strike down. The yin-yang child-mother sword. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the elder, adorned with an iron crown, surged forward first, wielding the pure yang great sword with the force to cleave mountains, crashing down violently. Instantly, the area where Lu Chen stood was transformed into a massive crater. Flames surged violently, turning into a sea of fire, forcing Lu Chen to hastily contain his energy and protect himself, while simultaneously channeling his power to ascend, intending to escape the engulfing flames. But at that moment, the chilling child's sword arrived, striking from an odd and cunning angle, as swift as lightning, aimed directly at his brow. This child's sword, imbued with a cold, malevolent energy, was particularly designed to penetrate protective energies. In an instant, the true energy enveloping Lu Chen's body was torn apart, a chilling pain piercing his brow. Should this sword strike true, his brain would be instantaneously frozen, ensuring his demise. This master and disciple duo coordinated seamlessly. They were indeed formidable. If it were any other Foundation practitioner, they would be utterly unable to withstand it. However, to slay me, they are still insufficient. In the face of life and death, Lu Chen remained calm and composed. The emerald jade lotus from his dantian emerged, resembling a precious seal hovering above his head, radiating a cool light that extinguished the surrounding flames. Simultaneously, a stream of light unfurled, enveloping the chilling child sword, akin to sulfuric acid, melting and corroding it directly. Amidst the vast expanse of the river's essence, where even the lightest feather finds no purchase and floating duckweed sinks beneath the surface, lies a realm of profound purification. All that descends into this watery abyss is refined into oblivion, earning it the moniker of the Yellow Springs, a place where past and future fade, and the very essence of the soul is scoured clean. It is within these depths that the jade-green lotus blossoms. Thus, the lotus's luminescence embodies both the vitality of life and the power to obliterate and transmute all that exists. As the yin-yang subsword succumbed to dissolution, the two Taoist swordplay faltered, their interconnectedness severed. Perish! Seize the opportune moment. Above, the lotus unfurled, its 8 petals transforming into azure blades that spiraled and converged in a deadly dance. With a swift, decisive strike, the younger Taoist, his defenses compromised by the loss of his subsword, fell as his head was severed. The elder, iron-crowned Taoist fared no better. His great sword cleaved asunder, an arm reduced to crimson mist. Fear gripped the iron-crowned Taoist's heart. Ignoring his grievous wound and forsaking Yang Qi, he contorted his form into a wisp of ochre smoke, seeking refuge in the earth. Earth escape? I think not. Such experience is not to be forsaken. With a resounding stomp, sword force pierced the soil. The ground rippled, convulsing, as a surge of sword energy erupted, scattering debris and spraying blood. The iron-crowned Taoist cried out, impaled through the heart, a gaping wound marking his demise. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the iron-crowned Taoist, gaining 1,000 experience. Excellent. Another 1,000 experience points secured. Contentment etched upon his face, turned, the lotus's glow enveloping him, his hand-held sword resonating with power. A palpable aura of righteousness coalesced upon the blade, radiating a brilliance that evoked the presence of a celestial swordsman. His gaze settled upon Yang Qi, and he spoke with cool detachment. Your reinforcements have been utterly routed. Now is your turn. With a flick of his wrist, a sword energy descended. Yet, in that instant, Yang Qi and Appo's very essence underwent a profound transformation. His eyes turned as black as pitch, and his robes billowed as he met attack with a palm strike. Boy, I underestimated you. To think that one so young could possess such extraordinary strength, forcing my hand. You should consider yourself fortunate. Yang Qi's voice was now alien, a guttural rasp that chilled the bone, evoking images of demons rising from the abyss. You're not Yang Qi's pupils constricted, sensing the shift. Yang Qi was merely a pawn. Your mastery suggests you hold a significant position within the Blood Soul sect. Huh. On the brink of death, you seek to glean information? You are but a novice. The entity within Yang Qi dismissed attempt, unleashing a torrent of ebony mana that surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf all. The air itself seemed to warp under the oppressive force. The attack was devoid of finesse, relying solely on the sheer power of its mana. A relentless onslaught reminiscent of a raging river struggled to maintain his defenses, his sword light flickering in the face of the overwhelming assault. Such potent mana, this individual and Appo's cultivation is unfathomable. To wield such power through another and Appo's body. This mana is on the verge of crystallization. Marveled. Crystallization, a hallmark of the crystal realm. The entity controlling Yang Qi had brought the vessel to the precipice of this state. A formidable adversary, steeled himself, channeling his mana, unleashing righteous sword energy and the protective glow of the lotus. Yang Qi's hand descended, conjuring a spectral claw that seized, crushing his protective barriers. Futile struggle. Yang Qi sneered, spitting forth a crimson sword that pierced through the remaining defenses. Unyielding spirit, steadfast heart, adamantine flesh. Immovable as a mountain, and Appo's expression hardened as he invoked the immovable mantra and unleashed a barrage of golden talismans. These were the very talismans he had acquired in the town of Linjiang, now employed in his hour of need. Yang Qi's strength was undeniable, his mastery of arcane arts readily apparent. Yet, remained composed, awaiting his moment. The entity and Appo's control over Yang Qi and Appo's body was finite. As the onslaught continued, the entity grew impatient, its attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. Yang Qi's body, already weakened, began to succumb to the strain, blood trickling from his orifices. The entity within realized that time was running short, and its attacks intensified, sacrificing all defense to crush. Impatient, are we? I have been waiting for this. Taking a deep breath, invoked the immovable mantra, banishing all distractions. His mind cleared, and his innate sword heart talent awakened, transporting him to a transcendent state. His sword became an extension of his very being. A celestial river descends from the heavens, raised his sword. A blinding flash cleaved the spectral claw, tearing through the ebony tide. A silver blade of pure energy spanned the heavens, like a celestial river cascading down. A profound sword intent welled within him, erupting forth. The great river sword intent. With a single stroke, the heavens seemed to fall, an unstoppable torrent crashing down. The great river sword intent. Impossible. How can you comprehend the great river sword intent from the suspended river swordplay? Yang Qi trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 025. The Yellow Springs Diagram, the River Sword Intent. This is impossible. Such power cannot be wielded by a mere foundation-building cultivator. Yang Qi gazed at the heavenly river cascading down, his face filled with shock and terror. He stood frozen, as if the brilliance of this sword had robbed him of his senses. In truth, even if he exerted all his strength, he would be unable to withstand such a strike. The river sword intent is one of the 7 ultimate techniques of Mount Shu, possessing extraordinary might. Although it is derived from the suspended river sword technique, its profound mysteries can only be grasped by those with exceptional swordsmanship talent. Otherwise, one must achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage and rely on secret methods to reconstruct the sword's spiritual essence in order to directly cultivate the river sword intent. Lu Chen's cultivation level was merely at the mid-foundation stage. How could he possibly comprehend the river sword intent? Yang Qi pondered in vain, wondering if this fellow was truly a rare talent in the path of the sword. Little did he know, after Lu Chen established his foundation, he defied the heavens and changed his fate, acquiring the supreme sword heart. This was far superior to any earthly talent, granting him the highest level of comprehension and aptitude in swordsmanship. After fully mastering the suspended river sword technique, Lu Chen vaguely sensed its boundless potential, though he lacked direction. Later, in Linjiang town, after slaying the river demon and learning the art of water manipulation, he felt the immense power of rivers and lakes. Under the pressure from Yang Qi, he discovered the secret of his magical power and Appo's liquefaction. Through this pressure, he finally succeeded in comprehending the true essence of the suspended river sword technique, transforming it into the river sword intent. Once the sword was unleashed, it became a celestial river suspended in the sky, its sword intent enveloping all, overwhelming and unstoppable. It struck at the very core of one's spirit, impervious to ordinary spells or techniques. The individual behind Yang Qi, despite their profound cultivation, was limited by this physical form, relying solely on a wisp of spirit, thus unable to withstand the onslaught of this sword intent. Boom! The heavenly river descended, the sword energy striking down. The entire Taoist temple trembled under the sword intent's dominion. Yang Qi's figure, like a mere sheet of paper, instantly dissolved in the radiance of the sword energy, vaporizing into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Yang Qi, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a wisp of the mysterious powerhouse's spirit, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first phase of the remnants of the demon sect. Task, receiving an S rating and earning the reward. Yellow Springs diagram. The system's notifications rang out in succession. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that slaying the wisp of Yang Qi's spirit would yield such a staggering amount of experience. This was an unprecedented windfall. Coupled with the S rating reward, it was truly remarkable. The Yellow Springs diagram, a lost treasure sealing a small section of the Yellow Springs tributary, containing 3,000 drops of weak water, capable of cleansing the spirit, body, and magical power, obliterating memories and thoughts. It was indeed a magical artifact, sealing the tributary of the Yellow Springs and harnessing the power of the weak water was astonishing. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. With a thought, the Yellow Springs diagram flew forth, an exquisite scroll entirely woven from flowing water, and one could faintly hear the sound of the boiling and rushing Yellow Springs water. Coiling within the painting, like a crouching dragon, a single drop of weak water could dissolve the body and spirit, corrode magical power, and taint the golden core. The strength contained within this Yellow Springs diagram was immensely powerful. Should it be unleashed in its entirety, it could potentially annihilate all beings in a realm. How wonderful! With this Yellow Springs diagram by my side, I have truly acquired the means for self-preservation. With this treasure in hand, even those at the golden core or nascent soul stages would not intimidate me. As long as I summon this object, the Yellow Springs will overturn, and even immortals would have to regard it with caution. Moreover, the Yellow Springs water could continuously refine my body and spirit, purifying my magical power, assisting me in crystallizing my magical essence and ascending to greater heights. Lu Chen was immensely satisfied. The rewards from this system task were indeed remarkable. In the future, I must strive for perfection in completing quests to obtain S rating rewards, which are certainly extraordinary. Lost in thought, Lu Chen waved his hand, channeling his magical power to wrap the Yellow Springs diagram around himself, concealing it beneath his robe. As a most intimate protective artifact, it allowed for easy access to the Yellow Springs water while also serving as a safeguard, extremely convenient and efficient. The jade lotus granted to me by the sect leader grows in weak water. If I place it within the Yellow Springs diagram for nurturing, it may yield unexpected results. Perhaps even further growth and transformation. With this in mind, Lu Chen summoned the jade lotus from his dantian and placed it into the Yellow Springs diagram. As the lotus took root in the water, it radiated unprecedented vitality, its branches and leaves sprawling, blossoms blooming, lush and vibrant. Having completed these actions, Lu Chen released his spirit sense, scanning the entire Taoist temple to ensure that no remnants of the Blood Soul sect remained, allowing him to finally relax. He then opened his personal panel and, glancing at his remaining experience points, could not help but smile broadly. Over 15,000 experience points. This was a substantial sum, capable of propelling his strength to new heights. Without hesitation, he consumed 3,000 experience points to elevate his cultivation to the late foundation stage. His internal magical power surged vigorously, gradually displaying signs of liquefaction and refinement. Next, he needed to truly convert the false into the real, solidifying his magical power to break through to the crystallization stage. This was a gradual process, unlike the rapid ascent of foundation building. Fortunately, Lu Chen now possessed the Yellow Springs diagram, and with the aid of the Yellow Springs water, once he returned to the cave abode in Mount Shu, it would come to fruition in due course. Lu Chen decided to use the remaining experience to enhance the Howren Sword Chi, the primary technique he was currently cultivating, as it was immensely powerful and required priority. Ding! Consumed 2,000 experience points. Howren Sword Chi has been upgraded to the second level. Ding! Consumed 5,000 experience points. Howren Sword Chi has been upgraded to the third level. Due to the lack of subsequent technique content, no further upgrades can be made. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had elevated the Howren Sword Chi to the third level, the highest realm attainable with the fragmented scroll he possessed. At this moment, the Howren energy surged within him, perfectly merging with his magical power. Henceforth, regardless of which spell he employed, it would automatically carry the effects of the Howren energy without the need for separate invocation. Moreover, since the Howren energy emanated from the heart, it would be inexhaustible as long as he maintained his mental state. 15,000 experience points may sound substantial, but they vanished rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had spent over half. Lu Chen initially intended to further develop the Lin character True Words rune, but found that the remaining 5,000 experience points were insufficient. Furthermore, the recently comprehended Riversword intent was still in its infancy and not yet complete, making it impossible to enhance directly with experience points. Thus, he decided to fully activate the Iron Cloth shirt acquired from the Iron Corpse. After all, it was inexpensive. With 1,000 experience points, it reached maximum level. The fully activated Iron Cloth shirt enveloped his entire body in magical power, akin to donning an iron garment, significantly enhancing both defense and strength. It was undoubtedly a practical combat method. After completing these enhancements, Lu Chen paused. Following this series of fortifications, his strength had surged immensely. Now entirely sufficient for his current realm, he decided to reserve the remaining experience for future needs, to be used when he might face formidable adversaries, allowing for a sudden upgrade to catch them off guard. The Iron Crown Taoist, who had been lurking here, must have amassed considerable wealth from the people. His corpse still remains, perhaps containing some valuable items. Even the tiniest morsel should not be overlooked. With this thought, Lu Chen rose to his feet and reached out to seize a personal storage pouch from the Iron Crown Taoist. Channeling his magical essence, he erased the opponent's mark and, upon opening the pouch, discovered an abundance of spirit stones, a compendium of formation diagrams, and a peculiar small black booklet. Chapter 26. the Pisces pendant, and the minor five elements sword formation, utilizing the power of the five elements to establish a sword formation that manifests formidable elemental sword energy. The minor five elements sword formation is inscribed in the array manual found within the storage bag. This technique was previously employed by 5 young Taoists who united their efforts. However, due to their limited cultivation and the fact that each controlled a single sword independently, their display appeared rather unimpressive. In truth, this formation possesses significant power. If arranged in advance, it can serve as a powerful killing move. Without further contemplation, Lu Chen promptly stored it away, intending to set it up in his cave abode for future use. The remaining black booklet was peculiar. It did not contain martial arts techniques or insights on cultivation. Instead, it bore a multitude of densely packed names, all of which were female. A portion of these names was marked with a red cross. Initially, Lu Chen surmised that this might be a roster of remnants from the Blood Soul sect, but soon realized that the booklet also recorded their birth dates and times. The names were bizarre, yet they shared a commonality. All were born in the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour. The Blood Soul sect seemed to be searching for specific individuals. What could the significance of the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour be? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Having remained dormant for many years, the Blood Soul sect's willingness to risk infiltrating the Shushan region suggests they harbor ulterior motives. Their target is likely connected to the individuals listed in this booklet. If he could uncover clues among them, it might trigger the next phase of the remnants of the demon sect mission. As he pondered, Lu Chen rose and stole a glance at the spot where Yang Qi had perished. The overwhelming force of the great river sword intent had obliterated him, leaving only ashes. Yet amidst the remnants, a glimmer of light caught his eye. Approaching it, he discovered a jade pendant, strikingly similar in design to the Pisces pendant previously owned by Lu Chen. This item appeared to be a magical artifact, its sturdy material having withstood the onslaught of the great river sword intent. The Pisces pendant, born alongside the Pisces gem, it can absorb spiritual energy and sense the location of its counterpart. When the two merge, they transform into a complete Pisces pendant. No wonder Yang Qi was able to ascertain that he had slain Lu Chen. This item is even more powerful than the Pisces gem, possessing the ability to automatically absorb spiritual energy. Once combined, their strength would surely amplify. Without hesitation, Lu Chen chose to merge them. As his magical energy surged, a flash of white light erupted. The two jade pieces attracted one another, intertwining to form the shape of two koi fish, ultimately merging into one entity. Pisces pendant, a wondrous artifact that automatically absorbs surrounding spiritual energy when worn, enhancing one and Appo's magical power while concealing its aura, accompanied by the skill Veil of Deception. Veil of Deception obscures the physical appearance with magical energy, altering one and Appo's visage to a certain extent. What a remarkable treasure! Wearing it allows for the automatic absorption of spiritual energy, bolstering magical power. Although the increase is modest, it is continuous, so even while sleeping, one is essentially cultivating. A 24-hour automatic regimen? Indeed splendid. The additional Veil of Deception is also a highly practical spell. Having garnered such bountiful rewards, Lu Chen wasted no time. With a flick of his sleeve, he ignited the temple with magical flames, reducing it to ashes. Riding the wind on his sword, he first returned to Linjiang town to perform a release for the souls of the deceased. After completing this task, he set off for Shushan, heading straight for the Sword Immortal Hall. You rascal, have you already cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage in just a few days? Upon Lu Chen's arrival, Master Qingshu raised an eyebrow. Noticing the faintly liquefied aura of magical energy surrounding Lu Chen, he could not help but express surprise. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, remained unfazed. The Pisces pendant can obscure one's magical aura, but cannot entirely conceal one's cultivation level. Master Qingshu is among the world's foremost experts. Having achieved the unity of heaven and man, such a minor artifact would certainly not escape his notice. He had no intention of concealing his progress, for if he were to use the Yellow Springs chart to mask all traces of his energy, it would only raise suspicions. Moreover, he had not practiced any malevolent techniques. His magical energy was pure and imbued with righteous essence, leaving no cause for shame or concealment. Transparency would serve him better. Rapid progress in cultivation merely attests to his innate talent. This would surely draw the attention and recognition of the sect leader, a fact for which he was grateful. The sect leader and Appo's gift of the Jade Green Lotus had greatly benefited him. After establishing his foundation, he had attempted to cultivate the righteous sword chi, unexpectedly finding it to be an excellent fit, leading to swift advancement. Master Qingshu scrutinized him closely and, indeed, observed the righteous energy enveloping Lu Chun, nodding in approval. This righteous energy, a comprehension achieved only by the greatest Confucian sages, embodies the essence of heaven and earth. Even he cannot grasp it. The fragment of the righteous sword chi in a library was won in a wager from a Confucian sage long ago. Regrettably, over the years, no disciple of Shushan had truly mastered it. To find that Lu Chun possesses such talent, not only having cultivated the righteous sword chi, but seemingly having achieved a high level of proficiency, was surprising. The connection between the Jade Green Lotus and the righteous sword chi made sense. Initially, Master Qingshu had worried that Lu Chen's rapid advancement might lead him to be tempted by the dark arts. However, it now appeared that he had overthought the matter. Lu Chen's pure magical energy could not possibly be the result of any unscrupulous methods. This lad seems to possess even greater potential than I had imagined, Master Qingshu mused. As he contemplated, Master Qingshu continued, "The righteous sword chi is extraordinary. Your ability to cultivate it speaks volumes of your exceptional talent. However, remember that righteous energy stems from the heart. As long as your heart remains untainted, your righteous energy will not falter. Yet, should your mind become clouded, you risk losing all your cultivation and falling into the demonic path." His words served as a cautionary reminder for Lu Chun, urging him not to forget his principles as he progressed swiftly in his cultivation. Lu Chun understood the essence of this teaching. With his system in place, as long as he refrained from committing heinous acts and maintained clarity of thought, there was little to fear. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the leader's good intentions and chose to remain respectful, merely nodding in agreement. He then proceeded to relay his purpose, recounting the events surrounding Yang Qi in detail. The ability to manipulate another from afar with a fragment of one's soul, coupled with knowledge of our Shushan movements, suggests that Yang Qi's backer is no ordinary foe. Master Qingshu's expression hardened upon hearing this. He was no fool. After the incident with Lu Chun, he had suspected that the Blood Soul sect might be reviving, even infiltrating Shushan. Thus, he had discreetly dispatched people to investigate. However, due to a lack of concrete leads, their efforts had yielded little. It was only when Lu Chun followed the trail to uncover the mysterious powerful figure behind Yang Qi that Master Qingshu began to sense that the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. There may be individuals within Shushan, even among its upper echelons, who have allied themselves with the Blood Soul sect. This person is willing to take great risks, lurking within Shushan to plot and scheme, undoubtedly with significant ambitions. This rat must be flushed out. Master Qingshu contemplated this in silence. Lu Chun, recognizing the overwhelming power of this mysterious figure, refrained from interjecting. It was best left to the sect leader to handle. I shall refrain from joining this commotion. However, that black roster might serve as a clue. It would be prudent to present it to the master. Perhaps it will yield fruitful results and trigger subsequent tasks. Chapter 27. The Confucian Sword Saint, a girl born in the year of the Een, month of the Een, and hour of the Een, possesses a fate of utmost darkness. What could they possibly be contemplating? Upon seeing the roster presented by Lu Chun, the expression of Master Qing Su shifted slightly. It was as if he had conjured a terrifying realization. However, he quickly regained his composure, pressed down the roster, and spoke in a calm tone. This matter bears great significance. I must first dispatch someone to investigate thoroughly. Only then will we arrive at a conclusion. After a moment, he glanced at Lu Chun and added, "You have accomplished another remarkable feat this time. What reward do you desire? Speak freely." This time, Lu Chun was not shy about his request. With a smile, he said, "Master, Your wisdom is unparalleled. In my recent confrontations with the bandits, I have often suffered due to inferior weaponry. Therefore, might you bestow upon me a superior flying sword? The sect of Shushan Mountain is founded upon the sword. Beyond the cultivation of techniques, the flying sword is the true essence of its core. Legends tell of the sword tomb within Shushan Mountain, wherein lies countless flying swords, each a rare and formidable weapon, including some unparalleled swords and even relics of sword immortals. You stand on the cusp of a breakthrough, and your prowess is indeed exceptional among the inner disciples. You deserve a sword uniquely suited to you, Master Qing Su acknowledged with a nod. Coincidentally, in a few days, the annual sword bestowment ceremony will take place. At that time, the sword tomb will be open to all inner disciples, and you may enter. If fortune favors you, you shall surely find a sword that suits you. The sword bestowment ceremony? Lu Chen had indeed heard of it. It was said that the flying swords within the sword tomb possess sentience. Only by subduing them and earning their recognition can one wield them. The more powerful the sword, the more challenging it is to master. With my unparalleled sword heart talent, I should be able to gain from the experience within the sword tomb. Lu Chen thought to himself, nodding internally. However, outwardly, he feigned a pained expression and said, Master, since anyone can enter the sword tomb and claim a sword based on their own abilities, you cannot use this as a reward to placate me. Can you? Ah, you little rascal. Did you not previously express a willingness to forego rewards to save others? And now, your true colors are revealed? Master Qing Su chuckled. That is different. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. I would certainly do so. Yet this time, I narrowly escaped with my life. Enough. Master Qing Su interrupted, shaking his head. He then extended his hand, grasping at the void, and a radiant orb of magical energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a weathered ancient tome. He presented the book to Lu Chen, stating, Your heart is virtuous, filled with a righteous disdain for evil, and you harbor compassion for all beings. This is why you have cultivated the Howren sword chi. However, the Howren sword chi you find in the library is merely a fragment. You can only cultivate it to the 3rd layer before hitting a wall. This book is a cultivation manuscript left behind by the Confucian sword savior, detailing the process of creating the Howren sword chi along with some insights. Take it back and study it diligently. If your heart and actions become one, you may grasp the deeper mysteries of the Howren sword chi and perhaps even carve out a path of your own. The manuscript of the Confucian sword saint? Insights into the creation of the Howren sword chi? This is indeed a treasure of immense worth, surpassing even the complete teachings of the Howren sword chi. After all, it is far better to teach a person a fish than to simply give them a fish. Lu Chen, who had been at a loss on how to further enhance his Howren sword chi, now saw a pathway to enlightenment through this manuscript, potentially leading him to develop his own sword techniques in the future. Thank you, Master, he exclaimed, immediately accepting the ancient tome. He flipped through its pages and found the writing sharp and piercing, reminiscent of an overwhelming sword energy. A mere glance caused his eyes to sting. This contains his sword energy, which ordinary people cannot perceive. Even you must wait until after your breakthrough before you can peruse it. Otherwise, you risk being harmed by the sword energy within. The consequences could be as light as damaged eyesight or as severe as a shattered sword heart, Master Qing Su cautioned. He then waved his hand, signaling Lu Chen to take his leave. He had to devise a means to uncover the hidden rat lurking within Shushan Mountain and investigate the matters surrounding the Black Roster. Thank you for the warning, Master. I take my leave, Lu Chen replied, not wishing to linger further. He rose and exited the Sword Immortal Hall, making his way back to the cave dwelling in the rear mountain. Having been away for several days, he wondered how Lu Li had fared in her training. I'm back, Lu Chen announced as he pushed open the gate, only to find that the previously barren spiritual field had been cultivated, now filled with an assortment of peculiar flowers and plants. They must have been planted by Lu Li. He was unsure where she had sourced them, as he recognized only a fraction, yet they appeared rather lovely. This girl certainly knows how to enjoy life. The home was kept tidy, indicating she had begun to adapt to her new surroundings, which was a good sign. Lu Chen nodded to himself. However, as he looked around, he noticed Lu Li was nowhere to be seen. His expression shifted slightly with concern. He quickly channeled his magical energy, spreading his consciousness, soon locking onto Lu Li and Appos as presence. Thankfully, she was safe. However, why had she ventured to the cold pool? His brow furrowed. That cold pool housed an unfathomable creature. If Lu Li were to be discovered, she could be in danger. Without hesitation, he soared to the edge of the cold pool. There, he found Lu Li perched on a large stone, tossing a gourd into the water. Bubbles surfaced as the calm water was disturbed by a powerful force, swiftly drawing the gourd to the depths. "Brother Lu Chun, you're back?" Hearing the footsteps behind her, Lu Li turned, and upon spotting Lu Chun, she quickly stood to greet him. "Yes, just returned." Lu Chun nodded, though his expression was grave. "Did I not instruct you not to come here? It is quite dangerous." He chose his words carefully, for the ancient creature dwelling within the cold pool could potentially hear him, and he did not wish to attract its attention. "Dangerous? Not at all," Lu Li exclaimed, her innocence radiating as she glanced around. Lu Chun, feeling exasperated, inquired, "What were you doing just now?" "Oh, I made a friend a few days ago who lives in the cold pool. It's been a bit chilly, so I brought him a pot of warm wine to help him warm up." "You have a friend living in the cold pool? You not only know there is someone beneath the lake, but have also befriended him, inviting someone for drinks. It seems my worries were unfounded," Lu Chun remarked, feeling a touch of disbelief. He glanced once more at the placid surface of the cold pool and thought, since Lu Li was unharmed, it suggested that the creature there was not a malevolent being. If they could coexist peacefully, there was no need for him to interfere. Perhaps this was even a fortuitous encounter for Lu Li, one that might benefit him in the future. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. "Since the wine is finished, let us head back early," he suggested. Chapter 028. The illusion becomes reality, the crystallization of magic power during this period of residence. "Are you getting accustomed to it?" In the evening, Lu Chun inquired while picking at the vegetables in his bowl. Upon hearing this, Lu Li pondered for a moment and nodded, responding, "It's quite pleasant here. It is serene and free from disturbances. I can do as I please. And I particularly enjoy having you, Brother Lu Chun, by my side." However, she continued, her voice dropping slightly, "It's just what? It's just that my mother only taught me how to stir-fry vegetables, and eating them every day has become a bit monotonous. Could you perhaps teach me how to prepare some different dishes?" "Ah, I see, so that is what she is concerned about." Indeed, it would not be ideal for the young girl, who is in a growth phase, to consume only vegetables daily. However, cooking is not my forte. Observing the eager expression on her face, Lu Chun could only nod and say, "I do know some simple recipes for home-cooked dishes. I will prepare a recipe book for you later, and you can learn at your own pace. It should not be a problem." "Great!" Lu Li exclaimed joyfully as she tidied up the dishes. Lu Chun then stepped into the courtyard, casually cutting 5 branches and shaping them into the form of wooden swords before returning to the study. In the meditation chamber, Lu Chun waved his hand, unleashing his magical energy. The manual for the small 5 elements sword array floated up, transforming into a luminous screen. The 5 wooden swords then soared into the air, radiating various colors: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The essence of the 5 elements infused into the wooden swords, morphing into seals that soon vanished. "Go!" Lu Chun commanded with a palm strike, and the 5 wooden swords flew towards the chamber's walls, hanging suspended. The small 5-element sword array was thus established. Should anyone intrude, it would automatically activate, launching a lethal strike. Once this was completed, Lu Chun moved to the center of the spirit-gathering array. The double fish pendant at his waist seemed to sense the surge of spiritual energy, emitting a faint glow as it greedily absorbed the essence, gradually transforming it into his own magical power. It was akin to automatic cultivation. Lu Chun paid it no mind. He raised his hand, and the yellow spring diagram resonated with a low hum. A faint yellow stream, resembling a spiritual serpent, danced forth, coiling around him. With his eyes closed, Lu Chun guided the yellow spring water into his body, assisting him in refining both his physical form and magical energy. The yellow spring water flowed within him, akin to a tidal wave, washing away impurities. Gradually, the magical energy within his body was purified and became translucent, transforming toward a liquid state. Soon, The formless magical energy in his dantian evolved into a vast ocean. The energy surged through his meridians, resembling mighty rivers. The yellow spring water is indeed marvelous. Just a single refinement has allowed my magical energy to become liquid and pure. Next, I merely need to further consolidate it, and I estimate it will not be long before it crystallizes. Chen nodded in satisfaction. The sword presentation ceremony was approaching. He had heard that the sword tomb harbored immense dangers, with both the malevolent spirits of sword spirits and conflicts among disciples vying for the powerful flying swords. If he wished to acquire the finest flying sword, he needed not only exceptional talent, but also the capability to overpower his peers. Otherwise, he would not gain the sword's recognition. Thus, in the days that followed, other than occasionally dining and conversing with Lu Chen spent most of his time in the study's meditation chamber, diligently cultivating his magical energy. This was a gradual process, devoid of any shortcut. Fortunately, the assistance of the yellow spring diagram significantly enhanced the efficiency of his crystallization. After 7 days, Lu Chen had successfully crystallized all of his magical energy. As he breathed, a dense mist enveloped him, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that the mist comprised crystallized magical energy, each crystal glistening and clear. They gathered like a surging river, far surpassing the quality he had during his foundation establishment. As his thoughts shifted, the magical energy morphed, at times taking the shape of sword, at other times transforming into thunder and flames, constantly shifting and capable of being directly formed from his magical energy. When combined with the appropriate spells and techniques, their power would be even more formidable. Crystallization realm. Excellent. In less than 4 months since my entry, I've already broken through to the crystallization realm. This strength places me among the top 10 within the inner sect of Mount Shu. At this sword presentation ceremony, I have a significant chance to shine. If I can gain the recognition of a top-tier divine sword, I might even ascend to the rank of a true disciple. Lu Chen clenched his fist. The disciples of Mount Shu are stratified. From entry to chi refining, they're outer sect disciples, holding the lowest status and burdened with various sect duties. After foundation establishment, one can enter the inner sect, which forms the backbone of Mount Shu. Here, they can apprentice under elders or cultivate independently, only needing to undertake some demon-slaying tasks to earn merit, thus enjoying most of the sect's resources and privileges. The majority of disciples spend their lives as inner sect members. Unless they demonstrate extraordinary talent and overpower their peers before the age of 30, they have little chance of becoming true disciples. The status of a true disciple is vastly different. They can access all sect resources and wield a certain degree of power, holding a position equivalent to that of an elder in Mount Shu. Furthermore, they gain the qualification to compete for the position of swordchild, the future successor of the sect. Currently, there are only 8 true disciples in this generation of Mount Shu, most of whom have attained golden core and are often traveling. They only return when it is time to select the swordchild. The annual sword presentation ceremony is, in fact, a disguised examination, a way to assess the progress of the disciples across the 7 peaks over the year, to see if any exceptional individuals have emerged who can overshadow their contemporaries and secure the recognition and inheritance of a top-tier divine sword. Regrettably, in the past decade, few remarkable talents have surfaced. Consequently, Mount Shu has not seen a new true disciple in 10 years. With demons and monsters stirring in the world, and remnants of the Blood Soul sect re-emerging, I sense a significant change looming in the near future. The time for my growth is limited. I must seize every opportunity to enhance myself, fortifying my power to ensure my survival amidst the forthcoming upheaval. This sword presentation ceremony presents a splendid opportunity. Should I become a true disciple of Mount Shu, I could venture beyond its confines and truly explore the world. As he contemplated, Lu Chen raised his hand, and the manual of the Confucian sword saint floated before him. Having now broken through to crystallization, his strength had increased significantly, allowing him to barely withstand the sword energy and intent within the text. It was the perfect moment to delve into it, perhaps uncovering the subsequent methods for cultivating the noble sword energy of righteousness. The sword practitioner embodies the advantages of heaven and earth, steadfast and unyielding. The Confucian scholar embodies the wisdom of sages, harboring the essence of the universe. With the righteous energy of Confucianism, embracing the world, leveraging the benefits of heaven and earth, vanquishing demons, safeguarding the common people, stabilizing the mountains and rivers, upholding the state, and opening the celestial gate. Each word is sharp and incisive. As Lu Chen perused, the characters on the manual seemed to come alive. Each stroke and line transformed into vivid sword energy, scattering throughout the cosmos. In a daze, Lu Chen felt as though he had transcended into another realm, a world entirely woven from sword energy. Chapter 29. Subduing the Heart of the Monkey, Enlightening the Sword Heart. What an extraordinary sight. The characters inscribed in this notebook emanate a sword intent that profoundly affects the mind, drawing me into an illusionary realm. It is no wonder that the sect leader previously mentioned that only those who have reached the crystal realm may behold it. Otherwise, one would be utterly unable to withstand the sword chi contained within the script. Should one in Appo's spirit falter, the consequences would be dire. Lu Chen gazed at the swirling sword chi around him, unable to suppress his admiration. It seemed that his soul had transcended into the world crafted by the notebook. Here lay an illusion, an ethereal realm woven entirely from sword light, devoid of sky and earth, with an endless expanse of radiant sword brilliance. Each strand radiated pure and noble energy, delicate and unblemished. Yet to malevolent beings, it would be as terrifying as divine wrath. For those with impure thoughts, entering this illusory realm could lead to instant obliteration of the spirit, transforming them into mere husks. However, Lu Chen, having cultivated the lofty sword chi, felt an inexplicable affinity towards these beams of sword light. Thus, as he traversed this ocean of sword brilliance, he experienced only gentleness and tranquility, devoid of discomfort. Ahead, there appeared to be a dwelling. As Lu Chen walked upon the sword light, he suddenly beheld tumultuous waves of light in the distance, where endless sword brilliance converged, revealing a magnificent golden palace. It stood resplendent, seemingly constructed from pure gold, exuding unparalleled opulence. Within the hall, melodious sounds akin to celestial music could be faintly heard, accompanied by graceful figures dancing, each as enchanting as a celestial being, captivating all who laid eyes upon them. Ancient sages proclaimed, "Within books there lies a mansion of gold. Within books there exists beauty akin to jade." This serves as both motivation and aspiration for scholars across the realm. Should a Confucian scholar encounter such a scene, they might be overwhelmed with emotion. Yet, for me, wealth and beauty are mere external trappings. While they may be alluring, they cannot sway my resolve. Observing the spectacle, Lu Chen shook his head and waved his hand. The noble spirit surged forth, shattering the golden palace, reducing the ethereal maidens to ashes. All illusions dissipated, revealing a middle-aged scholar seated cross-legged amid the ocean of sword light. Clad in a simple white robe, his long hair flowed like a waterfall, his countenance radiant. He held a scroll, as if descending from the heavens as a sage. He possessed the clarity to perceive one's inner obsessions and recognized my true essence. His disposition was commendable. The scholar raised his head, remarking, "You are not a Confucian disciple, yet you have managed to cultivate the lofty sword chi. This is indeed rare." Lu Chen felt a twinge of surprise. Could there truly be another presence within this illusory realm? However, this figure appeared translucent, seemingly composed entirely of sword light, akin to a spirit, suggesting he was not a corporeal entity. As anticipated, the scholar, noticing Lu Chen and Appo's scrutiny, smiled and said, "Fear not. This is but a projection formed from my sword chi essence. Long ago, I debated swordsmanship with Ching Su and lost by half a move, which led me to gift him this notebook. Your presence here indicates you must be a disciple of Shushan." So, he was the revered Confucian sword saint, born of Confucianism, yet capable of engaging in sword debates with the Shushan sect leader, and only losing by half a move? He must be an extraordinary figure indeed. Yet, I wonder if he still walks the earth today. Disciple of Shushan, Lu Chen pays his respects to the sword saint. Lu Chen offered a respectful bow, maintaining a calm demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. The title of sword saint is merely a label bestowed by the world. In terms of swordsmanship, your sect leader surpasses me. My surname is Chen. You may refer to me as Mr. Chen. The man chuckled lightly before continuing, my life has been fleeting, and for Confucianism, the sword path is but a deviation. Thus, the lofty sword Qi lacks a true heir. Since Qing Su has entrusted you with this notebook, it is evident he has intentions to nurture your potential. I perceive your character is commendable. Indeed, you are a promising seed. Allow me to assist you. With that, Mr. Chen raised his hand, and, as his sleeves waved, a sound akin to a dragon and amp, Oppo's roar resonated, followed by a thunderous clap. In an instant, the world transformed. The boundless sword light surrounding them seemed to be captured in his grasp. With a forward thrust, a cataclysmic wave of sword energy surged forth, erupting from his hand and manifesting as a dazzlingly immense palm print that obscured the heavens. Lu Chen was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated the sheer ferocity of this legendary sword saint, an entity on par with the Shushan sect leader. With his current strength, he was utterly unequipped to withstand such an assault. Merely the oppressive intent of this sword was enough to shatter the resolve of an ordinary individual. Fortunately, Lu Chen sensed no malice. Although this strike was monstrous, it was merely a manifestation of intent. The figure before him was not a corporeal entity, nor even a spirit, but a projection of sword intent. Understanding this, Lu Chen steadied himself, refraining from hastily activating the diagram of the Yellow Springs, instead surrounding himself with the lofty sword Qi for protection. With a resounding thud, the colossal hand of sword light descended. Indeed, it lacked the anticipated lethal intent. It transformed into a formidable force that plunged him directly into the sea of sword light below. Lu Chen felt an overwhelming weight, the surrounding waters suffocating him. This was not actual water, but rather a manifestation of condensed sword light, rendering his water manipulation techniques ineffective, suffocating and sinking into darkness. It seemed as if countless malevolent beings opened their eyes, converging from all directions. The lofty sword Qi could vanquish all evil in the world. However, the wickedness within the human heart remained unresolved, akin to this ocean of swords, serene on the surface, yet rife with turbulent currents beneath. If you wish to comprehend the path of cultivating the lofty sword Qi further, you must confront the inherent evil within your heart. Subduing the heart of the monkey is essential to traversing the path of righteousness. Mr. Chen's voice echoed as if resonating from the heavens, and as he spoke, Lu Chen witnessed his form gradually dissipating, ultimately dissolving into laughter. This lingering projection of sword intent merely offered him an opportunity. Whether he could grasp it depended entirely on his own efforts. Subduing the heart of the monkey, Lu Chen steadied himself in the water, the lofty sword Qi surging around him. At that moment, the dark manifestations finally emerged. They were grotesque and fearsome, some resembling mountains of flesh, embodying greed. Others were crimson, representing slaughter, while others appeared as alluring as demons, symbolizing lust. The myriad desires of the human heart were now projected as these monsters, embodying worldly troubles. One must not be deceived by these illusions. Otherwise, the sword heart would be sullied, and not only would one fail to grasp the lofty sword Qi, but all their cultivation would be rendered null. Lu Chen remained vigilant. After all, he was merely a person, an ordinary individual. He harbored all the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and he did not wish to extinguish them entirely. If one were to eradicate even the most fundamental of emotions, what meaning would life hold? Becoming a Buddha or a deity would merely render one a lifeless shell. Confucian sages, who possess a heart for the world, sever all personal desires. Lu Chen was uncertain whether this was virtuous or not, yet he did not wish to pursue such a path. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are indeed burdensome, yet with a sincere heart, one may remain true to their original intentions. I cherish all living beings, despise malevolence, and seek the eternal path of life. Yet, I shall not stray from my fundamental aspirations due to these desires. In an instant, Lu Chen's state of mind became clear, and the supreme sword heart appeared even more translucent and pure. Upon realizing this, he surveyed his surroundings once more. The monsters representing the 7 emotions and 6 desires vanished, transforming into beams of sword light that coalesced around him, becoming part of his aura of sword chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for attaining enlightenment. The compatibility of the supreme sword heart has increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the subsequent cultivation methods of the lofty sword chi, which can be elevated to the 6th tier through experience points. Chapter 030. The Sword Presentation Ceremony. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the subsequent cultivation methods of Howren Sword Chi, which can be elevated to the 6th level through accumulated experience. It worked. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chen's spirit soared. The Howren Sword Chi he had been practicing was merely an incomplete fragment, capable of reaching at most the 3rd level. Now, having grasped the complete subsequent cultivation methods, he could continue to advance. However, only up to the 6th level? Could it be that the esteemed Mr. Chen also limited the Howren Sword Chi to the 6th level, thus achieving a prowess comparable to the esteemed Qingshu Zhenren? That seemed unlikely. After all, Qingshu Zhenren's mastery of the Shushan sword technique was unparalleled, and a Xingluo sword cannon could open the celestial gates, harnessing the power of the stars. Truly extraordinary. No matter how formidable the Howren Sword Chi might be, it could not rival the celestial might with just the 6th level. Perhaps the cultivation beyond the 6th level required personal enlightenment and could not be easily transmitted. Nevertheless, it mattered not. In the immediate future, he lacked sufficient experience points. After reaching the 6th level, he would devise a way to break through. While contemplating, Lu Chen glanced at the system panel. Upgrading the Howren Sword Chi to the 4th level required a staggering 10,000 experience points. As one progressed, the consumption would likely escalate. It would be a gradual journey. The enhancement of his sword heart's affinity was an unexpected boon. It would surely shine brilliantly during the sword presentation ceremony. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Upon reopening his eyes, he found his spirit had returned from the world within the book. The words on his journal had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only yellowed blank pages. The Confucian sword saint surnamed Chen? Perhaps, when he had the chance to descend the mountain and travel, he could inquire further. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and pushed open the door. He saw Lu Li sitting beneath the large tree in the courtyard, her head tilted as if she were asleep. Streams of spiritual energy, however, slowly gathered from all directions, flowing through the roots beneath her and continuously nourishing her being. What kind of cultivation method is this? Allowing one to practice through the very essence of flora? Were an unknowing observer to witness this, they might mistake her for a tree spirit. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He had not imparted such a technique to Lu Li. This method was astonishingly faster than the Tai Ching sensation technique, or perhaps it was simply more suited to Lu Li. With each breath, the spiritual energy converged, rivaling the efforts of an ordinary person's day of arduous training. Could this be the awakening of her innate wisdom from a previous life, or was it a technique taught by that peculiar individual in the cold pool? Shaking his head, Lu Chen decided against prying too deeply into matters that were personal. The path of cultivation is vast and varied. As long as it was not an evil or malevolent practice, he felt no inclination to intervene. At this rate, it would not be long before the girl reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, and he would need to find a way to procure materials for her foundation establishment. Lost in thought, a sudden peal of melodious bells resonated from the direction of the front mountain square. Following that, beams of sword light soared from the peaks of Shushan, transforming into a vibrant rainbow as they converged toward the rear mountain, where the sword mausoleum was located. Had the sword presentation ceremony commenced? Observing this, Lu Chen did not hesitate. He leaped into the air, riding his flying sword and merging into the flow of sword light. Before long, he arrived at the towering cliff where the resplendent clouds danced and layers of sword light cascaded. Thousands of Shushan disciples had gathered at this location. The sword presentation ceremony was an annual grand event for Shushan. Thus, aside from those true disciples journeying afar, nearly everyone from the sect had flocked to witness it. Only a portion of the inner disciples were qualified to enter the sword mausoleum, while the majority were merely spectators eager for the spectacle. Finally, the sword presentation ceremony was upon them. This year, he must find a way to obtain a recognized flying sword. His senior brother had subdued numerous demons this past year and made rapid progress in cultivation. Surely, he could fulfill his desire. Yet he wondered which flying sword he favored. Given their current strength, they could only aspire to secure one among the 72 earthly fiends. The Xian Shui sword would suit him perfectly. Does senior brother desire the Xian Shui sword as well? How unfortunate! The disciples gathered before the sword mausoleum engaged in animated discussions. Chen listened in, having some understanding of the circumstances within the mausoleum. The swords buried, there were all renowned blades forged by Shushan's ancestors. Besides their intrinsic qualities, most also contained remnants of certain supernatural legacies, making the flying swords within the mausoleum highly coveted. Of course, some exceptionally gifted individuals attempted to forge their own life swords, nurturing them with their very essence, thus achieving a higher potential. However, the resources required were staggering, and the time investment immense. Often, one could spend a lifetime without successfully nurturing a truly top-tier flying sword. Chen had contemplated forging his own life sword as well, but currently lacked a suitable opportunity and better materials. Thus, he felt no urgency. It would be best to first acquire a top-tier flying sword from the sword mausoleum as a transitional measure, and when his strength was sufficient in the future, he could forge a sword that truly suited him. The flying swords within the mausoleum were categorized into 6 tiers based on the strength of their original wielders and their inherent qualities. 1 immortal, 3 divine, 7 absolute, 36 celestial, 72 earthly fiends, and the 10,008 demon-slaying swords. The lowest tier and the most numerous were the demon-slaying swords, totaling 18,000, belonging to fallen disciples of Shushan. Their power was only marginally superior to the ordinary flying swords distributed by the sect, with exceptional specimens being rare. Generally, only those of lesser strength among the inner disciples were compelled to choose from them. The 72 earthly fiends were significantly more powerful, mostly remnants left by fallen inner disciples of previous generations, often possessing immense potential. The 36 celestial swords were even more formidable, typically wielded by elders. They often came with a portion of supernatural techniques, making them highly sought after by the inner disciples. To date, fewer than half remained unclaimed. For the average disciple, a celestial-grade flying sword represented the pinnacle of their aspirations. The 7 absolute swords were of even more fearsome origin, belonging to true disciples who had perished unexpectedly. It is worth noting that Shushan's selection of true disciples is rigorous. Those who ascend to this rank are invariably top-tier talents. Such individuals rarely meet untimely ends and usually achieve extraordinary feats, even if they do not vie for the position of swordmaster. Many can become the esteemed elders of the 7 peaks with boundless prospects. Thus, the swords they left behind often possess unfathomable potential. Acquiring one could grant access to the unparalleled techniques of one of the peaks, propelling one to great heights. Regrettably, all 7 absolute swords had already found their wielders, claimed by 7 true disciples. Beyond the 7 absolute swords, only the 3 divine swords and the mightiest immortal sword remained. The Shushan immortal sword is revered as the demon-subduing sword, rumored to be a celestial artifact bestowed by the heavens, bearing unimaginable power, accessible solely to the sect leader and the current swordmaster. Aside from this, the strongest were the 3 divine swords, Teia, Chunyang, and Tianqing. As the name implies, divine swords are the blades of the sword gods. Over the millennia, Shushan has only produced 3 sword gods. Among them, the Tianqing sword, crafted by the current sect leader Qingshu Jinren in his youth, merely hovers within the sword mausoleum, suppressing the malevolent energies within and cannot be claimed. The Chunyang sword, on the other hand, was seized 8 years ago by the then inner disciple Gu Changshen. This act catapulted him to prominence, earning the favor of the chief of Kaiyang Peak, who took him as a true disciple, making him one of the 8 true disciples with the greatest potential today. Currently, the only divine sword remaining within the mausoleum is the Teia, known as the Sword of Carnage. Its whereabouts remain a mystery, and none know how to subdue it. It seems that if I am to become a true disciple, I must find a way to obtain the divine sword Teia. Lu Chen pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 031. As you seize the sword, I slay the monsters. The divine sword Teia is the most enigmatic of the 3 sacred swords. Its origins remain unknown, and no one has ever witnessed it firsthand. Yet, all are convinced that Teia lies within the sword tomb. It has unleashed a malevolent aura due to the countless slaughters it has witnessed, shrouding the entire sword tomb in a sinister mist, mourning daily in despair. Somewhere within the tomb, it awaits its rightful master, accessible only to those of great fortune and immense determination. Over the years, countless disciples of Mount Shu have attempted to seek Teia, vying for the last true inheritance, yet all have failed. The vast majority have not even qualified to behold Teia. The divine sword Teia is currently the finest flying sword within the sword tomb, a fitting match for my supreme sword heart. To become the true heir, I must find a way to subdue this sword, Lu Chen pondered. However, based on his understanding, throughout the ages, only the founding patriarch and the current sect leader, Chen have reached the realm of sword god in Mount Shu, who is the original master of Teia. The name of that sword god remains unknown. If only I could glean some information, perhaps it would aid in subduing the divine sword Teia. As he contemplated this, 7 magnificent beams of sword light suddenly descended upon the peak of the mountain where the sword tomb is located. They formed a constellation resembling the Big Dipper, transforming into towering pillars of light that pierced the heavens, creating an astonishing spectacle. Within the columns of sword energy, the 7 elders of the 7 peaks materialized, 6 men and 1 woman, all formidable cultivators of the nascent soul stage, second only to the sect leader in strength and prestige. Salute the heads of the 7 peaks. Upon seeing this, the disciples bowed in reverence. Lu Chen discreetly scrutinized these 7 figures. Truth be told, he did not recognize any of them, nor had he interacted with them before. However, he recalled the mysterious figure behind Yang Qi, who could manipulate others with a mere strand of divine soul, compelling them to unleash power nearing the crystal stage. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a nascent soul master. Could that enigmatic individual be one of the 7 heads? If so, it could pose significant trouble. He would need to exercise caution when entering the sword tomb. The sword presentation ceremony is a grand event in Mount Shu. The sword tomb opens its gates, allowing inner disciples of foundational stage and above to enter and seek a flying sword suited to them. However, they must remember that the accumulated malevolent energy within the sword tomb can summon monstrous apparitions, posing certain dangers. If overwhelmed, activating the Identity Jade token will ensure a swift escape. Each person may only choose 1 flying sword as their own. Greed will lead to dire consequences. The spirit swords are unclaimed, and each must rely on their own abilities. Today, within the sword tomb, no intersect conflicts are prohibited. A sword belongs solely to the strong. With that, the sword presentation ceremony commenced. The heads of the 7 peaks succinctly outlined the rules. They each unleashed a beam of sword light, and together, they opened the seal of the sword tomb. The disciples beheld as the vast white mist before the mountain dissipated, as if a curtain had been torn aside, revealing a colossal peak where there was once nothing. This peak stood tall and straight, resembling a sword blade thrusting into the clouds. The mountainside was steep and rugged, enveloped in a swirling mist of malevolent energy, where countless flying swords were embedded in the rock. The sword tomb is open. Seize the swords. Step aside. The Xian Shui sword is mine. Let each rely on their own prowess. As the sword mountain emerged, the disciples of Mount Shu surged forth, transforming into streaks of light, soaring through the air like meteors, all rushing toward the mountain. Lu Chen did not hesitate. With a step, he followed the crowd, leisurely flying toward the sword tomb. Prior to his departure, his attention remained on the heads of the 7 peaks, yet he discerned no unusual signs, which eased his mind somewhat. Those who could ascend to such heights were likely contemporaries of the sect leader, their character and lineage presumably beyond reproach. Perhaps he was overthinking. The matter of the infiltrator would be handled by the sect leader. He should focus on his own journey. As he contemplated, Lu Chen entered the sword tomb. The surrounding malevolent energy swirled like fog, with beams of sword light penetrating into the mist as each disciple sought their own flying sword. Lu Chen, however, remained unhurried. His target was the divine sword Tai, but its precise location eluded him. Acting recklessly would yield no benefit. Fortune is an elusive concept, best left to fate. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. The malevolent energy within the sword tomb grew denser as one ascended, indicating that the quality of the flying swords at the peak would be superior. Thus, he resolved to ascend the mountain. As Lu Chen prepared to take flight toward the summit, he noticed the fog ahead roiling, a vine resembling a great serpent reaching out to ensnare his ankle. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He swiftly stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved the vine in two. In tandem, he waved his sleeve, channeling his power like a tempest, dispersing the mist ahead. It revealed a vine demon, transformed into a monster by absorbing the malevolent energy of the flying swords. The creature writhed with malevolent energy, brandishing its vine-like appendages menacingly. Seeking death, Lu Chen raised his hand, his fingertip piercing the air, and a river of sword energy surged forth, instantly piercing the demon's body. Boom! The overwhelming sword energy erupted, shattering the creature into fragments, its malevolent aura obliterated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the monster, Vine Demon, gaining experience 200. 200 experience points for a single monster? Quite impressive. Lu Chen and Appos' eyes brightened. Within this sword tomb, aside from the flying swords, the most abundant entities were these monsters formed from condensed malevolent energy. It was truly a prime location for farming experience. Even if he could not locate the divine sword Tai, this journey would not be in vain. Initially, Lu Chen had intended to soar directly to the summit in search of the divine sword Tai and Appos. However, he reconsidered. The other disciples were preoccupied with seeking their flying swords, dismissing the monsters along the way, only engaging when obstructed. Why not ascend the mountain on foot, slaying more monsters along the way to accumulate experience, thus maximizing the value of this venture? With this thought, Lu Chen abandoned his sword riding. He grasped his flying sword in hand and charged into the malevolent, energy-laden forest. Meanwhile, outside the sword tomb, the heads of the 7 peaks hovered above, observing everything through a crystalline mirror. The strength of this year and Appos' disciples seemed stronger than in previous years. Perhaps a few promising talents would emerge. The 36 Tian Gang flying swords still had 11 left. It would be interesting to see who would claim them. Shuyang, I heard that your new disciple also entered the sword tomb. Which of the Tian Gang 36 swords does she seek? As the various heads conversed, they turned their gazes toward the only woman among the 7. Shuyang, however, could only smile wryly and shake her head. That girl has some talent, yet her pride may lead her to leave empty-handed this time. Shuden and Appos, TA disciple personally instructed by you possess strength far superior to the average inner disciple. How could she return empty-handed? Could it be that she aims for? Indeed, that girl is after the divine sword Tai and Appos. Chapter 032. The sorrowful cry of the divine sword to think that the girl, Ning Shuang, has set her sights on the divine sword Tai. Upon uttering this remark, the head of the 7 peaks fell into a moment of contemplative silence. While others may be unaware, they are acutely aware of the sword and Appos' illustrious history. In times past, a certain figure wielded Tai with such unparalleled prowess that he stood unyielding before the heavens themselves. However, after that era, Tai was forsaken in the sword tomb, lamenting day after day. This is a true divine sword, its might surpassing even that of the pure Yang and celestial star. Its malevolence and pride are unmatched. In all the world, it is unlikely that anyone other than that individual could ever compel it to bow. Ning Shuang hails from an extraordinary lineage, possessing exceptional talents. and is considered one of the most outstanding disciples in the intersect of Mount Shu in recent years. Given her capabilities, acquiring one of the 36 celestial swords should be a mere trifle, and even the 7 absolute swords may be within her grasp. Yet to obtain that will be exceedingly difficult. Youthful pride is not without merit. Should she, like Gu Chongqing of yore, create a miracle, then Mount Shu would gain yet another top-tier prodigy. Although pure yang is the sword of the founder, it pales in comparison to the ferocity of Tai and Oppos. However, there is no harm in attempting. Even in failure, one can learn valuable lessons and return to try again next year. As the esteemed leaders exchanged light-hearted banter, the sword tomb was already ablaze with sword light. Countless disciples displayed their unique abilities, vying for the flying swords. In a mirrored projection, a woman clad in white, with cascading hair and skin as pale as frost, exuded an extraordinary aura. She ascended the steps, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding flying swords. Not even the renowned 36 celestial flying swords could halt her progress. Her destination was the mountain peak, the most likely location for Tai and Oppos, as appearance. Thus, the young girl surged ahead, climbing the mountain with resolute determination. There's an intriguing little fellow over here. While everyone was fixated on the talented young woman, the head of Yuheng Peak suddenly noticed an interesting scene. In the forest of the sword tomb, a boy wielded his sword energy like a torch, traversing through the malevolent aura. His sword energy was remarkably pure, imbued with a radiant aura. The sword light flowed like water, a vast river in motion. With each stroke, a monstrous creature fell. Where he passed, the fog dissipated and the malevolent energy waned. In a short span, he had cleared the area below the mountain into Oppos' midpoint. Impressive cultivation and solid foundations. He appears quite young. I did not expect him to have already crystallized his energy. This is indeed exceptional among the intersect disciples. I have a faint recollection of various promising candidates among the inner disciples, unless he is a newcomer. A newcomer achieving crystallization in such a brief time? Cultivation aside, observe his aura of righteousness. It resembles the Confucian path. I recall a tome in the library about righteous sword energy that no one has ever mastered. This young man possesses remarkable skill. Lu Chen, it is he. I have heard about this lad from my senior brother, the Master. He played a significant role in dealing with the remnants of the Blood Soul sect, and the sect leader awarded him the Jade Green Lotus. With the Jade Green Lotus, he must have firmly established his foundation. No wonder he displays such potential. The heads nodded in agreement. Lu Chen's exhibited prowess had indeed caught their attention. However, a sense of confusion lingered among them. With his strength, competing for a celestial-level flying sword should have been a foregone conclusion. Yet, he seemed disinterested in seeking any flying sword and instead roamed about, slaying malevolent creatures. What could his intentions be? It is uncertain, but his decisive actions suggest a taste for ruthless efficacy. While others scramble for flying swords, he has chosen to venture into the sword tomb to eradicate demons. How fascinating. I am curious to see what this young man intends to accomplish. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, he had already garnered the attention of the esteemed leaders. At this moment, he was absorbed in the joy of his harvest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the monster stone puppet, earning experience 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the monster sword shadow, earning experience 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the monster malevolent spirit, earning heavenly eye technique, experience 500. In this short while, Lu Chen had consecutively vanquished dozens of monsters, amassing over 5,000 experience points and acquiring a practical spell. The heavenly eye technique. All forms, colors, and distances shall be seen. With this technique, one may temporarily open the heavenly eye and perceive the true essence of all illusions. The heavenly eye technique is derived from the Taoist's 10 great supernatural powers, the heavenly eye. Though it lacks true divine power, it can temporarily reveal demons and monsters, discerning the essence of illusions, making it particularly effective against deceptions. A fruitful harvest. I have just cleared the malevolent creatures on the mountainside. If I delve deeper into the sword tomb, the malevolent energy will intensify, and perhaps I can reap even more rewards. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, he rose with his sword, intending to continue his quest against the monsters. But at that moment, a sudden sword cry resonated from the mountain peak. It was sorrowful, desolate, solitary, and unwilling, like a wail from antiquity, a roar from the depths of hell, each note piercing the ear, a mournful lament that stirred the soul. The entire sword tomb trembled in response. Endless malevolent energy surged and roiled, akin to a tidal wave sweeping in all directions. The creatures within the malevolent aura trembled, emitting wails of anguish, shaking the earth in unison. It is Taiye. It weeps. The sorrowful cry of the divine sword has resurfaced, and by the sound, it seems to emanate from the mountain peak. Quick, to the summit. If one can obtain the divine sword Tai and Appos, it would be a true leap to greatness. Countless disciples of Mount Shu, upon witnessing this, were invigorated. This is one of the 3 divine swords. For each individual, it is a golden opportunity to leap like a carp into the dragon and amp. Appos, Esgate. Who would dare let this chance slip by? Even those lacking strength yearn to try. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them, granting them the sword and Appos as favor. Driven by this greed, a multitude of sword lights soared into the sky, racing toward the mountain peak. Yet just then, a terrifying surge of malevolent energy erupted, akin to a devil's sword swinging down with ferocity. The malevolent sword cleaved through the air, its energy billowing like clouds. Those disciples of Mount Shu who surged upward were met with muffled groans and cries of pain, falling like dumplings until they were halted by the barrier of the outer formation, narrowly avoiding fatal injuries. Such terrifying malevolence. The Taiye sword is the sword of the god of slaughter. Having slain countless sword masters, it is said to have tasted the blood of immortals. The malevolence it harbors is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. My heavens, is this the might of a divine sword? We lack even the qualifications to behold it. Merely this waft of malevolent energy has cast us all down. Such a divine weapon is not something we can covet. Chapter 33. Sword Chi protects the body. Step by step blossoming lotus the sharpness of the divine sword. Taiye is not something mere mortals can covet. They are unworthy to behold its true visage. Outside the sword tomb, the head of the 7 peaks gazed at the swirling, malevolent sword light, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Each year, when the sword tomb opens, Tai emits a mournful cry, yearning for someone to unveil its glory once more. Yet, regrettably, no one has ever managed to breach the terrifying malevolence and reach the summit. They cannot even catch a glimpse, let alone inherit or tame it. As time passes, the vengeful aura of the Taiye sword intensifies. The power unleashed now is far more formidable than in previous years. It has languished in dust for far too long, and this solitude and loneliness have nowhere to be expressed, transforming into an even more overwhelming and fierce sword light. Once again, there are those unwilling to yield, launching a fresh assault toward the mountain's peak. As they spoke, the head of the 7 peaks raised his gaze and spotted several figures soaring from the crowd below, their sword lights blazing like startled swans. These individuals were the elite prodigies of the inner sect of Mount Shu. Each possessed the cultivation of the crystal realm, ranking among the top 10 masters of the inner sect, with 2 of them having a solid foundation in foundational building. Even so, they still could not break through the barrier of malevolence. Amidst the resonating sword cries, a fierce power roared, sweeping across like a tempest. The figures were like leaves caught in a storm, forced to retreat. Their faces turned pale, blood spewed forth. So powerful, this malevolent aura, which could kill gods and men alike, disregarded magical power and struck directly at the heart. Without extraordinary mental fortitude, even those of high cultivation would struggle to withstand it. But wait, one remained steadfast. Look, is Xianing Xue. She is resisting the malevolence. The crowd gasped. Among the swirling malevolence, a delicate figure rose into the air, defying the odds. Her white skirt billowed in the wind, resembling butterfly wings, emanating a chilling aura that crystallized into ice flowers around her. forming an armor of frost to fiercely withstand the onslaught of the sword light. It is Sister Xia Ningxue. Remarkable. She has managed to fend off the encroaching malevolence. The divine sword Taiye can only be claimed by the most exceptional prodigies. Sister Xia Ningxue is undoubtedly the strongest among us, the one most likely to gain Taiye's favor. Within the sword tomb, numerous disciples were abuzz with discussion. Lu Chen was also drawn to the commotion atop the mountain, glancing up to see that graceful silhouette, and couldn't help but nod slightly. Xia Ningxue indeed possesses some abilities. It is said she is a disciple of the master of Yaoguang, gifted beyond measure. Having established her foundation with 10,000 years of profound ice, her potential boundless. Now, she has cultivated to the pinnacle of the crystal realm, a half-step into the golden core, standing out among the inner sect. She truly has a chance to contend for the divine sword Taiye. However, the malevolence released by this divine sword penetrates the heart. Relying solely on magical cultivation offers no means of defense. Lu Chen shook his head, unperturbed. If the divine sword Taiye were so easily obtainable, it would not have remained entombed for so many years. He continued his ascent leisurely. Unfortunately, the malevolence within the sword tomb was drawn toward the Taiye divine sword, and along his journey, he encountered no monsters to challenge, unable to continue gaining experience. Boom! Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed from the mountain summit. Amidst the storm of malevolence, Xia Ningxue's figure was sent flying. Her face was ashen, the frost magic shattered by the malevolence, revealing cracks all over her body as she staggered backward. She has failed. Although Xia Ningxue's cultivation is commendable and her willpower strong enough to barely resist the malevolence, she ultimately fell short. What a pity. She still cannot behold the divine sword Taiye. That sword is too proud. If we cannot even withstand its malevolence, how can we hope to tame it? Even Sister Xia has been defeated. It seems this year, once again, no one will earn its favor. As the disciples witnessed Xia Ningxue's retreat, they could not help but sigh. If she could not withstand the malevolence, they dared not attempt to covet it themselves. At that moment, from the direction of the mountain's peak, the resounding sword cries reverberated through the sky once again. It seemed to call forth, yet also mock, calling for a true master worthy of wielding it, scoffing at the lack of capable individuals in Mount Shu, none able to bring it back into the light. Alas, let us depart. Taiye is not something we can aspire to. Let us seek other flying swords suited to ourselves. The disciples shook their heads and sighed, each preparing to depart on their flying swords. However, at that moment, a young man slowly approached, step by step, heading toward the mountain summit. Is there truly one unafraid of death? Even Sister Xia has fallen. Does he believe himself more talented than her? Humans are like this, always thinking themselves unique. So it is only natural they wish to try. Observing his refined magical power, he seems to have reached the crystal realm, ranking among the top 10 in the inner sect. How come I've never seen him before? I recognize him. His name is Lu Chen, a newcomer who recently joined. How long do you think he can last amidst the storm of malevolence? The disciples murmured among themselves, though none held high hopes for Lu Chen. Meanwhile, high above the sword tomb, the head of the Seven Peaks also observed the situation below. This girl, Xia Ningxue, possesses decent talent, yet her resolve is not firm enough. She was repelled by the illusions and inner demons invoked by the malevolence. Quite regrettable. I did not expect this Lu Chen to aspire to seize the divine sword. What do you all think his limits are? He carries the righteous sword energy for protection, which inherently counters the malevolence. I doubt the first barrier will stop him. As they spoke, Lu Chen had already arrived at the mountain's edge under the gaze of the multitude. At this moment, the surging malevolence surged forth, connecting heaven and earth, resembling a thunderstorm that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Yet, Lu Chen remained calm, devoid of any fluctuation in his expression. Casually, he cast aside the flying sword in his hand, realizing that against the divine sword, such a mundane weapon held no significance. To combat the malevolence, one must rely upon their will and spirit. Magical power and external objects bear little effect. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Chen stepped forward. His initial strides were slow, as if he faced great difficulty. Yet with each step he took, radiant light began to emanate from him, growing increasingly intense, akin to the faint glow of a candle in the darkness that gradually transformed into a resplendent sun. Lu Chen's pace quickened, and he appeared to grow lighter, with righteous sword energy swirling around him. With each step he took, lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet. Sword chi enveloped his body, and each step blossomed with lotus. At that moment, Lu Chen resembled a sage traversing through darkness, impervious to all evils. The fierce malevolence seemed to recoil in fear, continually retreating, unwilling to obstruct his path. In the blink of an eye, he had forced back the malevolence by dozens of yards. Chapter 34. Souls Beneath the Sword Retreat. The surging malevolence unexpectedly receded. The disciples present were taken aback by this astonishing scene, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had all experienced the overwhelming power of the malevolence firsthand. It was terrifying and could taint one's magical essence, capable of sending them flying with a mere glance. Even Xian Ning Shuang, at the pinnacle of crystallization, could only barely withstand it for a moment before being forced to withdraw. In stark contrast, Lu Chen moved freely within the tempest of malevolence, seemingly compelling it to retreat as if it dared not approach him. How could this be possible? The radiant sword chi. He had actually mastered the radiant sword chi. In midair, Xian Ning Shuang and Appo's beautiful eyes flickered with disbelief. Proud as she was, she had anticipated soaring to new heights and subduing the divine sword, only to find herself hindered by the malevolence of the first trial. This individual had indeed cultivated the radiant sword chi to such an extent that it could, to some degree, counter the malevolence. Yet, relying solely on the radiant sword chi was insufficient. In truth, Xiaoning Shuang was not defeated by the malevolence itself. With her frost power, she could freeze the malevolence and barely protect herself. What truly forced her to retreat was something far more terrifying. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Chen and Appo's speed within the storm of malevolence visibly slowed. Waves of sword winds swirled as a dark shadow coalesced from the malevolence, soaring into the air, its sword light piercing directly toward him. A monster? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, initially believing it to be the kind of monster he had encountered before. He raised his hand and directed a surge of sword energy, but it passed through the shadow without inflicting any harm. In an instant, the shadow and Appo's sword light was upon him, delivering a chilling pain that felt as though it would tear his very soul apart. Lu Chen quickly activated his perfected iron cloth, shielding his vital points, yet it remained inadequate. Fortunately, the radiant sword chi coiled around him, and with a resonant clang, it finally intercepted the sword light. Instantly, his body trembled, and the radiant sword light surged around him like the brilliance of the blazing sun, its golden rays blinding, obliterating the shadow and Appo's sword light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the soul beneath the sword, obtaining the Gale Sword Technique Fragment. The Gale Sword Technique Fragment, a unique sword art from the Northwest Gale Sword. It is incomplete and cannot be cultivated, but may be studied to enhance your understanding and insights into swordsmanship. Upon hearing the system and Appo's notification, Lu Chen was struck by a revelation. This was not a monster. It was a malevolence manifesting the souls of those who had perished beneath the Tai and Appo's sword, directly attacking one and Appo's spirit, rendering ordinary spells nearly ineffective. Had it not been for his radiant sword chi, he would have suffered a significant loss. At that moment, the malevolence surged forth, and waves of sword lights approached in succession. Judging by the rough estimate, there were no fewer than hundreds or even thousands. All were the remnant souls of those who had died beneath the Tai's sword, now rushing forth with a terrifying momentum. A bunch of defeated souls dare to show their ferocity? Bring one forth, and I shall slay it. Lu Chen felt no fear. Although slaying these remnant souls would yield no experience, he could acquire fragments of their sword techniques, which, even if not cultivable, would serve as an accumulation, aiding him in comprehending his own sword path in the future. Thus, he ceased to hold back, unleashing the radiant sword chi, his fingers dancing to release beams of light. The lotus beneath his feet spiraled open, its petals fluttering, transforming into azure sword light. Drawing upon the essence of the weak waters of the yellow springs, he swept through, obliterating a strand of the remnant soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the soul beneath the sword, obtaining the Aurora sword technique fragment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the soul beneath the sword, obtaining the Flying Thunder sword art fragment. The notifications continued, and Liu Chen and Appo's sword light wove like a tapestry, cascading like rain. With each strike, he could extinguish a strand of remnant soul. Yet, the remnants within the waves of malevolence seemed endless. It felt as if he could never slay them all. Despite his numerous victories, he had not advanced an inch. If this continued, he would inevitably exhaust his spirit. How many lives had the Tai sword claimed? It was no wonder it was referred to as the god of slaughter among swords. Xiaoning Shuang had likely been forced to retreat by the seemingly endless onslaught of these souls. Liu Chen's expression hardened. Continuing down this path was untenable. It not only wasted time, but also risked ensnaring him in a cycle of slaughter that could damage his spirit. He needed to devise a method to locate the precise position of the Tai and Appo's sword. Only then would he have a chance to subdue it. The malevolent souls were ultimately but a manifestation of spiritual influence, ephemeral illusions. His heavenly, I should be able to pierce through them. With this thought, Liu Chen summoned his magical essence, formed a hand seal with one hand, and brought his fingers together before his eyes. In an instant, golden light flooded his vision. The heavenly eye opened. Buzz! A beam of golden light radiated forth. Wherever his gaze fell, the malevolence dissipated, penetrating through countless souls, swiftly locking onto a fissure atop the mountain. Vaguely, he could see an ancient and formidable flying sword suspended there. All the malevolent souls continuously emanated from it, with innumerable flying swords standing majestically around it, as if it were the sovereign of swords. The dazzling sword light flickered unpredictably. Just a distant glance revealed its sharpness. Found it! Liu Chen and Appo's eyes sparkled. He had finally glimpsed the legendary divine sword. Once he identified its location, the subsequent actions would be straightforward. Elated, he no longer hesitated. His entire being surged with magical essence as he reached out, gathering the floating azure lotus petals into his palm, transforming them into an azure light sword. The intent of the sword blossomed within him. He raised his hand and swung the sword, carving a celestial river that hung in the air. The great river sword intent. A tremendous roar echoed as the galaxy descended, akin to divine wrath. Under the impact of the sword intent, the malevolent remnant souls instantly exploded, clearing a vast expanse. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Chen soared into the air, transforming into a streak of sword light, racing directly toward the mountain and Appo's peak. Incredible! The malevolence was shattered. Liu Chen cleaved through the storm of malevolence with a single sword strike, ascending toward the mountain's summit. What immense power! Is this truly the strength that can be unleashed at the crystallization stage? So domineering, it shattered the malevolence of the Tai divine sword. Below, the gathered disciples were left in stunned silence. That single strike transcended their understanding. Even Xiaoning Shuang wore a face of terror. While others might not recognize the significance of that strike, she was acutely aware. That was the Great River Sword intent, one of the 7 supreme techniques of Mount Shu. Wasn't it supposed to be cultivated only by those of the nascent soul stage and above? How could Liu Chen possibly master such a technique? Not only her, but the 7 peaks leaders outside the sword tomb also changed countenance upon witnessing that strike. The Great River Sword intent. This boy has managed to grasp it ahead of time? Though it was still but a vague semblance, its power was less than a fraction of its potential. It was undeniably the Great River Sword intent. I cannot be mistaken. To directly comprehend the Great River Sword intent from the Hanging River Sword technique. What kind of talent is this? Brother Tianji, I recall you were unable to achieve this in your time. Were you? Not just me. Apart from the ancestor who created this sword technique, no one in the entirety of Mount Shu was capable of this. We all had to wait until reaching the nascent soul realm and reconstruct our spiritual bodies to cultivate the great river sword intent. This child possesses boundless potential, especially regarding swordsmanship. He may indeed be a prodigy of celestial caliber, since that individual sealed himself away. He is the first in a century to breach 2 trials and confront the Tai and Appos, a divine sword directly. Perhaps there truly lies a glimmer of opportunity. Chapter 035, Forward. Draw the sword. Lu Chen wielded the great river sword intent, cleaving through the malevolent aura and vanquishing the lost souls, astonishing all of Mount Shu. In this moment, everyone in Appos, gaze converged upon him, and for the first time, the name Lu Chen was etched into the memories of all disciples of Shu Mountain. First came the majestic sword aura, followed by the great river sword intent. The swordsmanship talent displayed by Lu Chen had already surpassed everyone's wildest imaginations. With this single strike, he had become the most radiant star of this year's sword ceremony, overshadowing all prodigies. Having reached this pinnacle, even if Lu Chen were to be denied the recognition of the Taya divine sword, he would undoubtedly be valued highly by the sect in the future. With boundless prospects ahead, over the years, Lu Chen was the first to truly ascend to the peak of Sword Tomb, confronting the Taya divine sword directly. One might wonder, could he be the next Gu Changshan? Yet, it was unlikely to be so simple. Gu Changshan was chosen due to his innate pure yang physique, which resonated with the divine sword. The Taya was different. It was a sword of slaughter, its malevolence too potent, and mere talent could not subdue it. As the crowd murmured in anticipation, within the sword tomb, Lu Chen, harnessing the great river sword intent, pressed on fearlessly. He had already soared to the precipice at the very summit. The Taya divine sword hovered not far before him, exuding a chilling, piercing aura. The sword light surged forth in layers, intertwining to form a tangible essence, resembling a fortress that shielded it at the center. The closer he drew, the sharper the sword light became, and the murderous chill surged forth, rendering one unable to gaze directly or approach without trepidation. Taya, divine sword, I come to bring you back into the light. Lu Chen did not hesitate. He enveloped himself in sword intent and charged towards the Taya. The great river surged forth like an enraged dragon, tearing through the outer sword light. At that moment, the Taya divine sword at the heart of the light trembled and emitted a resonant hum, the surrounding sword light erupting in response, as if in fury or perhaps exhilaration. Buzz! The sword echoed like thunder, and amidst the tremors, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth, abruptly halting Lu Chen and Appos' advance. Following that, an overwhelming force crashed upon him. Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he found himself uncontrollably pushed back. The murderous intent of the Taya divine sword was too potent, stirring the sword energy, and with every reverberation, an even greater force erupted, akin to relentless tides. Before long, Lu Chen was forced back to the mountain's edge. Before he could regain his footing, the Taya soared into the air, radiating an immense brilliance as the surrounding malevolence surged, causing the entire sword tomb to tremble. Swish, swish, swish! On the cliffside and among the stone forest, countless flying swords ascended, swept up by that malevolence, cascading like raindrops towards the mountain's peak. 10,000 swords bowed in reverence. At that moment, the Taya divine sword resembled the king of swords, commanding the world, with 10,000 swords submitting to its might. The dense sword light converged around it, forming an enormous celestial sword, as if divine punishment was descending with the intent to cleave the entire sword tomb in two. Heavens! Is this the power of the Taya divine sword? It is too formidable. Such a divine weapon, with murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Who could possibly tame it? Retreat! Retreat! We shall be caught in the crossfire. Amidst the cries of alarm, sword light erupted. The disciples of Shu Mountain hastily retreated, fleeing from the sword tomb. The power of the Taya sword was overwhelming, far more ferocious than when the pure Yang divine sword emerged in the past. It could rally the entire sword tomb and Appos as flying swords. Such divine might, who could withstand it? let alone these disciples. Even the leaders of the Seven Peaks bore solemn expressions. The Taya had lain dormant for many years, its murderous intent now more ferocious than ever, and stirred. It displayed such momentum. This kind of power could not be resisted by a mere core cultivator. Lu Chen must retreat. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly perish. This young man possessed exceptional talent, a promising future, and he must not fall here. As these thoughts echoed, the head of the Seven Peaks, Tian Shu Junren, soared into the air, his voice booming like thunder. Lu Chen, the ferocity of the Taya is hard to tame. You cannot control it at this moment. Your arrival here has already proven your potential. Do not take further risks. Retreat, and afterward, I shall personally reward you with a flying sword tailored for you as a token of Shu Mountain's appreciation. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Shu Mountain were filled with envy. To elicit such praise from the esteemed leader and receive a personal promise of a flying sword was an honor beyond compare. If Lu Chen were to withdraw now, he would solidify his position as the foremost prodigy of the inner sect. Given time, once he refined his golden core, ascending to true inheritance would not be impossible. That is enough, completely sufficient. If any of those present were in his shoes, they would choose to retreat. After all, facing the ferocity of the Taya, divine sword, advancing would lead to uncertain death, while retreating would grant a smooth path to success. Anyone would know how to choose. However, Lu Chen shook his head. His usual demeanor was cautious, not out of a mere fear of death, but from the understanding that there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Yet in this situation, he could not retreat. It was just a sword. No matter how fierce, it was still an inanimate object. The Taya had lain dormant for so many years. Did it not wish to see the light of day again? It did not truly seek my demise. Rather, it demanded that I prove my worthiness to command it. In terms of cultivation, I am leagues behind the sword deity, and I cannot rely on sheer strength to compel it to bow. Yet I possess the supreme sword heart. And where my heart directs, the heavens shall yield. But if I retreat now, I shall never have the chance to tame this sword again, and my sword heart would be tainted, sowing the seeds of fear that would limit my future achievements. With this thought, Lu Chen's heart suddenly calmed significantly. The turbulent emotions gradually settled, and a flicker of sword light emerged from within his heart. Initially faint, like a weak firefly, it gradually grew bright and fervent, blossoming forth from his spirit. Lu Chen raised his head, gazing at the immense sword light and the myriad of sword shadows in the sky, his heart devoid of any fear. In that moment, he seemed to envision a figure, wielding the Taya, defying the heavens, unafraid of the celestial beings surrounding him. I have arrived here, and there is no retreat. As he spoke, sword energy surged from Lu Chen, and lotus blossoms erupted around him. He lifted his leg and stomped down fiercely, sending shockwaves through the air, fracturing the stones. His form pressed forward. Boom! The supreme sword heart resonated, and the sword energy emanated from his heart, transforming into a magnificent beam of light, ascending defiantly. With each step he took, the sword light enveloping Lu Chen grew ever more resplendent. In an instant, it had become as thick as a celestial pillar, dazzling in its brilliance. He raised his head, enveloped by sword energy, and boldly charged towards the myriad sword shadows. Madness! He has gone mad. Lu Chen would not retreat. He intended to confront the Taya, divine sword head-on. What folly! To pit one man's strength against the entirety of the sword tomb's flying swords? He would meet a grim fate. Yet in this moment, he appeared so strikingly heroic the disciples of Shu Mountain stood in stunned silence. To them, Lu Chen's actions were akin to striking a rock with an egg, even though the sword light bursting forth from him was radiant. Compared to the ferocity of the Taya divine sword, it was but a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. Among them, Xianning Shuang stood dazed, her gaze fixed upon the figure ascending defiantly. She lifted her head, captivated by the fearless stance, momentarily lost in thought. In terms of talent and cultivation, she believed she was no less than Lu Chen. Yet when faced with the ferocity of the Taya divine sword, she felt fear and retreated. His sword heart was purer and more resolute than her own. Perhaps only one who dares to draw their sword against any opponent could be deemed worthy of wielding the Taya. Lu Chun Chapter 036. Borrowing the sword, the divine sword of Taya stirred the flying swords from the sword tomb, unleashing a formidable array of blades that soared through the skies, transforming into a celestial sword that descended with great force. Yet, Lu Chun did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The essence of the sword within him ignited, manifesting as a brilliant column of light that ascended defiantly, standing firm against a multitude of flying swords. With each step, he seemed to tread upon lotus blossoms, his body enveloped in an increasingly radiant sword aura, clashing continuously with the luminous blades above. A resonating hum filled the air as the divine sword hovered ominously, its vibrations mocking his audacity. The myriad of sword lights suddenly sharpened, coalescing into a mountainous formation that threatened to crush him. Boom! The sword light surrounding Lu Chun flickered, and his steps faltered slightly. The combined force of the multitude of swords was overwhelming. Their fierce malevolence, coupled with their substantial weight, could flatten a mountain, an onslaught far beyond the capability of a mere crystal realm cultivator to withstand. Nevertheless, Lu Chun remained composed. The unparalleled heart of the sword trembled within him, echoing the divine sword's ferocity with a resounding roar. As he wielded his will, many flying swords plummeted, subdued by his supreme sword heart, and began to orbit around him, merging into his radiant aura. With this exchange, Lu Chun's sword light burgeoned, and the number of flying swords at his back multiplied. He appeared as a sovereign of swords, challenging the throne of Taya. With more and more swords turning to his side, two forces clashed in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch. The purity of his sword heart allowed him to withstand the might of the Taya divine sword. What manner of being is this youth? A prodigious genius. His talent for the sword is unparalleled. Alas, he is still somewhat lacking in cultivation. Were he to reach the golden core stage, he could easily subdue all other flying sword with a mere flick of his hand, and even Taya would find it difficult to resist, perhaps even falling under his command. Should we lend him our aid? The Seven Peaks elders exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the extraordinary potential and abilities Lu Chun displayed today. Their admiration for talent blossomed within them. Yet, bound by the rules of their sect, they could only observe quietly, unable to intervene in the sword ceremony. Indeed, the Tai and Appos, a divine sword, is fearsome. Even with my utmost effort and the invocation of the supreme sword heart, I can merely resonate with it, unable to subdue it entirely. In a half-air, Lu Chun was filled with awe. The ferocity of the Taya divine sword exceeded his expectations. However, he did not relent. Its ferocity indicated profound potential and power. If he could subdue it, his own strength would undoubtedly surge. Initially hesitant to employ the Yellow Springs diagram, reserving it as a final trump card, he now recognized the necessity of displaying absolute power to compel Tai and Appos to yield. As he pondered, Lu Chun secretly summoned his energy, preparing to draw upon the waters of the Yellow Springs within the diagram. This water was exceedingly domineering. Its corrosive nature could harm the other flying swords, and even Tai and Appos might suffer burns. This was the reason Lu Chun had refrained from using it lightly. At that moment, a sudden gust of cold sword energy surged from the mountainside, merging with the light surrounding Lu Chun, enhancing his aura. This as Lu Chun gazed down in surprise. There, on the cliff below, stood a proud maiden clad in white, hands forming seals, channeling her energy to unleash an icy sword light. She spoke not a word but bore an unwavering expression. Previously, confronted by the ferocity of Taya, Xiaoning Shuang had felt fear, which dulled her sword heart. Yet, witnessing Lu Chun's bold advance, she found inspiration, cleansing the dust from her heart and experiencing a rebirth. Thus, Xiaoning Shuang resolved to act. Rather than merely aiding Lu Chun, she seized this opportunity to confront Taya head-on, using Lu Chun's strength and courage to shatter her inner fears. In the sword tomb, the other disciples of Shushan were taken aback. Xiaoning Shuang had initially set her sights on the Taya divine sword. Now, she willingly stepped forward to assist Lu Chun in seizing it. Unfazed by the overwhelming might of Taya, Lu Chen had proven himself worthy of wielding the divine sword. A true swordsman fears nothing. For this indomitable spirit, I shall lend my strength. Voices erupted from the crowd, rallying in support. A faint sword light shot skyward. Those like us may never conquer Tai and Oppos in our lifetimes, but we can seize this chance to elevate Shushan with a true prodigy, defending the righteous path of the mortal realm. With no retreat and unwavering resolve, let's embody the true spirit of Shushan. Today, we are fortunate to participate in the confrontation against the divine sword, and we take pride in it. The divine sword has lain dormant for far too long. It is time for its return. Count me in. Brother Lu, we will assist you in subduing the divine sword and attaining true discipleship. As voices resonated, a cascade of sword lights surged skyward. Though feeble, like fireflies, they converged like drops of water into a vast river. The sword light behind Lu Chen grew ever more brilliant, radiating magnificently, transforming into a celestial river that spanned the heavens. Lu Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Shushan disciples would rise to his aid at this moment. In truth, had he summoned the Yellow Springs diagram, he had a substantial chance of subduing Tai and Amp, Oppos, without external assistance. Yet his defiance against the divine sword had inspired all present. Each heart harbored a sword. The sword within one's heart is the most potent weapon. Lu Chen had cleared the dust from their spirits. Gratitude welled within him as he witnessed the gathering sword energies. For so long, he had felt no genuine sense of belonging to Shushan, viewing it merely as a place to establish himself without deep emotional ties. Yet in this moment, the proactive support from the Shushan disciples illuminated the bonds of camaraderie. Though there may be rivalries, selfishness, and traitors among the disciples of Shushan, the vast majority are individuals of integrity who harbor light within their hearts. This Shushan is indeed commendable. I, Lu Chen, shall not disappoint your faith. Feeling the surging river of sword light behind him, Lu Chen's spirit sword was a divine sword, with the collective intent of countless sword cultivators converging within me. I can vanquish immortals, extinguish demons, slay gods, and part the heavens. What is but a mere sword? Embracing this conviction, Lu Chen raised his gaze and stepped forward once more. Buzz. His feet touched the air. The sword light blossomed, creating rippling waves. Instantly, the surrounding malevolence dissipated, and the flying swords trembled. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had reached the pinnacle of the mountain. He raised his hand. His palm, akin to white jade, pressed downwards into the void. In that instant, the celestial river plummeted, and the entire sky seemed to shudder, as the myriad flying swords fell in unison. Chapter 037. The Return of the Swords rained down like a tempest. Lu Chen unleashed the unparalleled power of his sword heart, already capable of standing toe-to-toe with Taya. However, due to the constraints of his realm and magical energy, he was unable to subdue it. Today, with the collective will of the disciples from Mount Shu empowering him, he felt as if he had gained wings. With a single palm strike, he suppressed countless swords, leaving only the divine sword Taya, which remained suspended in midair, trembling and emanating fierce sword light. Taya, still not willing to submit? Lu Chen bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, striking deep into the hearts of those present. The sound waves coursed through the air, causing the malevolent aura surrounding the Taya sword to shatter and dissipate. With a swift motion, he soared into the clouds, raising his hand to deliver a powerful blow. A torrent of sword light surged forth, transforming into a colossal handprint that ensnared Taya. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape. The magical sword energy continued to suppress it, and gradually, the malevolence emanating from the sword began to fade. Under the influence of the supreme sword heart, it calmed down. In a flash, it flew into Lu Chen's hand, shrinking to the size of a needle, swirling gracefully and exhibiting a docile demeanor. The sword's hum resonated, devoid of any trace of ferocity, resembling a tender call. Lu Chen sensed an intimate connection. The imprint of magical energy upon the sword signified that the divine sword Taya willingly submitted, recognizing him as its master. At long last, he had succeeded. Observing the swirling divine sword in his grasp, Lu Chen could not help but exhale in relief. The effort to tame this sword had been considerable. Despite the challenges faced, he had ultimately triumphed. With the use of the vast sword energy, the river-like sword intent, and the innate talent of the supreme sword heart, he had certainly made an impressive display, surpassing his contemporaries. Now, having successfully acquired the divine sword Taya, his ascendance to the rank of true disciple seemed assured. He had succeeded. Had he truly succeeded? Haha, splendid news. Mount Shu is poised to unveil a new prodigy of true discipleship, one who has subdued the legendary divine sword Taya. This young man possesses extraordinary talent and character, able to rally all the disciples of Mount Shu to willingly assist him, an unprecedented occurrence. His future is boundless. The leaders of the Seven Peaks could not help but express their admiration. Meanwhile, the disciples below in the sword tomb erupted in thunderous cheers, as though they themselves had claimed the divine sword. Had Lu Chen solely relied on his own strength to subdue Taya, they might have felt envy and admiration, but not this overwhelming joy. This was because they had all contributed to this moment. They understood that their talents and strengths paled in comparison to Lu Chen's, and they would never experience such brilliance in their lifetimes. Yet, in that fleeting moment, they had invested their beliefs into Lu Chen, as if they had participated themselves. Lu Chen had accomplished what they had only dreamed of, instilling within them an unprecedented courage and revealing the power of the sword of the heart. Lu Chen, splendid work. With the divine sword reborn, Mount Shu shall surely prosper. How dare they call him by name? Today, Lu Chen displayed extraordinary potential and claimed the divine sword Taya, destined to become a true disciple. Henceforth, he must be addressed as senior brother. Yes, indeed, congratulations to Brother Lu. The disciples exclaimed in jubilant unison. Suspended in the air, Lu Chen, filled with emotion, remarked, "If not for the help of all my fellow disciples today, I might not have been able to subdue Taya. You all lent me a sword, which delayed your own acquisition of flying swords. Thus, I shall return the favor by gifting you one." As he spoke, Lu Chen seized the opportunity while the luminous river of sword light behind him had yet to dissipate, employing the supreme sword heart in conjunction with Taya to command the myriad flying swords of the sword tomb. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the myriad swords that had previously fallen began to soar, resonating and buzzing as they flew toward the disciples of Mount Shu below. The flying swords chose their masters. The swords ascended into the air, seemingly choosing their rightful owners autonomously. Previously, the flying swords within the sword tomb possessed their own spirits and pride, requiring the acknowledgement of their wielder to be controlled. Now, however, Lu Chen commanded the myriad swords, which automatically sought the most suitable masters. My heavens! The Xianshui sword has chosen me. This is incredible. The Liuguang flying sword, one of the 72 earthly fiends, is something I never dared to dream of. It has actively chosen me. I have a flying sword now. I have a flying sword. The disciples were filled with exhilaration upon witnessing the incoming sword light. They had initially given up on competing for flying swords, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen executed such a brilliant maneuver, utilizing the divine sword Taya to command the myriad swords to fly and select their masters, repaying their earlier assistance. This act only deepened their admiration for Lu Chen. They immediately clasped their hands in gratitude toward the heavens, bowing in thanks. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for the gift of the sword." Their voices echoed far and wide. In the sky, the leaders of the Seven Peaks were momentarily taken aback by the sight. This fellow is using the flying swords from the sword tomb to win hearts? How astute! However, they did not intervene. The Master's Tianqing divine sword was currently within the sword tomb, suppressing the peaks, should he wish to stop this. A mere thought would suffice to return the flying swords to their place. Yet, he refrained from doing so, clearly tacitly approving of Lu Chen and Appo's actions. The flying swords, resting in the sword tomb, were shrouded in dust, awaiting their destined wielder. The purpose of our sword-giving ceremony was precisely this. Today, Lu Chen's subjugation of Taya set a precedent for the other disciples, greatly inspiring them. Allowing the flying swords to autonomously choose their masters was indeed a win-win situation. The swords would select their most suitable owners. In many respects, this was preferable to having individuals select the swords. The 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiends were all set to emerge, and this cohort of disciples would likely be the strongest in the history of Mount Shu. Not to mention, Lu Chen has proven himself capable. With this, his prestige within the sect soared, and he became the focus of admiration. Should he attain the golden core in the future, he might become a formidable candidate for the position of swordmaster. Brother Kaiyong, your precious disciple may be in peril. Ha ha! Regardless, they're all disciples of Mount Shu. Who becomes the swordmaster will depend on their own abilities. The several leaders chuckled. At that moment, a beam of sword light suddenly shot into the sky from within the sword tomb, causing the peaks to tremble. A cascade of starlight descended, guiding all the unchosen flying swords back to their rightful places. Following this, the voice of the master, Qingshu Zhenren, resonated gently. Today's sword bestowal has concluded, and all disciples have received their flying sword inheritance. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly bowed in respect. Originally, the sword bestowal ceremony was presided over by the leaders of the Seven Peaks, and typically, the master would not personally intervene. However, due to the substantial commotion surrounding Lu Chen and Appo's subjugation of Taya, even Qingshu Zhenren was roused from his reverie and personally announced his elevation to true disciple. This recognition was unprecedented, second only to Gu Changsheng from years past. The crowd erupted once more in congratulations and well wishes. At this moment, Lu Chen received a transmission from Qingshu Zhenren, instructing him to follow the leaders of the Seven Peaks to the Sword Immortal Hall immediately. Chapter 038. The Master of Taya within the Sword Immortal Hall. An ancient sword hovered silently in midair. Its body was a deep crimson hue, emanating a fierce aura of slaughter, sharp and unyielding, truly a weapon of death. A century had passed, yet Taya remained as piercing as ever. It was astonishing to witness its resurgence in my lifetime, though regrettably that individual has. The head of the Seven Peaks gazed at the Tai and Appo's, a divine sword before Lu Chen, feeling a wave of nostalgia. This sword seemed to harbor countless tales. Lu Chen was curious, but refrained from directly inquiring. Since the sect leader had summoned him, there must be matters to discuss. Perhaps even the origins of Tai and Appo's would be revealed. Lu Chen, I did not expect you to possess such remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Not only have you cultivated the Howren sword chi, but you also grasp the great river sword intent. Now you have subdued Taya, an extraordinary feat indeed. Spoke the central figure, Master Qingshu, who began with words of encouragement. He soon turned to the main topic. The true legacy of Mount Shu holds great significance. Only the most exceptional prodigies can assume such a role. Your aptitude and character are undeniably suitable, yet your cultivation remains somewhat lacking. You must diligently hone your skills and avoid becoming complacent. Strive to form your golden core as soon as possible. Lu Chen was aware of this. The other disciples of true legacy all boasted at least golden core level cultivation. His newly crystallized strength indeed fell short. Were it not for his conquest of Taya, he might not have qualified at all. Rest assured, Master, I shall strive diligently, Lu Chen replied. Yes, your talent is exceptionally high, and your progress is rapid. This does not concern me. Master Qingshu nodded, then cast a complex gaze toward the Taya sword. This sword is fierce and menacing, renowned as the foremost weapon of Mount Shu. In terms of lethality, it rivals even the demon-subduing sword. While you have subdued it today, your ability to truly master it in the future is uncertain. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. I have already marked the Taya sword with my magical imprint. How can I not master it? What could this mean? Noticing Lu Chen's confusion, Master Qingshu merely shook his head and refrained from further explanation. Instead, turning to the head of the Seven Peaks and stating, Fellow disciples, please guard the formation in the Sword Immortal Hall for me. I must temporarily leave this place. Upon hearing this, the head of the Seven Peaks seemed to understand. Are you taking Lu Chen to meet One of them, Master Yaowang, queried, frowning. With Tai and Appos having reemerged, it was inevitable that he would learn of these matters eventually. Master Qingshu waved his hand, signaling her to cease her persuasion. He then turned to Lu Chun, saying, "Bring Tai and follow me." Lu Chun complied, sheathing the Tai sword and following closely. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Master, who are we going to meet?" "The original master of Tai." "What?" The revelation struck Lu Chun like a thunderbolt. The original master still lived? Was this not another sword god? Yet if the person lived, why would his sword be found in the sword tomb, transformed into an unclaimed object? Could it be that another sword god still existed within Mount Shu? Lu Chen's heart raced, though he maintained a composed exterior, trailing behind Master Qingshu as they made their way out of the Sword Immortal Hall, heading directly toward the back mountain. Soon, the familiar sight of the cave estate came into view. Master Qingshu descended gracefully alongside the waterfall. Lu Chen followed, his gaze fixed on the still waters of the cold pond below, unable to suppress a slight grimace. Was the person the master referred to the strange being beneath the cold pond? Surely, I suspected he must be a formidable entity. This individual was the original master of Tai, a sword god. A wave of uncertainty washed over Lu Chun. At that moment, the Tai, sword in his hand, seemed to sense something, beginning to tremble slightly and emit a disquieting hum. They landed by the edge of the cold pond, where Lu Li was dozing under a nearby tree. Upon noticing Master Qingshu's arrival, she quickly stood, wiped her mouth, and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Master." The elder exhibited no airs, offering a warm smile and nodding. "I trust you have been well at Mount Shu. Has Lu Chen treated you kindly?" "Yes, indeed. I'm doing well, and Brother Lu Chun has been very good to me," the young girl replied, waving her hands earnestly. "That's splendid. You may go play elsewhere for now. I have matters to discuss with your friend." Master Qingshu indicated toward the cold pond. Lu Li, understanding, nodded and glanced at Lu Chun without uttering a word before departing. "Follow me," Master Qingshu instructed, his figure gliding into the cold pond. The surface rippled, reflecting the calm waters as he advanced effortlessly, his shoes remaining untouched by the water. Lu Chun, though lacking the cultivation of a sword god, had mastered the water control technique and could traverse the waves for a short duration, so he quickly followed. "Brother, I have come to see you," Master Qingshu called out as he halted in the center of the cold pond, referring to the being below as brother. Could it be that the strange entity beneath the cold pond was a peer of the master? How could a legendary sword god find himself confined in such depths? This was intriguing. Lu Chun dared not interject, his gaze locked on the tranquil surface of the cold pond, pondering whether that individual might be asleep. Master Qingshu, accustomed to the silence, did not expect a response. He continued, "I trust you are aware that Tai has resurfaced and chosen a new master. This individual you should have encountered. His aptitude and character are commendable, worthy of trust." At the mention of Tai, bubbles emerged from the water-esque surface. Soon, an aged voice resonated from beneath. "I have forsaken the sword for a century. These matters are of no concern to me. However, without your consent for inheritance, Tai shall always have a bond with you, and cannot truly acknowledge a new master." Master Qingshu turned to Lu Chun, signaling him to relinquish the Tai sword. Although Lu Chun was puzzled, he trusted the master would not lead him astray. Accordingly, he released his grip. With a resounding hum, Tai soared into the air, its blade radiating brilliance as it struck downwards. The lake erupted, waves crashing violently. Lu Chun stood in shock, witnessing the sword's unprecedented fury as if confronting a mortal enemy. Yet, just as suddenly as it began, the blinding sword light dissipated, and the tumultuous waters returned to calm. Peering through the rippling surface, Lu Chun saw the enigmatic figure open his eyes, locking gazes with Tai and Amp, Appos, A. The previously sharp intensity in his eyes softened, revealing a hint of regret. After a prolonged silence, his voice emerged. "It is not that I have abandoned you, but my sword heart has perished, rendering me akin to a wastrel. You should not share my fate, buried in this abyss." Chapter 39. The once sword god, the cold pool rippled, and the Tai sword vibrated with a resonant hum. I exchanged a distant gaze with the figure beneath the water. Having lost my sword heart, I was but a mere shell of a man, lingering here in a state of desperation, unworthy of your presence. Tai, you deserve a far more brilliant future. The figure in the water spoke, suddenly unleashing a burst of sword energy. The turbulent undercurrents transformed into a towering column of water that crashed against the Tai's sword, sending it hurtling back. Lu Chen instinctively reached out and grasped the hilt of the Tai's sword. The blade trembled momentarily, but soon regained its composure. Young one, your ability to gain Tai-A's recognition speaks to your remarkable qualities. Today, I formally pass it on to you, hoping you remain true to your original intent and do not allow it to gather dust, the figure in the water declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded. Although he was still unaware of the stranger's true identity, he understood that the sect leader must have brought him here for a reason. So he replied, I understand. With this formal inheritance, the Tai's sword truly belonged to him. At that moment, real person Qingshu nodded, but did not depart. Instead, he turned and added, however, my senior brother wielded this sword in times past, instilling fear in the hearts of heroes across the land. Lu Chen, your current cultivation is still shallow. This sword may bring you considerable trouble. I trust you do not wish for Tai-A to return to the sword tomb? I knew your visit would bring no good tidings. Shouldn't such matters be of concern to you? The sect leader Shushan? Lu Chen retorted. One matter should not trouble two masters. Since Lu Chen has inherited Tai-A, he is half your disciple. Shouldn't you show some acknowledgement? Do you truly wish to extort, even from a mere shell of a man who has lost his sword heart? The figure in the water scoffed coldly. Despite the frigid tone, it was evident that a deep bond existed between him and Qingshu. As they spoke, his gaze shifted to Lu Chen, and he said softly, Young one, the Tai's sword possesses immense power that you cannot fully unleash with your current cultivation. I have left a trace of sword energy within the sword. Though it pales in comparison to its former glory, it can safeguard your life. Should you encounter peril, this sword energy can assist you thrice. After that, our fates shall part. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. So, the sect leader brought me here with this profound intention. The sword energy left by the former sword god is indeed a true trump card, likely more formidable than the Yellow Springs diagram. Although it can only be used thrice, it is more than sufficient. He immediately bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. Enough. My last connection to this world ends here. From now on, I shall be a true dead man. Depart, do not trouble me further. As he spoke, the figure in the water closed his eyes, and all his presence faded away, as if he had truly perished. Seeing this, real person Qingshu sighed, contemplating whether to say something, but ultimately deciding it would be futile. He shook his head and waved his hand, leading Lu Chen away from the cold pool and back to the bamboo grove. Sect leader, who was that person? Why have I been in Shushan for so long without ever hearing of him? Once they left the cold pool, Lu Chen finally inquired. Qingshu had anticipated this question and did not conceal the truth. His name is Chen Qingfeng, my fellow disciple. He possesses extraordinary talent and surpasses me in cultivation. This position of sect leader should rightfully belong to him. Surpasses the sect leader in cultivation? Lu Chen mused. At that time, he was still a sword disciple of Shushan, and by the age of reason, he had already transcended into a celestial being, wielding the Tai's sword to dominate the sword path of the world, rendering him invincible. In those days, our Shushan boasted two sword gods, utterly subduing Longhu Mountain, Wudong Mountain, and the Buddhist sects, becoming the pinnacle of righteousness. As Qingshu spoke, nostalgia crept into his demeanor. Hearing this, Lu Chen could not help but marvel. Two sword gods of Shushan? One could only imagine the splendor of Shushan during that era. However, it puzzled him even more. Setting aside the fact that both sword gods were so young and shared a strong bond, appearing devoid of animosity. If they had united their hearts, they would have been virtually invincible. Given this, Shushan should have thrived even more by now. Yet, as it stands, while Shushan remains a prominent righteous sect, its influence seems confined to the Sichuan region, far overshadowed by the Taoist and Buddhist sects across the realm. What could have extinguished Chen Qingfeng's sword heart, leading him to despair and imprisoning himself in silence. It seems the entire Shushan sect treats this topic with utmost caution. The name of a once great sword god is scarcely mentioned. What truly transpired a century ago? Lu Chen probed curiously. However, Qingshu shook his head, unwilling to delve into that topic further. He merely stated, "Let bygones be bygones. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally learn the truth. For now, your primary task is to enhance your cultivation." With that, he gestured, and a palm-sized jade slip flew forth. The Taya sword differs from other swords in the sword tomb, as the original swordmaster is not deceased and thus left no inheritance. You have already grasped the embryonic form of the great river sword intent. This skill is bestowed upon you as compensation for your advancement to true disciple status. Lu Chen had showcased the nascent form of the great river sword intent during the sword ceremony. His exceptional talent had drawn Qingshu and Appo's attention, leading him to bestow this advanced skill upon him early. "Thank you, esteemed sect leader," Lu Chen exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the jade slip. With his complete cultivation method, he could refine the embryonic form of the great river sword intent, allowing him to directly enhance his experience. This was a divine ability only achievable at the nascent soul stage. If mastered completely, his combat prowess would far exceed the limitations of his current realm. Though the Taya sword is formidable, surpassing most divine weapons in the world, it remains an external object. One must not rely on it excessively. Personal cultivation is paramount. Lu Chen, your talent is commendable, and you are qualified to vie for the position of Shushan and Appo's as future sword disciple. Do not become complacent, Qingshu advised. Before departing, he added, "I have uncovered some leads regarding the list you brought back. In the coming days, we may receive concrete news. Prepare yourself, as you may need to venture down the mountain." Lu Chen was not surprised by this. True disciples of Shushan often embarked on journeys to hone their swordsmanship and character. He knew his day would come, and that list from the Blood Soul sect likely pertained to the remnants of the demonic sect and Appo's as subsequent tasks. He could not afford to miss it. "Rest assured, sect leader, I understand," he affirmed. "Good," Qingshu replied, and without further delay, he soared into the air, returning to the Sword Immortal Hall. The great formation within that hall was crucial to Shushan and Appo's as foundation, and he could not be away for too long. "The Taya sword. To subdue you, I have exerted considerable effort. Yet, fortunately, the rewards have been significant." After Qingshu departed, Lu Chen gazed thoughtfully at the swirling flying sword in his hand. After a moment, he opened the door, called for Lu Li, and handed her a large bag of spirit stones, instructing, "Go to the market and purchase some fine wine." Lu Li paused in surprise, asking, "When did you start to enjoy drinking, Brother Lu Chen?" "Just go and do as I say. Stop questioning," he replied. "Oh, can I buy some candied hawthorn with the leftover money?" The little girl blinked her eyes, full of anticipation. Lu Chen was at a loss for words. Ever since Lu Li began her cultivation, she had become increasingly peculiar, preoccupied with food or napping beneath tree roots, leaving him puzzled about the nature of her training. "These spirit stones will last you quite a while. Buy whatever you want to eat." He waved his hand, sending the little girl on her way. Lu Chen then arrived at the tranquil study, where he opened the system interface to tally his gains, preparing to enhance his strength significantly. Chapter 040. The Grand Dream Heart Sutra. The recent sword presentation ceremony at Mount Shu, despite its share of obstacles, yielded substantial rewards. Not only did I successfully acquire the Taya sword, one of the 3 divine swords, and ascend to the esteemed position of an inner disciple, but I also garnered the support of many, significantly increasing my experience points. With the experience I had previously accumulated, I now possessed over 11,000 points. Should I choose to level up, I could break through to the mid-stage of crystallization. However, given my current accumulation, the difference in magical power between the early and mid-stages of crystallization is not substantial, rendering such an upgrade unnecessary. At present, my magical strength surpasses that of an average peak crystallization practitioner. I am now preparing to descend the mountain for further training. Venturing beyond the vicinity of Mount Shu entails encountering greater dangers, necessitating an enhancement of my combat prowess. With this in mind, I extended my palm, and the jade tablet inscribed with the great river sword intent levitated before me. As I infused it with my magical power, a radiant figure emerged, wielding a sword and demonstrating the profound intricacies of the great river sword technique. The celestial river soars to the heavens, the waters of the great river descend from above, and the sword energy flows for 30,000 miles. As I observed the flickering sword light and sensed the surging sword intent within, I experienced an epiphany. I had already grasped the rudimentary form of the great river sword intent and had reached the threshold. Now, with the true transmission of this sword intent and the detailed teachings, it was as if the floodgates had opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the great river sword intent. The divine ability has been recorded, and you may now utilize experience points to enhance its level. Upon hearing the system notification, I focused my gaze, and indeed, the icon of the great river sword intent appeared in the divine ability section of my profile, allowing for upgrades. My word, the initial level of the great river sword intent requires 10,000 experience points. I couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, that is exceedingly expensive. The fourth level of the vast sword energy only costs 1,000 experience points. However, upon further reflection, this is one of the 7 supreme arts of Mount Shu, a true pinnacle divine ability with extraordinary power. Moreover, sword intent is not something that just anyone can comprehend or cultivate. Among 100,000 sword practitioners, perhaps only one might achieve understanding, not to mention the countless efforts and energy required to nurture and master it. Considering this, 10,000 experience points does not seem excessive. No matter, I shall upgrade first. Clenching my teeth, I resolved without hesitation and consumed the 10,000 experience points to elevate the great river sword intent to its first level. Boom! My internal magical power surged and roiled as if the Yangtze River itself had awakened, accompanied by the sounds of mountains roaring and seas surging. I opened my eyes to find my aura pulsating, sword intent erupting forth. My entire demeanor felt transformed. Every movement became strikingly fierce, my gaze sharp, and even my hair swayed as if slicing through the air like a blade. In that moment, I embodied an unparalleled divine sword, standing proudly between heaven and earth, capable of shattering all that lay before me, radiating brilliance. This was the pressure of the sword intent, a force so potent that even the most ordinary person, upon encountering it, would instinctively feel fear and retreat without a second thought. Indeed, I have now truly mastered the great river sword intent. With this technique, within the same realm, whether human, demon, or any malevolent spirit, all shall crumble before my sword intent. Even against golden core practitioners, should I unleash my sword intent, they would likely retreat in trepidation. I felt immense satisfaction. My strength had received a tremendous boost, and even outside Mount Shu, devoid of the sex protection, I now possessed the means for self-preservation. Next, I turned my attention to refining the Taiya sword. After all the effort I had expended to subdue it, I was determined to refine it thoroughly for my own use. 7 days later, I had successfully completed the refinement of the Taiya sword. I had truly achieved the unity of heart and sword, wielding it with the precision of an extension of my own limb. With the sharpness of the Tai, a sword combined with the great river sword intent, my combat prowess would ascend to new heights. During this time, Lu Li, following my instructions, had procured a substantial quantity of fine wine from the market, which she stacked in the courtyard. I then asked Lu Li to take a flask of wine daily to the cold pool. Previously, when Lu Li brought wine, Chen Qingfeng did not refuse, which could be seen as a way to win his favor. I did not seek any ulterior motives, merely wishing to express gratitude for his bequeathing of the Tai A and the protective sword energy. Moreover, Lu Li and I seemed to share a natural affinity. Cultivating a good relationship with her could only be advantageous, especially considering her past as a legendary sword deity. Even if her sword heart had shattered, should she attain enlightenment one day and emerge from the cold pool, she might yet advance further. Lu Li, I and Oppose. I noticed you Haven and Oppose. You've been practicing much lately. You seem to spend your days eating or sleeping. How is it that your cultivation is progressing so rapidly? Have you taken up some other technique? I inquired during a mealtime, concerned for her well-being given her youth. It's a technique taught to me by that senior in the lake called the Grand Dream Heart Sutra. I don't really understand it, but it's simple to practice. All I need to do is sleep. The only downside is that I always wake up feeling very hungry. The little girl replied, stuffing her mouth with meat. She had grown comfortable and trusting of me, treating me as family. Hence she revealed everything without hesitation. So it is indeed a technique imparted by Chen Qingfeng. I thought he had lost all hope. Even the sect leader scarcely regarded him. Yet he seems intrigued by Lu Li. Could it be that he has discerned her identity as a reincarnated celestial being? My brow furrowed. Yet from what I could observe, he bore no ill intentions. As for the reasons behind it, I had no means to investigate. Overall, it was not necessarily a bad thing. I nodded. That elder is a predecessor of our Mount Shu. Given that he imparted this technique, it should be well suited for you. Continue practicing it. However, if you experience any discomfort, inform me immediately. If I'm not around, seek out the sect leader. Do you understand? Understood. Lu Li nodded earnestly, but then asked, does this mean, Brother Lu Chun, that you intend to descend the mountain again? Indeed, having ascended to the rank of inner disciple, it is customary for disciples of Mount Shu to venture forth for training. Furthermore, I have recently received a message from the sect leader regarding the Blood Soul sect and must investigate further. The mention of the Blood Soul sect visibly altered Lu Li and Appo's countenance. Her parents had perished at the hands of the Blood Soul sect. Thus her loathing was palpable. I understood her sentiments and reassured her, do not dwell on it. Your focus should be on your cultivation. I promise, once you establish your foundation, if any remnants of the Blood Soul sect remain, I will provide you with an opportunity for vengeance. Yes, I will strive diligently. I may be delayed for some time during my descent. When I return, I will ensure you have everything necessary for your foundation establishment. You need only to concentrate on your cultivation. Having conveyed these matters, I rose and made my way to the Sword Immortal Hall. Chapter 041. The Blood Demon Legend. Lu Chun rode the wind, wielding his sword, and made his way to the Sword Immortal Hall. Along the journey, he encountered disciples of Mount Shu, all of whom bowed respectfully to him. After all, Lu Chun had ascended to the status of an inner disciple, wielding the revered divine sword Tai, which conferred upon him an extraordinary position. Additionally, during the sword bestowal ceremony, he had generously gifted swords to the crowd, winning their hearts in the process. Now, every disciple of Mount Shu willingly referred to him as senior brother and held him in high regard. In terms of reputation, only Gu Changsheng, who was reputed to be the strongest among the 9 inner disciples of Mount Shu, could be compared to him. This overwhelming admiration was indeed quite gratifying, and Lu Chun felt a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. As he pondered these thoughts, he arrived at the Sword Immortal Hall. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed not only the esteemed Master Qingshu, but also a striking figure exuding an air of aloofness. It was the female sword cultivator he had encountered during the sword bestowal ceremony, who had been the first to assist him in subduing Tai. Was her name Xianing Xuan? What was she doing here? Lu Chun felt a flicker of curiosity. At that moment, Xianing Xuan stepped forward and offered him a slight bow. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed inner disciple. Though she appeared cold and frosty, she displayed a commendable sense of decorum, quite unlike the rebellious demeanor he had anticipated. This undoubtedly left a favorable impression on Lu Chun, who courteously replied, "You are too kind, junior sister. Had it not been for your assistance that day, I would not have so easily subdued Tai. The sword heart of senior brother is exceptionally clear, and your profound understanding of the true essence of swordsmanship makes you worthy of wielding Tai. I merely lent a modest hand. Besides, the sword you bestowed upon me has brought me considerable benefit. I have obtained the Snowfall Flying Sword, one of the 36 heavenly swords. While it pales in comparison to Tai, it harmonizes remarkably with my physique and techniques." As Xianing Xuan spoke, she raised her hand, and a sword forged from frost swirled gracefully in her palm, emanating a bone-chilling aura. Indeed, it was a fine sword. You two are both outstanding disciples of Mount Shu, and I am heartened to see such harmony between you. Master Qingshu remarked from a distance, nodding in approval. He had initially harbored concerns that Xianing Xuan might harbor jealousy for not obtaining Tai, but it seemed he had overthought the matter. Although she possessed a proud disposition, she was not narrow-minded. Lu Chen's talent and determination displayed during the sword bestowal ceremony had won her respect, leaving no room for resentment. Conversely, Lu Chen's gentle nature and sincere demeanor had not changed despite his achievements, which greatly pleased Master Qingxiu. After a brief commendation, he beckoned the two forward to return to the matter at hand. I am still investigating the affairs of the mysterious individual. The list you brought back has been verified through multiple sources and is now conclusive. Finally, there seemed to be some clarity. Lu Chen had been eagerly anticipating the activation of this subsequent task. He quickly interjected, "Master, what do the names on this list signify?" "They're the targets sought by the Blood Soul sect," Master Qingxiu replied, his expression tinged with seriousness. "You may not know, but the Blood Soul sect is an evil cult that worships and sacrifices to the blood demon to gain sinister powers. Years ago, I eradicated this sect, nearly annihilating all its disciples, yet I could not locate the so-called blood demon." "The blood demon?" Lu Chen furrowed his brow, grasping the gravity of the situation. "Are you implying that the individuals on this list are connected to the blood demon?" Master Qingxiu nodded, casting a commendatory glance at Lu Chen before continuing. "There exists an ancient legend within the Blood Soul sect, claiming that if one gathers both the purest yin and yang blood and performs a ritual during a solar eclipse, they can awaken the blood demon from the abyss of a blood sea, allowing it to re-emerge in the mortal realm. Do the members of the Blood Soul sect truly believe in this legend?" Lu Chen inquired, recalling that the remnants of the sect had reassembled due to the emergence of a saint possessing pure yang blood. Their current search for women born during the Yin months and hours likely aimed to find this so-called saint. Master Qingxiu shook his head. "Regardless of the truth of this legend, our ancient texts in Mount Shu do indeed recount tales of the blood demon, said to be one of the myriad offspring of a primordial evil deity with unfathomable powers. Should it return, it would herald a calamity." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen began to comprehend the situation. "So, Master, you summoned me today concerning the saint of the Blood Soul sect?" "Indeed. You have made significant progress in your cultivation, and it is time for you to descend the mountain for experience. This matter is of great importance and must remain confidential. It is best that you investigate it yourself. You must thwart the Blood Soul sect's attempts to locate this saint." As Master Qingxiu spoke, Lu Chen received a system notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the task. Remnants of the Demon Sect 2. Demon Sect Saint. Investigate and prevent the Blood Soul sect from obtaining the pure Yin blood. Successful completion of the task will yield substantial rewards. Failure will incur no penalties. Note, regardless of success or failure, this task will trigger the subsequent third phase, leading to different outcomes based on your choices." It turned out to be a chain quest. Lu Chen silently acknowledged that if the blood demon was indeed the legendary Blood Sun, his current strength would likely be insufficient to contend with it. However, he felt confident in dealing with the remnants of the Blood Soul sect. The key lay in locating this so-called demon sect saint. It was a matter of the safety of countless lives, and as a true disciple of Mount Shu, he naturally bore the responsibility. Yet, with so many members of the Blood Soul sect searching in the shadows, how could he possibly locate this saint? Lu Chen expressed his concerns. Master Qingxiu had anticipated this. "I am well aware of that. Thus, I utilized the great array of the celestial stars to deduce the approximate location of the pure Yin girl. She is in Sufeng City. Moreover, Ningxuan has connections with the governor of Sufeng City, which will save you considerable trouble. The secret technique she cultivates can also aid you in accurately pinpointing the location of the blood aura. Therefore, I intend for her to accompany you. With her strength, she can assist you in battle." Forming a team, Lu Chen cast a glance at Xianing Xuan. He actually wished to decline, as he had always preferred solitude, disliking the idea of acting alongside others. It wasn't that he feared Xianing Xuan would be a hindrance. Rather, he was concerned about her taking the lead and claiming all the experience for herself. However, upon further reflection, without Xianing Xuan, it would likely prove challenging to locate the target. Even if he managed to find her, It would consume an inordinate amount of time and effort. It simply wasn't worth it. Additionally, the Blood Soul sect was also in pursuit of the pure Yin girl. With that traitor still undiscovered within the sect, they might learn of his movements, prompting their experts to pursue him. It would be unwise to proceed alone. Considering all factors, Xian Ningxuan's presence was indeed necessary. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Furthermore, she was rather attractive, and having a beautiful companion could hardly be deemed a misfortune. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chen nodded and addressed Xian Ningxuan. Then I shall rely on you, junior sister. Xian Ningxuan maintained her stoic demeanor, responding coolly, rest assured, senior brother. This matter is of great significance, and I will exert my utmost effort to assist you. After discussing these matters, Master Qingshu added, while performing celestial observations, I discovered that on the 8th day of the 9th month, a solar eclipse will occur. You must locate the demon sect saint before then. Time is of the essence. You should set forth immediately. Chapter 42. Better to sleep on a grave than in a desolate temple, Shufeng City, located in the northwest of the Central Lands, is no longer within the confines of Shu. Thus, it is not particularly close. By carriage, it would take at least half a month, and even flying with a sword would require an entire day. Therefore, Lu Chen did not delay. After a brief preparation, he set off with Xian Ningxiang towards Shufeng. Throughout the journey, Lu Chen maintained a steady pace. With 3 months remaining until the 8th day of September, there was no rush in seeking the holy maiden of the demon sect. If they happened upon any demons or monsters along the way, dispatching them for some experience points would be quite beneficial. However, his luck seemed to be lacking this time. After leaving Mount Shu, traversing mountains and rivers, he encountered not a single trace of demonic energy. After all, this was still within the territory of Mount Shu, and any demons that might have appeared would have been dealt with by other disciples long ago, as they were already on the demon suppression list. Thus, the region remained largely peaceful. Beyond the borders of Shu, however, the landscape revealed a starkly different reality. Desolate fields and crumbling houses lay scattered across the land, with refugees everywhere and bones littering the fields. Numerous demons and monsters proliferated, wreaking havoc upon the world. The view was filled with swirling demonic winds, a chaotic scene reminiscent of a world in turmoil. In stark contrast to Shu, it felt as if they had entered an entirely different realm. As Lu Chen gazed down at the occasionally roiling black mist, he could not help but furrow his brow. Although he had long been aware of the existence of many demons and monsters in this world, he had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Aside from a few large cities, the small villages and towns were practically uninhabitable. In comparison, the realm of Mount Shu seemed like a paradise, a hidden utopia. Xian Ningxiang, however, appeared calm, as if she had heard of this plight before. She spoke, "It is said that eternal night approaches, with black mist engulfing the skies. For decades now, black mist has intermittently emerged across the mortal realm, giving rise to demons and monsters that plague humanity. The Taoists, Buddhists, and the imperial court have attempted to suppress it multiple times, but to no avail. Now, they can only protect a few major cities. Elsewhere, their reach is limited." "What is this black mist?" Lu Chen inquired. "I am not entirely certain," Xian Ningxiang replied, shaking her head. "It seems to be a form of malevolent energy. Its origins unknown. It has been increasing year by year. 300 miles ahead lies Shufeng City. We must hurry to arrive before nightfall. Nowadays, sleeping outdoors is exceedingly perilous," she added, clearly not wishing to take unnecessary risks. Yet, Lu Chen shook his head in response. "We have been traveling all day, and our spiritual energy has diminished significantly. We must rest soon. Pushing ourselves further could lead to unforeseen dangers." He spoke these words out of consideration for Xian Ningxiang. Despite being in the early stages of crystallization, Lu Chen's foundation in the Tao was robust, allowing him to fly effortlessly for an entire day. In contrast, Xian Ningxiang had been gritting her teeth to keep up, and she was now beginning to tire. Rather than risk further exhaustion, it would be wiser to find a place to rest for the night. Lu Chen suggested, his ulterior motive being the opportunity to slay more demons and accumulate experience points, thus advancing towards the Golden Core realm. In the forest below, they spotted an abandoned temple, a suitable place to rest for the night. Lu Chen proposed. Xian Ningxiang understood his intention to look after her and felt grateful, though she did not show it outwardly. She glanced in the direction Lu Chen pointed, her brows knitting slightly. As the ancients say, it is better to sleep on a grave than in a desolate temple. Brother Lu, this place is desolate, and I sense a lingering malevolence. Staying here could be perilous. I am well aware, Lu Chen replied with a smile. As disciples of Mount Shu, it is our duty to eradicate evil. Knowing that this place harbors danger, how can we turn a blind eye? While our strength may be limited, slaying a few demons could save lives, and at least we would have acted with integrity. In truth, he merely wished to seek opportunities to gain experience. But he could not state this outright, and instead found a noble justification. Xian Ningxiang, however, was moved by his words, feeling as if he had grown taller in her eyes, evoking a sense of reverence. It dawned on her that the gap between them was not merely in courage and determination, but in the vastness of his heart and spirit, qualities not often found in others. Taking a deep breath, she gently brushed her sleeves and bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. Thank you for your guidance, brother. I understand now. What do you understand? Lu Chen asked, momentarily speechless. He had spoken casually, yet she took it seriously. However, he did not dwell on it, merely waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. Let us proceed and investigate. If any demons do appear, we can deal with them then. As they spoke, the two descended swiftly, landing before the temple. This temple had evidently been abandoned for many years, overgrown with weeds, and the branches and foliage piled high. The roof was in disrepair, and the statue of the city god that once stood there was shattered, now reduced to just half a body. This once venerated deity, a protector of the realm, had now fallen into such disrepair, a fact that evoked a sense of melancholy in Lu Chen. With a sigh, he waved his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to clear away the dust and debris. He then gently lifted the broken statue of the city god to an upright position. While this act held little real significance, it served as a gesture of respect. At that moment, Xian Ningxiang had entered the temple, cautiously surveying the surroundings, but found no trace of demons, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. She then produced a magical item, opening her palm to reveal two intricately embroidered mats. With their level of cultivation, they hardly required sleep. Meditating at night would suffice for restoring their energy and spiritual power. Sister, you have traveled all day and must be fatigued. Please meditate and recuperate. I will be vigilant here, Lu Chen assured her. As he spoke, he summoned 5 sword chi symbols, forming a minor 5-element sword array. This formation would trigger an alert should any demons or monsters appear. Thank you, brother, Xian Ningxiang acknowledged, initially considering to set up her own array. However, upon reflecting on Lu Chen's character, she decided not to overly guard against him, as that would create unnecessary distance. Instead, she settled on one of the mats, casting a protective barrier around herself, and then closed her eyes to meditate. Lu Chen observed her caution with approval, then turned his gaze elsewhere. He seated himself on a mat, eyes gently closed, yet chose not to engage in cultivation. The monotony of cultivation was tedious, and the results were slow to manifest. Why not seek an exhilarating experience instead? With nightfall approaching, he wondered if any demons might emerge to offer him some experience. Chapter 043. Phantoms entering dreams as the sun set in the west and night descended. The desolate mountains and forests were enveloped in a profound silence. The chirping of insects and the songs of birds were nowhere to be heard. Only the howling and wailing of the night wind, reminiscent of wolf howls and ghostly cries, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Chen sat cross-legged in the city god temple, feigning sleep as he awaited the arrival of experiences. However, to his surprise, he had waited for nearly half the night without encountering any demons or spirits. Could it be that I was mistaken? Clearly, there is a hidden aura of malice in this place. Or perhaps this city god temple still retains some divine might, deterring the demons from entering? Lu Chen glanced at the dilapidated deity statue behind him and shook his head. Deities are sustained by incense offerings, and this temple had long been abandoned, its true spirit long extinguished. Even if it were not dead, it must have departed. Rather, the temple, having been infused with the essence of incense, would now become a favored haunt for demons and spirits, drawn to the remnants of divine essence to aid in their cultivation. Let me wait a little longer. If no demons appear, it would be of no consequence to me. Lost in thought, Lu Chen closed his eyes once more, silently adjusting his breath as he waited. He did not know how much time had passed when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Sleepiness washed over him, and he inadvertently drifted off. No, with my cultivation, I could stay awake for days and nights without feeling drowsy, let alone falling asleep like this. In the depths of his mind, a warning signal surged within Lu Chen. He quickly bit his tongue to awaken himself, but upon opening his eyes, he was met with swirling red silk, the scent of fragrance filling the air. The once crumbling city god temple had transformed into a resplendent vermilion pavilion. Amidst the chaotic sounds of silk and bamboo, several enchanting women danced gracefully under the cold moonlight, their ethereal forms swirling like celestial beings descending from the heavens. The air was thick with the fragrance of musk, and the seductive melodies seeped into his ears, intoxicating his very soul. Young master, come, dance with me. Life is fleeting. A single night in spring is worth 1,000 gold. The alluring sounds were difficult to resist. Lu Chen felt a turmoil in his heart, his vital essence stirring within, giving rise to impure thoughts. He nearly stood up to approach the breathtaking beauties. But at that moment, his gaze swept to the side, and he realized that Xian Ningxiang was nowhere to be found, causing an epiphany. Something is amiss. The small five-element sword array shows no reaction. This is still a dream. As the thoughts crossed his mind, golden light suddenly erupted from Lu Chen's eyes. His heavenly eye opened wide, revealing a void filled with phantoms. The so-called beautiful fairies were nothing but mere skeletons, manifestations born from his own delusions. Beautiful masks, rosy skeletons, mere illusions. Do you think you can deceive me? Lu Chen roared with a voice like thunder, waves crashing violently. The sword intent surged within him, and in an instant, he shattered the enchanting figures into pieces, the lavish pavilion collapsing like sand. A surge of sword intent erupted, and Lu Chen soared into the air, radiant light enveloping him as he broke free from a dream. Before him lay the temple shrouded in darkness, as if he had fallen into an abyss. The small five elements sword array glimmered, protecting the surroundings but unable to fend off the dream's invasion. Beside him, Xian Ningxiang's face turned pale, her chest rising and falling erratically as if she were enduring great torment. Dreams and illusions, all fears arise from the heart. Junior sister, awaken. With a voice like rolling thunder, Lu Chen shouted, followed by a finger pointing to her brow. Xian Ningxiang trembled slightly, awakening with beads of fragrant sweat covering her body. Senior brother Lu, I know. This monstrous being can lure people into dreams and harm them within. Thus, the small five-element sword array was powerless to defend. Lu Chen gestured for her to remain calm and stabilize her mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned the surroundings. However, its cultivation shouldn't be high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easily shaken off. It should still be nearby, and I will draw it out. As he spoke, Lu Chen formed a seal with one hand. The true word runes materialized in his palm, and he cut his fingertip, letting a drop of blood drift away. Boom! The blood ignited like the blazing sun, illuminating the entire dilapidated temple. In the darkness, a shadow was faintly seen coiling around the beams at the entrance. Thick as a water barrel, resembling a great serpent, but with a human head. As the golden light shone upon it, it let out a hissing shriek, seemingly terrified, before transforming into a wisp of dark light and fleeing outside. I have found you. Lu Chen's gaze turned fierce. He stepped forward, transforming into a streak of lightning, breaking through the air in pursuit, his sleeves sweeping to unleash a torrent of sword energy akin to heavenly thunder striking down. A loud crash echoed as stones shattered. The spot where the black serpent had appeared was left with a deep pit. However, the creature was cunning and seemed to lack any ability. Chapter 44. The White Lotus deity, the young woman, posed no ill intent and had never harmed anyone. She implored the celestial master to discern her sincerity. The ghost knelt on the ground, weeping. Upon hearing her words, Chen momentarily halted his offensive. Yet he did not take her claims at face value. He summoned his powers to open the heavenly eye and scrutinized her. The ghost, strikingly beautiful yet ethereal, appeared to have died not long ago, and her spirit bore little trace of malevolent energy, suggesting she was not a wicked spirit. Malevolent ghosts are invariably marked by a dark aura, a fact that cannot be concealed. She was merely an innocent soul wronged in death. Having ascertained her lack of danger, Chen slightly restrained his aura, as his immense power could easily shatter her spirit if he continued to apply pressure. What is your name? How did you meet your demise? And why do you linger here? Speak truthfully. Upon hearing Chen's inquiry, the ghost felt compelled to reveal her truth and hurriedly responded. My name is Cui Yinyan. I was the daughter of a wealthy merchant from Sufeng. 6 months ago, I went to Han Mountain Temple to pray for blessings and was imprisoned by vile men. To preserve my purity, I took my own life, thinking death would bring me liberation. However, I never anticipated that my spirit would be ensnared by a demon, forced to lure mortals here for its consumption. Cui Yinyan refused to assist the demon in its wicked deeds, transforming instead into a spectral shadow, haunting the periphery of the graveyard. Whenever she saw someone approach, she would stir the winds of the underworld to frighten them away, enduring numerous punishments from the demon in the process. When Chen pursued her, she mistook him for another unwary mortal and revealed herself to warn him. Unfortunately, she did not foresee that Chen was a skilled practitioner, whose formidable powers nearly shattered her spirit with a mere gesture. Now I see, I have misjudged you, Chen remarked, noting her earnest demeanor and the absence of contradictions in her words. His expression softened. With a wave of his hand, he lifted the ghost's form with his powers and inquired, the demon that binds souls and commits evils must possess considerable abilities. Do you know its origins and current whereabouts? Seeing Chen's demeanor ease, Cui Yinyan felt a wave of relief and hurriedly replied, I only know that the demon claims to be the White Lotus deity, possessing great power, commanding thousands of souls, and has entrenched itself in the black stone mountains outside Sufeng, perpetuating its malevolence. Deep within this graveyard lies its lair. Such arrogance. A mere demon dares to proclaim itself a deity? Chen scoffed, though inwardly he began to calculate. A powerful demon with a legion of souls at its command could yield substantial rewards if vanquished. He then turned to Cui Yinyan and said, Your words alone cannot be wholly trusted. Lead me to the demon's lair. If what you say is true, I shall deal with it. However, should you deceive me, you understand the consequences. I would never dare deceive the celestial master, Cui Yinyan replied, though a bitter smile crossed her lips. After a moment of hesitation, she continued, I am already dead, a mere wandering soul. Life and death bear little weight. Yet the demon is ferocious and powerful, commanding many subordinates. Even if you are immensely capable, you are but one person. I fear that my guidance may lead to your peril. I am a disciple of the Shushan sect, dedicated to vanquishing evil and upholding righteousness. I fear not for my own life. Simply guide me, and I assure you, I will not allow your spirit to be shattered. Chen declared, recognizing her good intentions without harboring any anger. His resolute attitude reassured Cui Yinyan. While this was not Shushan territory, the reputation of the Shushan sword sect was renowned, and she felt a sense of security in his confidence. She truly wished to escape her current predicament. If eliminating the demon could restore her freedom, it was worth the risk. After a moment's resolve, she nodded. Very well, I shall lead the celestial master. However, this graveyard is infested with the demon's minions. Entering quietly may be challenging. Enter quietly? Why must we sneak? Chen chuckled. You need only guide me forward. Should we encounter any ordinary spirits, they shall not dare to obstruct us. If anyone dares impede our path, they are surely the demon's underlings, and we shall eliminate them. With that, he flicked his fingers, causing a straw figure to rise into the air. With Chen's increasing prowess, he was now capable of crafting straw figures the size of real people. He allowed Cui Yinyan's spirit to inhabit the figure as a precaution, ensuring she would not be immediately shattered should they face an attack. Let's proceed. Cui Yinyan inhabited the straw figure, her form transforming into that of a youthful woman. Vividly lifelike, no longer appearing so ethereal. She thanked Lu Chen and took a deep breath before turning toward the graveyard. Lu Chen followed closely behind. The path was littered with jagged stones, strewn with bones and decaying corpses, remnants of those who had perished nearby, left to rot in the wilderness. Over time, the resentment and malice accumulated, giving rise to wandering spirits. However, many of these spirits were weak and timid. Upon sensing Lu Chen's aura, they scurried away, hiding among the rocks in fear. Cui Yinyan, you are quite bold. The deity commanded you to lure mortals, yet you repeatedly evaded. Now you brought a Taoist back. What is the meaning of this? Traitor. As they ventured deeper, the malevolent energy thickened palpably. Amidst the flickering ghost lights, several fierce-looking demons emerged, their faces twisted and menacing, exuding bloodlust and malice, a clear indication of their wickedness. They surged forward, stirring gusts of dark wind, sending sand and debris flying. The ghostly flames danced, and bones hovered ominously. Any ordinary practitioner witnessing such a scene would likely turn and flee in terror. Cui Yanyan esse complexion pallid, and she instinctively drifted backward, fully aware of the formidable nature of these demons. Yet Lu Chen remained calm, barely lifting his eyelids as he cast a fleeting glance at the demons before averting his gaze. Ignorant fools. With a swift motion of his robe, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air with the force of thunder. The demons were caught off guard by the sudden and ferocious attack, and with a resounding crash, they were obliterated, their souls scattering into the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a demon. Experience gained, 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a demon. Experience gained, 200. The notifications rang out consecutively. The experience points were modest, clearly indicating these were mere minor adversaries. Lu Chen, unwilling to waste time, turned to Cui Yinyan and instructed, proceed directly ahead. Do not halt regardless of who we encounter. With that, a surge of righteous sword energy erupted from him, illuminating the darkness like a torch, and he charged forward into the depths of the graveyard. Chapter 045, directly ascending you to the heavens, the ethereal Tao, the boundless sword energy, the radiance of righteousness, where deities and demons lie dormant. The blazing sword light illuminated the night sky, resembling a torch or a blazing sun, its momentum unstoppable. Lu Chen followed Cui Yanyan, advancing forward with the surging torrent of righteous sword energy erupting behind him, obliterating and crushing the malevolent spirits that dared to obstruct their path. The system notifications chimed incessantly. Lu Chen paid them no heed. Before long, the two arrived at the depths of the burial ground. A colossal sinkhole yawned before them, filled with a macabre tableau of corpses and gore, emanating a putrid stench. Some of the bodies had long decayed into scattered bones, while others remained fresh. Through the flesh, tendrils of roots writhed like living entities, voraciously absorbing the lifeblood. Born of flesh and blood, nourished by souls, a gargantuan white lotus bloomed atop the carnage. Its verdant leaves shimmered, and its immaculate petals radiated a divine aura. The blossom unfurled in 9 tiers, each petal bearing a grotesque, contorted visage. At the heart of the lotus, an ethereal figure in white sat in serene meditation, hands clasped in a sacred mudra, exuding an air of solemnity, akin to the legendary Bodhisattva Guanyin. However, beneath the hallowed facade, a maw filled with fangs lurked. The corners of its mouth stretched back to its ears in a horrifying rictus. Behind its head, hair cascaded like rooted vines, and countless serpentine tentacles writhed and danced in the darkness, weaving nightmares. Insolent girl, how dare you trespass? The demon on the lotus glared at Cui Yinyan and Lu Chen, a chilling glint in its eyes. As it spoke, a black serpent surged forth, its spectral wail piercing the air. This sonic assault, while ineffective against humans, was a devastating weapon against spirits, directly attacking their very essence. Cui Yinyan, having experienced this before, paled in terror. Fortunately, Lu Chun had bestowed upon her a straw effigy, temporarily housing her soul and providing a protective layer of magical power, thus shielding her from the brunt of the attack. Return, Lu Chun commanded, drawing Cui Yinyan back. A barrier of sword light materialized before them. Lu Chun stepped forward, scrutinizing the lotus demon. To feign compassion and holiness while harboring such venomous cruelty. Do you believe that by masquerading as a deity, you can truly attain enlightenment? He inquired. Where did you come from, little Taoist? The white lotus demon's eyes flashed with malice. Its mouth split open, and a tongue covered in thorns flicked out, licking its lips. You appear tender and succulent. Your cultivated essence must be far more delectable than that of mortals. Allow me to devour you. When I ascend to godhood, you shall share in my glory. Lu Chun chuckled. This beast is truly comical. It desires to devour me and ascend to immortality? If you yearn for ascension, I shall grant it to you now. His expression turned frigid, his intent lethal. The righteous sword energy surged, transforming into a tempest of blades, a torrential downpour that swept across the battlefield. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating attack. With a deafening roar, the river of sword light obliterated the pit, sending flesh and bone fragments flying. The lotus trembled violently, its petals shattering, forcing the white lotus demon to take flight. Vile Taoist, you are insufferable, it shrieked, fully aware of Lu Chen's extraordinary power. The demon's aura roiled, conjuring a tempestuous wind and countless wraiths that converged from all directions, their serpentine hair lashing out in a frenzy. Lu Chen remained unfazed. He exhaled, and a frosty breath of sword energy swept through the air, severing the serpentine tendrils. With a fluid motion, a palm imprint descended, its magical radiance shimmering, adorned with the luminary word charm. The demon's body sizzled under the onslaught, and the lotus petals withered and turned to ash. Accursed Taoist, you have destroyed the foundation of my cultivation. I shall curse you to an agonizing demise. The white lotus shrieked. Its arms burrowed into the earth, and with a thunderous explosion, colossal bone spikes erupted from the ground, tearing through the earth and soaring into the heavens. Then came noxious fumes. The white lotus god opened its maw, and its thorn-covered tongue swelled, lashing out like a flail. Vermin, even in the face of death, you persist in your wickedness. Lu Chen's voice was like ice. This white lotus demon possessed considerable power, rivaling that of a crystallization cultivator. Its methods were as vicious as they were depraved. However, it posed no threat to him. He unleashed his full power, his body transforming into iron, shielded by a golden aura, descending like an unyielding mountain. With a deafening crash, he crushed the bone spikes. Simultaneously, he dispersed the poisonous fumes with a wave of his sleeve, his hand gleaming with golden light, seizing the tongue with iron precision. Ah! The white lotus demon wailed, its body yanked forward. The lotus roots tore from the corpses, splattering blood and gore. Perish! Lu Chen and Amp, oppose, as eyes gleamed. The tined Amp, oppose, a sword, charged with power, shot from his sleeve, a flash of lethal brilliance. The blade pierced the white lotus demon and Oppo's mouth, exiting the back of its skull in a shower of blood and bone. The sword had obliterated its brain, extinguishing its cultivation and spirit in a single strike. The demonic aura dissipated, and the area returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the corpse spirit. White Lotus, obtaining White Lotus Seed, experience 5,000. Impressive. A reward of 5,000 experience points. Truly a powerful demon, a leader among its kind. This is quite the haul. White Lotus Seed, an unformed treasure of heaven and earth, nurtured in a land of corpses, shaped by its spiritual energy. It can be planted and cultivated, and upon maturation, it will yield the treasure, sacred white lotus. A treasure of heaven and earth? This is a valuable find. It inoppos. A pity it inoppos. That's just a seed for now. Not yet mature. Lu Chun mused, tossing it into the Yellow Springs diagram. This item was similar to the Jade Green Lotus. Perhaps its growth could be accelerated within the Yellow Springs. After securing the seed, Lu Chen turned to the burial ground, where corpses lay scattered and numerous spirits roamed. These spirits had been imprisoned and controlled by the White Lotus. Now that the demon was dead, they were free, but they had missed their chance to reincarnate. They would either fade away as wandering souls or resort to harming others. Leaving them would be a disaster. Since I've come this far, I shall perform a ritual to guide them to the afterlife, a virtuous deed. Lu Chen ascended into the air, assuming a meditative posture, then beckoned Chui Yin to approach. He began to chant the Taoist scriptures of rebirth. Chapter 046. Borrowing the body to return to life, the child of fortune under the serene moonlight. Lu Chen sat cross-legged beneath the night sky, silently reciting the scriptures of a sutra of rebirth. Streams of mystical energy cascaded down upon him, akin to divine nectar, nourishing all living beings. The radiant powers sparkled like stars, descending gracefully. From the bodies of the lost souls and wandering spirits, a hazy golden light began to rise, as if a portal to rebirth was opening, guiding them toward the underworld and the cycle of reincarnation. Compassionate Master, save my freedom and lead me to liberation. Thank you. The merits of the Master are boundless. Please accept my humble bow. Grateful to the Master for rescue. May blessings and longevity abound. Amidst the mass grave, countless souls ascended, filled with joy and tears, bowing in gratitude towards Lu Chen. They were all victims of a chaotic world. Without Lu Chen's intervention, they would have been doomed to eternal servitude under demons, with no hope of rebirth, destined to be devoured or turned to ash. It was Lu Chen who vanquished the demons, granting them freedom, and even expended his own power to guide them to the afterlife. Such a monumental kindness warranted their utmost reverence. Life and death are predetermined. Though you have endured suffering, you have remained true to yourselves, not succumbing to evil. Upon reaching the underworld, Yama will judge your deeds, and you shall be rewarded in your next life. Now go. As Lu Chen spoke, he waved his sleeves, sending the souls on their journey to rebirth. Ding! Congratulations, host, for guiding the souls to the afterlife, earning 5 merit. Indeed, guiding souls does yield merit. Yet, this amount seemed rather meager. There were at least hundreds, if not thousands, of souls in this mass grave, yet he received only 5 points of merit. Such merit was exceedingly difficult to accumulate. However, considering its profound effects, constantly enhancing 1 and amp, oppos, as fortune and providing protection from calamities, it was only natural that it was hard to obtain. If only there were a way to amass a significant amount of merit, he mused. With enough merit, fortune would smile upon him, and treasures would come his way. While Lu Chen contemplated, the light of rebirth gradually faded. Most of the lost souls had been guided to the afterlife. However, as he descended, he noticed Chui Yin, still lingering, bound to the straw figure. His brow furrowed. I just guided the souls to rebirth. Why have you not entered the cycle of reincarnation? Chui Yin and oppos. S expression turned pained as she shook her head. I do not know. When the Master performed the rite, I intended to enter the portal of rebirth, but I was restrained by a force that prevented my liberation. It seems my physical body is at fault. Her expression grew desolate. Who would wish to remain a lost soul if rebirth were possible? Your body is bound, preventing your ascension? This must be the result of some curse. Lu Chen's frown deepened. Logically, an ordinary person, even if slain, should not be unable to attain rebirth. This situation was peculiar. Either she was cursed, or her body faced grave misfortune, causing her spirit to be restless, unwelcomed in the underworld. Chui Yin was merely an ordinary woman. What made her so special that someone would go to such lengths? Do you know where your body is now? He inquired. Chui Yin nodded. I know. It is still in Hanzhan Temple. Hanzhan Temple? This was the second time Chui Yin mentioned the temple. Previously, he had focused on defeating the demons and had not paid attention, but now he suspected the answer lay within Hanzhan Temple. What do you know about this Hanzhan Temple? Speak without omitting any details. Chui Yin, seeing Lu Chen's formidable power, felt both admiration and trust, thus she revealed all she knew. Hanzhan Temple was established in Shufeng City only in recent years. Initially, it was unremarkable with little incense. However, following a series of demonic disturbances. The monks of the temple intervened and subdued the demons, causing quite a stir, and subsequently, its reputation soared. Yet, 6 months ago, many young women began to disappear without reason, inciting panic. Fearing for her safety, Cui Yinyan went to the temple to pray. Upon entering, she was overcome by a fragrant haze, only to awaken imprisoned in a dungeon, ultimately leading to her demise. You were captured in Han's Han Temple. This matter likely involves those monks. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun and Appo's suspicions deepened. The temple and Appo's emergence was too coincidental, and the disappearances of young women might be connected to the Blood Soul sect. However, with the current clues being scant, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. Then come with me. Once we reach Shufeng, I will visit Han's Han Temple. If I can help you reclaim your body, you shall find liberation. At these words, Cui Yinyan's eyes brimmed with tears, and she knelt. A mere wretch like me is grateful for the Master's kindness. If there's a next life, I shall serve you loyally. No need for such formalities. As a disciple of Shushan, it is my duty to eradicate evil and assist all beings. This is my responsibility and my cultivation. Lu Chen smiled and gestured for her to rise. He glanced at the exposed bones, feeling pity for the remains laid bare in the wilderness. He contemplated whether to gather them when suddenly, a faint sound, although he was still unable to thwart Lu Chen and Appo's sword strike, he at least emerged unscathed, tumbling backward for several dozen paces before regaining his footing. This was the Taoist golden light, a legitimate technique of the Xianmen. Lu Chen, upon witnessing this golden radiance, felt a flicker of surprise but refrained from further aggression. The golden light incantation is a closely guarded secret of the Taoist tradition, accessible only to disciples of sacred mountains such as Longhu, Wudong, and Maoshan. Ordinary practitioners are incapable of mastering it, and even those from the similarly Taoist-rooted Shushan lack corresponding cultivation methods, making it unattainable for common practitioners of malevolent arts. Since you can manifest the Taoist golden light, you must be of the true Taoist lineage. Why then do you resort to this method of corpse borrowing to usurp another Appo's body? Lu Chen inquired. The individual, astonished by Lu Chen and Appo's formidable abilities, took a moment to recover from the shock of the earlier sword strike, but bore no ill will towards his adversary. He quickly clarified, I understand your disdain for evil, dear friend, and your perception of me as a nefarious practitioner for employing the art of corpse borrowing. However, I assure you, my circumstances are quite dire. After catching his breath, he continued, My name is Lu Yang, a humble scholar from Yinqing, who has long revered the Taoist arts. Under the guidance of the Jade Master from Wudong Mountain, I was imparted with teachings and dreams and traversed the void of the cosmos. Alas, on my return journey, I was ensnared by malevolent forces, causing me to miss my appointed time. My family, believing me to be deceased, cremated my body and interred it, leaving my spirit adrift and desperate. It is thus that I found myself at this graveyard seeking refuge. However, I did not anticipate the presence of demons here. Lacking a corporeal form and with my powers severely limited, I was enveloped in despair. Thankfully, you intervened, vanquishing the demons and using the righteous methods of the Tao to guide the departed souls, purifying the sinister energies in this place, which granted me the opportunity to borrow a body and regain my life. Dream teachings and traversing the void? Is this not akin to the treatment once afforded to El Zhu? Lu Chen reflected in astonishment, contemplating the veracity of this man's claims. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the fortuitous quest, borrowing a corpse to return to life. Lu Yang bears great fortune. Slaying him could yield a chance to seize that fortune, albeit with unknown consequences. Forming a bond with him may intertwine your fates, potentially leading to future blessings. Great fortune? So this lad is a child of destiny, a protagonist in his own right, and one of my own status. Lu Chen found himself momentarily bewildered. Chapter 047. The Taoist sects are one gazing at the filthy young scholar before him. Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. A child of destiny? An individual blessed with great fortune, destined to receive the favor of the heavens in the future. Had he not traversed through worlds, This Lu Yang might very well have been the protagonist of this realm. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. To eliminate Lu Yang would present a chance to seize that fortune. However, such an action would be perilous. He had already received the teachings of a true master from Wudong, which equated to being a true disciple of Wudong. To slay him would undoubtedly invite calamity. Moreover, to kill solely for the sake of fortune, when the other party is not malevolent, contradicts my true intentions and is akin to straying into the path of darkness. Chen shook his head. He had never been one to resort to unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. It seems that the only prudent choice for now is to forge a connection with him. With that thought, Chen nodded and spoke. So you're a fellow from Murong Mountain. The illustrious Master Yu is renowned throughout the land, a respected figure in the Taoist community. To have garnered his attention and received teachings in your dreams suggests you possess remarkable talent. As he spoke, he briefly introduced himself. Upon learning that Chen was a true disciple of Shushan, Lu Yang's eyes flickered with surprise. In the mortal realm, the name of Shushan is thunderous. Who does not know of the Shushan sword immortal, unrivaled in the world? The fact that Chen, so young, has become a true disciple of Shushan indicates he must be an extraordinarily gifted individual. No wonder he could effortlessly vanquish the White Lotus demon. Respect naturally seeped into his words. Brother Lu, your mastery of the Tao and unparalleled swordsmanship in ridding the world of evil is truly admirable. I am genuinely envious and in awe. Had it not been for your timely intervention in vanquishing the demon tonight, I fear I would not have survived until dawn. This is a life-saving grace. Please allow me to pay my respects. Lu Yang, it seems, is indeed a person of principle. He did not dwell on the sword strike Chen had previously dealt him, but instead expressed his gratitude profusely. After all, without Chen's efforts to exorcise the demon, he might have lost his soul, destined to wander as a restless spirit, hindering his path to cultivation. Of course, Chen understood that such a child of destiny, even without his intervention, might still encounter other opportunities. However, as this opportunity has now presented itself to him, it can be regarded as a matter of cause and effect. The Taoist sects are indeed one family. There is no need for formalities, Brother Lu. Chen waved his hand dismissively. Though the method of borrowing a corpse to return to life is indeed a dark practice, you acted out of necessity, and given that your lifespan is not yet expired, it should pose no significant issue. Yet, your spirit has only just returned to your body. You must be quite weak. Where do you plan to go next? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang pondered briefly before sighing. Having entered the realm of immortals, it is only a matter of time before I sever ties with worldly affairs. Since my family believes I am dead, there is no need to trouble myself further. Thus, I plan to head straight to Murong Mountain and return to my sect. It is quite a distance to Murong Mountain. Chen turned to glance at him. In a world rife with demons, and with your current lack of cultivation, relying solely on a wisp of Taoist golden light, it is unlikely you can ensure your safety. The journey is long and fraught with danger. As he spoke, Chen waved his hand, summoning his magical energy to pull a blade of grass, which he wove into the form of a grass kite. Awaken, he commanded, exhaling powerfully, imbuing it with a surge of righteous energy. The grass kite came to life, soaring into the air, its wings expanding into a magnificent white crane, exquisitely lifelike. This crane, empowered by my magic, should be sufficient to carry you safely back to Wudong. Lu Yang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the soaring crane. This wondrous creation, though merely a temporary means, would indeed expedite his return to Wudong and spare him from the perils of demons along the way. He expressed his gratitude earnestly. Thank you, brother, for your assistance. I will remember this kindness, and should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay it. At this, Chen merely smiled slightly, though he waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. It was but a simple act. I only wish for you to cultivate properly and bring clarity to this world. The hour grows late, Brother Lu. It is best you set forth promptly. Very well, Brother Lu. Until we meet again. With that, Lu Yang soared into the sky, riding the white crane toward Wudong Mountain. Master, where shall we go next? At this moment, Chui Yin, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Chen turned to her and replied, I have a fellow junior sister waiting for me at the city god temple. We shall first meet with her before proceeding to Shufeng City and addressing your matter regarding your remains." With that, he conjured a gust of magical wind, taking Chui Yinyan back along the route they had come, returning to the city god temple. Inside the dilapidated temple, tranquility reigned. The five elements sword array still emitted a faint glow, indicating no other demons had come to disturb them. Lu Chen waved his hand to dismiss the sword array, ensuring Chui Yinyan would not be harmed before entering. "Brother, you have finally returned. Did you manage to pursue that demon?" Xiao Ningxue rose to inquire. She had been recuperating here after nearly falling into demonic possession due to the disturbance of her dream soul, thus unable to assist Lu Chen. Seeing him return unscathed brought her a sense of relief. However, upon noticing Chui Yinyan beside him, her brow furrowed slightly. "A ghost? Brother, could she be the source of the disturbance?" "She is not at fault," Lu Chen replied, shaking his head, and proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. "To think such a vicious demon could lurk here. Had you not insisted on staying, who knows how many more people would have suffered at its hands. Your deeds this time are truly commendable," Xian Ningxue remarked, her admiration for Lu Chen deepening. "Nevertheless, the inability to transcend and be reborn is indeed a pressing issue." Upon hearing the name Han's Han Temple, Xian Ningxue and Amp, Appo's expression grew solemn, and she lowered her voice. "Brother, you may not be aware, but after you departed, while I was recuperating, I employed secret methods to attempt to divine the precise location of the blood of Ultimate Yin. According to my calculations, is indeed in the vicinity of Han's Han Temple. Are you implying that this Han's Han Temple could very well be a stronghold of the Blood Soul sect, and they've already located the Ultimate Yin Maiden?" Lu Chen and Appo's expression shifted slightly at this revelation. The Holy Maiden of the Demon sect is intricately linked to the resurrection of the Blood Demon, with far-reaching implications. If the Blood Soul sect were to gain the upper hand, it would spell trouble. Daylight is approaching. We must act swiftly. Let an Appo's head to Shufeng City first. Indeed, the prefect of Shufeng was an old acquaintance of my father. As we are unfamiliar with this place, we should first seek him out to gather information. Once verified, we can proceed to Han's Han Temple for further inquiries. Let be so. As they spoke, the two prepared to depart. Just before leaving, Lu Chen glanced at Chui Yinyan, shaking his head. "The city is bustling with life, but you are, after all, a spirit of the nether realm. Although you have a grass man as a cover, it is merely an illusion. Once we enter the city, you must stay close to me, not straying an inch. Do you understand?" "Rest assured, master. Yinyan will follow your instructions." Chapter 48. Tomorrow, please enter the trap. The northwest is marked by bitter cold. Although it cannot compare to the clear waters and beautiful mountains of Shu, the city of Shufeng, being the largest in the region, is rich in minerals and thus prosperous and flourishing. Lu Chen, accompanied by Xiaoning Shuang and Chui Yinyan, rode the winds on their swords and arrived in the city by noon the following day. The governor of Shufeng, Zhang Lin, upon receiving the news, personally came to the city gate to greet them, which surprised Lu Chen. After all, this was not Shu, where disciples of the Shu Mountains held significant prestige. Yet it seemed unusual for a local governor to personally welcome them. Most likely, it was due to Xian Ning Shuang's influence. This girl must have an impressive background. As he pondered this, Governor Zhang Lin quickly approached. He appeared to be in his 40s, of ordinary looks, somewhat plump, and dressed in splendid robes, resembling a genial, wealthy gentleman. If it weren't an Appo's tea for his official attire, it would be difficult to associate him with the role of a governor. "Student Zhang Lin, I greet you, miss." Zhang Lin stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Xiaoning Shuang quickly raised her hand, signaling him to rise, smiling as she said, "Uncle Zhang, you're too courteous. Though you are a student of my father, you have been in office for many years, and I am but a young woman. I cannot accept such grand courtesy. One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Without my teachers nurturing back in the day, there would be no Zhang Lin today. Moreover, now that the miss has joined the Shu Mountains, she is indeed among the immortals, and, as an ordinary man, I should naturally show respect," Zhang Lin replied jovially, appearing quite enthusiastic. However, Lu Chen felt that there was something overly flattering about him, making it difficult to discern his true character. Furthermore, an unusual aura surrounded him, indicating he was no ordinary person, not merely an average mortal. Of course, Lu Chen did not reveal his thoughts, but maintained a calm demeanor. At this moment, Xiaoning Shuang began the introductions. This is my true disciple from the Shu Mountains. Lu Chen, we have come to Shufeng to attend to some matters, and I may trouble Uncle Zhang later. True disciple of the Shu Mountains? Zhang Lin paused, taken aback, and surveyed Lu Chen. After a moment, he smiled and clasped his hands in salute, saying, Young Master Lu is so young, yet has become a true disciple of the Shu Mountains. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Rest assured, since the Miss has spoken, whatever you require, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Cui Yin standing nearby, but did not elaborate further. You two have had a long journey. This is not a place for conversation. I have prepared food and wine in my residence to welcome the Miss and wash away the dust of travel. We can discuss matters afterward, he said, leading the way ahead. At this moment, Lu Chen secretly urged his power and whispered to Xiaoning Shuang. This person may not be trustworthy. For now, let an oppose. Let's not rush and inquire about the situation at Hanzhan Temple to gauge the atmosphere. Xiaoning Shuang nodded in agreement. Although Zhang Lin was an old acquaintance, she had not seen him in many years and was unaware of his character, so it was reasonable to remain cautious. Before long, they arrived at the governor and Oppo's residence. Since Cui Yin was a spirit and needed no sustenance to avoid unnecessary trouble, she excused herself, claiming to feel unwell, and requested Zhang Lin to arrange a guest room for her to rest. Lu Chen and Xiaoning Shuang then dined together. After several rounds of wine, Lu Chen spoke candidly. To speak frankly, we have come to Shufeng in pursuit of a demon. According to the clues we have gathered, this demon may currently be lurking around Hanzhan Temple in Shufeng. I wonder if Governor Zhang has any knowledge of this temple? Hanzhan Temple? Upon discussing serious matters, Zhang Lin set down his wine cup, a grave expression crossing his face. He frowned, saying, in recent years, Hanzhan Temple has gained considerable renown in Shufeng. The common folk say that their prayers are always answered, and they are quite effective. Thus the temple is thriving. Being a Buddhist temple, how could it possibly be related to demons? Hanzhan Temple is merely a folk temple and does not represent the orthodox Buddhist tradition, Lu Chen replied, shaking his head. Of course, we are uncertain whether this is true, which is why we seek to verify it with the governor and gather more information. Zhang Lin appeared to contemplate for a moment before responding. There hasn't been anything particularly suspicious about Hanzhan Temple. The monks there are few in number and spend most of their time within the temple, rarely descending the mountain. I have not heard of any criminal activities. However, whenever demons stir up trouble in the city, the common folk will seek assistance from the temple. For a certain price, the monks will willingly descend to subdue the demons. Subduing demons and demanding compensation? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhang Lin chuckled. Monks are human too. The offerings are voluntary from the people, and our government cannot say much about it. He then shared more details about Hanzhan Temple, though most were vague. Yet, intentionally or not, he revealed several issues. After listening, Lu Chen became increasingly convinced that Hanzhan Temple was likely problematic. However, Zhang Lin's attitude was intriguing. He seemed to be deliberately guiding them toward Hanzhan Temple. What could his motives be? Regardless, since Xiaoning Shuang had confirmed the presence of the aura of the purest Yin blood at Hanzhan Temple, they would have to venture into this den of danger. As for Zhang Lin, he did not seem to present any immediate issues, so for now, they would remain vigilant. With this in mind, Lu Chen inquired, we wish to visit Hanzhan Temple. Could Governor Zhang arrange it for us? That is simple, Zhang Lin replied with a smile. Recently, there have been many young women going missing in Shufeng, causing great unrest among the populace. Therefore, Hanzhan Temple has decided to hold a water and land ritual to ease the people in Oppos as hearts. You have arrived at just the right time. Tomorrow is an auspicious day, and the temple will open its gates wide, with many citizens coming to witness the event. It is indeed a splendid opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and exchanged a glance with Xiaoning Shuang. Then we shall visit Han Temple tomorrow. Having concluded their business, Lu Chen did not wish to waste further time, citing fatigue, and bid farewell to Xianning Shuang as they returned to their guest rooms to rest. Zhang Lin smiled and saw them off. Once the two had departed, he turned around, and his face was devoid of any warmth. "Have you confirmed it?" he asked. In the dim light, a painting on the wall shimmered, and the image of a falcon seemed to take flight, speaking human words. "I have checked the guest room and confirmed that it is indeed the soul of the saintess, pure and Yin. I cannot be mistaken. However, she is protected by a strong man with magical power, so I dare not approach." "That is good to know." Zhang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. "We have expended considerable effort to locate the pure Yin saintess. It would have been a great achievement. However, unexpectedly, that woman was too headstrong and met her end by crashing into something, causing her soul to scatter, nearly jeopardizing our plans. These two disciples from the Shu Mountains have certainly aided me immensely. Fortunately, the master foresaw this and sealed the saintess's corpse in advance, preventing her from transcending. Now, as long as we retrieve her soul, we can find a way to make amends without delaying the important matters concerning the Holy Sun." The falcon laughed and complimented him. It then asked, "Since the person has arrived, why not act tonight to avoid prolonged uncertainty?" "Not yet. My identity cannot be exposed, and these two are cautious and cunning, not to be underestimated. The one named Lu Chen, being a true disciple of the Shu Mountains, surely possesses extraordinary abilities. If we act now and fail, it may alert them." Zhang Lin shook his head. He then instructed, "Go to Han Temple and convey the order to prepare. Tomorrow, we will invite them into the trap and capture them all, retrieving the soul of the saintess." Chapter 049. Brother Lu's vengeance against evil Zhang Lin, indeed, is not a virtuous individual. Within the guest room of the secluded courtyard, Lu Chen formed seals with his hands, channeling his mystical energy. Amidst a radiant aura, a doll the size of a palm materialized, articulating human speech, precisely recounting the dialogue between Zhang Lin and the hawk. Lu Chen had long harbored suspicions about Zhang Lin. Thus he had prepared for this moment. He had discreetly placed a doll puppet for surveillance in a hidden corner of the living room. With his current cultivation and magical prowess, employing such minor spells would go unnoticed, provided the opponent and oppose, as strength did not greatly surpass his own. Little did Zhang Lin know, he was under constant observation. Every action of his was meticulously noted by Lu Chen. It was apparent that Zhang Lin was affiliated with the Blood Soul sect, having learned of their intentions through an insider. However, what surprised Lu Chen was the revelation that Cui Yinyan was, in fact, the holy maiden sought by the demonic sect. Xianning Xue and Amp, Appo's secret technique could only detect the aura of the blood of the most extreme Yin, failing to sense the soul, which explained the previous oversight that nearly cost them dearly. Initially, Lu Chen had rescued Cui Yinyan merely out of convenience, but fate had intervened fortuitously. The Blood Soul sect and Appo's maneuvers were swifter than he had anticipated. Had it not been for Cui Yinyan and Appo's resolute act of self-termination to preserve her purity, she would have fallen victim to the demonic sect, and Lu Chen's mission would have surely failed. Fortunately, the rituals of the Blood Soul sect appeared to necessitate a complete offering. With Cui Yinyan now in his custody, his position was secure. Yet, to fulfill his mission, he still needed to devise a means to recover her corporeal form, thus achieving completeness. Contemplating this, Lu Chen formulated a plan. Did Zhang Lin truly believe he could ensnare him with traps laid in advance, awaiting his arrival to walk into a snare? Such naivety was astonishing. As he pondered, Lu Chen summoned his magical energy, using a silent incantation to communicate with Xianning Xue and Cui Yinyan, inviting them to join him in his chamber. Shortly thereafter, the two ladies arrived quietly. "Brother Lu, you summoned me at this late hour. Have you made any discoveries?" Xianning Xue inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Zhang Lin and Amp, Appo's, as previous remarks were a deliberate ploy to mislead and delay us. He is indeed a member of the Blood Soul sect, Lu Chen explained succinctly, sharing the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing this, both women were visibly shaken. Xian Ningxue was taken aback to learn of Zhang Lin and Appo's allegiance to the demonic sect, while Cui Yinyan appeared utterly bewildered, having never heard of the holy maiden of the demonic sect, insisting she was merely an ordinary person, not a target of such sinister intentions. The blood of extreme Yin is born only from women conceived during the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour, an occurrence so rare that it is almost mythical. The Blood Soul sect seeks such individuals as offerings to appease their malevolent deity. Consider yourself fortunate. Your act of self-sacrifice severed your soul from their grasp, allowing you to evade a dire fate. Had they captured you, both your body and spirit would have been consumed by the evil god, leaving you utterly annihilated. Lu Chun, unsure of how to console her, merely provided a brief account of the situation to ensure she understood her perilous circumstances. Observing Cui Yinyan's pallid expression, he felt a pang of sympathy and added, "But do not be overly fearful. Our purpose in coming here is to confront this very issue. With my presence, I shall ensure that the demonic sect will not prevail." Upon hearing his reassurances, Cui Yinyan felt a measure of relief. She had witnessed Lu Chen's formidable abilities firsthand. Without his intervention, she would still be under the control of the White Lotus deity. Gratefully, she nodded and said, "Thank you for your protection, esteemed master. Now that we have confirmed that Miss Cui is indeed the sacrificial offering sought by the Blood Soul sect, and given that her soul has been liberated, what shall we do next? Should we escort her back to Mount Shu?" Xian Ningxue proposed. Lu Chun, however, shook his head. While retrieving Cui Yinyan's soul to Mount Shu seemed the most prudent course of action, given that her corporeal body would soon wither without her soul, rendering it unsuitable for sacrifice, thus thwarting the Blood Soul sect's plans. He recognized that their adversaries were already aware of Cui Yinyan's identity and would undoubtedly make preparations to counter them. Not only would they face potential interception along the way, but the hidden traitor might also complicate matters further. Additionally, Lu Chun harbored personal motives. Simply returning with Cui Yinyan's soul did not guarantee the fulfillment of his mission, as the system had yet to provide any feedback. For the sake of certainty, it would be best to recover her body as well, ensuring the task's completion and potentially garnering higher accolades and rewards. This location is too distant from Mount Shu. A direct return could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, since Miss Cui's body is currently sealed, this matter must also be addressed, Lu Chen articulated. Furthermore, Zhang Lin, as a local governor, has clandestinely allied with the demonic sect and conspired with the Cold Mountain Temple, bringing suffering to the people. If we do not eliminate them, countless innocent lives may continue to be endangered. Hearing this, Xian Ningxue nodded in agreement. She understood that Brother Lu harbored a deep-seated disdain for evil, particularly for those like Zhang Lin, who thrived on deception and manipulation, posing a greater threat than even the White Lotus deity. Thus, it was imperative to act decisively. Your noble intentions are commendable, brother. I am at your service. Please, dictate our next course of action, she responded. This girl was indeed easily persuaded. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction and continued, Zhang Lin has covertly informed his accomplices at the Cold Mountain Temple to prepare for our arrival, planning to ensnare us tomorrow. We shall take the initiative and strike tonight, catching them off guard. Indeed, with so many civilians attending the Waterland ritual tomorrow. Any Confrontat Chapter 050. A bloodbath. The night breeze was cool, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Beneath the cold moonlight, in the northern part of Sufeng City, stood a magnificent temple. With its golden glazed tiles and crimson walls, the imposing gate exuded solemnity and grandeur. The three gilded characters inscribed Han Shan Temple on the gate stood out vividly, contrasting sharply with the surrounding dilapidated low houses. Han Shan Temple was anything but humble. It sprawled over a vast area with its majestic architecture. In terms of opulence, it rivaled the renowned temples of the Buddhist faith, such as Jinshan Temple, Shinin Temple, and Lankao Temple, suggesting that Han Shan Temple possessed considerable financial resources. Over the years, it had likely amassed a fortune from the common people's contributions. While I was uncertain about the monks' abilities to vanquish demons and spirits, their prowess in accumulating wealth surpassed our own on Shu Mountain by several magnitudes. Lu Chun remarked with a cold smirk. As they conversed, the trio, Two humans and a ghost arrived at the entrance of Han Shan Temple. Master, there is a path from the bottom of this cliff that leads directly to the temple. There is a dungeon above where I was once imprisoned, along with several other innocent women. If it is convenient, I kindly ask you to rescue them as well, Chui Yin Yin said, her figure floating forward as she pointed to the sheer cliff ahead. The cliff was exceedingly steep, flanked by towering ridges with an unfathomably deep valley below, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to traverse. However, for Lu Chun and his companions, such terrain posed little challenge. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Let us ascend from here to assess the situation first." With that, he summoned his magical powers, transforming into a streak of sword light and plunging into the crevice of the valley. The crevice was narrow and shrouded in darkness. Upon entering, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Lu Chun frowned slightly before extending his palm, igniting a cluster of magical flames that dispelled the darkness, revealing a mountain of white bones ahead, remains of human skeletons. Most were severely damaged, bearing unmistakable bite marks, as if their flesh had been devoured by some monstrous creature. A sight utterly horrific. How could there be so many bones outside Han Shan Temple? Xian Ning Shuang gasped, her face turning pale. Lu Chen's expression was icy. He sensed the lingering malevolent energy from these bones, reminiscent of the blood corpses he had previously slain. It appeared that Han Shan Temple was indeed inextricably linked to the Blood Soul sect, possibly serving as another stronghold in Sufeng City. On the surface, Han Shan Temple appeared to be a Buddhist temple, embodying compassion, yet covertly it harbored blood corpses, preying upon the innocent. Occasionally, it would unleash a few to commit atrocities, only for the monks to subdue them, and thus deceive the populace, amassing great wealth. Despicable. These foul monks, pretending to chant Amitabha, are in truth vicious and cruel. Xian Ning Shuang seethed, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the Buddhist faith. Lu Chun, however, paid little heed to these details. This Han Shan Temple is likely far from ordinary, and we may encounter danger at any moment. Be cautious, he warned. With that, he soared upward toward the top of the cliff. At that moment, the flames illuminated the dark cliff wall, revealing numerous large blood cocoons hanging above, densely clustered, at least 100 by rough estimation. Within each cocoon lay a slumbering blood corpse, their visages grotesque and significantly smaller than any Lu Chun had encountered before, yet they bore bony wings reminiscent of bats. Goodness, they have cultivated so many blood corpses. If released, countless lives would be at stake, Lu Chun marveled inwardly. He contemplated annihilating these blood corpses to gain experience points, yet given their pressing mission, he decided against it, fearing that an attack could alert others. He raised his hand and unleashed 5 sword energies, sealing the valley with a minor 5 elements sword formation to prevent the blood corpses from awakening and escaping. He resolved to eradicate the remnants of the Blood Soul sect within Han Shan Temple first, then deal with these blood corpses. "Master, we are nearing the dungeon," said Chui Yin Yin as the 3 ascended the cliff. Before long, they entered Han Shan Temple. At first glance, the temple appeared no different from any ordinary Buddhist temple. However, it soon became apparent that a secluded courtyard within was suffused with malevolent energy, surrounded by several armed monks patrolling vigilantly. Disturbingly, the sounds of agonized screams and women's cries echoed from within the courtyard. These beasts. Lu Chen's expression turned frigid. Just from the sounds, he could envision the horrific scene unfolding inside. These false monks of Han Shan Temple were indeed brutes with hearts of beasts. Initially, he had exercised restraint, believing not all within the temple were remnants of the Blood Soul sect. But the sights and sounds he had encountered confirmed his suspicions. Han Shan Temple was a den of evil. The monks were merely disciples of the demonic sect, masquerading as Buddhist followers, each a devil in human guise. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. All of you shall perish. Lu Chun thought, his Gas chapter 051. Having seen the Bodhisattva, why not worship once the decision was made? Lu Chun no longer concealed his whereabouts. He soared through the air on a beam of sword light, heading straight for the Grand Hall of Great Heroism. His intention was to draw the guards and oppos' attention thereby alleviating the pressure on Xianxiang to rescue others, while also eliminating a few bandits to gain experience. In the darkness, numerous patrolling monks pursued him upon hearing the commotion. Chen met their advance without hesitation. With each step, sword energy surged from his body, a torrent of magical power roiling around him. The air was filled with anguished cries as blood blossomed beneath the moonlight. His momentum was unstoppable. Soon, he arrived before the Grand Hall, where 8 robust monks stood guard, their expressions fierce, wielding their sabers with an aura of menace. Who dares intrude upon our Han Mountain Temple? Do they seek death? Seize him! They bellowed in unison. Without delay, the 8 monks charged, their blades slicing through the air with a tempestuous force. All were masters at the Foundation establishment stage. Seeking death, Chen scoffed, his countenance icy and indifferent. Radiating magical brilliance, his ironclad attire quivered as if an enormous mountain had descended, his vitality surging like a rainbow, his power vast as the sea. The terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the very ground to tremble. Instantly, the monk strikes were extinguished, and they staggered back, spitting blood and collapsing to their knees. Chen's magical power was simply too formidable for them to contend with. He did not even need to employ any arcane techniques, merely relying on his ironclad defense, and the overwhelming pressure of his power was sufficient to render them immobile. Do you think you can stop me? Prepare to die. Chen's expression remained frosty. As he spoke, sword energy erupted from his fingertips, sweeping forth. In a flash of cold light, the 8 monks froze, blood erupting from their necks before they fell lifeless to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the evil monks of Han Mountain Temple, gaining 500 experience. The system notifications echoed in his ears. However, Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The experience points were beginning to diminish. He recalled that he used to earn 1,000 experience points for defeating enemies at the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, as his own cultivation deepened and he broke through to the crystallization phase, the experience gained from slaying Foundation establishment targets significantly decreased. It was akin to when he first trained against straw dummies, earning dozens to hundreds of experience points initially, but later finding it nearly impossible to gain any experience at all. 4,000 experience points is still quite decent, he mused, not overly concerned. After all, this was merely an appetizer. To truly amass more experience, he would need to confront a boss. Beware, immortal master. I sense a powerful magical pressure near the corpses. There must be a formidable expert within the hall. Cui Yinyan interjected at that moment. Chen nodded in response. No worries. I have already employed my heavenly eye to survey this place. There are no formidable foes above the Golden Core stage. As for those beneath Golden Core, I do not regard them at all. This was not mere bravado. Although Chen remained in the early crystallization stage, his profound magical power and exceptional skills, coupled with treasures like the Yellow Springs chart and the Tai sword, ensured that within his realm, none could rival him, even against a Golden Core adversary. He felt confident in a confrontation. As long as he did not encounter any ancient entities of the nascent soul level, he would not face any life-threatening danger, allowing him to act without excessive caution. With a resounding crash, the main door of the Buddha Hall was thrust open by magical force. Chen unleashed a sword light into the darkness to assess the situation. The blade of light pierced the shadows, followed by a piercing shriek as an eagle took flight. Ah, it is you, beast. Chen recognized this eagle as a creature from Zhonglin and Amp, Appos, as painting, presumably employed for reconnaissance. He had spared earlier to use it as bait to lure him into Han Mountain Temple and gauge the situation within. Now, however, it was no longer necessary to keep it alive. With a swift motion, he sliced it from the sky. Without pausing, Chen advanced into the Grand Hall, where he was greeted by the sight of a golden Buddha statue, adorned with 1,000 hands and eyes, seated upon a lotus, smiling serenely. From its appearance, it resembled the revered Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. Before the statue, amidst the candle stands, lay a crimson coffin, its surface covered in an array of scriptures that shimmered with golden light, resembling seals that bound it in place. Ah! From within the sword box, Chui Yinyan suddenly cried out in anguish. As she neared the coffin, it felt as though her entire being was engulfed in flames, the binding power emanating from the coffin inflicting unbearable pain upon her. It seems the sealed entity within that coffin is your bloodline. Lu Chen nodded, channeling a surge of magical power into the sword box. The tie and oppose, a sword trembled slightly, emitting a fierce sword energy that kept the oppressive force at bay, greatly alleviating the pressure on Chui Yinyan. Thank you, immortal master. Do not reveal yourself. These individuals, though they are demon monks, possess some understanding of Buddhist techniques. The presence of Buddhist protection here is too much for you to bear, Lu Chen cautioned, raising his gaze. His eyes, sharp as drawn swords, locked onto the golden statue ahead, a cold smile gracing his lips. Even a golden statue cannot conceal the demonic aura that clings to you. Why not reveal yourself? As he spoke, a beam of sword light sliced through the air, aimed directly at the statue's face. Yet, just as it was about to strike, a golden arm lifted effortlessly, brushing aside the sword light. Then, the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara slowly opened its eyes as if awakening, and spoke in a resonant voice, having seen the Bodhisattva, why not worship? The sound resonated like a great bell, awe-inspiring and solemn, as if a true Bodhisattva had descended. Any ordinary person hearing such words would likely be moved, mistaking it for a divine apparition, and would bow in reverence. However, such a manipulative trick would not deceive Lu Chen. He chuckled coldly. A demonic body, and you dare to call yourself a bodhisattva? You wish for me to bow? I fear you cannot withstand it. As he spoke, he advanced, releasing a torrent of magical power that surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, waves crashing violently. The enormous statue trembled, dust cascading down. Presumptuous. The statue's Avalokitesvara glared as it sensed the inability to intimidate Lu Chen, its eyes flashing with malice. Ignorant mortal, you trespass upon my sacred domain, disrupting the sanctity of the Buddha's teachings. You dare show disrespect to the Bodhisattva? Your sins are grievous, and you shall descend into the abyss. As the words fell, the statue trembled, its arm lifting slowly, golden light radiating as its palm transformed into a mountain, bearing down upon him. The palm shimmered with Buddhist light, forming seals. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath Lu Chen crumbled, leaving a massive palm imprint. What immense power! Lu Chen marveled internally. Though this statue was a manifestation of a demon, it indeed possessed some Buddhist abilities. This was the Buddha and Appos, as formidable subduing palm, brimming with might. Yet, he remained unfazed, empowered by the true word talisman, with golden spells swirling around him, and his ironclad defense vibrating. He stood like a fortress, immovable as a mountain. You've masqueraded as a bodhisattva for too long, truly believing yourself to be one? I shall see what you truly are. As he spoke, a surge of righteous sword energy erupted, and with a single stroke, he severed the golden palm aimed at him. Chapter 52. The centipede aspires to Buddhahood. With a resounding crash, as Lu Chen brought down his sword, the Buddha's hand shattered, disintegrating into a cascade of stones that tumbled down. Golden blood splattered forth, sizzling against the floor, reminiscent of sulfuric acid, its pungent odor filling the air. Vile thief, how dare you mar my bodhisattva's golden form? You deserve 1,000 deaths. The thousand-armed Guanyin roared, her voice reverberating through the heavens. In her eyes, there was no trace of compassion, only a chilling malice and murderous intent. Originally, according to Zhang Lin and Appos' wishes, I could have spared your life until tomorrow. But you have hastened your demise. Thus, I shall grant you your wish. As she spoke, a thunderous commotion erupted behind her. Thick golden arms unfurled slowly, like petals blossoming, each radiating blinding light as they struck with overwhelming force. Hundreds of them assailed, shaking the earth and causing the entire hall to tremble. The ground beneath Lu Chen collapsed and fractured, sending shards flying as they were ground to dust. Bang! 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 The powerful impacts extinguished 3 golden body talismans, and the magical armor he wore was dented and cracked. Lu Chen felt as if mountains were crashing into him, nearly robbing him of breath. The demon and Appos Cultivation was not particularly formidable. However, it had somehow forged this peculiar bodhisattva, golden form, wielding a multitude of arms and eyes to amplify its magical prowess, akin to being besieged by 1,000 practitioners. Had it not been for my iron cloth and golden body talismans, I might have been injured. Lu Chun marveled inwardly. The 1,000-armed Guanyin and Apos' strength rivaled that of the White Lotus deity. No wonder Zhang Lin entrusted it with guarding the Cold Mountain Temple. It must be a notable figure within the Blood Soul sect. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, Lu Chun was confident he could withstand such an assault. The 1,000-armed Guanyin's prowess. This was all it could muster? As his thoughts settled, Lu Chen's robes billowed, his muscles tensed, and his bones resounded like thunder. A torrent of sword energy erupted from within him, akin to radiant rays of dawn, layering upon one another. Instantly, it blocked the incoming strikes, followed by the incantation of the true word, transforming into a powerful talisman, infusing his body with terrifying strength that erupted like a volcano. Boom! Lu Chun raised his fist, shattering the Buddha's hand, sending stones flying and golden blood raining down. The force of his punch created shockwaves that pierced through mountains, causing the 1,000-armed Guanyin to wail in agony, her colossal form cracking with ceramic-like fissures. "Reveal your true form," Lu Chun bellowed, as the sword energy from his sleeve surged forth like a green serpent, piercing through the golden statue. With a thunderous roar, the statue disintegrated, and from its remnants emerged a massive centipede. This creature, entirely black with a hard shell, bore 1,000 feet like blades. As it writhed, it effortlessly sliced through the ground, creating deep gashes in the floor and walls. Cursed Taoist, I spent a century forging this bodhisattva golden form with human blood, and you dare to destroy it. I shall demand your life. The centipede demon roared, its eyes blazing with fury, its form rising like a malevolent dragon, its pincers sharp as guillotines, lunging forward. Beware, master. Shui Yin, hiding in the sword case, paled at the sight of the demon's true form, unable to suppress her fear as she warned. However, Lu Chun remained unfazed. Observing the approaching centipede, he couldn't help but chuckle. A mere centipede dares to aspire to Buddhahood? For your selfish gains, you deceive the masses and harm the innocent. You deserve to die today. As he spoke, the sword case trembled with a resonant hum. A brilliant silver flash shot forth, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the depths. A chilling aura enveloped the hall, brimming with lethal intent. Lu Chun, seizing the opportunity, summoned the Teia divine sword. With a swift, decisive motion, the blade sliced through the air, severing the centipede and Apos' pincers with a swift, clean cut. The centipede demon shrieked, hastily twisting its form to avoid the icy light, but half of its body was too late to evade, resulting in its shell shattering, limbs falling to the ground like knives. What manner of sword is this, that it can pierce my true shell? The centipede demon thought, horrified. Its shell was renowned for its impenetrability, impervious to fire and water, unyielding to blades. Coupled with its mastery of the Buddhist golden body technique, its flesh was fortified to withstand ordinary magical artifacts. Yet, it never anticipated that Lu Chun and Apos' sword would be so extraordinarily sharp. Before the demon could recover, Lu Chun struck again, cleaving the creature in amp, Apos' body in two. Blood gushed forth. Typically, such a grievous blow would have felled any ordinary demon. However, as the saying goes, a centipede, though severed, does not die easily. The centipede, with its formidable vitality, raised its head and emitted a piercing shriek. Sound waves reverberated, and soon from the direction of the cliff came a surge of bloodlight, accompanied by distant roars, seemingly answering its call. A multitude of skeletal wings unfurled, resembling bats, emerging from the abyss in a dark swarm. They were the slumbering blood corpses. Realizing it could not defeat Lu Chun, the centipede demon resorted to a secret technique to awaken the flying blood corpses hidden in the mountains, hoping to delay Lu Chun and buy itself time to escape. However, it was oblivious to the fact that Lu Chun had already prepared for such a scenario, having set up a small 5-element sword array on the cliff. initially intended to deal with the temple and Appo's issues before returning to eradicate them. This array now proved invaluable. Desperate struggles. Do you think these beasts can harm me? All of you shall perish. Lu Chen scoffed mockingly. As he spoke, he extended his hand, fingers together, grasping the air, channeling his magical power into the sword array. 5 beams of sword energy surged skyward. The intertwining energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth formed a grand array, creating a tempest of sword energy. The freshly awakened blood corpses hadn't even fully emerged from the valley before being pierced by the sword light, disintegrating into a rain of flesh and blood. In an instant, over 100 flying blood corpses were annihilated. System notifications rang incessantly. A deluge of experience points flooded in. Although each blood corpse was individually weak, their sheer numbers, over 100, granted Lu Chen a significant boost of over 10,000 experience points. His spirits lifted. Lu Chen's gaze toward the centipede demon softened slightly. Do you have any offspring or descendants? If so, summon them forth. I shall await your call. Chapter 053. The golden body relic. The centipede demon was utterly bewildered. Witnessing the sword light that filled the sky, it saw blood and flesh raining down. The hundreds of flying blood corpses it had painstakingly nurtured were annihilated before they even had the chance to appear. What manner of monster was this human before it? Especially the look of eager anticipation on Lu Chen's face made the centipede demon shudder. Even if it had descendants, it could not summon them to their doom. Fear. For the first time in its life, the centipede demon experienced this petrifying emotion, akin to the prey it had once devoured and tortured. It was afraid. In its earlier days, it was merely an ordinary centipede in the cold mountain temple. After stealing the golden body relic of the abbot who had passed, it attained sentience. After a century of cultivation, it had finally achieved its current status, and it did not wish to vanish into oblivion. At once, dragging its broken body, it fell to the ground and, mimicking humans, repeatedly bowed its head. Pleading for mercy, it said, "Immortal, spare my life. I was blind to not recognize your greatness." All of this was instigated by Zhang Lin. I am bound by the Blood Soul sect and have no freedom, only able to obey orders. Now, I am willing to repent and turn over a new leaf, pleading for your mercy. The centipede demon was indeed clever. Aware that it was no match for Lu Chen, it immediately cowered and shifted all blame onto Zhang Lin, adopting a posture of sincere contrition. It sought to elicit pity from Lu Chen to escape calamity. However, Lu Chen was unmoved by such tactics. The Buddha teaches that one must lay down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha, but I am not a disciple of the Buddhist sect and do not subscribe to such notions. I believe in the principle of justice, that good and evil are met with consequences. If I do not kill you today, how can I justify the innocent souls who perished at your hands over the years? As he spoke, the sword light erupted, piercing through the centipede demon's head like lightning. With a thunderous crash, the sword energy exploded, obliterating the centipede demon's body and annihilating its very soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 1,000-handed centipede, obtaining relic experience 8,000. 8,000 experience points was quite remarkable. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled, and he reached out to grasp a fist-sized golden solid that fell into his hand. This object, Chapter 54. The overwhelming force at this moment. Outside Han Mountain Temple, sword stood tall and armor gleamed brightly, exuding an aura of impending doom. The governor of Su Feng, Zhang Lin, sat grimly upon his steed. He seemed to sense the demise of the centipede spirit, his heart swelling with both shock and fury. This worthless creature, which he had hoped would assist him in capturing those 2 disciples from Shushan the next day, had unexpectedly been eliminated so swiftly. Zhang Lin shook his head in dismay. To be truthful, he had not anticipated that Lu Chen would take action tonight, choosing to infiltrate Han Mountain Temple under the cover of darkness. After all, he had disguised himself well, skillfully leaking information, and under normal circumstances. Lu Chen should have adhered to his plan and waited until the morrow. By then, he would have set traps with the centipede spirit and the disciples present, ensuring a nearly foolproof plan. However, Lu Chen had evaded his trap, seemingly discerning his intentions and striking first, leaving Zhang Lin utterly unprepared. Fortunately, he had a magical connection with the eagle's spirit. Upon the centipede spirit's death, he was immediately informed, prompting him to hastily summon troops. Thankfully, it was not too late. This Lu Chun was more cunning than he had imagined. Yet, it was not too late. As long as he eliminated Lu Chun and retrieved the Saintess's soul, all could still be salvaged. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lin commanded his deputy. There are thieves impersonating the sword heroes of Shushan, assaulting Han Mountain Temple and slaughtering the monks within. You are to attack the mountain immediately. All those atop the mountain are enemies. Leave no survivors. Kill without mercy. Understood? With that command, arrows rained down as over 100 poised archers released their volleys. Flaming arrows soared like a meteor shower, enveloping the temple and amp. Oppos, skies and crashing onto the rooftops, igniting fierce flames and billowing smoke. The women who had just escaped death turned pale at the sight, frantically trying to evade the onslaught, yet several were struck down by the hail of arrows. Stop! There are many innocent civilians who were abducted here. What are you doing? Xiaoning Shuang cried out in furious disbelief. She had not expected the soldiers to shoot indiscriminately. Leaping into action, she shouted, I am a disciple of Shushan, sent here to eliminate demons. You! Before she could finish, another volley of arrows descended. Xiaoning Shuang had no choice but to wield her sword in defense. Her magical energy creating shockwaves that deflected the dense barrage. However, the arrows were evidently specially crafted with magical piercing properties, forcing her to retreat and refrain from further ascent. The governor's order is clear. All within are demons masquerading as Shushan disciples. No mercy shall be given. Kill! Amidst the roar, hundreds of elite soldiers armed with long spears surged toward the mountain gate, a formidable tide of steel, ready to crush everything in their path. These soldiers represented the finest forces of Sufeng City, their armor and weapons forged with special enhancements to battle demons, rendering them particularly lethal against cultivators. This elite unit was typically deployed to counter the encroachment of dark mists. Yet now, they had been dispatched by Zhang Lin to this place. Master, the enemy approaches with great ferocity. What should we do next? Cui Yin inquired with evident concern. Xiaoning Shuang and Oppos. S expression mirrored her worry. With their cultivation levels, she and Lu Chun could attempt an escape, but the recently rescued women would likely perish. Zhang Lin, seeking to maintain secrecy, would undoubtedly leave no survivors. These guards are merely being misled by Zhang Lin. I will try again, perhaps. Xiaoning Shuang began to move, but Lu Chun halted her. It is futile. Zhang Lin has firmly established that we slaughtered Han Mountain Temple, which is indeed the case. There is no point in explaining ourselves. What then? What can we do? What else but to fight our way out? I will not be stopped by these soldiers, Lu Chun replied with a smile, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, instilling a sense of reassurance among those around him. Brother, I am aware of your great powers. However, these soldiers do not comprehend the full circumstances. They are being manipulated and do not deserve death. Moreover, if we inflict too much harm, who will guard Sufeng City in the future? The innocent citizens will ultimately suffer. Zhang Lin was likely aware of this, hence summoning the city guards to instill fear, preventing them from fighting freely. Rest assured, do you perceive me as a bloodthirsty monster? I will do my utmost to spare these guards. But Zhang Lin and Oppos, life is mine to claim. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lu Chun and Oppos' eyes. He despised being manipulated, and it was clear that Zhang Lin was a significant figure within the Blood Soul sect. If left alive, he would always pose a threat. Moreover, his mission remained incomplete, likely due to Zhang Lin's interference. Eliminating him would bring closure. Junior sister, please take care of Miss Cui and the others. The rest is in my hands, Lu Chun stated, channeling his magical energy as he transformed into a streak of sword light, charging toward the torrent of soldiers at the mountain gate. Clear the way. His thunderous roar resonated like a clap of thunder. The force of his magical voice struck the soldiers, causing them to instinctively cover their ears, momentarily slowing their movements. By the time they regained their senses, a beam of sword light descended like a comet, bearing an overwhelming aura. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled and cracked as the fierce sword light surged forth, sending the foremost soldiers reeling, blood spewing as they were thrown back. Lu Chen landed, sword in hand. Each step he took igniting waves of sword energy, swirling like blooming lotuses, forming an invisible barrier that parted the crowd. With each footfall, the ground thudded like war drums. The essence of the great river sword emanated, enveloping the mountain gate. The soldiers felt as though a mountain pressed upon their shoulders, their faces turning pale and immobile, helplessly watching Lu Chen stride toward them, the surging magical sword light behind him like an unassailable river. In an instant, the military formation was torn asunder. Lu Chen, with just his sword, suppressed all advancing soldiers. Wherever his sword energy reached, none dared to resist. Weaker individuals were already vomiting blood, collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure of his sword intent. Thus, Lu Chen traversed the ranks of soldiers of the mountain and damp, oppose, as forefront, as if in an uninhabited realm, arriving at the base of the mountain within mere breaths. At that moment, Zhang Lin, mounted on his steed, watched in disbelief as Lu Chen approached, his soldiers utterly incapable of halting him. His expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. "What are you all doing? Shoot! Release the arrows." Chapter 055. The flesh and blood demon embryo Lu Chen, wielding his sword alone, radiated an overwhelming sword intent that could suppress 1,000 troops, as if entering a realm devoid of adversaries. His fierce momentum and sharp sword intent surged forth like an unstoppable tide, gathering countless rays of sword light that crashed forward. Even from several dozen yards away, Zhang Lin could feel an intense sense of oppression. This young man, still in his youth and merely at the nascent stage of cultivation, surprisingly exuded such formidable power. Zhang Lin was taken aback. As a scholar who had once studied under Xianing Xuan's father, he recognized the vast sword energy emanating from Lu Chen and Kuden and Oppos. He helped but feel wary. Coupled with the subtle yet palpable pressure of the sword intent, he found himself momentarily flustered. He quickly commanded his archers to unleash a volley of arrows, hoping to quell Lu Chen's momentum. The arrows rained down like a torrential storm. The archers, positioned at a distance, felt less impact from the sword intent and promptly followed the command, drawing their bows in unison. Their arrows were crafted from pure silver, inscribed with marks to dispel magic, capable of inflicting significant harm even on demons and cultivators. They were indeed formidable weapons for city defense. The arrows pierced through the air, breaking through Lu Chen's protective magical barrier. However, almost immediately, a torrent of sword light surged forth, shredding the arrows as if they were mere clay ducks thrown into the sea. Lu Chen raised his hand, unleashing a palm strike in midair. The flowing sword energy erupted in a dazzling display, resembling a tempest. In an instant, it scattered the formation of archers. The soldiers screamed in agony as they stumbled, bloodied but not mortally wounded. Clearly, Lu Chen had shown mercy. He merely incapacitated the soldiers, rendering them temporarily unable to fight without inflicting fatal injuries. After all, there exists a distinction between decisive killing and the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Unbeknownst to these soldiers, they were merely pawns in Zhang Lin's scheme, and they did not deserve death. Moreover, Lu Chen anticipated the need for their continued defense of Sufeng City, safeguarding its citizens. Thus, he held back. However, he would not extend the same courtesy to Zhang Lin. Seizing the opportunity to disrupt the formation, Lu Chen propelled himself forward, enveloped in sword light, directly confronting Zhang Lin. The terrifying sword intent loomed ominously above, causing Zhang Lin and Oppos' warhorse to buckle and collapse beneath him. You, as a local governor, have allied with the demon sect, colluding with the cold mountain temple, amassing wealth and taking lives. Now you seek to silence me and cast the blame upon my head. Such a wolfish ambition cannot be tolerated. As his words fell, the piercing sword light followed swiftly. The tied Oppos, a sword resonated with a deep hum, and under the enhancement of the vast sword energy, it descended like a celestial river, crashing down with tremendous force. Lu Chen wielded this sword without mercy. He summoned the Tai and Appos, a divine sword, revealing his murderous intent. He understood by now that Zhang Lin was the leader of the Blood Soul sect in the Sufeng region, at least of Hulm master caliber, and thus he dared not hold back, striving for a single lethal blow to prevent any retaliatory measures. The ferocity of this strike was unparalleled. A resounding boom echoed as the sword energy detonated, the ground trembling beneath the force, and a blinding sword light nearly cleaved through the cliffs. The resulting shockwave sent nearby soldiers reeling, spitting blood as they were thrown backward. Amidst the chaos, a burst of crimson light erupted, expanding like a great sphere, swirling and deflecting the oncoming sword energy, then leaping into the air, narrowly escaping the lethal strike of the Tai sword. It was indeed not so easy. Lu Chen felt a pang of regret. He looked up at the blood light hovering above, where Zhang Lin and Appos' robes billowed, his already corpulent form now resembling a massive flesh ball, radiating a dazzling crimson glow, nearly solidifying into tangible blood. This was the hallmark of someone at the pinnacle of the nascent stage. His magical power had been honed to its limits, with the golden core realm tantalizingly close. This fellow had indeed concealed his strength. Lu Chen and Appos' eyes gleamed with cold light. The revelation of Zhang Lin and Appos' true power did not induce fear or panic. Rather, it ignited excitement, akin to a hunter spotting his prey. A half-step golden core boss would yield at least a significant bounty. Zhang Lin, oblivious to Lu Chen's thoughts, was forced to reveal his strength, his malevolence surging forth, bloodlight enveloping the surroundings. The soldiers below, taken aback by their governor's formidable capabilities, retreated in shock. From a distance at the mountain gate, Xian Ningxuan frowned deeply. Zhang Lin had indeed allied with the Blood Soul sect. How foolish she had been to harbor lingering sentiments, believing he could be trusted, only to discover he had ensnared himself in his own trap. If not for Lu Chen and Appos' vigilance in uncovering the plot, she might have fallen victim to Zhang Lin and Appos' treachery. Lu Chen, I never anticipated you possessed such prowess, compelling me to act personally. The teachings of Mount Shu are truly extraordinary. Zhang Lin hovered in the air, overlooking the scene. The blood light around him coalesced, resembling a crimson sun. Originally, I had no desire to oppose Mount Shu. After retrieving the soul of the saintess, I might have spared your lives for the sake of the Xia family. But you have chosen your own demise, coming to Sufeng City to undermine my foundation and destroy the blood god and Appos' offerings. Thus, you leave me no choice. Today all of you must perish. As he spoke, his movements were swift and resolute. His body trembled, flesh writhing, and his magical power surged forth, crashing down like a cannonball. Boom! The ground shook violently, fissures forming as debris exploded skyward, akin to a meteor striking the earth. The very ground beneath Lu Chen was transformed into a terrifying chasm. Is this all you've got? You think you can kill me? A mocking voice suddenly echoed from above. Zhang Lin's expression shifted as he looked up, only to see a streak of sword light descending from the heavens, swift as lightning. With a piercing sound, it penetrated his back. However, at that moment, his body was brimming with blood energy, transforming him into a swollen flesh ball. The sword light, upon reaching 3 inches within, was halted, failing to inflict a fatal wound. Nevertheless, the vast sword energy surged into his being, delivering a painful shock. You seek death, Zhang Lin bellowed, his flesh twisting and compressing, forcing the Tai sword's blade outwards. He then spread his arms wide, viciously grasping the sharp edge of the blade, as if intending to swallow Lu Chen whole. With the golden body to protect me, I am impervious to all evils. At this critical moment, the golden body talisman radiated with brilliant light. Lu Chen was enveloped in a metallic sheen, the sword energy piercing through him like a hedgehog's spines. As Zhang Lin attempted to engulf him, he felt a sharp pain in his mouth, blood gushing forth. In the next instant, the Tai divine sword vibrated violently, releasing a fierce sword light that sliced through Zhang Lin. Chapter 56. A sword annihilation, Lu Chen struck mercilessly. The Taya divine sword sliced through flesh as if it were mere mud, severing Zhang Lin's hands and feet in a flash. Blood sprayed forth in a gruesome display. With a tortured scream, Zhang Lin's body was propelled into the air like a deflated ball, narrowly evading Lu Chen's ensuing lethal strike. Instantly, his body convulsed, and clusters of blood coagulated, astonishingly regenerating his severed limbs. However, compared to before, his form appeared significantly frail, as if the excess flesh had been stripped away and reshaped into hands and feet. Is this fellow made of rubber? Lu Chen found himself both amused and bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Lin had practiced a secret technique of the Blood Soul sect, known as the Flesh Demon Embryo. By consuming flesh and blood, he could store it within his body, serving as both a source of power to unleash magical energy and a means of regeneration when gravely injured. This technique possessed an extraordinarily defiant trait. As long as the soul remained intact, even if reduced to a pulp, he could gradually consume and restore himself. However, this was not a true resurrection of the flesh, but a vile and predatory sorcery, commonly associated with demons and rarely pursued by humans. Even among the dark practitioners of the Blood Soul sect, few dared to tread this path. Thus, it was evident that Zhang Lin had wholly succumbed to darkness. Oof. Let me dismember you into pieces and see how you recover. Lu Chen scoffed. A torrent of sword energy surged forth from his hand, the intent of the sword locking onto its target, its cold brilliance slicing through the air. A sickening sound echoed as a gaping wound appeared in Zhang Lin and Appo's chest, blood gushing forth as his life force rapidly drained away, resembling a deflated balloon, visibly weakening before their eyes. You insufferable brat! You have gone too far. Zhang Lin's heart was filled with both shock and fury. He had never fathomed that Lu Chen not only wielded the righteous sword energy and intent, but that his flying sword was also unexpectedly sharp. His physical form and magical power simply could not withstand the onslaught. In a single exchange, he had been gravely wounded. Continuing this way, even if he could regenerate endlessly, he would ultimately be unable to withstand the flying sword's relentless assault, destined to be ground into dust. Without a corporeal form, his soul would soon be extinguished, leading to true death. You wretch, you have forced my hand, Zhang Lin bellowed, staring defiantly at the incoming sword strike. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, trading his own wounds for Lu Chen and Appo's, spewing forth a mouthful of putrid, decaying flesh. Sizzle. That putrid flesh seemed to possess a lethal toxin. Upon ejection, it transformed into a grotesque serpent, coiling around Lu Chen and incessantly eroding his protective magical energy, forcing him to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Lin rolled and plunged into the crowd below. With his hands outstretched, he transformed them into fleshy tendrils, ensnaring the soldiers beneath him, instantly reducing them to a viscous pulp. Roar! Zhang Lin opened his mouth wide, a cavernous maw akin to an abyss. He devoured the flesh, and his body, previously shriveled, began to swell visibly, rapidly restoring to its original size, and even growing larger with each bite. The governor has gone mad. He is eating people. A demon, a monster. Run. No, please don't eat me, help. In an instant, the air was filled with screams and horrified cries. The soldiers could scarcely believe that their own governor had transformed into such a terrifying monster, intent on devouring them alive. It was utterly vicious. From a distance, Xian Ningxue and her companions watched in horror, their faces paling. How terrifying! To consume the living is an act reserved for demons. Zhang Lin had completely lost his humanity. As he continued to feast, Zhang Lin's aura surged violently, his form expanding further, suggesting signs of a breakthrough. This cannot continue. If he continues to consume like this, the consequences will be dire. Lu Chen, I shall assist you. Sensing the impending disaster, Xian Ningxue wasted no time, unleashing her flying snow sword. Flurries of snowflakes cascaded down, crystal clear and imbued with frigid air, a breathtaking sight that concealed a deadly intent. As they descended, each snowflake transformed into a razor-sharp blade, striking Zhang Lin and tearing through his skin and flesh. Yet, regrettably, Zhang Lin paid no heed. He allowed the biting snow to strip away his flesh, knowing that consuming just one person would replenish him, perhaps even grant him more power. Xian Ningxue and Oppos. S assault could not interrupt his gluttony. Miss, you possess an ice body forged from 10,000-year-old profound ice, and the flesh contains the essence of rare treasures. It would be a tremendous supplement. In light of my past connection with your teacher, I shall indulge in you. Zhang Lin sneered. With a powerful swing of his thick arm, he sent the flying snow sword reeling. Having ingested copious amounts of flesh, his magical power had multiplied several-fold, bringing him perilously close to the Golden Core realm. Thus, with a single blow, Xian Ningxue was left pale, forced to retreat, utterly incapable of resisting. As Zhang Lin and Amp, Oppos' monstrous hand descended like a grinding millstone, Xian Ningxue felt a chill in her heart. Yet at that moment, a beam of sword light streaked across the sky. Lu Chen had already neutralized the decaying flesh, his golden aura radiating like a mountain, blocking the monstrous hand. Lu Chen, step back. I shall deal with him, Lu Chen declared, as the righteous sword energy erupted, delivering a powerful strike forward. The terrifying magical energy surged, the sword light piercing through the hand, exploding forth as flesh shattered and ruptured. Ascending into the air, the Teia's sword flew out, aimed directly at Zhang Lin. Beast, how could you commit such heinous acts? You are more depraved than a demon. Your sins are boundless. Today, you shall be torn asunder. As his voice faded, the sword light plummeted downward like a celestial pillar, akin to the Milky Way. With a thunderous roar, blood and flesh erupted. The sword light roared like a dragon, directly blasting a massive hole through Zhang Lin and Oppos' skull. The fierce sword intent penetrated the flesh, relentlessly annihilating it. No, I do not wish to die, Zhang Lin screamed in terror, only to find his flesh disintegrating under the onslaught, even his soul fragmenting amidst the sword and Oppos' might. Before long, the mountain of flesh that was his demon body crumbled and dissolved, akin to melting away, transforming into a thick, foul liquid that seeped into the earth, corrupting and withering all it touched. This vile sorcery, even in death, possessed such destructive power. Lu Chen observed, his brow furrowing. Beneath the downpour of blood, the surviving soldiers and innocents were surely doomed. Without hesitation, he summoned the Yellow Springs diagram, unleashing a stream of Yellow Springs water that spiraled like a dragon, cleansing the tainted blood with a single breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying Zhang Lin. Gaining the flesh rebirth technique, experience 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obliterating the demon sex branch, discovering the demon sex saintess, and completing the second phase of the mission, receiving rewards. Chapter 57. The True Fire of Samadhi, establishing the sword in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully annihilating the demon sect and Amp, Oppos' branch, rescuing the holy maiden of the demon sect, and completing the second phase of the mission with an S rating, earning the reward of True Fire of Samadhi. The system notification echoed. At last, the task was accomplished. Lu Chen, upon hearing the sound, could not help but exhale in relief. This mission had been fraught with challenges. Initially, the Blood Soul sect had seized the initiative, resulting in the death and sealing of Cui Yinyin and Amp, Oppos' physical form. Had he been slightly careless and fallen into Zhang Lin and Amp, Oppos' schemes, all would have been lost. Fortunately, the outcome was still favorable. After vanquishing Zhang Lin, not only did he gain a substantial amount of experience, but the mission also reached a conclusion. The reward for this mission was particularly delightful. The True Fire of Samadhi? This is a legendary Taoist divine fire, born from the essence of the primordial spirit, energy, and essence, capable of incinerating all that it touches, wielding unparalleled dominance. The Red Boy from Journey to the West is renowned for mastering such flames, which even posed a challenge to Sun Wukong. Lu Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Of course, the true fire of Samadhi was not solely possessed by the Red Boy. It belonged to a specific Taoist discipline. However, it is challenging for ordinary individuals to ignite the fire, and its true power is also contingent upon one and oppose, as cultivation level. Mastering this fire does not necessarily equate to contending with immortals. Yet, in the realm of mortals, this fire serves as an extraordinarily formidable weapon. Moreover, the true fire of Samadhi can be wielded externally for combat and internally refined for energy and spirit, complementing the waters of the Yellow Springs, continuously purifying one and amp, oppose, magical power in physical form. This would significantly aid in the subsequent formation of the Golden Core. Indeed, the system and amp, oppose, rewards have not disappointed me. Chen nodded in satisfaction. He planned to address the remaining matters before seeking a safe place to slowly assess and assimilate his rewards. Lost in thought, Chen turned to the remaining Spirit Wind soldiers below and spoke slowly. Zhonglin, the governor of the Spirit Wind, has defected to the demon sect, colluding with demons under the guise of Han Mountain Temple, extorting wealth and committing murder, bringing calamity to the region. He has now been eradicated by me. Considering that you are all deceived by him, I shall not pursue further accountability. Depart swiftly. His voice thundered, resonating with clarity. The remaining soldiers, witnessing Zhonglin transform into a demon and devour his comrades, were already pale with fright. In truth, they understood that without Chen and Appo's intervention, they would either have been consumed by Zhonglin or killed by the venomous blood. Thus, regaining their senses, they looked upon him with reverence, laying down their weapons and saluting him in the air. It was our ignorance, exploited by a treacherous man, nearly leading to a grave error. The immortal master has shown us mercy and saved our lives. Such great kindness is unforgettable. The sword immortal of Mount Shu truly lives up to his name. They exclaimed in gratitude. Indeed, the title of sword immortal is not casually bestowed. In Mount Shu, only those who reach the pinnacle of the sword path achieve divine status in swordsmanship, and ascend can rightfully be called Sword Immortal. The name of the Sword Immortal Hall derives from this. However, in the realm of mortals, the term Sword Immortal serves more as a title of respect, unrelated to actual power. Thus, Chen chose not to correct them. This feeling of universal admiration was rather pleasant. After this battle, Mount Shu's prestige in the northwest would undoubtedly increase, making his efforts worthwhile. At that moment, Xiaoning Xuan emerged with the rescued women. Witnessing Chen single-handedly subdue 1,000 troops, she felt a surge of admiration and spoke, "Brother Liu, all the women imprisoned in the temple have been rescued. They can now escort each other home. Additionally, many citizens have arrived overnight for the water and land ritual. But with Han Mountain Temple in such ruins, how should we address the lingering demonic energy?" Upon hearing this, Chen raised his gaze towards the mountain's base. Indeed, he saw a flicker of flames. The sky was beginning to brighten, and many townsfolk, having arrived early for the Han Mountain Temple's blessing ritual, were now gathered below, anxiously observing the vibrant lights and fierce battle, filled with trepidation. For these ordinary people, they were unaware of the events occurring atop the mountain. They had come to the Han Mountain Temple solely to seek peace of mind. Now, witnessing the turmoil, it was inevitable that they would feel alarmed. This presented a prime opportunity to rally the people's hearts. Considering this, Chen spoke, "They come seeking blessings, desiring only peace of mind. If that is the case, I shall fulfill their wish." As he spoke, he soared into the air, his surrounding magical energy radiating brilliantly, manifesting as a blue lotus light, illuminating him with a divine aura. The mighty aura emanating from his back transformed into sword light, akin to a torch in the darkness, illuminating the night sky. In an instant, the entire Spirit Wind City was enveloped in this sword light, and countless citizens looked up in bewilderment at the blue lotus sword light above. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The mountain trembled, and the shattered stones, drawn by magical force, soared into the air, coalescing into a colossal stone sword, which crashed down into the mountainside, precisely where the Han Mountain Temple once stood. Chen, from his elevated position, unleashed several magical seals, including the specialized emergency seal of Mount Shu, sealing it within the sword monument. This way, the local populace could invoke the seal through prayers and offerings, reaching Mount Shu's demon subduing hall for assistance. The Han Mountain Temple, masquerading under the name of Buddha, had been a den of demons, now eradicated by my hand. You need not fear. Your prayers and offerings are merely for the pursuit of peace. Today, I establish this sword monument here. Should any demons cause havoc in the world, anyone may come to this place to pray for aid. Regardless of distance, the disciples of Mount Shu will promptly arrive, safeguarding this land, restoring clarity to heaven and earth. Upon hearing these words, the previously anxious townsfolk displayed expressions of joy. The name of the sword immortal of Mount Shu was known far and wide. They had long been associated with the eradication of demons and the salvation of the people, having once led the righteous path of humanity. Compared to the Buddhist and Taoist sects, Mount Shu was undoubtedly pure. They required no offerings, no incense, and did not demand the populace to adhere to their doctrines, only focused on subduing demons and preserving life while honing their swordsmanship. Wherever demons wrought havoc, disciples of Mount Shu would arrive on their swords. However, in recent years, Mount Shu had maintained a low profile, with most disciples operating solely within the Shu region. Aside from a few true disciples venturing out occasionally, others rarely left. Even if the common folk sought aid from Mount Shu, they had no means to do so. By establishing the sword monument today, Lu Chen effectively proclaimed that this area was under the protection of Mount Shu. In the future, should any demons cause trouble, anyone could come here to request assistance, and the disciples of Mount Shu would heed the call. Wonderful! With the protection of the sword immortal of Mount Shu, we can finally enjoy a few peaceful days, exclaimed one citizen. I have been to Shu. The land is clear, and everyone lives in harmony, rarely hearing of demons causing trouble. This is all thanks to the sword immortal of Mount Shu. Moreover, the disciples of Mount Shu take it upon themselves to eradicate demons without charging a dime, unlike the Han Mountain Temple, which would refuse to act unless paid handsomely, even if someone died at their doorstep. Long live Mount Shu! Thank you, sword immortal. The crowd cheered, bowing in reverence towards the sword light in the sky. Ding! Due to the host establishing the sword monument and protecting the land, the prestige of Mount Shu increases by 1. Ding! The protection of the sword monument brings immeasurable merit. Any requests for aid arising from now on, whenever a disciple of Mount Shu completes a demon-slaying mission, the host shall receive a fragment of merit as a bonus. Upon hearing this notification, Lu Chen could not help but feel a surge of excitement. His establishment of the sword monument was entirely spontaneous, initially aimed at calming the hearts of the people, yet it unexpectedly yielded unforeseen benefits. As a true disciple of Mount Shu, he was now one with Mount Shu, their fortunes intertwined. Enhancing the prestige of Mount Shu would undoubtedly benefit him as well. The most absurd aspect is that once this sword monument is established, regardless of the passage of millennia, as long as someone issues a call for aid from this place, it will be received by the Shushan sect, subsequently forming a corresponding demon-slaying task. Whoever undertakes this task will be entitled to share in a fragment of merit, though the reward may not be substantial at any single instance. It is indeed a steady stream of benefits over time. It seems that, should the opportunity arise in the future, I ought to erect several more sword monuments. If throughout the realm, the cities are adorned with Shushan sword monuments, would that not yield immeasurable merit? Of course, this is merely a notion. Firstly, in the present day, the orthodox sects of the world still revere the Taoist and Buddhist traditions, each with their own faith and lineage. Should one venture into territories protected by these sects, the establishment of a sword would be strictly prohibited. Secondly, contemporary Shushan does not compare to its peak of yore. The abilities of its disciples are limited, rendering it incapable of safeguarding the entirety of humanity. Unless the overall strength of Shushan is significantly enhanced, or unless one reaches the true realm of a sword immortal, where the sword is wielded with the heart's intent, making distance seem negligible, the grand aspiration of establishing swords across the world remains exceedingly challenging to realize. Chapter 58. Ancient Cave Dwelling Seals. Lu Chen, having established the Shushan Mountain sword steel at the ruins of Han's Han Temple, soon found his deeds spreading far and wide. The inhabitants surrounding Sufeng City became aware of an extraordinary true disciple emerging from Shushan Mountain, one who vanquished demons and protected the region, earning widespread praise. Particularly, the women he had rescued returned home filled with immense gratitude toward both Lu Chen and Xiaoning Shuang, with many even erecting longevity tablets in their homes, offering incense daily to pray for their well-being. On another front, Xiaoning Shuang utilized her family's connections to report these events directly to the imperial court in the capital. Consequently, the death of Zhang Lin did not incite any turmoil. The court swiftly planned to dispatch a new governor to Sufeng, rumored to be recommended by the Xia family. However, these matters were of no immediate concern to Lu Chen. After addressing the issues at Han's Han Temple, he led Xiaoning Shuang and others back to Sufeng City, once again taking refuge in the governor's residence. This mission had proven fruitful, granting him a wealth of experience points, and it was time to elevate his cultivation level. Additionally, Zhang Lin had served as governor for over a decade, undoubtedly amassing considerable wealth from the people. Lu Chen intended to seize this opportunity. Coincidentally, Lu Li was nearing her foundational stage, and he needed to prepare materials for her cultivation. As a reincarnated celestial being, she deserved nothing less than exceptional resources to commence her journey. As he pondered, Lu Chen arrived at Zhang Lin's study, activating his celestial eye to discern traces of spiritual energy. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a concealed secret chamber. Upon opening it, he was indeed greeted by an array of treasures, various spiritual stones, elixirs, gold, silver, antiques, and priceless paintings, far too numerous to count. Although Sufeng City was reputed to be the wealthiest in the northwest, many still suffered from hunger and cold, revealing that much of the wealth had lined Zhang Lin's pockets. Lu Chen shook his head. As a cultivator, material wealth held little value for him. Nonetheless, one could never have too much money. He decided to store the riches in his spatial pouch, for they might prove useful someday. Or perhaps he could use them to assist the needy, thus accumulating merit. This was preferable to leaving them behind for the next governor to exploit. The elixirs and medicinal herbs primarily served to nourish the foundational stage and invigorate one's vitality, thus holding little relevance for him at present. He considered taking them home for Lu Li as snacks. As for the magical artifacts, they appeared rather sinister and unsightly. Although he could directly elevate his experience without resorting to violence, the perception of others might lead to his being branded as a rogue cultivator, which would be utterly unjust. Unless he encountered particularly extraordinary demonic arts, it was best to refrain from practicing them, as the drawbacks would outweigh the benefits. The artifacts he discovered were not particularly formidable. Otherwise, Zhang Lin would have kept them close at hand. During their previous battle, he had not employed any significant magical treasures, indicating a certain financial scarcity on his part. Lu Chen sifted through the trove, finding an abundance of items, yet none of exceptional quality. Ultimately, he decided to gather everything indiscriminately for later consideration. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an object hidden within the bottom of a chest, carefully sealed with magical energy. Had he not been meticulous, it might have gone unnoticed. Could it be a genuine treasure? He swiftly unleashed a stream of sword energy to break the seal and discovered a peculiar black token, neither gold nor iron, inscribed with ancient patterns that did not resemble standard runes. When infused with magical energy, it emitted a faint glow but exhibited no discernible powers. It appeared more akin to a key for some kind of formation or restriction, imbued with a pure, ancient aura, likely not originating from the Blood Soul sect. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the ancient cave dwelling seal. Utilizing this item will grant access to corresponding cave ruins. The system prompt chimed in. Lu Chen paused, realizing this artifact was a key to ancient cave dwellings. However, he pondered its utility. He had no knowledge of the location of these cave dwellings. Possessing only a key was of no help. It was no wonder Zhang Lin had relegated it to the depths of his storage. If he had known where the cave was located, he would have already ventured there in search of treasure. It was well known that the vast deserts of the northwest were once ancient battlegrounds, housing numerous cave ruins. The cave corresponding to this key might lie within, but alas, the expansive desert was fraught with peril, and without clues, searching for it was futile. Chen shook his head. This item felt somewhat superfluous, destined to remain in his pouch, gathering dust for the time being. He had hoped to unearth some rare treasures from Zhonglin, but it seemed he would have to devise another plan after enhancing his own strength to procure suitable foundational materials for Luli. With this thought in mind, Chen accessed the system interface. Name: Chen Realm. Crystal Stage: Early Cultivation Techniques. Tai Ching Induction Scripture: Max level. Swordsmanship: Max level. Strawman Technique: Max level. Suspended River Sword Technique: Max level. Howren Sword Chi: 3rd layer. Great River Sword Intent: 1st level. Illusion Technique: Max level. Water Manipulation Technique. Magical Artifacts: Yellow Springs Map. Tai Sword Secret Techniques. 9-character True Word Rune. Temporary Unlock. Experience: 31,200. What a bountiful harvest! Chen nodded in satisfaction. With such a wealth of experience, it was indeed time to elevate his cultivation level. After all, cultivation was the foundation of all. Ding! Consume 5,000 experience points. Your cultivation level has been elevated to the mid-crystal stage. Ding! Consume 10,000 experience points. Your cultivation level has been elevated to the pinnacle late crystal stage. The system notifications rang out consecutively. Chen felt his internal magical energy surging. What once resembled a river now coalesced into a vast ocean, tumultuous and resonating with the sound of mountain waves. Under continuous compression and refinement, a trend towards solidification began to manifest. The crystal stage is essentially a transitional realm. One must first transform the ethereal magical energy of the foundational stage into something tangible, and then, through nurturing and refinement, gradually liquefy it before crystallizing it into form. Only upon reaching the pinnacle can one employ various secret techniques to refine the golden core within. This process is akin to alchemy, though the key difference lies in that the golden core is forged within the body, drawing from one's vitality as fuel, with one's magical energy serving as the raw material for the alchemical process. What robust magical energy! Chen nodded in satisfaction. After the breakthrough, he distinctly felt the intensity of his magical energy amplifying, far exceeding the limits typically possessed by practitioners of the crystal stage. In fact, he was now comparable to some inferior golden core cultivators in terms of magical energy. Of course, this only pertained to the quantity of magical energy. A true breakthrough into the golden core realm would entail a qualitative transformation, far beyond what he could currently rival. Otherwise, the ancients would not have said, "Once the golden core is swallowed, my fate is no longer dictated by heaven." Attaining the golden core stage signifies a genuine departure from the mortal coil, exponentially enhancing both magical abilities and lifespan, allowing one to live for several hundred years with ease. Next, I must contemplate the process of refining the golden core. As he thought this, Chen extended his hand, and with a flicker of his mind, a cluster of golden flames surged forth, radiating an overwhelming heat wave that swept outward. It was the reward he had just received from the system, the Samadhi True Fire. P.S. I would like to express my gratitude for the support from my brothers. Your encouragement has inspired hope within me. Many friends have remarked on the slow pace of updates, and I must concede that it is not particularly brisk, primarily due to a lack of fervor. I am inclined towards passionate creation. Therefore, let us establish a standard for additional updates. If today and Oppo's S rating reaches 9.0, I hope everyone will generously bestow 5-star reviews. A gentle nudge for updates each day would be appreciated. Should the rating surpass 9.2, I will add an extra update on top of the existing schedule, ensuring a minimum of 3 updates daily. If the rating exceeds 9.5 and there's an abundance of encouragement for updates, we shall commence with 4 updates each day. Remember, this is a daily commitment. This arrangement would delight both the readers and myself. As for gifts, they are entirely at one's discretion. If you find joy in the content and are able to contribute, It would be welcomed, but not demanded. Thank you all. Chapter 059. The Woes of Happiness, the Sublime Samadhi, True Fire, originating from the essence of the three primes, is a flame that consumes all. In many respects, it is more intense and pure than celestial fire, and stands as one of the most formidable flames in existence. With this flame at his disposal, all other fire-related abilities may pale in comparison. When harnessed to enhance fire-related techniques, it becomes an unparalleled advantage. The acquisition of this Samadhi True Fire undoubtedly bestows Lu Chen with an additional formidable means. Beyond the battlefield, its applications are manifold. This fire can incinerate magical power, scorch the primordial spirit, and refine blood. Thus, when utilized for the condensation of the golden elixir, it promises to yield results that are nothing short of remarkable. As Lu Chen understands it, the secretive methods of the Shushan sect for refining the golden elixir can broadly be categorized into two schools. The first is the fire method, which is the most conventional and widely employed by Shushan disciples. This technique involves using heart fire to refine the essence of blood and magical power into an elixir, akin to the forging of a sword in a furnace. While this process carries inherent dangers, it is notably swift, producing a golden elixir known as the life sword pill, which possesses formidable lethality. The second method is the water technique, commonly practiced by orthodox Taoist cultivators. This approach employs secretive techniques to manipulate liquefied magical power, continuously agitating and refining it within the sea of qi, akin to the relentless waves washing away sand. This method is laborious and often requires years, if not decades, to succeed. However, the resulting golden elixir is pure, with a more substantial reservoir of magical power. Initially, Lu Chen had intended to pursue the water method for refining his elixir. After all, with the Yellow Springs chart in his possession, he could utilize the waters of the Yellow Springs to cleanse and refine his magical power, far surpassing ordinary water methods. This would yield rapid results while ensuring a purer, more robust magical essence, a perfect balance. Furthermore, the waters of the Yellow Springs could continuously enhance the golden elixir, offering nearly limitless potential. Yet now, with the acquisition of the Samadhi True Fire, he faces a compelling alternative. This flame possesses power on par with the Yellow Springs waters. Thus, refining magical power into an elixir with it would not yield inferior purity, and the process would be expedited. Moreover, the fire method has the added advantage of producing a life sword pill that is fierce and purely yang, harmonizing well with the swordsmanship of Shushan, a true hallmark of the sect. It truly presents a dilemma. Lu Chen spread his hands, with the Samadhi True Fire in his left and the Yellow Springs Dragon in his right, momentarily at a loss for decision. Both treasures are coveted by many, significantly enhancing the success rate and quality of elixir refinement. Yet, he found himself torn between the two. Such a delightful quandary. Only children make choices. Shouldn't adults possess both? Or perhaps I could achieve a harmonious union of water and fire, cultivating both simultaneously? As this thought emerged, he swiftly extinguished it. The idea of harmonizing water and fire, of concurrently employing the Samadhi True Fire and the Yellow Springs water, seemed enticing. However, the process of condensing the golden elixir within one's body is inherently perilous. Given the domineering nature of both the Yellow Springs water and the Samadhi True Fire, a collision within his body could yield catastrophic consequences if no special secret methods were employed. It would be unfortunate to perish before achieving the golden elixir. Perhaps it is best to set aside the matter of the golden elixir for now and focus on nurturing my essence. With this resolution, Lu Chen returned the Yellow Springs water to his storage and then turned his palm, producing a resplendent golden relic, the Saraira. This relic, left by a high monk of the Cold Mountain Temple, is also referred to as the outer golden elixir. Unlike the Taoist path, Buddhism follows an outward-to-inward approach, initially focusing on the cultivation of the physical body and blood, refining the outer golden elixir to navigate the sea of worldly suffering. Through this physical cultivation, one's essence can eventually develop in a magical power, transitioning to the profound inner teachings of Buddhism only at advanced stages. In simpler terms, this Saraira is akin to a golden elixir. If refined, it can greatly enhance the physical body and potentially bestow certain Buddhist abilities. Consider the thousand-handed centipede, which was merely a creeping creature. Yet upon acquiring the Saraira, it transformed into a formidable entity, wreaking havoc in its domain, showcasing the relic's efficacy. However, the centipede spirit is ultimately a demon, lacking the wisdom and innate qualities of a true practitioner, making it difficult to fully refine the Saraira, thus only obtaining superficial benefits. While I cannot yet condense the inner golden elixir, refining the Saraira and subsequently enhancing its Buddhist capabilities through the system might allow me to cultivate an outer golden elixir first. At that point, possessing both inner and outer golden elixirs would render me exceptionally powerful, making me an unstoppable force. What a splendid prospect! As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lu Chen could not help but smile broadly. Shushan is accommodating and inclusive, unlike other Taoist sects, as it does not prohibit the cultivation of Buddhist abilities. As long as one does not engage in demonic or malevolent practices, and the abilities serve a righteous purpose, Shushan remains unopposed. This is evident from the inclusion of various teachings, such as the Howren Sword Chi, in the library, indicating that there are indeed practitioners within Shushan who harmonize Buddhist and Taoist paths, as well as Confucianism. Thus, Lu Chen harbored no concerns. Without hesitation, he pressed his palms together and cast the Saraira into the Samadhi true fire, commencing the refinement process. Meanwhile, a great distance away, at the border of Chuan and Miao, in a grim, ancient tomb, blood water surged like a river, bubbling ferociously, resembling molten lava. A strikingly handsome young man bathed in the crimson river, his long hair cascading, eyes slightly closed, his entire being emanating flickering flames, absorbing the surrounding blood water into his body, transforming it into a sinister power. Have the individuals been retrieved? After a lengthy silence, the young man slowly opened his eyes and inquired. Beside the boiling blood river, several disciples clad in blood-red garments knelt trembling on the ground, too fearful to respond. It was only when an elder with a ghostly visage stepped forward that an answer was finally given, reporting to the young master. We have just received word that the branch in Suifeng City has been annihilated. Zhang Lin is dead, and the Holy Maiden's body has been destroyed. Her soul captured by a disciple of Shushan. Shushan again, the young man shook his head, his expression inscrutable. Suddenly, the blood sea beneath him surged violently, and the waves engulfed the kneeling disciples, instantly dissolving them into blood. Useless wretches. What value do you possess? Chapter 060. I want him dead. This Lu Chen truly lingers like a haunting specter. The young man let out a cold laugh, malice flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the ghost-faced elder by the riverbank stepped forward with concern and said, "Young master, with the Saintus and Oppos, as physical form destroyed and the absence of the supreme Yin blood, the ritual cannot commence. It seems unlikely we can open the seal on the day of the celestial eclipse and summon the blood god back to the mortal realm. If the master were to blame us, it could lead to dire consequences. Do not fret," the young man replied dismissively. He turned a glance at the others present. These individuals were the core experts of the Blood Soul sect, his trusted confidants. Thus, he felt no need for concealment and stated plainly, at this juncture, there is no harm in revealing the truth. The supreme Yin blood is of little significance. It is merely a characteristic of the vessel spirit's reincarnation. What I truly seek is her soul. She, like me, is a reincarnation of the vessel spirit born from the sacred demon-suppressing artifact. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily stunned before enlightenment dawned upon them. Ancient texts of the Blood Soul sect recorded that 1,000 years ago, the blood demon descended upon the world, invincible and wreaking havoc. However, during that time, divine beings and sages still roamed the earth. A sage intervened, banishing it into the abyss and sealing it with a sacred artifact, thus preventing its escape. The Blood Soul sect was established during that era to uphold the will of the blood demon, with the hope of one day welcoming it back to the mortal realm and creating an Azura domain. Yet, the sacred artifact was too powerful. Even though the sages who had cast the seal no longer walked among mortals, their lingering power remained unshakable by mere mortals. For millennium, the Blood Soul sect exhausted every means to no avail until it was ultimately eradicated by the Shushan sword god, Chen. However, no one anticipated that, after a millennium, a transformation had quietly occurred within the sacred artifact, giving birth to dual vessel spirits of Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, both possessing consciousness. The Supreme Yang spirit, unwilling to remain confined, was gradually corrupted by the blood demon's malevolent energy, ultimately finding a way to tear open the fissures of the seal and reincarnate as a human. After several years of wandering, guided by a mysterious individual, it awakened its innate wisdom, acknowledged that individual as its master, and, with their assistance, gathered the remnants of the Blood Soul sect, becoming the current Blood Soul Young Master. In truth, she was birthed alongside me and could be considered my sister. Yet she stubbornly clings to that wretched place and seeks to thwart my plans. Fortunately, her innate wisdom has yet to awaken. If I can locate her and consume her, I shall acquire the power to wield the sacred artifact and release the blood demon with but a mere gesture. The young man spoke with a chilling laugh. He was the embodiment of the supreme Yang vessel spirit. Under his master's guidance, he had awakened his innate wisdom early and possessed formidable power. The so-called sacrificial ritual was in fact to consume the supreme Yin vessel spirit. Thus, he could directly gain unparalleled strength, command the demon-suppressing artifact, and unleash the blood demon. At that time, chaos would ensue, and the schemes laid by his master would have a chance to come to fruition. Of course, he would not disclose these ulterior motives to the experts of the Blood Soul sect. To him, the sect, and even the blood demon he sought to release were merely pawns and tools for his own benefit. Her liberation from the constraints of her physical form would allow me to accurately sense her location. They should still be in Shufeng. There remains a chance. As he spoke, the Blood Soul Young Master began to slowly levitate, blood light swirling around him as if cloaked in a garment of darkness. Find a way to bring her back. Yes. The others immediately bowed in response. We shall issue orders for the disciples closest to Shufeng in Linyan City to intercept her fools. Have Zhang Lin's fate not awakened your senses? The true disciples of Shushan are formidable. Even if the opponent's cultivation is not high, they must not be underestimated. To send just a branch of Linyan City to face death. The Blood Soul Young Master's expression turned icy. This time, there could be no mistakes. If the vessel spirit reached Shushan, it would be difficult for the master to act. Hearing this, the ghost-faced elder nodded and quickly added, "The young master's foresight is commendable. I shall personally undertake this task." This elder was one of the 4 soul harvesters of the Blood Soul sect, having long attained the golden core stage with remarkable strength. With his involvement, coupled with a disciple from a branch, dealing with a solitary Shushan true disciple should be a manageable task. The others nodded in agreement, believing it to be a certain victory. However, the Blood Soul Young Master pondered for a moment and still felt it insufficient. Thus, he instructed, "1 golden core may suffice to retrieve the saintess. But I do not merely desire her. That Lu Chun is rather extraordinary. Leaving him in Shushan may introduce unforeseen variables. I must eliminate him for the master. Greed, you and hate shall go." Meanwhile, within the governor's mansion of Shufeng City, Lu Chun had completely refined the Buddha bone relic. As flames flickered, countless golden particles dispersed, resembling fireflies, clinging to his body and coating him in a layer of golden powder. With each breath, he absorbed the mystical energy, merging these golden rays as if they were forged into his very flesh. Lu Chun felt his physical form grow significantly stronger, his body as solid as steel, and with a mere gesture, boundless strength surged through him. As he clashed his hands together, they echoed with the sound of metal clashing. Impressive. This must be what the Buddhist scriptures refer to as the Arhat golden body, he mused with satisfaction. With a thought, a streak of sword energy erupted from his fingertips, gliding across his palm, leaving only a faint white mark. Blades cannot harm me. Water and fire cannot invade. At that moment, his body had been tempered to an extraordinary degree. While it may not yet reach the true strength of an external golden core, it was not far off. Ordinary flying swords and spells would struggle to injure him. Furthermore, after refining the Buddha bone relic, Lu Chen acquired two formidable Buddhist techniques. The Great Strength Subduing Demons technique, a power of the Buddhist realm that, once cultivated, could greatly enhance physical strength, subduing demons and suppressing all foes. The Diamond Lioness Roar, with fierce eyes and a lioness might. This technique unleashes sound waves to intimidate the hearts of enemies. Both techniques were incredibly potent in battle. Lu Chen had personally experienced the Great Strength Subduing Demons technique, and when combined with his superior physique, its power was immense. In close combat, it often yielded the effect of overpowering 10 opponents with a single strike. Against weaker opponents, it could even prevent them from casting spells before being overwhelmed. As for the Lioness Roar, it needed no elaboration. It was renowned for its sound wave attack, similar to the sword-chanting spells of Shushan, both capable of striking at the mind and possessing great lethality against those with weak resolve or malevolent spirits. Thus, Lu Chen wasted no time and directly expended experience points to elevate both techniques to the entry level. It cost a total of 5,000 experience points, not excessive. He did not intend to upgrade these techniques too high for now. They were sufficient as is. Experience was limited, and he must prioritize enhancing his cultivation and swordsmanship skills. Other spells and techniques would have to be developed gradually. Glancing at his remaining experience points, he found he had about 10,000 left, just enough to elevate the Howren Sword Chi by one level. Without further thought, he prioritized enhancing his foundational power. Ding! Consumed 10,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host. The Howren Sword Chi has been elevated to the 4th layer. An overwhelming and pure sword energy radiated outward, akin to a gale, sweeping through the entire chamber. The righteous aura was so palpable that it sent Shui Yin, hidden within the sword box, trembling in fear. She gasped in astonishment. The immortal master is truly terrifying. It seems his power has advanced yet again in such a short span. The mere aura he exuded was enough to instill dread, rendering her unable to approach. Dear friends, your enthusiasm is truly remarkable. In just one night, we reach an impressive 9. Without further ado, I shall honor my promise and commence with 3 updates each day starting today. Let the encouragement for more updates commence. I appreciate you all dearly. Chapter 61. Free from attachments after a night of recuperation, Lu Chen had nearly assimilated all the gains from his recent endeavors. The only exception was the technique of flesh and blood rebirth that had emerged from Zhang Lin, which he ultimately decided against cultivating. The primary reason being that this method was exceedingly cruel, requiring the consumption of flesh and blood for regeneration, an aspect that could not be altered even with the enhancement of experience points. Moreover, Lu Chen had refined the Buddhist relic, granting him a formidable physical form. With time, should he cultivate Buddhist techniques, he could forge an external golden pill. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for his body to sustain severe injuries. Thus, the flesh and blood rebirth technique was rendered unnecessary. In due course, as his cultivation reached a certain realm, his body could be tempered to a state of true immortality, achieving rebirth from a single drop of blood, its efficacy far surpassing that of the aforementioned technique. Nevertheless, being a rare method, he decided to set it aside for potential future use. As he pondered, Lu Chen steadied his breath and waved his hand, causing the sword's sheath to tremble. And Shui Yin and Appo's soul promptly emerged. With matters in Su Feng City nearly settled, it was time for him to depart. Initially, he had wished to assist her in transcending to the afterlife, but the peculiar yin energy within her soul was quite strange, and its origin remained uncertain. Therefore, he could only bring her back to Mount Shu for the time being. What are your thoughts on this? He inquired. Although the task had been completed, Shui Yin's unique soul could not simply be sent off for reincarnation. Her presence might influence the trajectory of the next phase of the mission. Lu Chen could not afford to neglect her, for it was uncertain whether the Blood Soul sect would continue their pursuit. Hence, returning to Mount Shu seemed the most prudent course of action. He had previously mentioned this to Cui Yin, who did not oppose it, but hesitated, expressing her reluctance to leave, saying, "This life of mine was saved by the immortal master. I am certainly willing to follow your command. However, I fear I may never return. I wish to see my home one last time." Cui Yin was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in Sufeng City, and her family was still alive. It was only natural for her to wish to glance back at them. Chen understood this, yet he still urged, "You have already passed away. The paths of the living and the dead are divergent. Why must you stir unnecessary sorrow?" Upon hearing this, Cui Yin sighed and said, "My parents raised me for 18 years, and I have not fulfilled my filial duties. I feel deeply ashamed. How could I bear to let them endure the pain of losing a daughter? Thus, I dare to request the immortal master to grant me a straw figure, allowing me to return home and bid farewell to my parents, telling them I am embarking on a journey to Mount Shu for cultivation. This would be better than letting them grieve over my death." Upon hearing this, Chen could not help but regard her with newfound admiration. This woman exhibited commendable filial piety and a hint of cleverness. He was not a rigid person, considering that there was no detriment to himself. He decided to fulfill her wish. With a wave of his hand, he formed a straw figure, allowing Cui Yin to possess it. In an instant, she transformed, appearing as if she had never changed, undetectable by the untrained eye. "Out of respect for your filial heart, I shall assist you this once. However, remember that the paths of the living and the dead are distinct," he cautioned. "I understand. Thank you, immortal master. Let us depart," she replied. With that, Chen raised his hand, unleashing a surge of power to guide the sword light, leading Cui Yin away from the governor's mansion toward a residence within the city. He could not permit Cui Yin to wander alone. As a ghost, without his protection, she could easily fall prey to any practitioners in the city, who might kill or capture her on sight, leading to complications. The Cui family was well respected in Sufeng, a prominent lineage with substantial wealth and numerous enterprises, known for their benevolence towards the poor, contrasting with the ruthless merchants who lacked compassion. Thus, they enjoyed a modest reputation. Upon arriving at the Cui residence, Chen noticed many townsfolk wearing white mourning bands coming to pay their respects. Master Cui was a good man, and Miss Cui was beautiful and kind-hearted. Who would have expected such misfortune to befall them? It is all the fault of the demons from Han Temple, who deceived us so cruelly. If it were not for the sword immortal from Mount Shu, our daughter would never have returned." The townsfolk murmured quietly. Chen nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, "It seems your family holds considerable esteem. Should you be reborn, fortune will surely follow. Your praise is unwarranted. Our deeds pale in comparison to the immortal masteress." "Let us enter," they replied. "Please, do not reveal yourself just yet to avoid unnecessary complications." With that, he used his powers to envelop Cui Yin, passing through the main gate and entering the inner residence. Inside, Mr. and Mrs. Cui were seated in the inner hall, silently weeping as they gazed at their daughter's spirit tablet. Upon seeing Chen, they were initially startled, but soon recognized him. It is the immortal master from Mount Shu. Have you perhaps found our daughter in damp Oppos as remains?" Seeing the sorrow etched on their faces, Chen felt a pang of compassion. Unsure of what to say, he simply shook his head and, with a flourish of his sleeves, revealed Cui Yin's presence. "Father, mother," Cui Yin called, her eyes glistening with tears. The couple gasped at their daughter and Oppos' sudden appearance. Mr. Cui instinctively stepped back, while Mrs. Cui, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward to grasp her daughter's hand. The real sensation brought her to joyful tears. "Our daughter! It is truly our daughter! My dear, Yin is not dead. She has returned. Is it truly so?" Upon seeing Cui Yin nod in affirmation, the couple burst into tears of joy, embracing their daughter with a mixture of laughter and weeping. Meanwhile, Chen turned to gaze out the window at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Parents? Familial bonds? He had been an orphan on Earth, devoid of parental love from a young age. In this life, it seemed he had no recollection of parents either, having grown up dependent on the kindness of strangers with scarcely any relatives. Perhaps, he mused, Such emotions would remain foreign to him for a lifetime. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips, yet he felt no sorrow. Alone, he was free and unburdened, able to focus solely on the pursuit of the sword and the quest for immortality. Perhaps this was not such a bad thing after all. Due to the limited time, after reuniting with her parents, Cui Yinyan quickly explained her intentions. Father, mother, I, your unfilial daughter, fear I will not be able to serve you any longer. After this incident, I yearn for the path of cultivation. I am grateful to the immortal master for not abandoning me and for taking me back to Mount Shu for training. Today, I have come to bid you farewell. Upon hearing this, the Cui couple could not help but feel a pang of reluctance. However, they did not implore her to stay excessively, nodding in agreement. In this chaotic world, it is indeed perilous. As a weak woman, if you can truly enter the immortal gates, it would be our family and Appos, as fortune across generations. As long as you are safe, we shall find peace. Do not worry about us. Focus on your cultivation. One day, like the immortal master, may you vanquish demons and uphold justice, and we shall share in your glory. Tears flowed freely as they spoke. Cui Yinyan, moved by their words, knelt and bowed 3 times with deep reverence before turning to exit, fearing that if she lingered, she would not wish to depart. At this moment, Lu Chun sighed and was about to turn away when he heard Mrs. Cui call out to him, "Immortal Master, please wait." Lu Chun halted his steps. "What is it?" Mrs. Cui approached, glancing at Cui Yinyan, who was already outside in the courtyard. With red-rimmed eyes, she smiled and said, "I know that Yinyan has already passed, but I am truly grateful to the immortal master for accompanying her on this final journey." Chapter 62. The accompanying silver bell upon hearing Madame Cui and Appos' words. Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback. His illusion techniques, combined with the straw puppet, were nearly flawless. Even practitioners of lesser strength might struggle to discern any clues. How could Madame Cui, an ordinary mortal, possibly detect the discrepancies? Seemingly aware of Lu Chen's confusion, Madame Cui offered a wry smile and said, "No one knows a daughter better than her mother. After all, she is a part of me. How could I not recognize her?" Her hands were so cold. At this, Lu Chun fell silent, tacitly agreeing with her sentiment. Fortunately, Madame Cui did not seem overly sorrowful. In fact, the couple had been aware of their daughter and Appos' fate for some time and had gradually begun to accept the harsh reality. Now that they could see Cui Yinyan return and converse with them, it felt like an immense blessing. What more could they dare to wish for? Yinyan has suffered greatly, facing misfortune in her prime. Yet she is fortunate to have encountered a celestial master. This may indeed be a different kind of opportunity. As her parents, we only wish for her well-being. Beyond that, we seek nothing more. Beside them, Mr. Cui sighed deeply, his gaze earnest. "We humbly request the celestial master to ensure Yinyan's proper placement, granting her a home. We shall forever be indebted to you." As he spoke, he was about to kneel in gratitude. Lu Chun quickly waved his hand, using his magical power to gently lift them back to their feet. "Rest assured, once matters are resolved, I will personally arrange everything for her." "Thank you, Celestial Master," Madame Cui replied, visibly relieved by this promise. She then retrieved a sandalwood box from her sleeve and presented it to Lu Chun. "This item belonged to Yinyan during her life. Now, I entrust it to you." At these words, Lu Chun felt a sense of intrigue. If this was indeed Cui Yinyan and Appos' possession, why had they not given it to her directly earlier? With curiosity, he accepted the box and opened it to reveal a silver bracelet adorned with peculiar, ancient engravings, from which dangled a small bell. He lifted the bracelet and gently shook it. The sound of the bell rang clear, causing the Cui couple to instinctively retreat in alarm, wary of its effects. "What is this?" Lu Chun inquired, furrowing his brow. He sensed that this silver bell was no ordinary trinket. It bore an aura of power, possessing a mesmerizing quality that could unsettle one's spirit. The Cui couple did not conceal the truth. They hurriedly explained, "To be honest, Celestial Master, this silver bell has a mysterious origin. It was placed on Yinyan when she was born, seemingly a part of her from the very beginning. However, it is also sinister. Whenever the bell tolls, it can cause those nearby to lose their sanity, sometimes even leading to madness. Our family has faced such calamities several times before, and to avoid further troubles, we decided to remove it and seal it away, never daring to give it back to her. By the heavens, it was with her from birth. Lu Chun's mind was racing. Could this be a companion treasure? The implications were staggering. It suggested that Shui Yinyan was no ordinary girl, but perhaps held a significant lineage. After all, how could an ordinary person possess a pure Yin bloodline or attract the attention of the Blood Soul sect, which regarded her as a saintess of the demonic sect? It seemed that Shui Yinyan harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. Perhaps the silver bell was the key to her inability to be reborn. The pursuit by the Blood Soul sect might be driven by motives far beyond mere sacrificial offerings to the blood demon. With this revelation, Lu Chun gently returned the silver bracelet to the box, nodding. This item appears to be a companion treasure. I shall ensure it is returned to her. Thank you for your kindness, Celestial Master, they replied gratefully. There's no need to see us off. Having concluded their exchange, Lu Chun did not linger. He rose and exited, finding Shui Yinyan waiting in the courtyard, her eyes slightly red, indicating she had wept recently. However, her emotions had settled considerably. Upon seeing Lu Chun approaching, she bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Celestial Master, for fulfilling my wish. I am ready to follow your instructions." Indeed, Lu Chun acknowledged with a nod, refraining from inquiring about the bell's significance just yet. He leaped forward, leading Shui Yinyan toward the city gates. At that moment, Xia Ningxue awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Lu Chun, she hurried forward to greet him. "Senior brother, everything has been arranged. The sect has sent word instructing us to return Miss Chui to Mount Shu before making further decisions." "Then let us depart," Lu Chun replied, and together they summoned their powers, soaring toward Mount Shu. After half a day of travel without incident, they reached midday when the sun blazed fiercely, radiating its full intensity. Shui Yinyan, being a spectral entity, found it difficult to endure the heat. Even while sheltered within the sword box, she was exceedingly uncomfortable. After all, soaring through the skies under the scorching sun posed a significant threat to spirits. Reluctantly, Lu Chun decided to pause their journey, seeking a suitable place to rest until the afternoon sun subsided. "Senior brother, there's a grove ahead. Shall we take refuge there temporarily?" Xia Ningxue suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun looked down and spotted the shaded area beside the official road, nodding in agreement. They descended gracefully and rested beneath the trees. Xia Ningxue produced a frost gourd she carried, took a sip, and then offered it to Lu Chun. "It's quite hot. Please have some water, senior brother." Lu Chun hesitated for a moment. Both he and Xia Ningxue were cultivators at the crystallization stage, not entirely immune to the elements, but capable of enduring hunger and heat without feeling discomfort. Nevertheless, he accepted the offering, recognizing the bond they had forged during their recent trials together. Taking a sip, he found it refreshingly cool, imbued with a hint of sweetness. "Thank you, junior sister," Lu Chun said with a smile as he returned the gourd. Xia Ningxue accepted it back, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. She then turned away, stating, "My powers are not as profound as yours, senior brother. I shall rest and recover to prepare for our journey ahead." "Rest easy, junior sister. I will keep watch over you," Lu Chun assured her. As he spoke, he noticed Xia Ningxue had already closed her eyes, beginning her meditation without any defenses, a sign of her complete trust in him. After all they had been through together, having faced dangers where he had saved her life, their bond had deepened significantly. Glancing at her serene profile, Lu Chun could not help but appreciate her beauty. Her delicate features, serene yet striking, would have been considered stunning in his past life. While he would not deny having feelings, he understood that in this world, strength was paramount. Though he had achieved some accomplishments, he was far from invincible. The path to immortality was long, and until he possessed absolute power, matters of romance were not his priority. Nonetheless, should fate intervene, he would not reject it. Pushing aside these distractions, Lu Chun turned his attention back to the sandalwood box containing the silver bell and summoned Shui Yinyan from the sword box. "Venerable immortal master, what are your commands?" Shui Yinyan inquired, her form ethereal as she possessed the straw puppet, concealed in the shadows of the trees. Lu Chun gestured, employing his magic to obscure the sunlight, and then motioned for her to approach. Subsequently, he opened the wooden box, retrieved the silver bell bracelet, and queried, "Does this silver bell stir any memories within you?" This, Cui Yinyan regarded the silver bell, a sense of familiarity tugging at her mind. Yet she could not recall ever having seen it. Curiosity piqued. She stepped forward and reached out to touch the bell. A melodious chime echoed as her fingers brushed against it. Cui Yinyan recoiled as if struck by lightning, her countenance paling. The silver bracelet, as if guided by an unseen force, entwined itself around her wrist, fastening itself securely. "Immortal Master, this, Hui Yanyan stammered, her voice laced with apprehension as she sought his guidance. Lu Chun, however, remained composed, urging her to remain calm. "Fear not," he reassured her. "This artifact is your natal treasure, inextricably linked to your very soul. In your youth, you were unable to wield its power, and your parents, in their wisdom, removed and sealed it away. Now that you have transcended the limitations of your physical form, you should find it easier to harmonize with it. Allow me to assist you in refining this treasure." As he spoke, a surge of magical energy erupted forth, a radiant beam of sword energy piercing the heavens. It enveloped Cui Yinyan entirely. The oppressive force of the sword energy sent tremors through the silver bell, triggering its protective instincts. It initiated a fusion with Cui Yinyan and Amp, Appo's, as soul. Before long, a soft, ethereal light emanated from within. Cui Yinyan's features softened, her eyes closed, and her body levitated gently, as if in slumber. In truth, Lu Chen was uncertain of the silver bell's origins or its precise capabilities. As a natal treasure, it was inaccessible to others for refinement or use. However, its bond with Cui Yinyan suggested extraordinary potential. Could she be a reincarnated celestial of immense power? Even if not, her origins were undoubtedly significant. Perhaps the fusion with the silver bell would unlock dormant memories of her past lives. As he pondered, the white light gradually faded, and a clear chime resonated through the air. Within the radiant sword light, Cui Yinyan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze becoming lucid. A chilling aura emanated from her, freezing the surrounding air into delicate ice crystals. This frigidity was not merely the chill of frost, but a profound, yielding force. Even Lu Chen's sword light could not entirely contain it, and its escape sent shivers down one's spine. "Senior brother, what is happening?" Tia Ning Suang, who had been meditating nearby, was startled by the icy aura and rose to her feet. Upon seeing Cui Yinyan within the sword light, her expression shifted, suspecting an attack. She reached for her sword. However, Cui Yinyan merely raised her wrist, causing the silver bell to jingle. The melodious chimes seemed to weave a bewitching spell, instantly causing Xia Ning Shuang's expression to change. She hastily covered her ears with her hands, shielding herself with her magical power, and retreated. Though unharmed, she was visibly shaken. Lu Chun, on the other hand, remained unperturbed. Aware that the bell's chimes could disturb the mind, he had preemptively activated his righteous sword energy for protection. Furthermore, his supreme sword heart quelled any mental disturbances. Such sonic assaults were insufficient to sway him. "Junior sister, do not be alarmed. This is her natal treasure. It appears that this young woman has a remarkable background," Lu Chun said, waving to dissuade Xia Ning Shuang from hasty action. He then turned his gaze toward Cui Yinyan within the sword light. Unsure if her awakened memories would trigger any unforeseen events, Lu Chun maintained the sword light's embrace, prepared to defend against any potential demonic transformations. However, her expression seemed devoid of malice. After a fleeting moment of confusion, Cui Yinyan regained complete clarity. She glanced down at the silver bracelet on her wrist before raising her head and offering a contrite smile to Xiaoning Shuang. "I apologize. I have not yet fully mastered the soul-seizing bell, and its actions were instinctive. I had no intention of causing harm. I hope Sister Ning Shuang will not hold it against me." Her articulate words and clear demeanor indicated that she had not forgotten her past. Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoning Shuang was not one to harbor grudges. Assured that Cui Yinyan harbored no ill intentions, she relaxed and nodded. "It is nothing. Your silver bell may be formidable, but cannot harm me. Her words carried a hint of haughty pride. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly, but refrained from pointing it out. Instead, he focused his attention on Cui Yinyan. As if anticipating his questions, she did not hesitate to respond. I know what the immortal master wishes to know. In truth, I only awakened certain memories after refining the soul-seizing bell. I did not intentionally deceive you. With that, she extended her hands, her eyes gleaming with light, projecting a fragment of her memories. This direct projection of her soul's memories was impossible to falsify. It was an act reserved for those who inspired utmost trust, signifying complete vulnerability. Cui Yinyan sought to demonstrate her sincerity. Despite regaining her natal treasure and awakening her past memories, she remained vulnerable. If Lu Chen harbored any suspicions, he could obliterate her in an instant. Sealing the blood demon, a sacred artifact of suppression, twin spirits, reincarnation. The projected images shifted rapidly, like flashes of lightning. Most would struggle to discern them. However, Lu Chen observed them with clarity, gaining insight into Cui Yinyan's origins. It turned out that the so-called Yin-Yang bloodline was merely one characteristic of a reincarnated spirit. The Blood Soul sect sought the spirit of sacred artifact of suppression to control it, thereby freeing the blood demon and unleashing it upon the world. The birth of a spirit within a sacred artifact left behind by ancient sages was not unexpected. However, it was ironic that the spirit of suppression had been tainted by evil. If not for your unwavering goodness, you would have been assimilated and corrupted, Lu Chen lamented. This revelation clarified many things. As a reincarnated spirit, Cui Yinyan was not bound by the cycle of reincarnation, explaining why he could not send her to the afterlife. The Blood Soul sect's so-called young master was likely the corrupted yang spirit of the sacred artifact, seeking to devour Cui Yinyan to gain control over it. I had assumed you were merely immortal, but it turns out you are the reincarnation of a sacred artifact and Oppo's spirit, Lu Chen said, regarding Cui Yinyan with a touch of awe. His initial plan had been to bring Cui Yinyan back to Mount Shu and seek the sect leader's assistance in sending her to the afterlife, bringing the matter to a close. However, it now appeared that things were more complex. Cui Yinyan, however, had not considered these matters. After recounting the entire story, she knelt and declared, "Though I am a reincarnated spirit, without the immortal master's intervention, I would not have awakened my memories and would have been devoured by the yang spirit. I admire and revere the immortal master's character and disposition. If the immortal master does not object, I wish to acknowledge you as my master and follow you for eternity." A spirit acknowledging a master? This was an unexpected turn of events for Lu Chen. He had been pondering how to settle Cui Yinyan and Oppo's affairs, but was intrigued by her offer. He had rescued Cui Yinyan and disrupted the Blood Soul sect and Oppo's plans, creating a bond that they would not easily forget. This did not concern him. The sacred artifact capable of suppressing the blood demon, whatever it may be, was undoubtedly extraordinary, one of the most precious treasures in the world. Ordinary individuals could never hope to control it. However, with a spirit acknowledging a master, things might be different. Obtaining it would undoubtedly enhance his power. Lu Chen nodded slightly, extending his hand to conjure a surge of magical energy that lifted Cui Yinyan. He then spoke. "You are the spirit and soul born of the sacred object of demon suppression, embodying the essence of the utmost Yin of heaven and earth. Yet, you have remained steadfast in your noble intentions, untempted by the allure of your kin, and have not succumbed to the path of darkness, which attests to the purity of your heart. Since you are willing to serve me as your master, I too shall emulate the ancient sages, safeguarding life and subduing malevolence. Henceforth, you shall accompany me on this journey." Chapter 64. Who can achieve eternal life between heaven and earth? The spirit of the artifact acknowledges its master. Following for eternity, Lu Chen raised his hand, and the tip of his finger glimmered with sword light as a drop of essence blood flew out, landing on Cui Yinyan's forehead, transforming into a seal. This process is akin to refining a magical treasure, acknowledging the master through a drop of blood. However, it is far more challenging with artifact spirits, as their genuine recognition is essential for the bond. Otherwise, even if one forcibly subdued and refined them. True control would remain elusive. The Tai sword in Lu Chen's possession had once harbored an artifact spirit. This is why the sect leader had brought him to meet Chen Qingfeng to receive a formal inheritance. Yet, it seemed that the sword spirit of the Tai and Oppos was not entirely intact. It appeared to have suffered some trauma, lacking complete sentience and unable to take form. Buzzing, the blood-light seal flickered and then transformed into golden light, vanishing. Lu Chen immediately sensed a wondrous spiritual connection had formed between him and Shui Yanyan, signifying that the acknowledgement ritual had been completed without any resistance. This surprised Lu Chen, as the sacred object meant to suppress demons was not without an owner. It once belonged to a venerable sage. Although he might no longer exist in this world, the original spiritual imprint should still linger. Lu Chen had anticipated some resistance from the former owner's imprint during Shui Yanyan's acknowledgement, yet there was none. This situation could only imply that the elder who left behind this sacred object had perished, dissipating amidst the cosmos. To have suppressed the blood god for a millennium, that elder must have been a true sage, a celestial being. Yet, in just a millennium, could such a figure have faded into oblivion? In that moment, Lu Chen felt a pang of sorrow. The heavens may collapse, the earth may sink, and the sun and moon may decay. In this vast universe, how transient and insignificant is humanity. Beneath the celestial dome, who can attain immortality? At the pinnacle of the immortal path, at the end of cultivation, is the freedom I seek truly attainable by mortals? What am I pondering? I am a man with a system. If I diligently cultivate and practice, there will surely come a day when I transcend the confines of this world. With that thought, Lu Chen felt a sense of relief. He had a notable strength, the ability to let go. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acknowledging the spirit of the sacred object, triggering the side quest, Taiji Seal. Exterminate the demonic Yang artifact spirit, reclaim its spiritual power, and achieve the unity of Yin and Yang to obtain the treasure, Taiji Seal. The system's notification rang out. A quest triggered. Lu Chen felt a flicker of joy. This side quest differs from the main quest. The system does not directly grant rewards. However, achieving the quest objectives still yields benefits. It turns out this sacred object, meant to suppress demons, is called the Taiji Seal. I wonder if it has any connection to the legendary Taiji diagram? Judging by its name, it should be a treasure of the Taoist sect. If given a chance, I must find a way to acquire it. Lu Chen mused silently. Congratulations, senior brother, for obtaining the spirit of the sacred object. This is a tremendous opportunity. And congratulations to Miss Shui for encountering a wise master. My senior brother's talent and character are truly rare. You shall not be disappointed. Xiao Ningxue approached sincerely, offering her congratulations. Her admiration for Lu Chen was genuine now. If previously, during the Sword Tomb incident, she had compared herself to him, after this journey, she was entirely convinced of his abilities. Thus, witnessing Lu Chen's acceptance of the sacred spirit did not evoke any jealousy within her. Had she been in his position, even knowing Shui Yanyan's identity beforehand, she would likely not have been able to earn her sincere submission. This process requires character, strategy, and strength, all indispensable. Only Lu Chen possesses the qualifications to gain the recognition of the sacred spirit. Although the sacred object still seals the blood demon. Even if I have gained the spirit and Oppos, as acknowledgement, it does not imply I have mastered the sacred object, as the blood soul sect possesses another accompanying spirit. Lu Chen shook his head. He then raised his gaze to the sky. The sun was no longer as fierce as before, allowing them to continue their journey. This matter concerns the blood demon seal. I should report to the sect leader. Time is of the essence. Let us return to Mount Shu first. As he spoke, he made to return Shui Yanyan to the sword box, preparing to depart. At that moment, suddenly, a cry for help echoed from deep within the forest. Help! Somebody save me! The voice sounded very youthful, as if it belonged to a child. Lu Chen looked up and saw a ragged little girl sprinting through the woods, pursued closely by a massive wolf demon, howling as it charged forward. The wolf demon was not particularly strong. It could not even transform into a complete human form. Yet its speed was astonishing, akin to lightning. closing the distance in mere moments. Lu Chen frowned, feeling something amiss. Although this area was adjacent to the official road, with merchant caravans passing through, there were no signs of habitation for miles. How could a little girl suddenly appear? Moreover, given the wolf demon's swiftness, even an adult would struggle to evade it. If this were truly an attack by a demon, a child like her would be slain in an instant, leaving no time for cries for help. Furthermore, the girl's flight path was intentional, clearly heading towards him, not at all like someone fleeing in panic. Something was off. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Just then, Xiaoning Xue could no longer contain herself. A mere wolf demon dares to act recklessly in broad daylight. Senior brother, this small demon requires no intervention from you. Allow me to handle it. With that, she summoned her magical power, and the snowfall sword responded, enveloped in cold light, as it soared into the fray. Lu Chen wanted to warn her, but it was too late. This girl seemed to have been influenced by him, developing a style imbued with a sense of justice. However, she was a bit too impulsive and lacked caution. Lu Chen sighed and shook his head. In truth, with Xiaoning Xue and Appo's cultivation and character, she might have detected something amiss under normal circumstances. However, her eagerness to save the child, perhaps coupled with a desire to impress him, made her act recklessly. Lu Chen did not immediately intervene. He was merely suspicious and could not confirm whether there was a trap. What if it were indeed a demon attacking? He could not simply stand by and watch a child perish. Very well, let Xian Ningxue take action first to gauge the situation. If it were truly a demon, saving a life would be a virtuous act. Should there be a deception, he could still offer assistance in time. With that thought, Lu Chen lowered his arms, his fingertips gathering sword energy beneath his robes, ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the wolf demon roared as it caught up to the little girl. Its jaws wide open, fangs like daggers. Swish, the cold sword energy sliced through the air, swift as lightning. A scream pierced the air, blood splattering as the wolf demon and Appo's head was pierced by the sword light, pinning it to the ground. With such meager abilities, it dares to harm others? Xian Ningxue shook her head coldly, then descended gracefully towards the terrified child, her voice softening. Little one, are you all right? I am scared. The little girl seemed profoundly frightened, huddled on the ground. Xian Ningxue, feeling pity for her, stepped forward to lift her up. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The girl's expression suddenly shifted. Chapter 065. Brother, have you offended someone? An abrupt transformation occurred. Xiaoning Shuang never anticipated that the seemingly pitiful little girl before her would suddenly launch an attack. As the girl lunged at her with sharp claws, Xia quickly summoned her magical energy for protection, unleashing a torrent of frosty sword chi. Boom! The little girl collided with the sword light, instantly freezing half of her body. The sword light pierced through her, blood gushing forth. Yet, her body suddenly split open, and a swarm of foul bloodworms burst forth from beneath her skin, surging towards Xiaoning Shuang. Bloodworms. From a distance, Lu Chen's expression shifted at the sight. This was a dark sorcery of the Blood Soul sect. Using blood and flesh toxins, they infiltrate the living body, initially causing no noticeable abnormalities. However, they breed within, eventually devouring the host's flesh and organs, leaving only a hollow shell. When faced with an enemy, they erupt from the skin, specifically contaminating a cultivator's magical body. Once infected, the worms burrow into the flesh, and common magical energies find it nearly impossible to eradicate them, leaving one helplessly watching their own flesh consumed. These bloodworms lie hidden within the human body. Disguised beneath skin, their mingled energy indistinguishable from ordinary demons. No wonder I couldn't detect the issue with my heavenly eye before. The Blood Soul sect. They arrived so swiftly. Lu Chen frowned. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening. Despite the malevolence of the bloodworms, Xiaoning Shuang's strength should suffice to deal with them. Moreover, these low-level minions would yield little experience. There was no rush to act. Since the Blood Soul sect had come, it was undoubtedly aimed at Cui Yin, and they surely possessed more than just this tactic. The true, deadly moves and skilled adversaries must be lurking in the shadows. I need to find a way to expose them. You remain within the Taie sword box. Do not reveal yourself unless called upon, lest they employ any soul-capturing methods. Lu Chen instructed in a low voice. Cui Yin Yin, fully aware of her current limited combat abilities, nodded fervently in agreement. Master, do not worry about me. Please be cautious. I am well aware of the situation. As Lu Chen spoke, he secretly channeled a strand of majestic sword chi, extending from beneath his feet into the earth, spreading outward to clandestinely seek and identify the hidden enemies. At that moment in the woods, Xiaoning Shuang was enveloped in ice and snow, appearing as though adorned in a crystalline, ethereal battle armor. With a flick of her snow-white wrist, she unleashed a flurry of snowflakes and flying swords, freezing and shattering the incoming bloodworms. Despicable scoundrels. They would not even spare such a small child. They truly deserve death. Xiaoning Shuang's expression turned frigid. Realizing this was a trap, she felt a mix of shock and fury. She waved her long sleeves, causing the ice behind her to explode, crystallizing her magical energy into a pair of frosty wings. The ice phoenix took flight. The tempest of snow and blades surged forward, and soon, pained screams echoed. Amidst the splattering blood, a dozen shadows tumbled from the treetops. Indeed, an ambush. Blood Soul Sect, you truly are relentless. Xiaoning Shuang forced the hidden assassins of the Blood Soul Sect into the open with a single sword strike, and with successive strikes, the Ice Phoenix behind her howled, unleashing a torrent of icy sword chi that enveloped the surroundings. The assassins, initially lying in wait, had planned to strike once she was weakened by the bloodworms. However, they had underestimated Xiaoning Shuang, who not only thwarted their ambush, but also keenly detected their presence and struck first. The suddenness of her retaliation caught them entirely off guard. Under the onslaught of icy swordlight, several disciples of the Blood Soul Sect fell to the ground, screaming. What a waste of experience. Lu Chen observed the fallen disciples with a twinge of regret. However, these disciples were likely mere cannon fodder sent to probe the situation, possessing low cultivation levels. Even if slain, they would yield little experience. The real prize had yet to emerge. Thus, Lu Chen continued to bide his time, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, a putrid wind swept through, and a miasma of blood enveloped the entire forest. The stench was potent, though not overwhelmingly toxic, yet it obscured vision to some degree. More disciples of the Blood Soul Sect swiftly appeared, moving quickly through the woods. Whoosh! A sound of something slicing through the air was followed by a bony chain suddenly piercing a tree trunk, hurtling towards Xiaoning Shuang. Her expression changed. She quickly countered with her sword. A sharp clang rang out, sending sparks flying, but even with her strike, she could not sever the chain. Simultaneously, more bony chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring her. Xiaoning Shuang channeled her magical energy and leapt into the air, attempting to evade the bindings. However, more chains ensnared her from all directions, weaving into an inescapable net. Then, a flash of crimson blade light descended from above. The blade was fierce and unyielding, akin to thunder and lightning, accompanied by wails of lament. Crack! The ice armor surrounding Xiaoning Shuang shattered upon impact. Even before the blade reached her, the force of its brilliance made her skin ache. The adversary was formidable, likely not weaker than the previous Zhonglin, and now, with a surprise attack, Xiaoning Shuang found herself unable to withstand it, perilously close to being harmed by this strike. Got you. Just as the blade light erupted, Lu Chen simultaneously locked onto the enemy's presence. Without hesitation, he stomped down. The earth trembled as the sword chi he had previously infused into the ground exploded forth, bursting through the soil like blooming lotuses. Each petal was a razor-sharp, lethal sword chi. With a dazzling flash, it tore through the bodies of several disciples of the Blood Soul Sect. The bony chains constraining Xiaoning Shuang shattered, granting her freedom as she quickly retreated. At the same time, Lu Chen raised his hand, his sleeve sweeping through the air, his fingers poised like a sword. The sword chi he had been gathering surged forth across the sky like an unstoppable river. With a thunderous roar. Chapter 066. The dead are unworthy of names. The legendary reputation of the Shushan sect is indeed well-deserved. Within the misty, blood-soaked forest, the scarred-faced swordsman wore a solemn expression. Initially, he received orders to lead his subordinates from the Lingyun stronghold to ambush two disciples of Shushan, feeling somewhat disdainful of the task, believing it to be an overreaction. However, upon learning the details and realizing that Zhang Lin had perished at the hands of one of them, he became serious. Thus, he set a trap intended for Lu Chun, only to find that this young man, though seemingly inexperienced, was exceedingly cunning and cautious, evading their ploys effortlessly. As his companions were besieged, Lu Chun remained patient, only striking when he revealed himself, resulting in a significant setback for the scarred swordsman. Hearing Lu Chun speak now infuriated him further. What did he mean by claiming that he had offended someone? Was he implying that he had been sent to his death? As the esteemed master of the Blood Soul sect's Lingyun branch, was he to abandon his dignity? The scarred-faced swordsman's anger grew with every thought. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. Disregarding his injuries, he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, gritting his teeth in fury. You insolent brat! Dare to oppose my Blood Soul sect, and even Shushan cannot save your life. Hand over the saintess' soul, and perhaps I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall come to know the might of Lingyun. Stop! Lu Chun interjected, eager to avoid a futile exchange with someone merely serving as fodder for experience. The Blood Soul sect had come prepared, and it was evident that this was not merely a minor character. He had no intention of wasting energy on this scarred face. As he spoke, he advanced with a commanding presence, his vitality surging, transforming into golden light, his formidable physique resembling a mountain bearing down. The overwhelming power radiated like flames, instantly evaporating the surrounding blood mist. He raised a hand, delivering a mighty palm strike, channeling his physical prowess through the formidable Fumo technique. The palm descended like a mountain, pressing down relentlessly. The scarred-faced swordsman felt an unbearable weight, the ground beneath him cracking, the air around him thickening, making it difficult to breathe, causing a sensation of suffocation in his chest. He wished to retreat, yet the opponent's strength was too overwhelming. With a palm strike that suppressed the area around him, there was no escape. He could only grit his teeth, swinging his blade, gathering all his magical energy to brace for the impact. Boom! The palm struck down, and the scarred man felt his body plummet as his arm trembled uncontrollably. Blood surged in his chest, his complexion turning as pale as paper. What terrifying power! Was this fellow not a Shushan swordsman? To think that alongside his swordsmanship, his physical strength was equally formidable. The scarred man was both astonished and enraged, yet without hesitation. He gritted his teeth and shook his blade, causing the silver rings on the blade to resonate, emitting a mournful wail from the skull motif. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, accompanied by the howls of vengeful spirits. As he swung his blade, a chilling wind swept through, as if countless tormented souls were roaring and swirling, unsettling the mind. Malicious specters, do you dare to disturb my peace? Begone! Observing the ghostly wind charging at him, Lu Chun remained unfazed. He inhaled deeply, his magical energy resonating, unleashing a thunderous roar. Lion and amp, oppose, as fury. The sound waves surged forth, dispersing the approaching phantoms in an instant. The sonic waves crashing, causing the skull motif on the ghostly blade to shatter, leaving even the scarred man momentarily dazed, as if his very soul had been shaken. Seizing the moment, Lu Chun closed in, unleashing the full force of his physical prowess. The scarred man felt as if struck by a mountain of gold, his bones fracturing, blood spewing forth. Following this, a palm strike descended, shattering his skull, his headless corpse swaying before collapsing like a rag doll. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain Ghost Figure, gaining 10,000 experience points. I have learned his name after all. Lu Chun shook his head. Yet he mused. Utilizing this Buddhist technique in close combat was indeed exhilarating. Each strike F Chapter 67. The gluttonous golden pill with a powerful initiation. The Dragon Rider strikes. Lu Chun acts without mercy, summoning the essence of the great river sword, unleashing the divine sword of Taiye, and charging towards the colossal wolf. The opponent, a formidable expert from the demon sect with the cultivation of the golden pill, is likely impervious to ordinary tactics. Seizing the initiative is crucial to ensure one's success. Boom! The majestic sword energy surges forth. Liu Chen's strike resembles the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, brilliant and resplendent. It is akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, turning the world upside down. The fierce sword light transforms into bolts of lightning, piercing through the air, annihilating all in its path. Mountains, stones, and flora reduced to mere dust. Daring to attack a golden pill cultivator? The giant wolf, a sinister practitioner, bursts into laughter. As a powerhouse of the golden pill realm, his magical prowess vastly surpasses that of those at the crystallization stage. Indeed, beneath the golden pill, all are but ants. Although Liu Chen and Appo's strike appears extraordinary, he remains confident in his ability to withstand it. Agrave miscalculation. The giant wolf raises his arm, fingers splayed like a grinding wheel, and with a sweeping motion, he conjures a massive hand of solidified golden sand, as if to seize the torrent of sword energy within his grasp. Thunderous. The anticipated collapse of sword light does not materialize. Instead, the sword light quivers, and the celestial river trembles. The righteous sword energy within bursts forth, and the sword intent blossoms, instantly shattering the magical hand into fragments. Righteous sword energy and sword intent? This is inconceivable. The giant wolf is taken aback. Lacking proficiency in sword techniques, he fails to sense the impact of the sword intent immediately, mistaking Liu Chen's strike for a mere commonplace sword maneuver. To his astonishment, the young Liu Chen has indeed grasped the concept of sword intent. This is beyond what mere magical power can withstand. In a surge of instinct, he retracts his hand, his feet stirring up demonic winds as he attempts to retreat. But it is too late. Liu Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. Seizing the momentum of the sword intent, the sword light descends like a pillar, the Tai and Appo's, a sword vibrating and humming, directly cleaving towards the wolf and Appo's head. Clang! Sparks fly. The giant wolf is shielded by a protective layer of magical golden sand, rendering him nearly impervious. Even the Tai sword cannot sever his head, leaving only a deep gash that reveals bone, blood flowing forth. This damned little brat. How dare he injure me? A mere ant? Infuriated, the giant wolf roars, unleashing a torrent of electrical plasma from his mouth. Boom! Liu Chen swiftly dodges, the area he once occupied engulfed in a storm of lightning, charred black. Simultaneously, the sword light reemerges in his hand. A torrent of sword light cascades forth, engulfing the giant wolf and Appo's form. However, the system and Appo's kill prompt does not arrive. Liu Chen and Appo's expression shifts. He has nearly exhausted all his strength with this strike, channeling the great river sword intent to invoke the righteous sword energy, augmented by the sharpness of the Tai sword. Even the golden body of the Buddhist sect should have been obliterated. How could his opponent possibly survive? Just as uncertainty clouds his mind, a beam of golden light shoots skyward. Within the radiance, the giant wolf howls at the heavens, expelling a thumb-sized golden pill that spirals and roars, exuding a fierce brilliance. In an instant, it absorbs all surrounding sword energy. Not only is the giant wolf unscathed, but his ferocity also intensifies, his fur standing on end, each strand akin to a sword, glinting with cold light, as if infused with overwhelming sword energy. What? He has devoured my sword energy, and can wield it as his own? Liu Chen is momentarily taken aback. He hastily retrieves the Tai and Appo's, a sword, retreating cautiously by a step. The opponent's cultivation method remains a mystery, but the golden pill he has refined is extraordinarily peculiar, capable of absorbing the attacks of others. This is simply unheard of. You little brat, who would have thought that despite your low cultivation, you could master such formidable sword techniques and comprehend sword intent? Were it not for my gluttonous golden pill, I might indeed have suffered a loss at your hands. The giant wolf remarks, his gaze sharp and slightly arrogant. The chasm between the golden pill realm and the crystallization stage is insurmountable. You cannot contend with me. Surrender the soul of the saintess, and I might allow you to keep your corpse intact. Gluttonous golden pill. At this revelation, Lu Chen suddenly comprehends. This fellow must have cultivated some unique method that mimics certain traits of the fearsome beast, the glutton. The so-called gluttonous golden pill is surely not a true glutton, but is still formidable. The ability to absorb enemy attacks and convert that power for oneself is truly astonishing. However, even a true glutton, known for its insatiable appetite, has its limits. Surpassing that limit would lead to its own demise. With this thought, Lu Chen's gaze sharpens, and he sneers. A glutton, is it? Cool me. Let me see just how much you can consume. As he speaks, his magical energy surges and roils, and another grand sword light descends. This time, the giant wolf neither dodges nor avoids it, instead activating the gluttonous golden pill, roaring as he devours the sword light, seemingly growing even larger, his fur gleaming. Sword lights swirling around him, resembling a celestial dog, dominantly perched above, exuding an overwhelming aura. Huh, fool! I told you, you cannot harm me. The giant wolf scoffs derisively. As he speaks, he raises a claw and strikes downwards. Instantly, the sword energy flows, flattening the forest below. Lu Chen, forced into the air by his own sword energy, finds himself in a passive position. The terror of a golden pill cultivator is indeed overwhelming, possessing such bizarre abilities. If this continues, my senior brother may not withstand it. In the distance, Xianing Xuan feels a surge of anxiety. She wishes to assist, yet the opponent's powers are too strange. Her intervention might hinder Lu Chen rather than help. Just as she contemplates her predicament, a dragon and Appo's roar reverberates through the sky. Lo and behold, Lu Chen stands suspended in midair, his magical energy unexpectedly tinged with a dark yellow glow. With a swing of his sword, it resembles a dragon of the Yellow River soaring forth, directly colliding with the giant wolf and Appo's golden pill atop its head. Still not giving up? The giant wolf scoffs dismissively, failing to perceive any difference in Lu Chen and Appo's strike. After all, the magical quality of a crystallization stage practitioner is fluid, and since Lu Chen has been employing the Shushan suspension river sword technique and great river sword intent, the giant wolf remains oblivious, considering it merely a common sword technique. This brat possesses profound magical energy. Does he intend to explode my gluttonous golden pill with this tactic? Dream on. After consuming this sword energy, I shall slay you first. As he contemplates, the giant wolf activates the golden pill and charges forward, ready to devour the dark yellow sword energy. Yet, the anticipated feedback of power does not arrive. Instead, an intense pain surges through him. The giant wolf and Appo's form abruptly stiffens. Agony etched across his face, the golden pill above him ceasing its rotation, its glow dimming, as if corroded by an unseen force, fissures spreading across its surface. On the verge of shattering. Chapter 068. Then I must slay you all. Pain, pain, pain. The colossal wolf howled in agony. Unbeknownst to him, the dark yellow sword energy concealed peril. After being engulfed by the insatiable golden core, it inflicted excruciating, piercing pain. With the golden core above his head rotting, as if tainted by some foulness, his magical power faltered, the core cracked, and his vitality seemed to wither. He attempted to swallow the golden core back into his abdomen, yet feared the terrifying corrosive liquid. He could only desperately channel the meager remnants of his magical power to maintain control, but to little avail at this rate. The golden core would soon shatter, and all his cultivation would vanish into nothingness. How does my river of yellow springs taste? Lu Chen laughed heartily upon witnessing this. His earlier flurry of strikes had lured the opponent into underestimating him, creating the perfect opportunity to unleash the yellow springs water hidden within the sword light. In truth, due to his limited cultivation, he could only summon a mere wisp of the yellow springs water. Though its effects were terrifying, it was generally difficult to hit an enemy in actual combat. After all, the yellow springs water was not a divine spell. it could easily be evaded. Even if unleashed, the quantity was insufficient. Only by unleashing a great torrent of magical power could one flood the entire tributary of the Yellow Springs, forming a river dragon capable of suppressing and refining everything. The gluttonous giant wolf, overconfident due to its unique technique of consuming sword energy with its golden core, had unwittingly granted Lu Chen an opening. "While you are sick, I shall take your life." Seizing the moment of the wolf and Appo's disarray, Lu Chen sprang into action. With a series of swift steps, sword energy blossomed like a lotus in the air, and the Tai sword descended like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Boom! The impact of the sword energy instantly shattered the giant wolf's surrounding magical power. The malevolent aura tore through fur, the sharp blade slicing through flesh, seemingly poised to slay it on the spot. Just then, a burst of blood light erupted from the giant wolf, and its form rapidly retreated. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, preparing to pursue, when a sudden foreboding sensation gripped him, as if sensing an intense danger. A chilling wave coursed down his spine, compelling him to leap upward without hesitation. "Be careful, senior brother," came Xian Ningxuang and Appo's alarm cry. Immediately following was a piercing whistle cutting through the air. A fierce gale swept across his face like a blade. Lu Chen caught sight of a brilliant arrow light, resembling a shooting star, narrowly grazing his face. The arrowhead was dark, emanating a dreadful aura of hatred. Like a parasite, it seemed to lock onto him, swiftly changing direction and shooting back. So fast. It was as if the black arrow were lightning itself, sharp and swift. No matter how Lu Chen twisted or turned, he could not shake it off. The distance only grew shorter, and he was on the brink of being struck. At this moment, an icy sword light sliced through the air, shielding Lu Chen from behind. It was Xian Ningxuang who had intervened. With her icy wings unfurled, a chilling frost surged forth, transforming into a massive ice crystal shield, resembling a hill, in an attempt to block the arrow. However, the power of that black arrow exceeded imagination. With a resounding bang, it shattered the ice mountain in an instant. The protective shield that Xian Ningxuang had conjured was as fragile as paper, torn apart in a heartbeat, causing her to stifle a groan. "Step aside. This is a lethal strike from a golden core master. You cannot withstand it," Lu Chen bellowed, signaling for Xian Ningxuang to retreat swiftly. Her intervention had afforded him a moment to react. Instantly, his flesh and blood trembled, his skin shimmering with golden and silver hues. The Arhut golden body enveloped him in an ironclad defense. The true word rune simultaneously materialized, forming a 9-layered protective talisman around him. To be safe, Lu Chen poured his magical power into the Yellow Springs map, enveloping himself. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated as the air surged. Lu Chen stepped forward, pulling Xian Ningxuang behind him. The brilliance of his magical power surged, just as the black arrow approached. The sound of shattering ceramics echoed repeatedly. First, the outermost 9 protective talismans shattered in succession, followed by the tearing of his iron armor, and cracks appeared on the surface of his Arhut golden body. As the black demonic energy spread from the arrowhead, Lu Chen felt a wave of intense hatred surging toward his spirit, corroding his vitality. His Arhut golden body was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a dragon and Appo's roar resonated. The Yellow Springs map trembled and hummed, transforming into dark yellow ripples, with a dragon coiling around him. As the black arrow flew forth, the dragon opened its massive jaws, swallowing the arrow whole and dissolving it into the Yellow Springs. Safe at last. As he observed the black arrow vanish, Lu Chen felt a slight sense of relief, yet his expression was heavier than ever. For the first time since he began his cultivation, Lu Chen truly felt the threat of death. If that arrow had struck him, he would have died. He would certainly have perished. The thought chilled him to the core. He had believed that he would not fear death and could confront it head-on. Yet at this moment, he realized he was not yet a saint. He feared death. He trembled at the thought of it. Even with an unparalleled sword heart, he was not yet the sword god who could draw his blade against the heavens. In this vast world, who does not fear death? However, this fear did not transform into panic. Instead, it morphed into an overwhelming fury. Ividity? How can I die? I will live well, live for eternity. Any existence that threatens my life shall be obliterated. Lu Chen raised his head, his eyes blazing, akin to a drawn sword, gazing toward a nearby cliff. There stood a slightly stooped old man with a ghostly visage, holding a black bow of hatred, one finger poised on the string, maintaining his archery stance. Another golden core. Lu Chen chuckled coldly within. The Blood Soul sect is truly making a grand move this time. The leader of a stronghold and his disciples are mere cannon fodder, and they have even dispatched 2 golden core masters directly. Is this a rhythm meant to take my life? Indeed, for an ordinary genius, it might be possible to contend against a golden core with various means and retreat unscathed. But against 2, it was essentially a death sentence. Moreover, these 2 golden cores were no ordinary foes. One cultivated the gluttonous golden core, utilizing greed as their technique to withstand enemy assaults and draw attention. The other lurked in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash the arrow of hatred for a fatal strike. An exquisite combination of offense and defense, utterly flawless. Were it not for the multitude of treasures Lu Chen possessed and the protection of the Yellow Springs map, he would likely have faced a grave misfortune this time. That young master of the Blood Soul sect not only sought to reclaim the sacred object, the Ean's soul, but also wished for my demise, it seems. 2 golden cores? Good, very good. As he spoke, the murderous intent in his eyes became uncontrollable. If that is the case, then I must slay you all. With that declaration, Lu Chen and Amp, Appo's magical power erupted, stirring a tempest, first propelling Xian Ningxuang away to avoid her being inadvertently harmed. Then, the vast sword energy within him surged violently, akin to a raging tide, all of it channeled into the sword. The divine sword trembled, emitting an exhilarating hum, before transforming into a dazzling beam of light, slashing toward the summit of the cliff. Chapter 69. The Value of a Golden Core Expert Boom. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, crashing against the cliffside. The earth trembled, dust billowed upwards, and stones flew in all directions. With a furious thrust, Lu Chen unleashed a torrent of sword energy akin to a raging river, which cleaved the entire cliff apart. This terrifying display resonated throughout the mountains and forests. Xian Ningxuang widened her eyes in astonishment, for it was the first time she had sensed such a fierce killing intent emanating from Lu Chen. An angry senior brother. How frightening. However, the ghost-faced elder, being a golden core expert, was not foolish enough to absorb the full brunt of that sword strike. He had already employed a technique to shift his form, soaring to the treetops in the distance. The grand bow in his hand morphed into a cane, which he wielded to unleash a beam of black light towards the giant wolf below. Instantly, the wolf was enveloped, slowing the decay caused by the golden core's corruption. Although the corrosive effects of the River of Forgetfulness could not be completely eradicated, it ensured that the wolf would not perish immediately and could retain some combat capability. I warned you to be cautious. This boy is cunning and shrewd. Your gluttonous golden core merely imitates others. It is not invincible. You cannot consume everything, or you will inevitably perish due to your own greed, the ghost-faced elder remarked. The giant wolf merely snorted disdainfully, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen. Aren't you the one who has faltered? The arrow of hatred is a guaranteed kill. How laughable. Now is not the time for such banter. The elder maintained his composure, shaking his head without pressing the issue further. As he spoke, he glanced towards Lu Chen, his voice hoarse. Young man with your talents, you will surely earn great favor from the Shushan sect. I do not wish to become your eternal foe. Here is my proposal. Surrender the soul of the saintess and hand over that protective talisman of yours, and I will grant you a chance at survival. What say you? To hand over Cui Yin and offer up the River of Forgetfulness? You're dreaming, old man. Lu Chen retorted with a cold laugh. This is no longer a matter of whether you let me go. I have no intention of allowing you to leave alive. With that, the sword light in his hand surged forth as he struck again. Stubborn. The elder's expression darkened abruptly. His cane transformed back into a great bow, its string vibrating with a resonating roar of wrath as a flurry of bone arrows shot forth, dispersing Lu Chen's sword energy. Simultaneously, he moved swiftly, becoming a blur as he took to the skies. "Hold him down. Give me one more shot, and he will surely perish." The giant wolf, cloaked in a shroud of blood, charged forward like a mountain of flesh. Though it could not utilize the gluttonous golden core, its physical prowess remained formidable. If it could restrain Lu Chen long enough for the ghost-faced elder to find an opportunity to unleash another arrow of hatred, Lu Chen could not guarantee that the river of forgetfulness would withstand it. Naturally, Lu Chen would not grant them such an opportunity. Without the gluttonous golden core, "You are nothing but a waste in my eyes." As he spoke, Lu Chen raised his right hand, wielding his sword, while a blaze of golden flames erupted from his left. He then pressed his fingers together, drawing the flames along the sword blade. Instantly, the golden flames blazed fiercely, unleashing waves of scorching heat. The three mystical fires, birthed from the essence of energy and spirit, consumed all in their path. Were it any ordinary flying sword, it would likely be melted instantly. However, the Taya divine sword was different. Being the sword of the sword god, its quality was extraordinary, coupled with continuous magical energy infusion. It would not be harmed in the slightest by the true fire. Rather, it would enhance its lethality. "Die for me." The divine sword cleaved through the air, its fiery waves surging forth. The giant wolf felt a sudden constriction in its breath as the terrifying golden flames rushed towards it like a volcanic eruption, freezing it in place. Then came the sharp pain. A realization struck as the sword energy sliced through, severing one of its arms. The once proud demonic flesh, in the face of this true fire sword energy, was like butter easily cut by a heated blade. Moreover, the terrifying flames that licked at its wounds charred half of its body in an instant. "What kind of flame is this? Damn it! Damn it all!" The giant wolf cursed, spewing forth a foul torrent of blood, its other claw thrashing wildly. Yet, it could not extinguish the flames. Half its body was mangled, the true fire spreading to its right hand, which quickly turned into a torch. It cried out in agony, frantically attempting to flee, but collapsed after only a few steps, its flesh and bones reduced to ashes. A shattered golden core plummeted to the ground, turning to dust in the flames. Even its soul could not escape the fate. With a single strike, Lu Chen had utterly annihilated the Soul Reaper of the Blood Soul sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the Soul Reaper of Gluttony, gaining 30,000 experience. 30,000 experience. Is this the true value of a golden core expert? How delightful! Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all the effort expended, it seemed worth chapter 070. "I told you, you cannot escape." The old man with the ghostly visage was indeed cunning and treacherous. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he immediately took flight, demonstrating an escape skill that was remarkably fluid and masterful. In the realm of evasion, Lu Chen could not help but regard him as the strongest of the present time. However, how could he allow the experience points within his grasp to slip away? Not to mention, he had narrowly escaped injury from the old man and Appo's dark arrow. This man could not live if Lu Chen wished to find peace in his slumber. With the audacity to come and go as he pleased, did he truly think Lu Chen was someone to be trifled with? As he spoke, Lu Chen's foot stamped down fiercely, unleashing a radiant force that reverberated like a dragon trampling the earth, producing a terrifying shockwave. With a resounding crash, he shattered the incoming black arrow of light. Without delay, he pressed forward, colliding with the three golden guardians, sending them flying as the blazing flames of true fire engulfed them, reducing them to ashes with their shrieks. "You cannot escape." In an instant, he annihilated the three puppets. With a flourish of his sleeve, he summoned a fierce wind with his sword aura, lightly stepping forward, transforming into a streak of light, soaring into the air. He turned his gaze towards Xian Ningxuan. "Junior sister, are you injured?" "No major harm," she replied, instilling a sense of relief in Lu Chen. He continued, "The Blood Soul sect's target is the sacred artifact spirit. They should not pursue you any further." Return to Mount Shu and inform the sect. I shall eliminate the evil cultivator and return soon. Senior brother, do not pursue a desperate foe. No, this old wretch is insidious and cunning. That arrow nearly harmed us. He must not be allowed to escape. With that, Lu Chen wasted no time, his figure leaping forth like a flash of sword light. Darting 100 paces away, Xiaoning Shuang watched his retreating figure, feeling somewhat helpless. She had long been acquainted with her senior brother's fierce disdain for evil and knew that attempts to dissuade him would be futile. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, that the old man had nearly harmed them, her heart fluttered slightly. Could it be that his anger and determination to slay the evil cultivator stemmed from the fact that the adversary had almost injured her? With this thought, Xiaoning Shuang felt her cheeks flush, a vague sweetness blossoming within her heart. She gazed towards the direction Lu Chen had departed, momentarily lost in thought. Senior brother, please take care and return safely. At this moment, Lu Chen was blissfully unaware of the sentiments brewing within Xiaoning Shuang and Appo's heart. His pursuit of the ghost-faced elder was motivated not only by the near ambush he had suffered, but also by the allure of experience points. This old rascal had fled towards the vast desert. Following the trail of the elder's energy, Lu Chen quickly entered a desolate wasteland. The landscape was a sea of yellow sand, desolate and lifeless. It was said to be one of the relics of ancient battlefields. In the days of the Great Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin had swept through the 6 states, engaging in a cataclysmic battle with the forces of Chu here, involving numerous energy cultivators and practitioners, resulting in a cataclysm that left the area barren for millennia, countless souls buried beneath, giving rise to various monsters and beasts, rendering the land a taboo for humans. Only the occasional brave cultivators dared to venture within, seeking treasures and mysteries. The terrain within the desert was complex and directionally disorienting. The ghost-faced elder likely intended to exploit this to escape his pursuers and evade capture. The old man was indeed crafty. Without a tracking method, it would be exceedingly difficult to ascertain his precise location, and one might easily become lost in this perilous expanse. Lu Chen and Appo's brow furrowed. However, he quickly devised a strategy. He activated the system interface and focused on the Heavenly Eye technique. This spell, derived from the divine Heavenly Eye, was distinct from ordinary minor spells. As its level increased, its efficacy would amplify, and at its peak, it could evolve into a true Heavenly Eye technique, revealing the entire cosmos. Previously, due to his limited experience, he had prioritized enhancing his cultivation and combat prowess, neglecting to upgrade this ability. Yet, under the current circumstances, it was imperative to elevate the Heavenly Eye and Amp, Appo's level to accurately track the Elder and Amp, Appo's magical aura. 5,000 experience points were not too steep a price for him now. Once he caught up with the ghost-faced elder, he would easily recover the cost. With this resolution, Lu Chen acted without hesitation, confirming the upgrade. Upon deducting the 5,000 experience points, the Heavenly Eye technique leveled up. As he channeled his magical power, golden light flickered in his eyes, revealing a faint gray light extending into the distance. Indeed, it was the magical aura of the ghost-faced elder. I and Appo's, he got you now. Without delay, Lu Chen mounted his sword and soared through the air, following the light. Soon, he spotted the elder's figure atop a sand dune. The old man was quite cunning, deliberately circling around several times, attempting to lead Lu Chen into the lairs of demons and monsters. Little did he know that Lu Chen's upgraded Heavenly Eye allowed him to track the elder's precise location, bypassing much of the unnecessary detours. I told you, you cannot escape. With a cold smirk, Lu Chen descended, his Tai sword ablaze with true fire, delivering a powerful strike. The sword aura surged forth, shattering the sand dune, and a terrifying inferno erupted, instantly carbonizing the surrounding gravel into a blackened mirror surface. The ghost-faced elder gasped in surprise, seemingly taken aback by Lu Chen and Amp, Appo's swift approach. He hastily wielded his staff, transforming it into a great bow, unleashing a volley of arrows. The black arrows tore through the air like venomous serpents, aiming to strike. However, the flames roared like a dragon, swiftly engulfing the arrows in a torrent of fire. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. With a sickening crunch, the elder and Appo's wrist was severed, the bow clattering to the ground as he was sent hurtling backward. Before he could land, half of his body was engulfed in true fire. Though he was a golden chapter 071, the remnants of the Western Shu, a radiant light, pierced through the air as a dark aura of hatred erupted violently, instantly engulfing the figure of the ghost-faced elder. A terrifying wave of magical energy swept across the surroundings, kicking up towering clouds of yellow sand and causing the earth to tremble and collapse. Lu Chen felt as though a massive mountain had collided with his face. Hastily channeling his power to protect himself, the yellow spring diagram enveloped him, propelling him several hundred zhang away, where he barely managed to stabilize his form. Boom! The explosion reverberated deafeningly across the desolate desert, the shockwave scattering the demonic creatures that had been lurking nearby. The self-detonation of a golden core master was indeed formidable. Even those of the same realm would retreat in fear. Fortunately, Lu Chen was shielded by the yellow spring diagram and remained unharmed by the force of the explosion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the soul-collecting envoy of hatred, acquiring the bow of hatred, experience 15,000. What? My experience points are being deducted? Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. The self-detonation of a golden core actually resulted in reduced experience rewards? Had the boss stolen my kill? What a significant loss. Had I known such an outrageous mechanic existed, I would have insisted on delivering the final blow myself. It was a careless mistake. Lu Chen felt a wave of frustration. However, it was fortunate that the ghost-faced elder and Appo's grand bow remained, serving as a consolation prize. This bow was a remarkable weapon, capable of transforming its shape at will. Once infused with magical energy, it could shoot arrows over great distances, automatically locking onto targets using the aura of hatred. Moreover, it could charge up for stealthy strikes, proving more convenient than a flying sword. Previously, Lu Chen had nearly lost his life to a charged arrow from this very bow. If wielded skillfully, this weapon could even take down a golden core expert. Not bad at all. He picked up the bow of hatred, inscribing it with his magical imprint. The bow softened and transformed into a black belt that wrapped around his waist. It appeared quite appealing and was also convenient to use. Lu Chen was unconcerned about being seen. His righteous aura was sufficient to suppress the malevolent energy emanating from the bow. Artifacts were not like cultivation methods. As long as they were used for a righteous purpose, there was no distinction between good and evil. Master, it seems there is something beneath the sand dunes, spoke Cui Yinyan from within the sword box. At her words, Lu Chen lifted his gaze to the site of the ghost-faced elder's explosion, which had created a large pit. The surrounding yellow sand had turned to charred crystals, no longer flowing back, revealing a section of a shattered wall beneath, where bones lay piled, vaguely forming a pit that resembled an entrance. Could it be an ancient cave or a relic? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. He had long heard tales of relics hidden in the desert, containing treasures of ancient cultivators. Those fortunate enough to enter could encounter miraculous fortunes and ascend to great heights. Could it be that the ghost-faced elder's self-detonation had inadvertently revealed a relic cave for me? Lu Chen was momentarily unsure whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. If it truly were a relic cave, that would be splendid, but uncertainty loomed regarding what lay inside. What if it were a trap? He needed to explore cautiously. With that thought, Lu Chen waved his sleeve, sending forth a straw doll puppet. I shall venture forth in your stead. Cui Yinyan also emerged, volunteering eagerly. Having recognized Lu Chen as her master, she was now fully dedicated to serving him. Previously, she had been unable to assist due to her weakened strength and felt a sense of guilt for relying on Lu Chen for protection. Now, with an opportunity to contribute, she sought to prove her worth. However, Lu Chen shook his head. Such ancient relics are fraught with dangers, often harboring traps aimed at the soul. Your strength has yet to recover. It would be unwise to take risks. I appreciate your willingness, and I am pleased, but be patient. There will be plenty of opportunities for you once your strength is restored. He jested, "You are a sacred artifact spirit, the key to my mastery of the Taiji seal. You must not take unnecessary risks." Until Cui Yinyan regained a certain level of strength, Lu Chun would not allow her to engage in combat, let alone undertake the perilous task of scouting. With that, he gestured for Cui Yinyan to return to the sword box. He then performed hand seals, allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto the straw doll's forehead, gaining its vision and controlling its movements with his consciousness. He leaped into the cave entrance. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, the passage was unexpectedly bright. After a brief descent down the stairs, he beheld an unusually shaped underground chamber. It resembled a tomb more than a cave. What met his eyes was a circle of accumulated white bones, forming a small castle of bones, with wandering souls occasionally visible amidst the swirling malevolent energy, creating a mist that obscured the interior. Amidst the skeletal remains, a tattered banner fluttered, bearing the character for Chu. However, it was written in the ancient script of the Chu kingdom, appearing peculiar, akin to runes. Lu Chun almost failed to recognize it. The familiarity stemmed from the symbols on the banner, which closely resembled the seal he had previously obtained from the governor's secret treasury. Could this ancient cave seal be the key to accessing the treasure within this very cave? Realizing this, Lu Chun hastily retrieved the seal from his storage bag and compared the two. They were indeed identical. This was the key to unlocking the treasure of the relic cave. "Oh, what fortune! It seems my merits have enhanced my luck." Lu Chun and Appo's eyes brightened. Previously, the seal had seemed somewhat useless to him, and he had not intended to utilize it. Yet, unexpectedly, in the pursuit of the ghost-faced elder, he had stumbled upon the location of this relic cave. What incredible luck! It was all thanks to that ghost-faced elder who had led him here while fleeing. Lu Chun could not help but feel a sense of gratitude towards him. "Thank you, Naruto." This ancient relic could very well be a remnant of the Western Chu kingdom, likely containing treasures. Having acquired the seal, it was imperative that he explore further. Otherwise, this opportunity would be squandered. In deep contemplation, Lu Chun first inscribed temporary runes, covering himself with several golden body talismans. After summoning his righteous sword aura for protection, he finally leaped forward, following the direction of the straw doll into the underground chamber. Thanks to the straw doll and Appo's scouting, Lu Chun encountered no traps or monsters upon entering the cave. The path was surprisingly clear, devoid of any obstacles. Was and Appo's had said that relic caves were often fraught with peril. Why was it so easy? Lu Chun furrowed his brow. The journey had been too smooth. The absence of any adversaries felt distinctly unnatural, raising his alertness. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the bone chamber. Before him stood rows of neatly arranged skeletons, remnants of tattered armor still clinging to them, wielding halberds as if they were an army in formation, solemn and dignified, encircling the area. Over the years, their flesh had crumbled to dust, leaving only stark white bones. Yet they remained standing, akin to a legion of the undead, guarding their last vestiges of dignity in the profound darkness. The wind howled, and one could almost hear the echoes of battle from years past, the clanging of weapons and the thundering of hooves. The aura of slaughter reverberated through time, stirring the air. The warriors of the Western Chu were once renowned across the land, yet here they lay buried. Lu Chun felt a twinge of melancholy. At that moment, the skeletal soldiers at the entrance seemed to sense his presence. With a crack, the air was charged with an ominous energy. Within the depths of the shadowy eye sockets, a ghostly blue flame ignites as thoughts swirl and dance. Chapter 072, Junior Yangqi of Shushan. Greetings to the Elder Boom. The colossal halberd descended heavily, raising clouds of dust and fragments of stone. Lu Chun slightly turned his body, effortlessly evading the assault. Though the skeletal halberd warrior possessed immense strength, its speed was sluggish, rendering such an attack incapable of inflicting harm upon him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, shattering the skeletal soldier into fragments, extinguishing the fiery glow in its eye sockets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying skeletal halberd warrior, gaining experience 100. Only 100 points of experience? Lu Chen couldn't and oppose, help, but shake his head. These skeletal halberd warriors were merely comparable to early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, if not weaker. Given his current cultivation level, the rewards for defeating them were minimal. Repeatedly defeating low-level targets would rapidly trigger the experience depreciation mechanism. Thus, Lu Chen felt little interest. His purpose for being here was to seek ancient treasures within the ruins, not to engage in monster hunting. He should prioritize finding the entrance to the secret vault of the ruins. Lost in thought, Lu Chen raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, which surged forth like a pillar, scattering the skeletal soldiers blocking the entrance and opening a pathway into the ruins. This underground cavern had likely once served as a military stronghold. Though now it lay in ruins, its interior remained complex, filled with various watchtowers, arrow towers, and barricades, patrolled by skeletal soldiers, resembling a city of ghostly warriors. Even in death, these skeletal warriors from the western Shu continued to adhere to the deep-seated commands of their souls, guarding and patrolling their surroundings. Observing the movements of these skeletal soldiers, Lu Chen quickly discerned that the density of ghostly soldiers increased as he approached the fluttering banners above. There, it was likely the location of the treasure vault. Determined, Lu Chen soared into the air, the dual fish pendant at his waist shimmering with light, cloaking his intense blood aura. This would prevent him from attracting the attention of nearby ghostly soldiers or disturbing other creatures within the ruins. After all, his foremost goal was to locate the treasures of the ruins while avoiding unnecessary complications and wasting time. Once concealed, Lu Chen smoothly traversed the ancient city ruins. Soon, a dilapidated tall tower appeared before him. The tower's entrance was tightly shut, yet flags fluttered from its summit. Glimmers of golden light flickered within the tower, suggesting the presence of significant treasures. This should be the heart of the ruins, the ancient cavern's location. Excitement welled within Lu Chen. However, he did not rush forward, for outside the tower stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, seated in a meditative pose. Clad in coarse robes, his long hair flowed freely, his form partially ethereal. Yet his countenance was immaculate, untainted by the surrounding desolation, exuding an otherworldly aura. A spirit? A living person? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He attempted to use his divine eye to perceive the truth, but the depth remained elusive. The old man, whether human or ghost, seemed to exist in a paradoxical state, evoking a sense of unreality. If he were merely a remnant spirit or a projection of divine will, he would not possess such a palpable aura. Was he the master of this cavern or a lingering guardian? Lu Chen felt uncertain. Such an unfathomable presence unsettled him, reminiscent of encounters with the sect leader and the lake's mysterious inhabitant. This old man's strength, even if not on par with that of the sword god, was likely formidable, at least at the nascent soul level. I had presumed that upon finding the ruins, I could simply unlock the door with a key and claim the treasures. It seems, however, that the situation is far more intricate than anticipated. Should I retreat for now? Lu Chen deliberated. While the treasures were alluring, his life was of greater importance. He had no intention of wading into murky waters without assurance. Just as he resolved to withdraw, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had long sensed Lu Chen's presence. With a smile, he spoke. "Young friend, possessing the talisman indicates you are a fated individual. Since you have arrived here, why hesitate? Discovered?" Lu Chen's heart raced. Logically, this should not be possible. He had been cautious throughout, causing no significant disturbance. And with the dual fish pendant masking his aura, he should not have been detected from such a distance. It seemed the talisman had some connection to this cavern. The old man appeared capable of sensing its location. Cautiously, Lu Chen maintained a facade of calm as he turned to face the elder, forcing a smile. He stepped out from the ruins, recognizing that attempting to hide was futile. If the elder truly wished to impede his progress, given his prowess, escape would be challenging. It was wiser to observe the unfolding situation. "Junior Yangqi of Shushan, I chanced upon this cavern and oppose talisman and intruded upon your peace. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." He offered a courteous bow, ensuring his demeanor reflected respect. In his words, he subtly revealed his identity as a disciple of Shushan while withholding the full truth. Who knew who this elder truly was? It was prudent to err on the side of caution. Ah, a disciple of Shushan. No wonder you are so accomplished at such a young age, the elder remarked, seemingly unperturbed, nodding with a smile. He then gestured towards the talisman in Lu Chen's hand, saying, "This item is meant for those of fate. Your ability to obtain it and reach this point signifies a fortuitous encounter. Thus it cannot be deemed an intrusion." The talisman was left by him. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and he inquired, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder, and what is this place?" The elder appeared to have anticipated the question. "My surname is Xiang. I was once a general of the ancient Western Chu kingdom. After its downfall, I perished in this barren land, my spirit bound here, gathering the skeletal remains to forge this cavern, lingering in hope of a fated individual to inherit my treasures. The talisman you hold is my military token. Place it at the tower's entrance to unlock it and receive my legacy." Xiang from the Western Chu? A fallen general? Lu Chun remained skeptical. The elder and Apos. S words bore no apparent flaws, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Could it truly be as simple as placing the talisman in the tower to gain access to the treasures within? No trials or tests. It seemed too easy. Seeing Lu Chun's hesitation, the elder urged, "Young friend, there's no need for concern. I am but a dead man, a remnant spirit. I pose no threat to you. I have waited so long to ensure that the Xiang family's unparalleled skills do not fade without a successor. You can see the golden light within the tower, cannot you? Once the door is opened, the treasures will reveal themselves, and you will come to believe me." His words were enticing. As he spoke, he floated upward, demonstrating that he was indeed merely a remnant spirit, devoid of any danger. For an ordinary person, this might have been enough to convince them. However, Lu Chun noted that although the old man floated, he never strayed far from the tower, as if bound by an invisible restriction preventing him from leaving. "Master, there is something amiss with this tower. I can sense the pressure of the ceiling restriction. Please do not approach." At that moment, Cui Yinyan from the sword box could no longer contain herself and whispered a warning. Lu Chun had harbored doubts already, and upon hearing her words, clarity washed over him. He then spoke, "I appreciate your good intentions, elder, but I am but a dullard, lacking in talent and unable to master even the skills of my own Shushan sect. I dare not covet your profound teachings. Rest assured, I shall pass this talisman to another fated individual, allowing them to inherit your treasures. Farewell." With that, he stepped forward, moving like lightning as he made his exit. Chapter 073. You make a valid point upon sensing that the old man might be untrustworthy. Lu Chun and Apos' heart began to harbor thoughts of retreat. In the midst of his speech, he sprang into action, wielding a glimmering sword light as he swiftly ascended into the air, darting towards the ancient city ruins. The entire process was seamless and fluid. Just as his words faded, he had already soared several dozen yards away. What a cunning little rascal! The old man with white hair, upon witnessing this, saw his expression suddenly shift. The tranquility that once graced his brow vanished entirely. After devising an elaborate scheme, he believed he could deceive Lu Chun, only to find that this young man could maintain his composure even in the face of treasures and legacies so near at hand. He had given the old man no opportunity to act. "Come back," the old man bellowed, his figure soaring as he attempted to strike. However, as he stepped 3 paces outside the tower, golden runes shimmered beneath his feet, and electric chains surged around him, forcing him back. Seeing this, Lu Chun could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he had indeed not misjudged the situation. The old man was confined and suppressed within the tower. Unable to leave, he could only use the treasure and legacy as bait to lure him closer. Had he been fooled by the old man's words, he would likely have met a dire fate by now. Thank goodness I was cautious. Otherwise, if this old monster had captured me, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Chun silently congratulated himself. The seals of this cave might very well be a trap laid by this old fiend to attract cultivators, hoping to find someone to assist him in breaking free from his confinement. Fortunately, he had sensed it early on. As long as he did not fall for the trap, The old man would have no means to harm him. Although there were still numerous skeletal soldiers within the ruins, they posed no threat to Lu Chen. He could leave at any moment if he so wished. Thus, he felt no urgency to flee, gradually coming to a halt, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This old monster was likely not a mere remnant soul, but the spirit of a formidable nascent soul expert, a powerful figure in life who had been imprisoned after death. If he could eliminate him, the thought sparked a sense of excitement within Lu Chen. A nascent soul-level boss would yield an immense amount of experience. Yet, he was unaware of the old man's true strength. Experts of such caliber surely practiced formidable spells or divine abilities. Should he approach carelessly and afford the old man an opportunity, it could lead to his own demise. With the Taya Divine Sword and the Yellow Springs map, along with the 3 mystical True Fire, he indeed had a chance to defeat him. However, such actions were fraught with peril, as he could just as easily meet his end. After all, even without a physical form, a nascent soul's spiritual essence possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Lu Chen pondered the risks and rewards, finding himself at a crossroads. Meanwhile, at the tower's entrance, the white-haired elder observed Lu Chen's pause, his gaze sharpening, momentarily taken aback. He then burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "You are quite the character. Not only have you seen through my plans, but you also intend to devise a way to counterattack? Brave and clever. Indeed a remarkable individual. What was your name again? Young Qi, right? I advise you to shelve such thoughts. The tower's seal can prevent my escape, and with your meager abilities, how could you possibly breach the seal to harm me?" Lu Chen paid little heed to what the old man called him. Forgetting his name would be preferable. However, he could not deny the wisdom in the old man's words. The tower seal not only barred the old fiend's exit, but might also hinder his own entry. The likelihood of striking from a distance appeared slim. In essence, as long as he did not deliver himself directly into the old man's grasp, neither party could impose upon the other, correct? That is a fair assessment. The elder nodded, admiration growing in his eyes. Nevertheless, my previous statement was not entirely false. I was indeed a general of the Chu kingdom, named Xiang Ao. Xiang Ao. Upon hearing this name, Lu Chen's eyes widened with astonishment. It was said that during the reign of the Qin king, who swept through the 6 realms, only the Western Chu managed to withstand his might for 8 long years. With this Xiang Ao as its principal figure, known as the Dragon City General, he was renowned for his innate strength and mastery of both literature and martial arts, earning the reputation of being capable of governing the world and achieving supremacy in 3 years. Historical records indicated that he fell in the final battle of Western Chu's demise, and the first emperor revered his martial prowess, even commissioning a biography in his honor. To think that his spirit had been sealed within this ancient tower beneath the vast desert. Realizing he stood before the legendary Dragon City General, Lu Chen respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. He then inquired, "You are indeed a formidable hero. How could you have fallen to such a state? Resorting to scheming against a junior like me? What hero? Merely a defeated general. In my last battle, I succumbed to madness, and Ying Zheng, fearing I would jeopardize his reign, had the scholars construct this tower, imprisoning me here for 300 years. Thus, I was compelled to devise a means to entice someone like you with the seal, hoping to exchange bodies and regain my freedom to seek vengeance upon Ying Zheng for the blood feud of my nation." Xiang Ao spat through gritted teeth. The hatred of a fallen nation, coupled with 3 centuries of imprisonment, was a sentiment Lu Chen could empathize with. He cast a sympathetic glance at the old man and replied, "Regrettably, I cannot allow you to seize my body. Moreover, even if you were to escape now, you would be unable to exact your revenge. Why is that? 100 years ago, the first emperor passed away. Ying Zheng is dead?" Xiang Ao was momentarily stunned, then shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. That old wretch sought immortality and had long since consolidated the teachings of countless scholars, reaching an unprecedented realm. How could he perish within a mere few centuries? You ask me, but who can I ask? Lu Chen rolled his eyes. I am but a humble disciple. How would I know about the affairs of such great figures? After exchanging a few words, Lu Chen realized he had not found a suitable opportunity to strike and decided to cease wasting time. He stood, brushed off his clothing, and stated plainly, "Well then, I came here hoping to extract some benefits from this ancient cave, only to encounter you, an old monster, which is quite unfortunate. Since you cannot leave, and I cannot kill you. And as for the grievances between you and the Qin dynasty, I have no interest. Let us simply part ways as if we have never met." As he spoke, he turned to depart. Xiang Ao, seeing this, quickly interjected, "You are indeed a talented individual. Would you really be content to leave empty-handed? How about we strike a deal?" "A deal?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the proposition. This old monster was crafty and treacherous. Making a deal with him seemed perilously unwise. He was about to refuse when Xiang Ao continued, "Do not be so hasty to decline. Now that you are aware of my imprisonment, as long as you maintain your distance, you cannot be harmed. And a person as astute as you would surely not be easily deceived by ordinary means. Why not allow me to outline the terms of the deal before you make a decision?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen found a semblance of reason in his words. "Master, this Xiang Ao is devious. Please do not be fooled." Cui Yinyan cautioned with concern. Nodding, Lu Chen replied, "You make a valid point." He then turned to Xiang Ao and added, "Speak freely. I shall listen. Whether or not we proceed is another matter." Chapter 074. The Three Sacred True Arts and the Twin Golden Elixirs. Seeing that Lu Chen did not leave immediately, Xiang Ao breathed a sigh of relief. He had been suppressed for far too long, his powers dwindling, and he feared he might not survive another 300 years. Lu Chen was his only lifeline, even if he could not directly seize this youth and oppose. As body, he needed to find a way to extract a glimmer of hope from him. Thus, he pondered aloud, "You have come to this place in search of fortune and treasures, which are the desires of every cultivator. What you seek are wealth, companions, techniques, and territory. You hail from Mount Shu, and at such a young age, you possess considerable strength, suggesting that your sect must hold you in high esteem. You surely do not lack for ordinary treasures." As he spoke, Xiang Ao scrutinized Lu Chen. However, the lad was exceedingly cautious, not only failing to lower his guard, but even stepping back 2 paces, leaving Xiang Ao with no opportunity to act. Unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Xiang Ao continued, "Given your formidable accumulation, I presume you are nearing the point of refining your golden elixir? Have you already chosen your method for condensing the elixir? The technique of the Shushan Mountain sword pill is unparalleled. There is no need for hesitation." Lu Chen feigned ignorance, replying, "Indeed, it is an exceptional method." Yet, Xiang Ao shook his head and scoffed, "While the Shushan Mountain sword pill's method is indeed unique. Condensing an internal sword pill golden elixir akin to one's life sword is most suitable for sword cultivators. However, such a technique is merely a mundane approach. As a prodigy, you deserve something far greater." Truth be told, although this old man was cunning and devious, he spoke with remarkable eloquence, and Lu Chen found himself somewhat flattered. Thus, he quickly interjected, "While your compliments are pleasing, I shall not grant you the opportunity to seize my body. Let us speak plainly. What a clever little fox." Xiang Ao thought inwardly, though he maintained a serious facade, stating, "I can impart to you an extraordinary method for condensing the golden elixir, a technique that stands unrivaled in the world, granting you invincibility within the golden elixir realm. An unrivaled method for golden elixir condensation, invincible in the realm?" This old man certainly had a grandiose opinion of himself. Nevertheless, Lu Chen remained composed with his system. Even a most rudimentary method of condensing the elixir would make him unparalleled at his level. However, curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What method do you propose? Pray enlighten me." Seeing Lu Chen and Appo's interest, Xiang Ao continued, a hint of pride in his expression. "In my prime, I single-handedly opposed half of the 12 giants of the violent Qin, earning the title of General of Longsheng, all thanks to my unique mastery of the 3 sacred true arts. By cultivating essence, qi, and spirit in unison, I opened the path to the threefold golden elixirs within. Although I have yet to fully perfect this technique to reach the 3 saints level, I have developed the secret method for the dual golden elixirs of qi and blood." The 3 sacred true arts? The method of the dual golden elixirs? condensing true qi into elixirs and blood qi into elixirs. Wasn't that simply the Taoist golden elixir combined with the Buddhist external golden elixir? This was something he could achieve on his own. Lu Chen scoffed dismissively. Noticing Lu Chen's indifferent demeanor, Xiang Ao felt a flicker of irritation and retorted, "Young man, do not underestimate the dual golden elixirs. It is true that Taoist disciples can cultivate Buddhist body-refining techniques, and Buddhists can practice Taoist heart methods. The notion of internal and external cultivation is well known. But have you ever heard of anyone truly refining both internal and external golden elixirs?" At this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Realizing that he had not heard of anyone achieving such a feat, he could not help but ask, "Is there some intricacy involved?" Refining the golden elixir is akin to a profound transformation. If we liken the human body to a vessel, it can only endure the changes brought about by a single golden elixir. If one attempts to cultivate simultaneously, the two golden elixirs will repel each other, resulting in disharmony of qi and blood, imbalance of yin and yang, ultimately leading to one endamp, oppos, demise. Xiang Ao explained, striving to clarify this concept in the simplest terms. Though Lu Chen struggled to grasp the full depth of this explanation, he understood that without a secret method, it would be impossible to cultivate two golden elixirs concurrently. Although he had refined the Buddhist bone relic, it merely brought his physical body close to the strength of an arhat's gold body. It did not signify true transformation. Once he condensed his internal golden elixir, his physical form would cease to evolve further. The idea of cultivating both Taoist and Buddhist paths, or the synthesis of Confucian divine methodologies, was indeed a vague concept. Ultimately, there must be a primary focus, with others serving as support. No one could genuinely achieve simultaneous enhancement across the board. It was likely at the golden elixir stage that one would encounter a bottleneck requiring a choice. As the traditions of cultivation have developed over time, various sects have birthed their own paths, leading to a greater variety of choices, but also increased complexity. Unless one possesses a unique secret method, it is nearly impossible to cultivate two golden elixirs simultaneously. This requires perfect mastery of the balance between qi and blood, and the harmony of yin and yang. In my youth, I lingered in the crystallization realm for a full 60 years, traversing the Eastern Sea in pursuit of the legendary qi refiners of Ur, emulating the cultivation of life and spirit, which led to the creation of my unique 3 sacred true arts. Xiang Ao spoke with palpable pride. Indeed, to create one's own unique technique was no small feat, although his 3 sacred true arts had yet to be fully refined, preventing him from achieving true simultaneous cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit. The ability to produce both internal and external golden elixirs at the golden elixir stage was still extraordinary. Consider this. While others possess but a single golden elixir, he would wield 2 authentic golden elixirs, both of which complement one another, enhancing his combat prowess far beyond a mere additive effect. From this perspective alone, Xiang Ao could be regarded as exceptionally talented. It was no wonder he could stand against the might of the great Chen for several years, even earning the admiration and caution of the ancestor dragon. Had this man not died, had he truly opened the path to the subsequent Purple Mansion Celestial Palace and achieved the simultaneous cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit, his future accomplishments would be boundless. To be honest, upon hearing all this, Lu Chen felt a twinge of temptation. As he aspired to reach the pinnacle of the sword path, he yearned for perfection at every step. If he could truly refine the twin golden elixirs, it would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage. Furthermore, with his system, he could achieve internal and external enhancement without fear of energy depletion, as long as he amassed sufficient experience. He could refine and enhance 2, or even 3, golden elixirs simultaneously. The only trade-off would be a slight increase in experience expenditure. However, the benefits that would accrue were immense. Yet he harbored doubts. Firstly, Xiang Ao was exceedingly cunning and treacherous. Would he tamper with the method? Secondly, while the notion of dual golden elixirs was enticing, a long-term concern loomed. How would he break through to the nascent soul stage in the future? The golden elixir and nascent soul were intricately linked. The nascent soul spirit embryo is birthed from the golden elixir, whether through the Taoist internal golden elixir or the Buddhist bone relic. If he lacked a secret method at that time, would he be forever stranded at the golden elixir stage? Until he could devise solutions to these concerns, Lu Chen would not easily acquiesce. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. I concede that what you propose is indeed alluring. However, I wish to know what you require from me in exchange for imparting this unique golden elixir secret method. As this is a transaction, there can be no free rides. Let me be clear. I shall not grant you the opportunity to seize my body. Chapter 075. Is it not pleasurable to enjoy for free? This young man, forever preoccupied with the notion of seizing control over others. I have yet to usurp you. Xiang Ao pondered in silence. However, upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, he sensed a glimmer of hope. A business thrives on mutual negotiation and reciprocal demands. He nodded and assured, "Rest easy, you astute lad. I cannot seize control over you. As long as you agree to deliver that talisman and procure a suitable vessel to aid my escape from this place, I shall impart to you the method of the dual birth golden elixir." Xiang Ao laid forth his terms. Is he asking me to lure a fool into his trap for him to usurp? Lu Chen glanced at the talisman in his hand, his brow arching in contemplation. Truth be told, this condition was not particularly arduous. In fact, it seemed rather simple. Yet, he could not simply seek a scapegoat for his own gain. Such actions would cost lives and align him with the wicked, tarnishing his noble spirit and sully the essence of his sword. Of course, if the other party were a truly malevolent individual, the moral implications would be negligible. You indeed possess a sharp mind. But how can I be assured that you will uphold your end of the bargain? What if I bring someone to you, and upon your liberation, you eliminate me? To engage in trade, one must first demonstrate sincerity. You should provide me with the dual birth method to verify its authenticity before we discuss further. Lu Chen was not naive. He would not trust mere words without tangible benefits. He resolved to acquire the secret technique first. If it could be confirmed through a system scan, then there would be no issue. Perhaps he could even seize the opportunity for a free ride. Are you truly just in your teens? Xiang Ao shook his head in exasperation, contemplating for a moment before decisively waving his hand. The portal of the tower slightly creaked open, and a jade tablet soared out. Enveloped in magical energy, it barely managed to breach the barrier before it plummeted back down, unable to be directly transmitted to Lu Chen. My magic cannot traverse the barrier too far. You shall need to retrieve it yourself. The old trickster remains cunning, still seeking to ensnare me. The distance was delicate, but I shall not grant him this chance. Lu Chen smirked inwardly. He promptly summoned a puppet to retrieve the jade tablet, swiftly returning with it in tow. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Ao's brows furrowed in disbelief. The ensuing spectacle left him utterly astounded. Lu Chen, manipulating the puppet, returned with the jade tablet, but did not immediately make contact. Instead, he enveloped it in magical energy and summoned a strand of dark yellow liquid that circled the jade tablet several times, cleansing it thoroughly without harming the contents, eradicating any residual magical imprints. Goodness, this lad is more cautious than I. Furthermore, I did not expect him to utilize the waters of the Yellow Springs. The nemesis of a soul. It seems I must abandon any thoughts of exploiting him. Xiang Ao marveled internally. At this moment, after confirming the jade tablet was intact, Lu Chen finally grasped it and infused it with his magical energy. Indeed, a chapter concerning the refinement of the golden elixir materialized before him. He immediately initiated a system scan. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the secret technique 3 Saints True Art, Dual Birth Golden Elixir chapter. However, due to incompleteness and missing core elements, it cannot be recorded at this time. Ding! Incomplete secret technique detected and cannot be recorded. Would you like to use the system and Oppo's deduction function to preliminarily perfect it for a cost of 10,000 experience points? What the hell? This old monster is truly cunning. He deliberately omitted the core content, rendering it entirely unusable for cultivation. Yet, he did not foresee that Lu Chen possessed a system. This technique for refining the golden elixir, unlike ordinary methods, seemed directly improvable through deduction. Although it came at a slight cost, it was still acceptable in light of the dual golden elixir and Oppo's value. Naturally, Lu Chen did not hasten to deduce it immediately. He first contemplated whether he could obtain the complete dual birth method from the other party. If he could acquire it for free, he would gladly do so. If not, he could always deduce it himself. While lost in thought, Lu Chen maintained a fade of calm. After pretending to review the contents of the jade tablet, he shook his head, feigning disappointment. It appears you lack sincerity. This secret technique is fundamentally incomplete. Never mind, I have no interest. You boast of your prowess, yet you remain suppressed here by the first emperor? I have no reason to entangle myself in the fate of a defeated general's technique. With that, he deliberately tossed the jade tablet aside and turned to leave. Xiang Ao was left dumbfounded. How could this young man deviate entirely from the expected course? The negotiation was going well, yet he suddenly declared it over? This simply cannot stand. Wait, I merely intended to show you the general content of the technique for authenticity verification. I cannot possibly hand over the complete method right away. How about this? Let us first establish a pact. Once the agreement is in place, I will impart the genuine technique to you, and you shall assist in my liberation. This seems fair, does it not? Xiang Ao and Appo's position was precarious. He had few options. To escape, he needed assistance, which was precisely why Lu Chen held the upper hand. The establishment of a pact was no mere verbal agreement. It required both parties to inscribe their names and birth dates, followed by a magical contract, culminating in the burning of the pact to summon divine witness. Any who break the agreement would suffer the backlash of fate. Establishing a pact is acceptable, but I have altered my terms. Just the dual birth method alone is insufficient. Lu Chen smiled as he pointed to the tower behind Xiang Ao. Surely, you have retained numerous treasures within. Given your confinement here, they are of no use to you. Thus, let me claim the treasures, and in return, you provide me with a complete dual birth secret technique. We shall establish the pact now. Of course, you may also refuse. Having already secured the dual birth method, Lu Chen felt confident. Should the negotiation falter, he could deduce it himself, losing merely 10,000 experience points in the process. His confidence allowed him to make bold demands. In contrast, Xiang Ao found himself with fewer choices. He could either acquiesce to Lu Chen or remain trapped, waiting for an uncertain rescue. If Lu Chen were ruthless enough to destroy the talisman and conceal this place with layers of concealment formations, it might take centuries before anyone could locate him again. Xiang Ao was not a fool. After weighing the pros and cons, although anger simmered within him, he clenched his teeth and conceded, "You truly have a large appetite. Very well, you shall have it all." With that, he extended his hand, and the tower's portal opened once more, revealing a resplendent golden treasure chest, precisely the relic he had previously used to entice Lu Chen. This was no illusion. It was genuine, as otherwise it would not withstand Lu Chen and Appo's keen eye. "Everything is here, but we must first establish the pact," Xiang Ao stated, weaving his magical energy to form a silver parchment. He then used his finger as a quill to inscribe the agreed-upon terms, signing his name and birth date before sending the parchment to Lu Chen. Cunning old fox. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. He extended his hand, maintaining an impassive expression, and signed his name on the pact. Yangqi. Chapter 76. Fearless return to Shushan. The covenant established. As the flames soared, the covenant dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. The pact was sealed. In that moment, both Lu Chen and Xiang Ao could not help but exhale in relief, secretly pleased in their hearts. "I'm a man of my word. Now that the agreement is in place, all these treasures are yours. The complete twin-born secret method is also here. Take a look and confirm its authenticity, lest you later accuse me of deception." With that, Xiang Ao raised his hand, using his magical power to lift the treasure chest out of the sealing barrier. Lu Chen remained cautious, meticulously inspecting the chest before finally opening it. Inside, he discovered an array of precious artifacts and rare elixirs, including a piece of heavenly material, an extraordinary windfall. However, it was not the time to tally his gains. He swiftly stored everything into his spatial pouch. He then picked up a jade slip from within, initiating a system scan. Indeed, it contained the complete cultivation method for the twin-born secret. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the twin-born secret method. The system has automatically recorded it. The secret method has no rank and cannot be upgraded. The conditions for further progression have not yet been met, and thus, refinement is not possible. This twin-born secret method was intended to assist in refining the golden core, and thus could not be upgraded like other techniques, which was anticipated. Yet, Chen was taken aback to discover that it might still have potential for further refinement. Could it be advanced to become the complete Three Saints true technique? A method that even Xiang Ao had not fully comprehended, existing merely in theory. At present, Chen was unaware of the triggering conditions, and it seemed unreasonable to expect clarity in the short term. However, one silver lining was that the system could now initiate the refinement of magical techniques, marking an expansion of its capabilities. Did this imply that when his Howren sword chi reached a bottleneck in the future, he could also break through that limit through such refinement? Lost in thought, Chen tucked the jade slip away and turned to Xiang Ao in the distance, speaking, "Very well, there are no issues with the items. This transaction is complete. I am a man of my word. I will find a way to disseminate the seal, but I will not assist you in harming others. As for your escape, that depends solely on your own capabilities." Upon hearing this, Xiang Ao furrowed his brow but ultimately acquiesced, nodding, agreed, "You only need to draw suitable individuals here. However, they must possess exceptional cultivation potential. Ordinary fools are unworthy of my possession. If I can escape, that is already a blessing, so why be picky?" Chen shook his head, having received his benefits. He did not wish to squander time further. After agreeing on some specifics with Xiang Ao, he soared into the air on his sword, departing from the cave remnants. The departure was smooth. Xiang Ao made no underhanded moves and did not hinder him, which only deepened Chen and Appo's as unease. Logically, a cunning figure like Xiang Ao would not trust merely a written agreement, believing that Chen would not default. Did he not fear that Chen might abscond with the benefits or deliberately delay for decades? Or perhaps this old fox had some contingency plan? The twin-born golden core method, while unique and powerful, posed a significant problem for future breakthroughs into the nascent soul stage. It required additional methods for assistance. If he were to refine the twin-born golden core without a subsequent resolution, he would be forever trapped in the golden core realm. In that case, he would have to return to seek Xiang Ao's aid. This old fox, indeed, had nothing to fear. Chen realized this truth. One should never underestimate a creature that has lived for hundreds or thousands of years. A moment's inattention could lead to falling into his trap. However, the issue of subsequent cultivation did indeed require resolution. Otherwise, Chen would be reluctant to practice the twin-born secret method. Remaining stuck at the golden core stage for a lifetime would be troublesome. He could not yet ascertain whether the system's refinement of the secret method could solve this dilemma. Naturally, he dare not attempt it recklessly. Forget it. I still have some time. I will prepare thoroughly before considering forming the core. For now, I shall not dwell on it too much and will return to Shushan. As for that old creature, cunning and resentful towards the great Qin, releasing him could cause a significant upheaval. It would be wise to minimize interactions. After all, that covenant was signed by Yang Qi. It had nothing to do with him. Lost in thought, Chen took to the wind and soared into the sky, departing from the vast desert and returning to Shushan. Along the way, he encountered no further incidents. Half a day later, Chen had returned to Shushan. "Greetings, senior brother." The disciples guarding the mountain, upon seeing Chen's return, approached respectfully to pay their respects. Chen, not wishing to appear arrogant, smiled and nodded in response. "Thank you for your diligence at the mountain gate, my fellow disciples." "Not at all, not at all. It is our duty. Senior brother, your efforts during this descent have genuinely been commendable. After Sister Xia's return, your deeds have spread throughout the sect, vanquishing demons and slaying wicked cultivators, thereby enhancing the reputation of Shushan. We are truly in awe." The enthusiasm of the two disciples took Chen by surprise. From his recollection, Xia Ningxuang was not one to indulge in gossip or spread tales. It was likely that word had spread among the common folk, combined with the sect master's intention to bolster his reputation, prompting the public acknowledgement. Of course, this was not a negative development. Thus, he merely smiled humbly and replied, "It is the duty of Shushan disciples to eliminate demons and uphold justice. You both should focus on your cultivation, and one day, you too can wield your swords and gain the respect of the world. Yes, we will heed senior brother's teachings." Under the admiring gazes of the two disciples, Lu Chen made his way to the Sword Immortal Hall. His descent had been undertaken with a purpose, and now that he had returned, he naturally needed to report to the sect master. However, as Xia Ning Shuang had returned early, Lu Chen felt that his visit would merely be a formality. Disciple Lu Chen pays respects to the esteemed sect master. In the Sword Immortal Hall, the serene and composed Qing Su Jinren sat cross-legged, his demeanor tranquil and unperturbed. It seemed he had occupied this space perpetually, maintaining the grand formation of the hall for decades. Though it was said to be related to the foundation of Shushan, Lu Chen dared not inquire further. By now, he had grown accustomed to it. If there were a day when he could not find the sect master in the hall, that would indeed be a rarity. "You have returned? I am fully aware of the events regarding the wind manipulation. You handled them exceptionally well." However, Qing Suzhenren opened his eyes, casting a glance at Lu Chen, first expressing his approval, but then his expression darkened. The surrounding air became palpably oppressive, shrouded in authority. Lu Chen could not help but feel a shift in his expression, wondering if the sect master had learned of his covenant with Xiang Ao. That seemed unlikely. The sect master was formidable, but he was not omniscient. Besides, he had not truly released Xiang Ao to commit malevolent acts. So why would it provoke the sect master's ire? As he contemplated anxiously, Qing Su Jinren continued, "You dare pursue a wicked cultivator at the Golden Core stage? What if they have accomplices waiting, or if there are traps laid? Would that not be a futile sacrifice? You are now a true disciple of Shushan. Wielding the divine sword, the sect holds high hopes for you. Should anything happen, it will be a loss for all of Shushan." Chapter 077. The dragon emerges from Mount Shu upon hearing the words of the sect leader. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a subtle warmth in his heart. Although the sect leader's tone was stern, his concern for Lu Chen's safety was evident. This sentiment filled Lu Chen with a sense of comfort. He did not retort, but instead bowed respectfully, acknowledging, "Your admonition is well-founded, master." This disciple acted rashly. Should I encounter a similar situation in the future, I will exert my utmost effort to prevent the adversary from escaping, thus eliminating the need for perilous pursuits. "That is good to know," replied Qing Shuzhenren, observing the sincerity in Lu Chen's contrition. However, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. Is this truly the issue I was addressing? Nonetheless, he acknowledged the young man's righteous indignation, noting that his propensity for vengeance was akin to that of his former disciple, Qing Feng. It was clear why Lu Chen had ascended to the position of the current lord of Tai. Of course, Qing Shuzhenren was not genuinely angry. He was aware that Chen Qing Feng had imbued a strand of sword energy into the Tai sword to protect Lu Chen. If he were ever in a life-threatening situation, the protection would activate to ensure his safety. Thus, upon learning of the current events, Qing Shuzhenren refrained from sending reinforcements. Instead, he merely intended to provide a gentle reminder for Lu Chen to exercise caution and to avoid recklessness that could lead him into traps. He held great hopes for Lu Chen and wished to see him thrive. In truth, Qing Shuzhenren was somewhat overreacting. Although Lu Chen occasionally appeared impulsive, he valued his own life more than anyone else. He typically refrained from undertaking uncertain endeavors. The Blood Soul sect still possessed the four soul-collecting emissaries of greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred. Their dispatch of 2 emissaries to hunt Lu Chen was indeed a significant maneuver. I am aware of the matter regarding the sacred object of suppressing demons. The spirit of the artifact recognizes its master, which presents you with an opportunity. However, the Blood Soul sect is unlikely to relinquish their pursuit lightly. You must remain vigilant in the future, Qing Shuzhenren continued. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I understand, master." However, since the Blood Soul sect has set its sights on the sacred object of suppressing demons, they are likely to devise other strategies. We cannot remain passive indefinitely. I comprehend your thoughts. Yet, with your current cultivation level, Even if half of the artifact's spirit recognizes you as its master, it is improbable that you can wield the sacred object. The Tai Chi seal is a relic left by the founder of Wudong, and you must at least refine your golden core before you can hope to gain its acknowledgement through your relationship with the artifact's spirit. Is a golden core sufficient? Lu Chen paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. This disciple, though lacking in talent, should be able to attempt the golden core refinement in a few days. This declaration left Qingshu Jinren momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the aura of Lu Chen's spiritual power had indeed coalesced into a tangible liquid state, showing signs of crystallization. This was indicative of reaching the pinnacle of the crystallization stage. The dual fish pendant adorning Lu Chen had the ability to obscure his aura. Previously, due to Lu Chen and Appo's low cultivation level, the disparity in their strengths was too great for Qingshu Jinren to misjudge his specific realm. Now, however, with Lu Chen having reached the late stage of crystallization, the gap in their cultivation levels had significantly narrowed, causing Qingshu Jinren to overlook it initially. Late crystallization? How on earth have you cultivated? Qingshu Jinren was astonished. He recalled that during the last sword retrieval at the sword tomb, Lu Chen had barely just reached the crystallization stage. While crystallization is a transitional realm that requires painstaking effort to refine one's spiritual power into a condensed form suitable for golden core formation, even prodigies typically require several years for such progress. Yet, Lu Chen had achieved this remarkable advancement in less than a month. Such speed was astonishing. Even Qingshu Jinren and Chen Qingfeng had not experienced such an extraordinary pace in their cultivation journeys. However, observing Lu Chen and Appo's aura, which was rich and pure, signified a solid foundation bolstered by righteous energy, indicating that he had not resorted to any unscrupulous shortcuts. Achieving the pinnacle of crystallization in such a brief period was no ordinary feat. Lu Chen, confess to me your methods of cultivation. Everyone possesses their own unique cultivation methods and opportunities. Generally speaking, inquiring into another's private matters is considered impolite. Qingshu Jinren had not intended to pry, but Lu Chen's rapid progress had surpassed his understanding, leading him to worry that the young man might have taken some undisclosed shortcut in his pursuit of speed, potentially straying from the path of righteousness. Thus, he felt compelled to inquire. Lu Chen understood the concern, recognizing the extraordinary nature of his own advancement. He was aware that the sect leader was genuinely concerned for his well-being and bore no ill will. He had prepared himself for this moment. Naturally, he could not divulge that he had been using extraordinary means to level up. Raising his hand, Lu Chen conjured a radiant projection of spiritual energy within his palm, pure and profound, subtly emanating the aura of the heavenly Tao. This is the aura of the heavenly Tao? You are indeed an exceptional talent of the heavenly Tao Foundation. Qingshu Jinren and Appo's expression shifted and realization dawned upon him. He had always assumed that Lu Chen had utilized the Qinglian bestowed upon him for a mundane foundation. Now, he understood that Lu Chen was not merely a product of the earthly foundation, but rather a rare talent of the heavenly Tao. This young man had remained humble and discreet, concealing such extraordinary gifts. The heavenly Tao Foundation is indeed a rarity, and no one knows the means to achieve it. It is only those with truly great fortune who can attain a fragment of the heavenly Tao's aura during their foundation-building process. Even Qingshu Jinren and Chen Qingfeng, despite their prodigious talents, had never encountered the heavenly Tao aura. Thus, they could not fathom the terrifying potential of possessing such a foundation. Now it makes sense. If you're blessed by the aura of the heavenly Tao, then everything falls into place. In terms of innate talent, those with the heavenly Tao Foundation may surpass even the celestial beings before their awakening. No wonder your progress has been so swift. Qingshu Jinren exclaimed, his initial doubts dissipating, leaving only excitement and pride. Having practiced the way for hundreds of years, it was rare for ordinary matters to stir his emotions. Yet, Lu Chen and Appo's prodigious talent was astounding. In a millennium of Mount Shu's founding, apart from the founding ancestor, no one had ever achieved the heavenly Tao foundation. This underscores the remarkable nature of Lu Chen's gifts. Mount Shu has indeed given birth to a dragon. Qingxu mused, "You have done well to keep your heavenly Tao foundation concealed. However, this is understandable. Such a foundation is exceedingly rare. In today's world, it is unlikely that another exists. Each individual with a heavenly Tao foundation is destined to dominate an era. Should this information fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, it could indeed lead to significant troubles. You have handled this matter excellently. From this day forth, until you possess absolute strength, be vigilant and ensure that no one discovers the aura of the heavenly Tao emanating from you." Qingxu Jinren quickly regained his composure and offered this sage advice. Lu Chen understood the principle of standing out in a crowd and promptly nodded in agreement. Following this incident, the sect leader would undoubtedly place absolute trust in him. No matter how swiftly he advanced in the future, it would not raise any suspicions. Even if others harbored ulterior motives, the sect leader would shield him from harm. Mount Shu had finally become his true support and stronghold, with the foundation of trust established. Revealing his heavenly Tao foundation would further enhance the sect leader and Appo's regard for him, ensuring that he would receive unwavering support and cultivation guidance. Indeed, after a moment in Appo's contemplation, Qingxu Jinren continued, "Since you have reached the pinnacle of crystallization, it is time to consider the refinement of your golden core. Are you prepared with the appropriate methods for golden core formation?" Chapter 078. Do you really believe that there is no one in Mount Shu? Cultivators condensid, each possessing their own unique secret techniques. The sword pills of Mount Shu, the immaculate internal elixirs of Longhu Mountain and Wudong, the Buddhist relics of the Buddhist sect, the internal alchemical texts of Confucianism, the demonic of the demonic sect, and the unique methods of Blood Soul sect like the gluttonous Golden Dan and the hatred Golden Dan, all exhibit their distinctive effects. The strength and weakness of each method depend on various factors, particularly one in Appo's innate talent and cultivation level. The secret techniques of Dan condensation are directly related to future achievements and paths, thus requiring careful selection. Currently, Mount Shu boasts two main categories: fire-refined sword pills and water-refined internal elixirs, which can be further divided into 13 distinct methods of Dan condensation. If you wish, I can impart them all for your consideration. As Qingxu Jinren spoke, he waved his hand, and a radiant aura of magical power surged forth. The 13 methods of Dan condensation materialized, each accompanied by a brief description, sufficient to reveal the uniqueness of each approach. Lu Chen glanced over them. Each method possessed its own merits. For instance, the star technique once employed by the sect leader could forge internal star Golden Dan with boundless potential. Yet its effectiveness still depended on personal suitability. Merely using this technique does not guarantee reaching the heights of the sect leader. After all, this is merely a method of Dan condensation, not an entire cultivation system. Future accomplishments will depend on one's continued practice. Examining the other techniques, none could be deemed weak, but their effects were relatively singular, falling short of the dominance exhibited by the twin Golden Dan. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from accepting all these techniques. Free methods are always worth acquiring. Even if he could not utilize them immediately, they would serve as valuable knowledge. At the very least, when Luli condenses her Golden Dan in the future, these methods could provide options. However, he must first seek the sect leader's consent. For the methods of Dan condensation differ significantly from the introductory techniques previously taught. Thank you, Master. I will return and study them thoroughly before making my choice. Lu Chen expressed with gratitude. Qingxu Jinren, confident in Lu Chen's character and knowing he acted with discretion, did not mind these minor details. He then casually handed over a bronze sword token. Condensing the Golden Dan is no trivial matter. Relying solely on the spirit gathering formation in that cave may prove inadequate. Once you are prepared, take this token to the heavenly pool, where the abundant spiritual energy will assist your breakthrough. The heavenly pool of Mount Shu is a sacred site, gathering the spiritual energy of the entire sect. Ordinary disciples are forbidden entry. Only true disciples, where elders may enter at critical moments of breakthrough. Not only is the spiritual energy plentiful there, but there is also a protective formation to minimize damage in case of failure. Thank you, Master. Lu Chen accepted the token with repeated thanks. Qingshu Jinren then offered additional guidance on the nuances of Dan condensation before stating, "We shall discuss the matter of the Taiji seal once you have successfully condensed your golden Dan. For now, focus on nurturing your preparations. After all, the foundation laid by the heavenly Tao has fortified your roots, making subsequent breakthroughs more challenging." I understand. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, preparing to take his leave. However, as he was departing, he suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but inquire, "Master, have there been any leads regarding the traitor?" Upon hearing this, Qingshu Jinren sighed and shook his head. "I have conducted a discreet investigation throughout Mount Shu, including among the 7 peaks, and found no issues. The whereabouts of this individual remain elusive. They may have already departed from Mount Shu or are concealing themselves too well. Even the sect leader cannot locate them. This traitor must be extraordinary. Can remnants of the Blood Soul sect truly command such individuals? Or is it possible that they are manipulating the Blood Soul sect instead?" Lu Chen pondered, feeling equally perplexed. Unable to draw any conclusions, he decided to set the matter aside. If even the sect leader was at a loss, it was beyond his control. However, all indications suggested that this person's strength was inferior to that of the sect leader, which was why they chose to hide. As long as the sect leader remained, this individual would not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, they would surely be pursued and caught. Thus, at least within Mount Shu, there was no immediate cause for concern. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lu Chen took his leave from the Sword Immortal Hall. Yet, unlike his usual practice of entering a meditative state, Qingshu Jinren appeared stern. The Blood Soul sect's repeated provocations, now daring to assault the true disciples of Mount Shu. Did they truly believe he was easy to provoke? After years of suppressing the locking demon tower and the abyss of gods and demons, had the world come to think that Mount Shu was devoid of presence? With this in mind, Qingshu Jinren raised his hand, and a sword cut through the void before him. Ripples surged forth, and the celestial figure of Tianquan Jinren from the 7 peaks stepped forward. "Master, you called for me. What is your command?" The remnants of the Blood Soul sect are stirring, wreaking havoc, and now they aim to unleash the blood demon upon the world. They even dare to intercept the true disciples of Mount Shu. Punishment is imperative. I need you to descend the mountain and investigate. Upon exiting the Sword Immortal Hall, Lu Chen returned directly to his secluded cave in the back mountain. As soon as he entered, he heard the melodious hum of a nursery rhyme drifting from the courtyard, enchanting and oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he found Xiaoning Shuang teaching Lu Li to sing under the shade of the trees. Surprisingly, the girl sang quite beautifully. What was she doing at my home? And it seemed she had become quite familiar with Lu Li. Lu Chen was taken aback. At that moment, both girls noticed Lu Chen and quickly rose to greet him. "Brother Lu Chen, you're back," Lu Li exclaimed, bouncing toward him. Lu Chen expected her to give him a big hug, but instead, she spread her little hands and said, "You promised to bring me delicious food. Where is it? You only think about food. Be careful, or you'll turn into a pig." Lu Chen shot her a disapproving glance. Nevertheless, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his storage bag and tossed it to her. "Don't keep eating those candied hawthorns. They're not nutritious. This is a spirit essence pill. It can replenish your energy and blood, and it tastes quite nice like a jelly bean. Give it a try." "Jelly bean?" Lu Li looked at him skeptically, then poured a pill into her mouth. Her face scrunched up in distaste, and she nearly spat it out. But Lu Chen quickly pressed a finger against her throat, prompting her to swallow it. "You tricked me. This isn't sweet at all. Good medicine is bitter. Do you understand? Besides, the pill has a sweet aftertaste. Go to the kitchen and drink some water. It will taste sweet then." "Really?" "Indeed, I never lie." The little girl looked sullen, but ultimately, she trudged off to the kitchen with a pouting face. Xiaoning Shuang, observing their playful banter, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. A smile graced her otherwise serene features. "It's good to see you back safe, Master. Was the journey smooth?" "Fairly well. I trust you encountered no troubles along the way?" Lu Chen replied, turning his attention to her. Xiaoning Shuang shook her head. "I came here out of concern for your safety. Now that I see you have returned unscathed, I can rest easy. After my journey through the wind, sculpting, I realized my own inadequacies. Thanks to your guidance, I have gained much insight, and I plan to seclude myself for a while at Yawang Peak. So you came here just to inform me that you and Amp, Oppos, were you going into seclusion? If you want to go into seclusion, just go ahead. It's not like we wanted Amp, Oppos, TC each other again. Mount Shu is vast yet small. As fellow disciples, we will surely meet often in the future. For us, cultivation is paramount. Focus on your training. I hope you advance swiftly and condense your golden Dan. Understood. Xiaoning Shuang nodded in agreement, seemingly hesitant to speak further, but ultimately chose silence and turned to leave. Lu Chan paid her no mind. As he turned to return to his room, he contemplated the substantial gains he had acquired from this journey to cultivate his skills and deemed it high time to thoroughly digest these experiences. However, at that very moment, a sudden flash of sword light pierced through the air, landing before the courtyard gate. Immediately thereafter, a voice resonated. Intersect disciple Zhou Ping has arrived to pay respects to senior brother Lu Chun. Chapter 079. The reluctance to be ordinary intersect disciple Zhou Ping came to pay a visit to senior brother Lu. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Chan raised his head to glance towards the entrance. There stood a youth clad in simple garments, hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with an unremarkable appearance, yet a resolute demeanor. He bore no flying sword, and his aura was calm and restrained, projecting an impression of utter ordinariness. If placed amidst a crowd, he would undoubtedly be overlooked, so commonplace that Lu Chun even questioned whether he had encountered him before, which was somewhat astonishing given his near photographic memory. Zhou Ping, an intersect disciple? Lu Chun furrowed his brow, filled with suspicion. However, as the visitor had shown proper etiquette by coming to call, he felt it inappropriate to dismiss him outright. He waved his hand, opened the gate, and invited him inside. This serene and elegant abode of yours is quite splendid, senior brother. It serves as a wonderful place for cultivating the mind. Zhou Ping remarked with a faint smile as he surveyed his surroundings, his demeanor relaxed and unrestrained, as if he were merely strolling in his own yard, devoid of any formality. Lu Chan scrutinized him in turn and noticed that with each breath, there seemed to be a glimmer of golden light. Despite his restrained aura, through the lens of celestial sight, one could still discern tangible sword radiance emanating from him, a sign of having condensed a golden core sword pill. How could there be a golden core expert within the intersect? Lu Chen's frown deepened as he shook his head and said, having entered the golden core realm, according to the sect's regulations, you should ascend to elder status or take residence in the Hall of Good and Evil to guard region. Why do you still refer to yourself as an intersect disciple? I have just recently broken through and have yet to register with the sect, which is why I still hold the title of intersect disciple, Zhou Ping replied with a smile. He then cast a glance at the sword box behind Lu Chun, his expression growing somewhat complex. It is tranquil and harmonious here, devoid of sorrowful cries or any malevolent aura. It seems, senior brother, you have completely subdued the divine sword Taiye. Upon hearing the mention of Taiye, Lu Chan was suddenly reminded of the day of the sword bestowal ceremony, when among the intersect disciples who first rushed towards the mountain peak and Oppos, malevolent aura, one figure bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Ping. Additionally, there was a notable rumor within the intersect about a disciple who, despite 10 years of mediocre talent and average strength, would participate annually in the sword bestowal ceremony, never claiming any flying sword, but instead charging towards the mountain peak to confront the malevolent aura, only to fail each time, unable to even breach the outermost barrier of malevolence. Time and again, he fought and failed, yet he never gave up, persistently striving each year, earning himself the nickname Sword Enthusiast. Rarely did anyone recall his actual name. Are you the sword enthusiast? Lu Chun ventured to inquire, uncertain, for only intersect disciples had participated in the sword contest that day, and none had reached the golden core level at that time. Sword enthusiast? Zhou Ping chuckled softly, shaking his head. My name is Zhou Ping, with Ping meaning the reluctance to be ordinary. Alas, after all these years, no one remembers me. His words carried a hint of bitterness. but it is quite normal for someone like me to be forgotten. With ordinary talent and roots, I failed 7 times in the simplest path of foundation building, and it took me 6 years to barely crystallize my magical power. In the grand tapestry of Mount Shu, I am merely the most mundane of individuals. I cannot be compared to someone as distinguished as you, senior brother. Those like me have no right to covet the divine sword Tai. Thus, they label me as deluded, a fool, and a simpleton, which is not entirely incorrect. He spoke with the most unassuming tone, articulating his helplessness. They only know of an overreaching sword enthusiast, unaware that there exists a Zhou Ping in Mount Shu. So, each year you vie for the sword, hoping to be remembered? Yes and no. I merely wish to see if someone as ordinary as myself can achieve the extraordinary. He smiled, a touch of shyness gracing his expression. Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. So, you have come today to contend for Tai and Oppos. Against me? Senior brother, your sword heart is pure, and your divine might on that day left me in awe. You are indeed worthy of Tai and Oppos, eh? The divine sword chooses its master. How could I dare to seize it by force? Zhou Ping shook his head repeatedly. However, he then shifted the conversation, saying, but after being A and Oppos, sword enthusiast and Oppos, for 10 years, I cannot help but feel a lingering dissatisfaction. Today, having fortuitously broken through to the Golden Core, I am soon to take residence in the Hall of Good and Evil, assigned to guard various sword monuments. Before I depart, I wish to truly witness the might of the divine sword. It would serve as a personal resolution. In the sect, aside from true disciples, those who break through to the Golden Core must either choose to become elders responsible for mentoring new outer disciples, or take residence in the Hall of Good and Evil, where they would be dispatched to various locations to serve as guardians of the sword monuments, maintaining order. After all, while Sichuan is neither too large nor too small, in more remote areas, if demonic chaos were to arise, disciples from Mount Shu might not be able to respond in time, or even send out a distress signal. Hence, the need for skilled individuals to be stationed. Zhou Ping evidently intended to opt for the assignment rather than become an unnoticed ordinary elder. Do you wish for me to wield the divine sword Tai and engage you in battle? Yes, I understand that even having attained the Golden Core, I may not be your match. Yet, without this battle, my heart will remain unfulfilled. I implore you, senior brother, to grant me this opportunity. Zhou Ping said, bowing deeply. Straightening his posture, he stood tall, resembling the tip of a sword, as radiant sword light surged from him, his fighting spirit ignited. In that instant, this seemingly unremarkable youth shone with dazzling brilliance. To be honest, Lu Chen felt a stir within his heart. Zhou Ping's circumstances mirrored his own past life, ordinary and unremarkable, blending into the crowd, perhaps even forgotten by classmates and colleagues. At that time, he had chosen to embrace mediocrity, while Zhou Ping before him had persistently endeavored to shine. If he had not possessed a system, might he also have become like Zhou Ping in this life? Lu Chen shook his head. Such questions held neither answers nor significance. He severed those distracting thoughts from his mind and raised his gaze to Zhou Ping, who was poised for battle, and declared, I will not engage you in combat here. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping momentarily froze, the light in his eyes dimming considerably. Why not? Lu Chen replied earnestly. You have already entered the Golden Core realm, while I'm still at the crystallization stage. To engage you in battle now would be presumptuous. Wait for me 3 days. Once I break through to the Golden Core, I shall fight you fairly. Zhou Ping was utterly taken aback. Throughout Mount Shu, tales of Lu Chen slaying a demonic Golden Core master had spread far and wide. Everyone knew of his extraordinary talent and the advantage of the divine sword, which afforded him the capability to contend with Golden Core experts. Even the most ruthless of demonic masters did not deter Lu Chen from pursuing them across great distances. In contrast, how could he, a barely breaking through novice of the Golden Core, evoke any fear? The reason for Lu Chen's words stemmed more from a place of respect. He genuinely regarded Zhou Ping as a worthy opponent, granting him an opportunity for a fair battle, rather than merely indulging a whim. Zhou Ping felt an overwhelming warmth within. For the first time in his life, someone treated him with such gravity, even as a rival. And to receive such respect from a prodigy like Lu Chun made this encounter worthwhile, regardless of the outcome. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ping took a deep breath, dissipating the sword energy surrounding him before stepping back 3 paces, bowing deeply once more. Very well. I shall await your teachings in 3 days. Chapter 80. Unlocking Divine Powers. The Descent of the Deity Brother Lu Chun. Why did you agree to fight that person? Little girl Lu Li inquired, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of tofu shortly after Zhou Ping's departure. Given Lu Chen's current status, he could have easily declined. Yet, not only did he consent, but he also insisted on waiting 3 days for a public duel with Zhou Ping, a decision that seemed to extend beyond merely accommodating the other party. Upon hearing her question, Lu Chen glanced down at her and replied with a smile, "Do not underestimate Zhou Ping. Although his aptitude is mediocre, he has managed to contend with malevolent forces each year without damaging his essence. Moreover, his recent success in forming a Dan has surpassed many ordinary individuals, indicating that he possesses extraordinary potential. If he can relinquish his obsessions, he might achieve great accomplishments. If I can lend a hand and contribute to the future of Mount Shu by adding a powerful ally, why would I not?" "Really?" Lu Li blinked her eyes in surprise. Having accompanied Lu Chun for a considerable time, she felt she knew him well. While he indeed harbored a strong sense of justice and ambition, she doubted he could be entirely selfless or altruistic. If he claimed his actions were devoid of ulterior motives, she would not believe it. "Do you not have any selfish motives?" "Selfish motives? Perhaps I do," Lu Chen admitted candidly. "Currently, among the 9 true disciples of Mount Shu, the other 8 are all at the Golden Core level and have accumulated significant prestige within the sect. My cultivation is the lowest. Although I wield the divine sword and have garnered some support due to the favor I received when granted the sword, it ultimately pales in comparison to theirs. While the other true disciples are away on their expeditions, I may still hold some influence, but when they return, how many will still respect me as the 9th true disciple?" Lu Li was momentarily perplexed. "Aren't we discussing the fight? Why are we bringing up the other true disciples?" Her wisdom was still awakening, and her mindset resembled that of an ordinary child, preventing her from delving too deeply into the matter. Lu Chun elaborated, "Whether it be talent or camaraderie, to earn the respect of others, one must ultimately rely on strength." "Oh, I understand now. Brother Lu Chun wishes to establish his authority?" She mused. "However, Zhou Ping is not a villain, so it hardly qualifies as establishing authority. If I wish to compete for the title of Swordmaster in the future, mere recognition from the sect leader will not suffice. Strength, achievements, and the ability to rally support are all indispensable. Thus, my agreement to battle Zhou Ping serves our mutual interests." As she spoke, Lu Chun glanced at the plate of mapo tofu in her hands, which appeared quite appetizing. He reached out and took a piece, only to frown and remark, "It's too salty." "Salty?" Lu Li hesitated, then also took a piece, licking her fingers and declaring, "But doesn't tea taste salty to me?" "Perhaps your taste buds are dulled," Lu Chen chuckled. He speculated that she had recently consumed a vitality pill, leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. "You should finish your dinner alone. I'm not hungry. I'll be returning to my room to cultivate." With that, he swiftly departed for his study. Left behind, Lu Li pouted and muttered, "It's all your fault for tricking me into eating those sugary beans. I shall never trust Brother Lu Chen again." In the study, Lu Chun activated his protective formation as usual before accessing the system interface to tally the gains from his recent journey to the wind sculpting. Aside from the experience points already spent, he had amassed a considerable fortune from the later ambush by the Blood Soul sect. The ghostly map from the Wind City branch, coupled with the 2 golden core soul collectors named Greed and Hatred, netted him nearly 50,000 experience points. Even after deducting the expenses for upgrading the Heavenly Eye technique and accounting for one individual's self-detonation that have the experience, including income from other lesser foes, Lu Chen now found himself with over 60,000 experience points, an unprecedented sum. He had long contemplated how to allocate this bounty. "I have been preoccupied with enhancing my cultivation and sword techniques," but now that I have finally gathered enough experience, it is time to upgrade the 9-character True Word rune. This rune, a secret transmission of Taoism, possesses vast applications and potential. Previously, Lu Chun had only partially unlocked the character Lin, enabling him to wield various powerful techniques, such as the Strength rune and the Golden Body rune, which had proven effective in combat. However, the experience required for further advancement had been too great, thus delaying his progress. Now, the moment had come to upgrade it. 9-character True Word rune, Lin character rune. Advancement and evolution can fully harness its power. Advancement cost: 30,000 experience points. 30,000 experience points? How exorbitant! Lu Chun felt a pang of regret. This was precisely why he had been reluctant to upgrade it previously. After all, earlier experience points had primarily gone toward enhancing his cultivation and sword techniques. Had it not been for the substantial income from recent endeavors, he would have found it challenging to accumulate enough experience. Only by mastering the first rune completely could he proceed to evolve the subsequent runes. Regardless, the experience would eventually be consumed. With his current financial surplus, it was prudent to unlock it now. Resolutely, he clicked the confirmation button. Ding! Congratulations! The evolution has been completed, and you have fully mastered the power of the Lin character True Word rune. Ding! Your mastery of a Lin character rune is remarkable, granting you the divine ability Descent of the Deity. Descent of the Deity. Upon activation, you can temporarily borrow the power of the deities. However, due to the limitations of a mortal body, the specific enhancement of strength will depend on the user's cultivation level and physical robustness. The secret technique of the Descent of the Deity had finally been unlocked. From the description, its effects were extraordinarily potent, allowing a mere mortal to harness divine might. It resembled the summoning techniques depicted in ancient films. However, this was far more comprehensive and formidable. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the divine power conferred. Of course, this strength was borrowed and did not belong to him. It served merely as a means of explosive power, a last resort. After its use, one would be left considerably fatigued and vulnerable. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a formidable trump card. The strength derived from the divine would surely not be inferior to the sword energy left behind by the sword deity. With this secret technique in his arsenal, Lu Chun felt more confident. Even if an ancient monster of CNAO's caliber were to break free, he would at least be able to safeguard himself. The expenditure of 30,000 experience points was well worth it. Once he fully grasped the Lin character True Word rune, the other 8 runes gleamed anew, allowing Lu Chun to select one rune for preliminary evolution. Each of the 9-character True Word runes served a distinct purpose. Initially, he was uncertain of their functions, but had since consulted Taoist texts to gain insight. Thus, he had already made his decision regarding the second True Word rune. Note: I am aware some may criticize me for this oversight, and I accept that. However, I kindly ask for your understanding as I explain. In Chapter 19, when I introduced the 9-character True Word rune, the original text stated that a minimum of 10,000 experience points was required for full mastery. This was my oversight in communication. After receiving feedback from readers, I revised it a few days ago to indicate that the precise requirement was unknown. New readers may see this updated version, while earlier ones recall the 10,000 points. Nonetheless, this does not affect the reading experience, and I apologize for the confusion. It was a lapse on my part. Additionally, the recent updates were fewer due to my need to organize the plot and prevent such basic errors in the future. Writing is not easy, especially with data. Many details may contain minor flaws, which I can only strive to rectify. After all, I am merely a human, far from perfect. I appreciate your understanding. Reading should be enjoyable above all else. Do not let minor discrepancies detract from your experience. Furthermore, any missed chapters will be addressed within the month. Chapter 081, Boundless Horizons. The character of motion, and its true word, the character of motion, symbolizes the freedom of body and mind, embodying an endless journey. By acquiring the blessing of this character, one's agility and speed increase by 1. The character's seal, the divine motion talisman, allows one to traverse great distances with ease. The divine power of the character, Boundless Horizons, remains locked and requires further progression to fully master the character and Oppo's essence. After expending 5,000 experience points, Lu Chen ultimately chose the secret of the character of motion from the 9-word mantra. He had cultivated various skills, including magical power, physical prowess, and swordsmanship, yet his speed remained a relative weakness. Currently, he possessed only the blood-light escape technique, which consumed his essence and was not particularly effective, leading him to refrain from using it. In everyday circumstances, he relied solely on sword control and magical flight. Though not slow, it proved inadequate when faced with foes adept in speed. Thus, he resolved to unlock the character of motion to enhance his agility. Upon using the divine motion talisman, his speed surged dramatically. The ability to traverse vast distances allowed for swift movement, facilitating both pursuit and retreat with remarkable convenience. The name of this character's secret technique, Boundless Horizons, carries an imposing weight, suggesting a limitless connection between heaven and earth, akin to the Buddhist ability to traverse great distances. If unlocked, he could arrive instantaneously wherever his consciousness could perceive, akin to divine transcendence. However, further progression would demand even more experience, at least a starting point of 100,000. Lu Chen extended his hand, attempting to invoke the character of motion, sketching the divine form. In an instant, he found himself in the courtyard, and with a mere thought, he returned to his study. His speed was akin to lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, a testament to the talisman and Oppo's effects. The ability to traverse vast distances became increasingly profound. With each step, he could cover 100 zhong, and as his cultivation advanced, so too would this range. Content. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at his remaining experience points, still over 20,000, which he decided to conserve for the time being. Upgrading the Howren Sword Chi to the 5th level required 30,000 experience points. As for the Great River Sword Intent, he had yet to fully harness its potential, so there was no rush to upgrade it. Oh, I acquired a treasure chest from Xiangao. I have yet to inspect its contents. With this thought, Lu Chen waved his sleeve, causing a brilliant golden chest to emerge from his storage bag. This treasure had once belonged to Xiangao, containing numerous spiritual pills and powerful artifacts. A brief inspection revealed various elixirs, including the commonly used spirit-gathering pill, healing pill, and detoxification pill, alongside a rare item known as the soul-nourishing pill. This particular pill nourishes the spirit and soul, providing immense benefits to those in the nascent soul realm. Xiangao likely used it to nurture his nascent spirit, resulting in an exceptionally powerful soul that survived for centuries after his physical body perished, granting him a chance for rebirth. In the realm of cultivation, refining the body is the easiest. Refining chi follows, while refining the spirit is the most challenging, with the potential for grave missteps. Although both Buddhist and Taoist traditions possess methods for spirit refinement, only those who have reached the nascent soul stage can achieve it. Aside from Confucianism, which approaches through thought, others find it difficult to refine the spirit. Thus, this pill that nourishes the soul is exceedingly precious. Lu Chen counted and found 3 bottles of soul-nourishing pills, each containing 10 pills. If fully consumed, they could significantly enhance his soul strength, a considerable advantage before reaching the nascent soul stage. While this pill could also benefit Cui Yin, being a spirit weapon whose power relies entirely on her soul, Lu Chen decided to prioritize his own enhancement. He would consider providing it to the spirit weapon once he discovered methods to concoct this pill or acquired related materials. In addition to the pills, he also discovered a treasure known as the Tai Sui, resembling a plump spiritual mushroom, renowned for its ability to strengthen the body. Legends claim that consuming the Tai Sui grants immortality and the ability to resurrect from shattered flesh. While this may be an exaggeration, using it as a foundation significantly increases the likelihood of successfully refining an external golden pill, achieving an indestructible body. Initially, Lu Chen intended to reserve this for Lu Li's foundation, but upon realizing its benefits, he opted to use it himself. Though he had already established his foundation, he could still consume and refine it during golden pill formation to enhance his physical body, especially since he had just unlocked the divine power of divine descent. His current physique might struggle to withstand even the minimum threshold. With the Tai Sui's nourishment, he believed he could endure the power of the divine. He decided to refine it in the yellow spring diagram first to ensure no hidden manipulations by any old monsters. As he pondered, Lu Chun opened the yellow spring diagram. At that moment, two lotus flowers, one blue and one white, swayed in the waters of the yellow spring. The blue lotus bloomed, while the white lotus remained a budding flower, needing more time to mature. He had initially contemplated preparing foundation materials for Lu Li, but it appeared he had nothing suitable for her at present. He would have to wait until he broke through to the golden pill stage to devise a plan. Lu Chun shook his head, refined the Tai Sui, and stored away. He then briefly ritualized several artifacts from the treasure chest, reserving them for future use. Thus, he had essentially digested all the gains from his journey in shaping the wind. It was time to seriously consider the process of condensing the golden pill. He had acquired the method for the dual golden pill, and with the yellow spring water and the true fire of Samadhi, forming the dual golden pill should not pose a challenge. However, the pressing concern was how to address the potential breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Without resolving this issue, he could not dare to directly condense the pill. Otherwise, he might be at the mercy of Xiang Ao, holding the jade slip of secret techniques. Lu Chen could not help but furrow his brow. Although the system had hinted that he could further refine his techniques, potentially uncovering a breakthrough method, he currently did not even know the conditions required to initiate this refinement. He could not gamble with his future. Just as he was troubled, he felt the sword box behind him tremble slightly, and Cui Yinyan emerged, saying, "Master, are you distressed over the potential inability to break through to the nascent soul after condensing the dual golden pill?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Chun glanced at her. Cui Yinyan had awakened some of her past memories. Although her strength had not yet returned, her insights remained. Since she had spoken, perhaps she had a solution. He nodded and asked, "Do you have a way?" "Currently, my strength is not restored. I am but a wisp of soul, lacking such divine powers. However, if Master can fully master the Tai Chi seal, its power may harmonize yin and yang, potentially resolving your dilemma." Chapter 082, The Essence of Immortality. Foundation laying in dreams, the Taiji seal? Indeed, the duality of yin and yang, the path of duality, is epitomized in the Wudong Taiji. If one could acquire the Taiji seal and harness the powers of yin and yang within, perhaps the dilemma of breaking through the dual golden elixir could be resolved. Although this theory remains unproven, having such an idea is already a significant breakthrough. Lu Chun, once bewildered, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity thanks to Cui Yinyan and Appos as reminder. "Excellent. Yinyan, your insight has been immensely helpful," Lu Chun exclaimed with a smile. Hearing his praise, Cui Yinyan and Appos' cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a surge of joy. Lowering her head as she replied, "It is my honor to assist my master. However, my brother possesses formidable powers. Since succumbing to darkness, he has reached unprecedented heights. He awakened his innate wisdom long ago, and his strength must be terrifying now. If you wish to obtain the Taiji seal, you must first subdue him." At these words, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. "The Blood Soul sect seeks to eliminate me, and I shall certainly settle this score with them. Once I achieve the golden elixir, I will seize the opportunity to eradicate them completely." He now regarded the Blood Soul sect as a mortal enemy. Coupled with the task of obtaining the Taiji seal, it was imperative to eliminate that Blood Soul young master. Thus, Lu Chun meticulously planned his course of action. After breaking through to the golden elixir, he would set out to resolve the troubles posed by the Blood Soul sect. By then, he would likely trigger the final task related to the remnants of the demon sect and reap substantial rewards. Having made these preparations, Lu Chun wasted no time, rising to depart for the heavenly pool to begin his elixir formation. Before leaving, he visited the cold pond on the back mountain to check on Chen Qingfeng. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Qingfeng was the former master of the Tai sword. At present, Lu Chun had yet to fully master the Tai sword. His previous battles had merely relied on the sword's inherent sharpness rather than its imagined divine prowess. Thus, he sought Chen Qingming's guidance on how to truly command the sword's malevolent aura. However, he returned empty-handed. Chen Qingfeng seemed oblivious, as if ensnared in a deep slumber. Lu Chen could not compel him, and, with no other options, he tossed a jar of fine wine into the lake and departed. Upon reaching the courtyard, he discovered Lu Li napping under the shade of a tree, soundly asleep. Despite calling her name twice, there was no response. Always sleeping, if she must, she could do so in her room rather than on the cold ground. Shaking his head, Lu Chen intended to carry her back to her chamber when he felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from her, a wondrous essence of immortality that pushed him back. It is noteworthy that Lu Chen, at the pinnacle of crystallization, possessed immense magical power, and ordinarily, no one could disturb him. Yet Lu Li, merely at the stage of qi refinement, should not have been able to even brush against his sleeve. This aura was extraordinary. The essence of immortality. Could it be that the girl was laying her foundation in her dreams? Observing the swirling spiritual energy enveloping the young girl, Lu Chen found himself momentarily dazed. By heavens, laying a foundation in dreams? Is it truly so effortless? He had previously contemplated assisting her in finding suitable materials for foundation laying. Instead, she simply needed a nap to embark on this journey, seemingly without any danger, and appeared to be sleeping soundly and comfortably. Was this the talent of a reincarnated celestial? To directly summon the essence of immortality and lay her foundation in dreams? One nap, and she emerges as a foundational cultivator? This felt even simpler than my own exploits. A pang of envy welled within him. While he toiled to grind monsters and defeat bosses, here she was, indulging in sleep and sustenance, living in bliss. Training a secondary character must be delightful. Yet, upon reflection, one could only imagine the time and effort she must have invested in her past life to ascend to immortality. Now, reincarnated and rebuilding her foundation with her previous life's groundwork, this seemed plausible. He himself, equipped with a system, would ascend to immortality sooner or later. His future achievements might not be inferior to hers, thus there was no need for excessive envy. This girl appeared as though she might sleep for several more days. With the essence of immortality protecting her, there was no need for concern regarding her safety. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen decided to be prudent. He utilized his magic to conjure a scarecrow and instructed Cui Yin to inhabit it, leaving it behind to watch over her. Once these arrangements were made, he took flight, stepping forth with a single stride, traversing the distance in an instant, and soon reached the heavenly pool. The heavenly pool of Mount Shu is located atop the peak above the Sword Immortal Hall. It serves as the convergence of the spiritual veins of Mount Shu, housing the sect's most significant spiritual gathering formation. The spiritual energy from the vast mountains is drawn together to sustain the daily consumption of the sect's formations and the cultivation of its disciples. The remaining spiritual energy transforms into spiritual liquid, accumulating as an energy reserve that can sustain the protective formation of a mountain in critical moments. It is said that the top-tier protective formation of Mount Shu can withstand heavenly tribulations, though the truth of this claim remains uncertain. The heavenly pool is already sheltered by a formation barrier, rendering it unnecessary for disciples to guard it. Lu Chen merely needed to activate the sword token bestowed upon him by the sect leader to smoothly pass through the barrier and enter the heavenly pool. Before him lay a scene of swirling mists and boundless azure waves. The heavenly pool appeared as a resplendent amber embedded in the sky, radiating brilliance. With an overwhelming essence of spirituality washing over him, invigorating his spirit. Indeed, this was a splendid place for cultivation. If one could retreat and cultivate here for a few years, even those of mediocre aptitude would surely progress rapidly. However, such consumption would deplete the sect's resources and accumulation. Unless absolutely necessary, the heavenly pool would not be open to all disciples. Thus began his endeavor to refine the golden elixir, to undergo a transformation. Lost in thought, Lu Chen had already seated himself cross-legged at the center of the heavenly pool. He activated the secret technique of the dual golden elixir. first summoning the Yellow Springs diagram to draw out a drop of Yellow Springs water, which he diluted with his magical power and spiritual energy before channeling it through his meridians into his dantian. The surging river of magical energy was continuously refined, akin to waves washing away sand, utilizing the method of water to condense the golden elixir within. Simultaneously, the three flames of true fire manifested, enveloping his body in magical flames. As golden light blazed forth, Lu Chen felt an intense heat, and his skin began to crack. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He then summoned the Tai Sui from his storage bag, casting it into the true fire, melting it down. The dark red liquid dripped down, nourishing and mending the cracks. At this moment, he treated his own body as a sword embryo being forged, akin to an elixir being refined in a cauldron. Gradually, his flesh transformed into a dark golden hue. His muscles and bones took on a metallic sheen, while his blood thickened like lead and mercury, slowly coalescing into a blood pearl that soared into his dantian. Before long, the embryonic forms of the two elixirs had taken shape, one azure and one crimson. The azure sword pearl, composed of condensed magical energy and refined by the Yellow Springs water, represented yin. The crimson blood pearl, manifested from his essence and tempered by the three flames of true fire, represented yang. The two elixirs circled within his dantian, resembling the sun and moon, each occupying its own realm, separated by yin and yang, gazing at one another from afar, seemingly achieving a delicate balance, each remaining undisturbed by the other. The dual golden elixir was now in its preliminary formation. Chapter 083. The 9 transformations of the golden core. Gathering thunderclouds, the embryonic form of the golden core has been successfully formed. Observing the 2 embryonic golden cores, one azure and one crimson, within his chi si, Lu Chen felt a subtle relief. The initial hurdle in breaking through to the golden core stage lies in solidifying this embryonic form. Many fail due to insufficient accumulation, inadequate magical strength, or incomplete secret techniques, resulting in wasted spiritual energy and potential harm to their essence. However, Lu Chen and Oppo's solid foundation, combined with the rare treasures of the Yellow Spring water and the true fire of Samadhi, enabled him to achieve this with relative ease. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without any unforeseen complications. Nonetheless, the formation of the embryonic golden core does not signify complete success. The current golden core is merely an outline. It requires continuous refinement to become perfectly rounded and translucent. This transformation entails purifying all magical energy into the essence of magical gold, which marks true success. Generally, disciples of Mount Shu utilize fire-based methods to forge their golden cores, yielding rapid and fierce results. However, such intensity is prone to collapse and lacks the depth of water-based methods. Thus, Lu Chen opted for Yellow Spring water for refinement, ensuring a purer golden core with greater magical depth. Externally, a higher intensity is required, which is why he employed the true fire of Samadhi for tempering. This not only fortifies his physical body, but also imbues his blood with the might of true fire, achieving effects comparable to an innate pure yang body. In the future, he aims to forge his physical form into a more formidable immortal sword body, capable of withstanding the pressures of divine descent. As he pondered, Lu Chen focused his mind, guiding the dual secret techniques to channel his entire magical energy and blood essence through his meridians, continuously condensing and refining. His magical energy transitioned from a liquid state to a pale golden essence, while golden patterns emerged on the surface of his skin. Within, the golden core spiraled and danced, gradually enlarging to the size of a fingertip. Both cores became perfectly rounded and translucent, exuding a pure aura with a gentle golden glow. Simultaneously, above the heavenly pool, dark clouds roiled, concealing brewing thunder. This was the Calamity Cloud. Upon the formation of the golden core, one can initially detach from mortal existence, extending their lifespan by centuries and disrupting the cycle of life and death, an anomaly of nature. Consequently, the heavens would unleash thunderous punishment as retribution. This is known as the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. Only by surviving this calamity and undergoing the purifying thunder can one's golden core truly shine without flaw, embarking on the path of longevity. However, failure to endure the trial may not lead to death, yet the golden core could be shattered by heavenly lightning, rendering it non-existent, necessitating a complete restart, rendering past efforts futile. The Thunder Tribulation? Chen raised his head, his gaze piercing through the hazy, spiritual energy veil, akin to a sword, directed at the gathering storm clouds above. At this moment, the calamity clouds were still thin, containing merely a single thread of heavenly thunder. Should he wish, he could invite the Thunder Tribulation at any time, and upon its passage, he would immediately break through to become a golden core cultivator. However, this would only result in the most rudimentary first-tier golden core, typically pursued by those of mediocre talent. Chen, endowed with the celestial foundation of the Tao, could not be content with such an accomplishment. The so-called 9 transformations of the golden core denote the refining and purifying process. The first tier represents a single tempering. The 2 golden cores he possessed had only undergone 1 complete refinement, thus their strength was limited, far from sufficient. A cultivator with even slight talent should aim for at least a 3rd tier, while those with exceptional foundational strength often strive for the 6th tier, undergoing 6 rounds of refinement to enhance their golden cores. The resulting magical essence would be purer, granting a significantly longer lifespan. As a practitioner of celestial foundation, Chen was determined to reach the pinnacle of the golden core stage. He envisioned the 9 transformations of the golden core, aspiring to condense 2 9th-tier golden cores. This would render him truly invincible. With this thought, Chen closed his eyes once more, simultaneously activating the true fire of Samadhi and the holy water of the Yellow Spring, harmonizing internal and external practices, employing both water and fire to further refine the 2 golden cores within his Qi. With each successive refinement, the tiers of the golden core ascended. 2nd tier, 3rd tier. As Chen continued to refine the golden cores, the thunderclouds above the heavenly pool surged and swelled. Threads of electricity, initially the width of a thumb, gradually transformed into robust thunder serpents, continuously expanding. The stronger the golden core refinement, the greater the power acquired and the more extended the lifespan. Correspondingly, the tribulation and oppose, as intensity and magnitude would also increase. This is why most individuals hesitate to refine their golden cores multiple times. Without formidable skills and reserves, even a 9th-tier golden core could prove futile against the thunderous tribulation, resulting in total annihilation or grievous injury. Meanwhile, in the square before the mountain, numerous disciples of Mount Shu were practicing their swordplay. Suddenly, they noticed the dark clouds swirling above, thunder rumbling, and the air grew heavy. A storm seemed imminent. Their expressions shifted slightly. Soon after, a thunderous boom echoed, reminiscent of a bolt from the blue, resonating from afar. The disciples looked up, witnessing thunder serpents spiraling within the clouds, arcs of electricity flashing, a display of divine might that instilled fear. Calamity clouds. How terrifying! They spread across half the sky. Such grandeur was alarming. Could it be that an elder was about to break through to the nascent soul stage? Fool! This is the calamity cloud arising from the breakthrough to golden core. Someone remarked, the nascent soul thunder tribulation is far more fearsome, with purple divine lightning. Yet such a display of golden core thunderclouds is indeed rare. I wonder which senior brother is breaking through. Recently, there were rumors that the sword madman had achieved the golden core, but he had only attracted 3 heavenly thunders. Today's spectacle likely promised at least 4 or 5. Once again, Mount Shu would witness the emergence of a golden core master. 4 or 5. Look closely. The calamity cloud is brewing with 6 bolts of thunder. The disciples gasped in astonishment. 6 bolts of thunder signified a 6th-tier golden core. Even the most gifted among them would hesitate to attempt such a breakthrough without solid foundations. Who was the one undergoing tribulation above the heavenly pool? The clouds converged above, and the one transcending was at the heavenly pool, a place accessible only to elders and true disciples, right? The elders were all at least golden core level, and the true disciples were typically golden core cultivators, most of whom were out on training missions. Only the newly appointed ninth true disciple, Lu Chen, had yet to condense his golden core. Could it be Lu Chen? Was he truly about to break through the golden core stage so swiftly? Among the crowd, some began to deduce the identity of the one undergoing tribulation, drawing increased attention and curiosity. In the past, Lu Chen had seized the divine sword at the sword tomb, shining brilliantly and capturing the admiration of countless inner disciples for his swordsmanship. However, at that time, his cultivation level was still modest, having just crystallized. Remarkably, in a mere 2 months, Lu Chen had begun to challenge the golden core stage. Perhaps this was the potential of a top-tier genius. Lu Chen's recognition of the divine sword was indeed no stroke of luck. If it were Lu Chen, then aiming for a 6th-tier golden core was certainly within the realm of possibility. The disciples expressed their sentiments, considering Lu Chen and Appo's extraordinary talent. It was not unreasonable for him to pursue a 6th-tier golden core. After all, among the previous 8 true disciples, aside from Gu Changsheng, who relied on his pure yang body to withstand an additional heavenly thunder, the rest were predominantly at the 6th tier. However, what they did not expect was that the accumulated thunder light in the sky did not descend immediately. Instead, amidst the roiling clouds, the 7th bolt of thunder gradually unfurled. Chapter 084. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Thunder rumbled ominously as the clouds churned like tumultuous waves, dark and oppressive, suffocating those beneath. Lightning danced and thunder flashed. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the 7th bolt of lightning materialized. The 7th tribulation was brewing. Brother Lu Chen was attempting to break through to the 7th tier. How formidable! The power of this 7th tribulation surpassed the previous 6, a force that nearly overwhelmed Gu Changsheng in his time. Brother Lu Chen, also the master of the divine sword, surely possessed talent on par with Gu Changsheng, making his ambition to reach the 7th tier plausible. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet, as they spoke, the 8th bolt of lightning had already begun to manifest. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. The 8th tribulation, an 8th tier golden elixir? This was utterly unprecedented. Not only the disciples, but many elders and the heads of the 6 peaks were astonished at the sight of the 8th tribulation clouds. An 8th tier golden elixir was something even they had not dared to attempt in their time. Within the Shushan sect, only the former master Qingxiu and the eldest brother Chen Qingfeng had barely reached such heights with their respective powers. In the wider world, from the Buddhist and Taoist sects to the declining schools of thought, few prodigies ever crafted an 8th tier golden elixir. Thus, in their eyes, an 8th tier golden elixir was nearly equivalent to the potential of a future sword deity. With such a foundation, it was almost certain that he would break through to the nascent soul stage, with great hopes of achieving unity with the heavens and becoming a deity of the sword. Could it be that Lu Chen harbored such lofty aspirations? To aspire to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sword deity. This young man certainly had grand ambitions. In the Sword Immortal Hall, Master Qingxiu slightly raised his brows and looked toward the heavenly pool, nodding at the sight of the 8 bolts of lightning. He understood that Lu Chen was cultivating with the foundation of the heavenly Tao. With such talent, it was normal for him to attempt breaking through to the 8th tier golden elixir. If he could survive this tribulation, he might indeed embody the essence of a sword deity. However, in the next instant, the clouds trembled and a faint golden light burst forth, painting half the sky in gold. A golden bolt of lightning surged into view, the golden lightning of the golden elixir realm. The 9th bolt, the 9th tribulation. At the sight of this golden light, even a usually composed Master Qingxiu could not help but change his expression slightly. A 9th tier golden elixir. This young man truly aimed high. The 9 transformations of the golden elixir were immensely difficult, and his ability to achieve this was a testament to his foundation in the heavenly Tao. The 9 transformations of the golden elixir, once broken through, would grant powers at least tenfold greater than those of his peers, extending his lifespan by a millennium. With a stabilized golden elixir, his chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage would also increase significantly. Yet, if he failed to withstand the tribulation, all would be for naught. Moreover, given the immense power of the ninth tribulation, a moment in Appo's carelessness could endanger his very life. Master Qingshu furrowed his brow, his white hair fluttering as he rose to his full height, moving to the window to gaze at the heavenly pool. He was prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. After observing Lu Chen for these past days, he had grown increasingly fond of his character, virtues, and talents, subtly considering him as a potential future sword son. Such a prodigy, if lost, would be a grave loss for Shushan. Therefore, he had resolved that, should Lu Chen fail to survive the tribulation, he would personally intervene to at least ensure Lu Chen's life remained intact. Losing skill could be remedied, but losing one's life meant everything was in vain. The 9 transformations of the golden elixir, the ninefold tribulation. My heavens, that was the golden lightning, a legendary phenomenon of tribulation. Brother Lu Chen is truly terrifying. He dares to challenge the 9th tier of the golden elixir. How astonishing. The last person to invoke the 9th golden lightning was that disciple of the Divine Grace Temple, right? It was said that he was the reincarnation of a great Buddhist adept, having undergone 9 lifetimes of merit to withstand the ninefold tribulation. Can Brother Lu Chen endure it? If he fails, all would be in vain, and he might even endanger himself. A 9th tier golden elixir represents the essence of a sword immortal. If successful, Brother Lu Chen may one day become the sword son of Shushan. The disciples gasped in shock. In an instant, the entire sect was set abuzz. Countless gazes converged upon the heavenly pool, filled with anticipation, envy, and anxiety, all eager to know whether Lu Chen could withstand this terrifying ninefold tribulation. Even Chen Qingfeng, submerged in the cold pool, sensed the commotion. His eyes fluttering open to glance toward the heavenly pool, his expression remarkably calm. The ambition of achieving the 9 transformations of the golden elixir is indeed lofty. Yet, how could one fully grasp the terrifying might of heaven and earth? It is perhaps best for you to experience the weight of heavenly power firsthand, to understand the vastness of the world, thus avoiding the same pitfalls I encountered. With that, he closed his eyes once more. At this moment, within the heavenly pool, Lu Chen had utilized the sacred water of the Yellow Springs and the true fire of Samadhi, refining his vital essence through 9 cycles. In his energy sea, 2 golden elixirs, one red and one blue, had reached the size of dove eggs. They shimmered brilliantly, adorned with swirling cloud patterns, resembling mystical seals, surrounded by layers of golden sand that appeared like auspicious rays of light, forming a magnificent spectacle of 9 circles. The 9 transformations of the golden elixir had been initially completed, yet the crucial moment to truly attain the 9th tier golden elixir had now arrived. Lu Chen raised his head. Above the heavenly pool, the dark clouds had completely enveloped the sky, rolling thunder flashing ominously, having brewed for quite some time, ready to descend at any moment. He took a deep breath, drawing upon the abundant spiritual energy around him, adjusting his state to its optimal condition. Then he raised his hand, sweeping his sleeve, creating a ripple in his magical power to dispel the array above the heavenly pool. The lightning tribulation of the golden elixir, akin to forging a weapon, required the tribulation to temper him. Each bolt of thunder must be faced and endured personally, without the aid of external forces. Failing to endure even one would diminish the enhancement, thereby lowering the quality of the golden elixir. Of course, one could still utilize their own treasures. Kulme, let me test just how terrifying this so-called heavenly lightning tribulation truly is. As he spoke, Lu Chen lifted his head, activating the 2 golden elixirs within him, which vibrated and resonated. Boom! As if sensing the disturbance caused by the formation of the golden elixirs, the churning thunderclouds surged violently. The booming sound echoed like a celestial drum, shaking the heavens. Under the anxious gazes of all, a lightning pillar as thick as an arm suddenly pierced through the clouds and crashed down fiercely. The lightning was pure and overwhelming, infused with the might of heaven, blazing and dazzling. In an instant, it struck the heavenly pool. Even before the lightning arrived, The dispersing arcs electrified the entire pool, causing the waters to churn and boil, arcs of lightning illuminating the scene. As though the heavenly pool trembled in fear. The terrifying pressure surged, even from a distance, sending shivers through all. The first bolt of the tribulation was this powerful. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. The lightning tribulation of the golden elixir typically escalates from weak to strong, with the first being the weakest according to one's accumulated cultivation. Yet they were unaware that Lu Chen was not refining just a single golden elixir, but two. Therefore, the intensity of this tribulation surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several times. Even the first bolt of lightning carried a destructive aura. In the face of this terrifying heavenly might, Lu Chen remained calm, not even rising from a seated position, merely tilting his head back and opening his mouth. The azure sword-shaped golden elixir soared above his head, enveloped in layers of golden sand, defiantly meeting the descending thunder. Chapter 085. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens with a thunderous roar. The heavens erupted in a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Facing the ferocious tribulation of thunder, Lu Chen boldly counterattacked, unleashing the sword pill golden core. The sword light soared like a rainbow, colliding with the lightning, while the golden core spun gracefully, resonating with the sword pill. The lightning transformed into delicate arcs, crackling with sound. It could not harm the golden core in the slightest. Instead, the sword pill absorbed the thunderous power, as if it were being tempered in fire, becoming even more luminous and translucent, revealing the embryonic outline of a small sword. To directly project the golden core against the thunder tribulation was indeed terrifying. Was this the strength of the golden core after the 9 transformations of tempering? Such pure magical energy. The first bolt of thunder could not even diminish the golden essence surrounding the sword pill. The disciples of Mount Shu below stood in stunned silence. The power of the thunder tribulation was exceedingly violent. Typically, one would first use their physical body or magical techniques to withstand and weaken the force of the tribulation before daring to absorb it into their being for the refinement of the golden core. Although this method wasted much power, it was deemed safer. After all, a newly formed golden core was incredibly fragile. How could it withstand such a thunderous assault? Yet, Lu Chen was overwhelmingly bold, directly summoning the golden core sword pill, defiantly facing the heavenly thunder. Not only did he sustain no damage, but he also perfectly absorbed the power of the tribulation, successfully undergoing a refinement. This vividly illustrated the profound depth of Lu Chen and Appo's accumulation. The quality of this nascent golden core far surpassed that of an ordinary person. The heavenly thunder tribulation was not as fearsome as one might imagine. Lu Chen maintained an air of calmness. His magical energy surged, and the sword pill golden core hovered above his head, emitting a resonant hum, as if inviting battle. In the next moment, the thunder clouds churned, and even more intense pillars of lightning descended, striking directly upon the golden core. The resounding crash shook the heavens, and the azure sword light spiraled like a dragon, consuming the dissipating radiance of the lightning entirely. Without any surprise, Lu Chen effortlessly withstood the second thunder tribulation. The third bolt of lightning followed, yet it too failed to shake him, instead rendering the golden light above his head even more brilliant and pure. It was the third stage. At this moment, the thunderclouds above roiled violently, seemingly enraged, with crackling sounds echoing endlessly, while arcs of electricity spread across the sky like a spider and Appo's web. With 3 resounding booms, 3 lightning pillars, each as thick as a thigh, descended in succession. The intensity of the thunder tribulation after the third stage had evidently escalated dramatically. Could Lu Chen, the senior brother, withstand such ferocity? Uncertain murmurs arose among the crowd. Seeing 3 tribulations approaching one after another, Lu Chen dared not be reckless any longer. For the sake of caution, he retracted the sword pill golden core into his body. Simultaneously, the external golden core blossomed, and his physical blood energy radiated outward, revealing intricate golden patterns on the surface of his skin. Layers of runic brilliance illuminated him, empowered by the golden body talisman of the temporal secret method, enhancing the strength of his physical form. With an indestructible golden body, impervious to all laws. Even in the face of the thunder tribulation, he remained unafraid. Lu Chen clapped his hands against the ground, producing the sound of metal clashing, and then soared into the air, standing upright like a golden-skinned Arhut, subduing dragons and tigers, defying the heavens. His iron fist swung, launching 3 powerful strikes against the descending lightning. The force of his fists surged, radiating golden brilliance like a sweeping river, each punch like the blazing sun, striking with overwhelming force, causing the celestial lake to tremble and the mountains to shake. 3 thunderous explosions echoed through the air. Lu Chen resembled an ancient war deity, extinguishing the 3 bolts of thunder with sheer might. At that moment, he radiated with golden light, his blood energy ablaze, the pure yang energy swirling like a blazing sun, refining and absorbing the shattered lightning radiance into nourishment for his body. He had reached the 6th stage. It was terrifying. He had directly extinguished 3 bolts of thunder with the power of his physical body. How extraordinary was his physical prowess! My goodness! Those unaware might assume that Lu Chen was following the external golden core path. Given his physical strength, it was likely on par with the Buddhist golden body. To effortlessly withstand the 6-fold thunder tribulation was undoubtedly the fastest breakthrough in the history of Mount Shu. Yet, they cautioned against premature celebration. The true test was only just beginning. The crowd marveled, their limited perspective preventing them from recognizing Lu Chen's external refinement of the golden core. In truth, no one even considered this possibility, as the dual golden core technique was exceedingly rare. They had never even heard of it. Previously, Lu Chen had clearly summoned the sword pill golden core, leading them to naturally assume that his physical training was merely supplementary. Even the esteemed Qingshu Zhenren within the Sword Immortal Palace did not contemplate this angle, thinking Lu Chen had gained his physical strength due to a fortuitous encounter, having refined the relic of a deceased elder from Hanshan Temple, thus attributing his strength to that, not realizing it was true external golden core cultivation. After all, even he had never witnessed the dual golden core technique firsthand. As the 6th stage concluded, the intensity of the thunder tribulation would reach its zenith. The remaining 3 bolts were each perilously close to the gates of death. A moment and Appo's negligence could lead to ruin. As he pondered, Qingshu Zhenren discreetly activated his magical powers, prepared to assist at any moment. A deafening roar filled the air, the ominous thunder growing louder, resembling the wrathful roar of a celestial deity. Thick pillars of lightning, akin to massive serpents, connected heaven and earth, crashing down once more. This was the 7th thunder tribulation. Its might surpassed the combined intensity of the previous 3 bolts. In an instant, Lu Chen and Appo's form was engulfed by the lightning, the terrifying force enveloping him, with flashing lightning acting like blades, incessantly erasing the golden essence of his magical energy. The golden skin of Lu Chen cracked with bloodlines, resembling a dried-up riverbed. Pale golden droplets oozed forth, only to be instantly vaporized by the lightning. Such terrifying power, Lu Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. The 7th thunder tribulation was overwhelmingly fearsome, far greater than any before. Moreover, as he possessed dual golden cores, the intensity of this tribulation was exponentially heightened. For a moment, even the Buddhist golden body seemed to falter under the strain. Lu Chen could only exert all his strength to activate the golden core within, encasing his vital areas with the golden essence while the Yellow Springs diagram trembled and hummed, surrounding him with the waters of the Yellow Springs, repelling the lightning. Simultaneously, a torrent of righteous sword energy erupted from his chest, transforming into a visible pillar of golden light. His magical energy had partially undergone metamorphosis. By channeling this righteous sword energy, its power naturally surged. With each strand of sword energy infused with golden essence, radiating brilliance. At that moment, he resembled a sage from the Confucian texts, embodying the righteous energy of heaven and earth, gazing proudly at the ages. Even if the heavens were to collapse and the earth were to cave in, the righteous spirit of humanity would endure. With 3 inches of vital energy steadfast within his chest, he would not bow his head to divine punishment. The onlookers beheld the golden pillar of light growing ever more resplendent. No matter how the heavenly thunder struck, it could not harm him in the slightest. Lu Chen fully withstood the 7th bolt of thunder, but suddenly he raised his head. He saw an even more formidable bolt of lightning brewing, ready to descend. At this moment, he had nearly exhausted all his means. The remaining true fire of Samadhi was unsuitable for defense, and employing the method of summoning a celestial deity at this juncture would only increase his burden. If he allowed the 8th bolt of heavenly thunder to fall, he feared he would be unable to withstand it. Thus, he decided to take the initiative. To attack was the best form of defense. In a flash of inspiration, Lu Chen summoned the Taya divine sword, gripping the hilt, stirring the flowing river of sword energy around him, while his magical energy surged and boiled. The great river sword intent. With a single slash, the waters of the yellow springs surged upward, conjuring a tumultuous wave. The entire heavenly pool was set in motion. As countless droplets of spiritual essence were drawn into the luminous sword light, resembling the waters of the Milky Way converging and cascading forth, transforming into furious dragons and wild serpents leaping from the surface. Chapter 86. The Majesty of Heaven. Not to be offended, the 8th thunder tribulation was exceedingly terrifying. Lu Chen, contemplating his lack of confidence in withstanding it, resolved to adopt an offensive stance, directly unleashing the great river sword intent, summoning the waters of the heavenly pool to transform into a dragon. In truth, Lu Chen had only barely grasped the great river sword intent thus far, lacking a true comprehension of its profound essence. Consequently, the effects he had previously manifested were not as domineering as he had envisioned. At this moment, drawing upon the power of the waters from the yellow springs and the essence of the heavenly pool, he executed a full-force strike. The sword light, resembling a dragon of the great river, which finally showcased a semblance of the great river sword intense brilliance. Boom! The dragon soared into the sky. The sword aura of the great river hung across the horizon, opening its massive maw to engulf the descending lightning. As the roaring dragon bellowed amidst a tapestry of electric light, a resounding explosion followed, emitting blinding brilliance that obscured vision. Subsequently, the sound of cascading water erupted, akin to a torrential downpour, as the water dragon and sword river shattered and dispersed, while the terrifying pillar of lightning crumbled under the onslaught of the sword intent. The golden light enveloping Lu Chen grew increasingly resplendent, and the golden core within him reverberated, encircled by 8 rings of magical golden sand, resembling a celestial garment of auspiciousness. He had withstood the 8th thunder tribulation, the 8th grade golden core. Heavens, such as the potential of a sword deity. This was more than sufficient. An 8th grade golden core was enough to stand proudly among the contemporary of Mount Shu. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but feel exhilarated. To withstand the 8-fold heavenly thunder. How formidable! At this moment, Lu Chen had truly attained a caliber rivaling that of sword deity, a height beyond the wildest dreams of countless individuals. As for the forthcoming 9th thunder tribulation, it was no longer something an ordinary cultivator could endure. This young man, who would have thought he could withstand the 8-fold tribulation? An 8th grade golden core, truly remarkable. However, the final thunder tribulation was insurmountable. With that last strike, Lu Chen had already summoned the sword intent and drawn upon the power of the heavenly pool, barely managing to hold back the onslaught. He was now at the end of his rope, unable to continue. Such a talent must not perish beneath the tribulation. He should retreat and allow the master to intervene and shield him from the final bolt of thunder. Though it would be a pity, it was better than failing at the last moment. At this juncture, the master of the 6 peaks could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. To shield another from the thunder tribulation exacts a tremendous toll, as the intensity of the tribulation escalates in accordance with the strength of the one intervening. The so-called heavenly wrath is fraught with peril. Even they dared not intervene lightly. Yet, if the master were to act, Blocking just one bolt of lightning should pose no issue. An 8th grade golden core is exceedingly rare. Preserving Lu Chen could almost guarantee the emergence of another sword deity from Mount Shu and Appos as future. Therefore, even at some cost, it would be worthwhile. Lu Chen, can you endure? If your strength falters, do not strain yourself. An 8th turn golden core already holds boundless potential. At this moment, within the Sword Immortal Hall, the clear void true man also spoke. In truth, he was already prepared to intervene. With his current strength, even if he summoned the wrath of heaven and earth, he was confident in being able to withstand the final golden lightning. However, should he do so, Lu Chen would forfeit the most crucial opportunity for golden lightning tempering, and could only remain at the 8th grade, never again having the chance to touch the limits of the 9th grade. This was evidently not what he desired. I have strived to reach this point, just a step away from success. To give up now would be unacceptable. Lu Chen shook his head, gazing intently at the last expanse of golden thunderclouds, his resolve unwavering. Should he take this step, he would achieve an unprecedented dual 9th grade golden core, truly becoming invincible within the same realm. Yet, to retreat would only breed fear within his heart. The supreme sword heart, shrouded in dust, would forever prevent him from attaining the pinnacle of the sword path. The distinction between the 8th and 9th grades, though seemingly slight, was indeed a chasm of difference. Thank you for your kind intentions, Master, but I still wish to attempt it myself. Having spoken, Lu Chen propelled himself forward, the waters of the heavenly pool churning. The great river soared intent, conjuring surging waves, as he charged toward the descending golden lightning. The divine sword in his hand radiated with immense brilliance, defying the heavens as it cleaved toward the sky. However, just as his form ascended halfway, he was enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. His body immediately faltered. The great river shattered, and the sword intent dimmed. His entire magical power seemed to freeze as golden lightning surged like an unfathomable ocean, overwhelming him in an instant. Lu Chen felt his body stiffen with pain. The majesty of heaven was too formidable, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. The golden lightning was even more violent, relentlessly compressing, as if grinding him down. The radiance of his magical power shattered, his flesh tore apart, and even the golden core within his energy sea began to crack, as if he were to be obliterated from within. Too powerful. Is this the true majesty of heaven and earth? Lu Chen and Appos' expression shifted. This golden lightning was unlike any tribulation he had faced before. It contained the weight of heaven itself, striking at his very soul. Should one's resolve falter, even before striking, they would be crushed in spirit. Even Lu Chen, relying on his supreme sword heart, could only barely withstand it, unable to break free. He could only watch as he was engulfed by the lightning, slowly being obliterated. If he could not persevere through this trial, he might perish directly with Chapter 087, the Golden Core. The divine thunder of golden light erupted, its might awe-inspiring. At that moment, the expanse above the heavenly pool was engulfed in a deluge of golden lightning, an overwhelming pressure emanating from it, releasing waves of annihilation. The disciples of Mount Shu, observing from afar, felt an insurmountable dread rise within them. Such celestial power was beyond the realm of human resistance. Instinctively, they recoiled, unable to muster any spirit of defiance. Yet, Lu Chen boldly confronted the impending tribulation. Much like the day he faced the terrifying might of Tai. He neither retreated nor evaded, pressing steadfastly forward. This elicited a wave of admiration and respect from the onlookers. However, the might of heaven and earth was far too fearsome. They witnessed Lu Chen rush forth, only to be utterly subdued in an instant, his sword river fracturing, the essence of his blade dimming, appearing entirely overwhelmed. Youthful courage and ambition are commendable traits, yet this 9th-level golden divine thunder is no trifling matter. Even I, in my youth, would not have dared to confront it. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, you are still a tad too impulsive. Within the Sword Immortal Hall, the real man Qing, Su shook his head. Observing Lu Chen's setback amidst the golden lightning, he understood that Lu Chen would likely be unable to withstand this trial. He raised his hand, and behind him, a ripple of mystical energy stirred, revealing a radiant sword light adorned with starlit brilliance. He was prepared to intervene, but at that very moment, suddenly, a sword cry resonated throughout the ocean of lightning. Initially faint, akin to the chirping of cicadas, it swiftly crescendoed into a thunderous roar, powerful and resonant. Like the heartbeat of a giant, a war drum reverberating. It seemed to overshadow the very thunder in the sky. In the next instant, an intense aura of malevolence surged upward, akin to tumultuous waves, churning violently within the golden lightning, stirring up torrents of thunder. This was the resonance of Tai. Real man Qing Su was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment gracing his features. The divine sword possessed a spirit, unlike ordinary magical artifacts. Gaining its recognition was merely the first step, signifying one could wield it. However, to unleash its true power required harmony with the divine sword, a fleeting unity of intent. Yet, the sword spirit of Tai had endured irreversible damage in that fateful battle years ago, its consciousness lost, and after being cast into the Forsaken Sword Tomb, lamenting for a century, it should have been nearly impossible for it to resonate with anyone again. How had Lu Chen achieved this? The sound of the sword cry echoed throughout Mount Shu, stirring Chunqing foam beneath the cold pool of the back mountain. He opened his eyes once more, the tranquil surface of the lake rippling, mirroring his current state of mind. This sword cry, this battle intent, in Chen Qingfeng's eyes, a hint of distraction emerged, as if he glimpsed his former self. Back then, he too had been so fearless. Yet ultimately, had he not transformed into a mere shell of a man, too afraid to even grasp a sword? He shook his head, as if in self-mockery. Yet he did not close his eyes, instead gazing longingly toward the heavenly pool. Pondering whether Tai remained sharp after 100 years. Buzz, the sword trembled, akin to the flutter of cicada wings. Lu Chen felt as though the Tai, divine, sword in his grasp had come alive. Until this moment, he had been able to wield the Tai, divine sword, yet had never truly unleashed its power, relying solely on its material sharpness to vanquish foes. Far from the overwhelming malevolence and divine might he had sensed within the sword tomb, Lu Chen had initially believed that his insufficient cultivation was the reason he could not fully command the divine sword. It was only now that he realized the sword had not truly acknowledged him from the depths of its essence. Now, stirred by his battle intent, a faint resonance had occurred, allowing him a brief unity with the divine sword, achieving a subtle state of human sword harmony. Do you, too, harbor a sense of unwillingness? Lu Chen caressed the sword body, feeling boundless killing intent surge forth. It was an emotion he could not comprehend. Perhaps it was due to the Tai, sword's spirit and oppose, as incompleteness, rendering it incapable of precise expression, or perhaps he simply could not fathom what it had once endured. Yet none of this hindered their shared battle intent in this moment. If a battle is desired, then let it help me shatter this mortal confinement and forge an immortal golden core. With a roar, Lu Chen rose with his sword. The Tai, divine sword in his grasp hummed, as if synchronizing with his breath, moving with him as an extension of his will. The fierce malevolence poured forth, and the killing intent sharpened, yet would not harm him in the slightest. With a thunderous boom, the sea of thunder surged, an endless cascade of lightning consumed by the malevolence. Lu Chen stepped forth, the sword light ascending defyingly, akin to a startled swan soaring through the sky. A resounding explosion followed as the thunderous sea erupted, the terrifying sword energy shooting skyward, cleaving through the thunderous column, creating a rift in the heavens. Blinding brilliance radiated in all directions, rendering it impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. When the onlookers regained focus, the storm clouds above had dissipated. Only Lu Chen remained, sword in hand, hovering above the heavenly pool, surrounded by a resplendent golden glow, the 9 layers of golden magic flowing behind him like auspicious clouds, swirling like a blade, divine and wondrous. His aura was formidable and profound, the purity and vastness of his magic unparalleled. He appeared as a dazzling sun, radiating brilliance and commanding attention. Had he succeeded? The 9th grade golden core. Brother Lu Chen has successfully broken through, condensing the ninth grade golden core. How formidable! Brother, you are magnificent, embodying the essence of a sword immortal, with an immeasurable future ahead. Though I wish to feel envy, realistically speaking, even if I possessed his talent, I would likely not be able to reach this stage. It is truly impressive to the point that envy cannot arise, only admiration. Countless disciples of Mount Shu, witnessing this scene, could not help but express their amazement. The ninth grade golden core was beyond their wildest dreams. Even the 8 true disciples before him, the strongest among them, Gu Changsheng, had only broken through to the 7th grade. The 8th grade was a realm they scarcely dared to approach. Yet Lu Chen had directly succeeded in condensing the most powerful 9th grade golden core. It was nothing short of invincible. Within the same realm, there would likely be no one who could rival him. Finally, it has come to pass. The twin 9th grade golden cores. Lu Chen gazed at the 2 resplendent golden cores swirling within him, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. This breakthrough had proven more perilous than he had anticipated. Had it not been for the resonance of Tai at the crucial moment, he might have failed, and even if he preserved his life, he would have only achieved the 8th grade, a significant disparity. Now, having successfully broken through, his essence and blood forged a golden body outside, elevating both his strength and defense to a new tier. The sword pellet golden core further refined his magic to a more profound and pure level, greatly amplifying the power of all his divine abilities and spells. In this moment, Lu Chen was confident that within the golden core realm, he was absolutely invincible, regardless of whether one was in the mid or late stages of the golden core phase. As long as one had not transcended to the Yuaning realm, no matter how talented or extraordinary they were, even if they were a reincarnated celestial being, they would not stand a chance against him in this realm. This was the confidence and foundation bestowed by the twin 9th grade golden cores. Of course, he had only just broken through, needing time to familiarize himself with his newfound power and nurture it before he could truly claim invincibility. Familiarizing oneself with power? Coincidentally, the duel with Zhou Ping was also upon him. Today, under the gaze of the multitude, it presented a splendid opportunity. He simply wondered if, at this moment, Zhou Ping still harbored the desire to fight. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen turned his gaze downward, his eyes sharp as lightning, quickly locking onto a seemingly unremarkable young man within the crowd. Zhou Ping, I have now broken through to the golden core. Do you still wish to battle? Chapter 088. Thousands of flying swords, yet inferior to 3 feet before one in Oppos. Body Zhou Ping? Who is that? I have never heard of this name. Who is this person that can compel Brother Lu Chen to mention him by name? He must be a remarkable talent, right? I don't know. I haven't heard of him either. Zhou Ping. I seem to have some recollection of him. ISN and AMP, Oppos. T, the sword enthusiast? The disciples below, upon hearing Brother Lu Chen speak, were filled with confusion. As they glanced around, they noticed an ordinary-looking young man stepping forward from the crowd. Once they recognized his face, realization dawned upon them. It is indeed the sword enthusiast. He is the one who has relentlessly challenged Tai A for the past decade. So, his name is Zhou Ping. This fellow, wasn't his talent quite mediocre? Yet, he has broken through to the golden core stage at such an early juncture. What does it mean that Brother Lu Chen has called upon him now? It seems they may have had some prior agreement. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Unaware of the challenge Zhou Ping had once issued to Lu Chen. At this moment, Zhou Ping stepped forward, standing at the foot of the heavenly pool, and first performed a deep bow. Congratulations, brother, on successfully transcending the tribulation and refining a 9-tiered immortal golden core. Putting aside everything else, this young man truly has impeccable manners. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly and gestured for him to forego further formalities. He then spoke. 3 days ago, I promised you that once I achieved the golden core, I would engage in a fair battle with you using the Tai, a divine sword, thus fulfilling your long-cherished wish. Now that I have attained the golden core, it is time to honor that promise. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood the context and began to whisper among themselves. Zhou Ping actually dares to challenge Brother Lu Chen? ISNT that akin to courting death? His talent is mediocre. Back in the day, he struggled to establish his foundation in the mortal realm, and he has shown nothing exceptional in the sect, having only mastered the mountain-moving sword technique. In contrast, Lu Chen has at least established his foundation in the earthly realm, wielding the divine sword with a pure heart, his talent unparalleled. Now, having withstood 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, he has condensed an unprecedented 9-tiered golden core, radiating brilliance. Even among true disciples of the same golden core stage, how many would dare to contend with him? Zhou Ping has merely lucked into breaking through to the lowest tier of the golden core. How dare he? What perplexes the crowd even more is that, given Lu Chen's status, he could easily dismiss such a challenge from someone as insignificant as Zhou Ping. Yet he has agreed to it. This is surely an opportunity for him to suppress Zhou Ping before everyone. This will be quite the spectacle. Many in the crowd thought this way. However, more people shook their heads dismissively, saying that rumbling thunder just now was truly awe-inspiring. Brother Lu Chen summoned the resonance of the divine sword to strike down the thunder. Who would not be afraid? Now that he has attained the 9-tiered golden core, his power has reached a new level. Zhou Ping might not even have the courage to make a move. Their voices were not loud, yet Zhou Ping heard them clearly. His expression remained serene, showing no sign of disturbance. It was as if he had been hearing such words for a decade. With each sword presentation ceremony met with laughter at his ambition and claims to fame. But none of that mattered. What was important was that he had never given up. And even if he was ordinary, he would not resign himself to mediocrity. Brother, your abilities are truly vast and your powers boundless. Now that you have broken through to refine a 9-tiered golden core, there are likely few in the same realm who could rival you. I'm also self-aware. This is not a challenge to your authority, but merely a desire to personally experience the might of the divine sword and fulfill a wish. It is a rare honor that you are willing to indulge me, and as for victory or defeat, it is of no consequence. Zhou Ping smiled as he spoke. He then raised his hand and retrieved a weathered wooden sword from his sleeve. It was an unremarkable wooden sword, the kind that disciples of Shushan would initially use to practice basic sword techniques. After cultivating qi, they would be allocated a flying sword. Yet Zhou Ping had kept this wooden sword all these years. The worn marks on it chronicled his 13 years in Shushan. This wooden sword has accompanied me since the day I began my cultivation. Today, I wield it to face you, brother, and it is indeed an honor. As he spoke, he lifted the sword, his robe gently billowing. There was no grand display of power, no dazzling golden light emanating, and even his stance was as unremarkable as himself. But with each step he took, sword energy surged forth beneath his feet. It was as if he was ascending a staircase, making his way toward Lu Chen at the top of the mountain. What pure sword energy! Zhou Ping may have mediocre talent in cultivation, yet he seems to possess a unique understanding of swordsmanship. Below, the onlookers began to express their admiration as Zhou Ping advanced with his sword. Their disdain and